The villain, upon maturing, begins to exact revenge on her stepmother. The son of a powerful eunuch, who holds sway over the court, tosses her to a group of eunuchs for their amusement. The second son, a cunning merchant who has amassed wealth from all corners of the world, feigns false hope when she is engulfed in despair. The third daughter, skilled in the art of poison, uses her as a mere tool for her nefarious concoctions. The fourth son, a ruthless conqueror who slaughters entire cities, forces her into the life of a military prostitute. Terrified, Li Yueshu quickly immerses herself in the endeavor of redeeming her reputation, tending to the fields, supporting her family, and raising children. Years later, it is said throughout the land, better to provoke the king of hell than to offend Li Yueshu. The eldest son, now an emperor, warns, "Provoke my mother's displeasure, and I shall annihilate your entire lineage." The second son, who commands the economic lifeblood of the realm, asserts, "Dare to offend mother? Prepare for bankruptcy." The third daughter, who practices the healing arts, remarks, "Mother is angry? Why not sample my latest poison?" The brave and benevolent fourth son declares, "Someone has wronged my mother? Watch as I march my troops to obliterate their ancestral graves." A man, cornered and unable to contain himself any longer, exclaims, "Leave at once. She is my wife, and I shall protect her myself." Li Yueshu, sifting through her memories, is struck with astonishment. She has unwittingly become the loathed villainess from a 21st century ancient tale, notorious for ranking first on the reader's hate list. In her present life, Li Yueshu is a highly skilled research expert. In the story, however, the original character is a wicked stepmother who embodies every conceivable form of child abuse throughout history. With each chapter, the comment section is rife with readers' outrage, decrying the existence of such a malevolent individual capable of inflicting such heinous acts upon innocent children. It is one thing to transmigrate into a villainess. Yet, the cruel fate that awaits this villainess is far worse than that of a living corpse. Recalling the various methods of revenge that the four antagonists unleash upon their wicked stepmother as they mature, Li Yueshu shudders, her head throbbing even more. At that moment, a wailing sound suddenly echoes from beneath her feet. Li Yueshu looks down to see two men clad in rough, ancient garments, writhing in pain. Upon her arrival, she had instinctively defended herself against two lecherous men, employing a series of Wing Chun moves that left them weeping and wailing. Realizing which part of the story this corresponds to, Li Yueshu's expression shifts dramatically, and she hastily rushes home. In the dilapidated, drafty old residence, two 5-year-old children huddle together. They are both thin and dark, yet their exquisite features cannot be concealed. They bear a striking resemblance to one another, unmistakably a pair of fraternal twins. The boy frowns deeply and sighs. That woman still hasn't returned. Could she have fled? Fleeing would be for the best, to spare us from her torment upon her return. The girl retorts, gritting her teeth in anger. "Sister, have you forgotten what our brother said?" The boy looks at her disapprovingly. "Without that woman, we would be orphans, and the villagers would surely arrange for us to be adopted. No one would take in 4 children at once. We would certainly be separated." The girl bites her lip in silence. She understands this all too well, which is why, despite her countless urges to rid herself of that woman, she is held back. The boy sighs again. "If it weren't for our younger brother suddenly falling ill, that woman would never have had the chance to slip away." At this, both of their gazes dart to the small boy sleeping on the bed. Though he is 3 years old, he is so emaciated that he resembles a child of merely 1 year. His otherwise unremarkable features appear pale and pitiful due to his illness. The girl looks at her younger brother with a pained expression. "If that woman has fled, it is for the best. If she dares return, I shall chop off her legs, so she can never leave again." Her vehement tone is devoid of jest, as though she were wielding a knife, poised to strike at any moment. Having overheard everything at the door, Li Yueshu feels a wave of despair wash over her. Her chances of redemption seem exceedingly slim. "Who says I have fled?" The sudden voice startles the two children, who immediately become alert, glaring fiercely at the doorway as if they were facing a sworn enemy. Li Yueshu observes the two feral children before her, her heart a tumult of emotions. The original Li Yueshu is the twin sister of the protagonist, Li Xiangru. Yet unlike her sister who has risen to prominence, the original character was sold by her family to this village, becoming the stepmother to 4 children. Naturally, she harbored resentment and directed all her hatred towards the 4 children, ruthlessly transforming them from innocent, adorable beings into the villains of the realm, creating numerous obstacles in her sister's path to ascendancy. As the merciless antagonist, The successful four children have certainly not forgotten their malevolent stepmother's role in their plight. Thus, Li Yueshu finds herself captured and subjected to relentless torment by the now-adult children. The 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty barely scratch the surface of their cruelty. Recalling the harrowing details of their torturous experiences as depicted in the book, Li Yueshu cannot help but shudder. According to the memories of the original character, she has tormented the 4 little villains for over a year. Not only has she imposed grueling tasks upon them, but she has also resorted to physical punishment and verbal abuse, while pilfering their meager earnings to indulge in cosmetics and new garments for herself. Meanwhile, the 4 half-grown children are forced to endure the cold in their summer attire, looking utterly miserable. If she were to flee now, the little villains would undoubtedly seek retribution in their adulthood. Thus, in order to escape the tragic fate that awaits her, there is but one solution: to win over the hearts of the 4 little villains before they reach maturity. Having never experienced love in either of her lifetimes, Li Yueshu resolves to put on a warm smile for the 2 children. You must be hungry, right? Mother will prepare something delicious for you right away. She endeavors to make her smile appear warm and inviting. Yet her bloodied head and disheveled appearance render her more akin to a scheming specter in the eyes of the 2 children. Chapter 2. Discovery of space. Upon witnessing the 2 children with expressions of sheer terror, Li Yueshu's smile froze. Having spent over 20 years immersed in laboratory experiments, she had never interacted with children, leaving her feeling somewhat awkward. Noticing Li Yueshu's somber demeanor, the boy Shen Tingwen's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly responded with a cheerful grin. Stepmother, you must be exhausted after being out all day. I'll prepare a meal for you right away. Seeing the frail and pitiable child display such an ingratiating smile made Li Yueshu, the adult, feel an urge to shudder. Among the 4 children, the second, Shen Tingwen, was the most adept at winning the original owner's favor. Yet, despite his attempts at flattery, he still suffered greatly, deepening his resentment towards the original owner, i.e. in the original story. As Shen Tingwen matured, he became a cunning merchant who amassed wealth, earning the nickname the Smiling Fox behind his back. He did not physically torment the original owner, but instead offered her a glimmer of hope during her most despairing moments, only to subsequently plunge her into an even darker abyss. Such torment was the ultimate form of revenge. Li Yueshu found life to be arduous and yearned for peace. She glanced at the still sleeping youngest child, Shenjiyu, and said, "There's no need, I will cook." With her medical expertise, she could see that Shenjiyu was not in serious trouble. If she forced her way over now, the second and third siblings would likely resist her vehemently. Li Yueshu turned directly to the kitchen, leaving the dragon and phoenix twins in shock. However, upon entering the kitchen, she faced a dilemma. She was aware of the family's poverty, but she had not anticipated it to be this dire. The empty stove, the shattered old bowls, there were no seasonings, not even the most basic salt. In the corner lay a cloth bag containing husks meant for pig feed, which constituted the children's meals. The original owner had hidden a small stash of cornbread, but that supply had long since been consumed. Today she had intended to venture into town to purchase grain, which was why she had been abducted by 2 men. Li Yueshu sighed, suddenly missing the little kitchen her friend had built within her laboratory's partition. The next moment, her surroundings shifted, and she found herself in her most familiar little kitchen. With a thought, she quickly opened the door to the small kitchen, and indeed, she saw her laboratory, which had accompanied her for over a decade. An audacious hypothesis formed in her mind. Theo leave. In the following instant, her figure reappeared in the dilapidated, antiquated kitchen. After several iterations, Li Yueshu confirmed a startling fact. Her destroyed laboratory in the little kitchen had also traversed time and space. Elated, she realized that not only had she survived such a tremendous explosion and escaped the organization's grasp, but she had also fortuitously acquired this space. It was a pity, however, that her friend had not come along. Left behind in the organization, her fate was uncertain. Li Yueshu sighed again, tending to the wound on her head in the laboratory before retrieving some rice from the small kitchen. She could not reveal the existence of this space, so she took only a small amount, even mixing in some husks. As she served the porridge on the table, she noticed the 2 children standing in the corner, heads bowed. Only then did it dawn on her that the original owner never allowed the children to sit at the table. They must wait until she had eaten to have their turn. And sometimes there would be nothing left. Cursing her predecessor's cruelty inwardly, Li Yueshu beckoned, "Come here, it's time to eat." The children remained still, their heads lowering even further. This woman had previously called them over with a gentle tone, but when they approached, they would invariably face her merciless scolding. Li Yueshu recalled the original owner's misdeeds, feeling somewhat speechless. She emphasized her command, "Come here, don't make me ask a third time." The dragon and phoenix twins clenched their fists and, with steely resolve, approached. Shen Tingwen took the initiative to sit beside Li Yueshu, hoping to shield his sister from harm when she began eating. Li Yueshu noticed his intentions, but chose not to address them, handing chopsticks to both children while leaving Shan Jiyu's porridge warming in the pot for when he awoke. The twins dared not speak, feeling that the now gentle and kindly Yueshu was harboring a more sinister plan. Shen Tingwen, lost in thought, suddenly heard his sister Shen Tingyi exclaim in astonishment, "Where did you get this rice?" Shen Tingwen was taken aback, finally noticing that the bowl was no longer filled with clear broth, but rather with tender, white rice. The twins looked up in surprise, only to find Li Yueshu leisurely sipping her porridge. Facing their gaze, she appeared entirely composed, assuring them, "Rest assured, this rice was neither stolen nor taken by force. Its origins are entirely legitimate." The dragon and phoenix twins were naturally skeptical, even suspecting that she intended for them to take the blame should her scheme be uncovered. Yet the outcome was already predetermined. They might as well enjoy a proper meal. The twins silently resolved to eat their porridge. Li Yueshu seemed oblivious to their unease, and the meal proceeded in relative harmony. After dining, the twins took the initiative to clear the table, which Li Yueshu did not refuse. The task of rehabilitating her image as a wicked stepmother would require patience and could not be rushed. Returning to her room, Li Yueshu devised a training regimen for herself. After dealing with those two men earlier, she was acutely aware of how frail this body was. To regain her former prowess, she would need to begin exercising promptly. That night, after completing her training and preparing to return to her room, she paused at the children's door. This house belonged to the Shin family, and aside from the kitchen, there were only 2 rooms. Li Yueshu occupied the main house, while the 3 children resided in a dilapidated wing that leaked rain and wind, with half the wall collapsed. Given the season, the nights were chilly, and the only blanket in the house was in Li Yueshu's room. The children were left with a tattered quilt of unknown origin. Li Yueshu sighed and stepped through the crumbling wall into the wing. The children were already asleep, and she quietly approached the bed, lifting the slumbering Shan Jiyu. After checking him over, she found that he merely had a common cold. He was recovering but still rather weak. Just as she felt relief, a terrified voice pierced the silence. "What are you doing?" Shin Tingyi suddenly sprang from her bed and lunged toward Li Yueshu. Instinctively, Li Yueshu sidestepped, causing Shan Tingyi to miss and nearly fall, only saved by her brother Shan Tingwen, who caught her. Shan Tingyi glared at Li Yueshu with venomous eyes, accusing, "I knew you, wicked woman, had ulterior motives. You pretend to treat us kindly, but you only wish to sell us." Shan Tingwen remained silent, his expression tense, but the hatred in his gaze towards Li Yueshu was unmistakable. Li Yueshu replied, "I merely wanted to invite you to sleep in the main house." She glanced at the collapsed wall. The nights were growing colder, and they were still growing. They could not remain in such a place. However, her words only heightened the twins' wariness. Shen Tingwen forced a smile. "Thank you for your concern, stepmother. We have a quilt." "We are fine," Li Yueshu observed their thin bedding, which was even flimsier than a blanket inside. "You may be fine, but what about Ayu? Do you wish for him to fall ill again?" The twins fell silent. They had barely managed to save enough money for the youngest's medical treatment, and if he fell ill again, this woman would undoubtedly refuse to hire a doctor. Seeing this, Li Yueshu simply cradled Shin Jiyu and turned to leave. "I will take Ayu to the main house. You can decide whether to join us." Naturally, the twins could not allow the youngest to be alone with her and quickly followed. They witnessed Li Yueshu gently placing the youngest on the bed before climbing in herself. The twins hurriedly joined her, protectively wrapping their arms around Shan Jiyu, fearful that Li Yueshu might snatch him away again. Li Yueshu said nothing further, closing her eyes to sleep for the first time in this new world. Her slumber was not peaceful. The unfamiliar environment and the hard, unyielding bed made her long for the comfort of her previous life's mattress. Just as she finally drifted off, she was jolted awake by a series of loud knocks on the door. "Li Yueshu, come out quickly. Shun Laosen is alive. Your husband has returned." Chapter 3. Shinwei has returned. Li Yueshu opened the door, her suppressed morning irritation making her appear somewhat fearsome, causing the woman at the door to instinctively step back. Li Yueshu furrowed her brow. "What is it?" The woman swallowed hard. Shinwei has returned." Before Li Yueshu could recall who Shinwei was, 2 excited voices suddenly erupted from behind her. "Father has come back. Father is alive." Finally, it registered with Li Yueshu that Shinwei was the original owner's nominal husband. But hadn't he died over a year ago? A year prior, Shinwei had gone hunting in the mountains and disappeared. The village chief had led a search for a day and a night. only to find fragments of blood-stained clothing. Everyone assumed he had been devoured by a beast in the mountains. The Shun family, unwilling to care for 4 children, had purchased the original owner and sent the third family away. Married to a dead man just as she came of age, the original owner had been left with 4 burdens, and both her in-laws and family treated her like a pariah, directing all her resentment and fury at the 4 children. Li Yueshu frowned. The main character of the original story was Li Xiangru, and the author had not elaborated much on others, so she was uncertain if there was a plotline involving Xin Wei's miraculous return from the dead. While pondering, Li Yueshu followed the twins and the woman into a throng of people crowding the main road. Before they could get close, a heart-wrenching wail rang out, "My son, where have you been for this past year? Mother has been worried sick." In the crowd, Shun's mother clutched a tall, filthy man, weeping uncontrollably. Beside her, a burly man was also dabbing at his tears. This man was Shan's eldest son, Shun Wang, third brother. "Where have you been this past year? Mother has lost her appetite, worrying about you." "I've lost weight." Li Yueshu glanced at Shin's mother, who was dressed in the finest clothes and had grown plump, and couldn't help but roll her eyes. The dragon and phoenix twins, completely oblivious to their surroundings, rushed to Shen Wei's side, each grabbing one of his hands. Shen Tingwen's eyes glistened with tears. "Father, big brother will be so happy to see you." Shen Tingyi's eyes reddened. "Father, where have you been this past year? We were so worried about you." Shen Wei looked down at the 2 children, tilting his head, but he did not speak or move. Li Yueshu found this scene somewhat peculiar, as if sensing her gaze. Shen Wei lifted his head and looked over, his eyes sparkling with clarity and curiosity in that fleeting moment when their eyes met. Li Yueshu felt a flutter in her heart. At that instant, Shun Wang's wife, Mrs. Yang, suddenly spoke up. "Why isn't your father speaking, little brother?" Her words prompted the crowd to realize the gravity of the situation. Shin's mother ceased her weeping and turned to Lu Laohan, who had brought Shen Wei back with his ox cart. "Lu Laohan, where did you find my third son?" Lu Laohan's expression grew peculiar. "I went to town today to deliver goods and saw a commotion among beggars, where I happened to spot your third son." He sighed as he continued. "He was covered in blood, so I took him to the medical clinic. But the doctor said he had suffered a head injury and had become simple-minded. I spent 2 taels of silver on medicine, but the doctor said only the physicians from the capital might have a chance to cure him." "What? 2 taels of silver?" Shin's mother gasped. "Lu Laohan, are you trying to deceive me just because the Shin family has some wealth?" Lu Laohan's expression darkened as he opened his mouth to respond. But the surrounding crowd erupted. "Could it be that Shin Wei injured his head a year ago on the mountain, which is why he hasn't returned?" "It's possible," someone replied. "The Shin family has indeed fallen on hard times. Shin Wei was the best earner in our village, allowing the old Shin family to build the only house with green tiles, and now he returns as a simpleton. What of it if he has become a simpleton? During the 2 years he was back, he brought in plenty of money for the old Shin family. Surely they can afford to support a simpleton. Who says the Shin family has to support him?" Mrs. Yang interjected loudly upon hearing the discussions around her. "The third branch has been separated. If anyone is to support him, it should be Li Yueshu." At this, everyone turned their gaze towards Li Yueshu in the crowd. Shen Wang immediately chimed in. Yes, it should be Li Yueshu. She is the wife of the third brother. It is her duty to look after him." Shin's mother, her eyes lighting up, quickly said to Shen Wei, "My son, this is your wife that I found for you. She will take care of you and treat you well." The crowd fell silent. Everyone knew Li Yueshu's reputation. She was known for her harshness towards children. How could she be kind to the simple-minded Shen Wei? The dragon and phoenix twins seemed to share this thought, tightening their grip on Shen Wei's hands, resenting their own powerlessness once more. Shen Wei appeared to sense the children's emotions and, along with the crowd, turned his gaze toward Li Yueshu. "Treat him well? Everyone hits him and calls him foolish. Who has ever treated him kindly? Would she?" Li Yueshu remained composed throughout, and facing the gazes of the crowd, she spoke slowly. "I can take Shen Wei back, but I have a condition." Shen's mother's expression shifted. "You are his wife. You should care for him without conditions." Mrs. Yang chimed in. "Sister-in-law, we have already separated. Your brother has a wife and children. How can he still expect family to take care of him? Separated? Ha!" Li Yueshu did not hide her scorn. "You live in a house with green tiles, while I, a woman, am living with 4 children in a dilapidated house that leaks and is cold, barely managing to feed and clothe them. How can I care for Shen Wei?" The division of property was to be handled by the village head, and when the original owner was brought back, Shun's mother had already prepared the paperwork, leaving them with nothing but the old house deed, a tattered quilt, and a few broken bowls. The original owner had once made a scene at the Shin family, but she could not best Shun Wang or verbally contend with Mrs. Yang, especially with Shun's mother, a senior figure, suppressing her every time. Thus, the original owner harbored even more resentment towards the 4 children, seeking to grind them down in every way possible. Upon hearing this, the surrounding people looked at the 3 members of the Shin family with strange expressions. Li Yueshu's words made it clear that the Shin family had indeed behaved unjustly. Previously, they had only thought of Li Yueshu as a bad person, but upon reflection, had the Shin family simply extended a hand. Those 4 children wouldn't have to endure such hardship. Shun's mother's face changed instantly. You little wretch, what are you saying? I bought you back to care for my son and his children. What right do you have to meddle in the affairs of the Shin family? Li Yueshu looked at her with a cold expression. You say I was bought back by you. What about the contract of sale? Shun's mother froze. She was illiterate and had painfully spent a tale of silver to bring this woman back, only wanting to quickly rid herself of the 4 burdens. How could she care about a contract? Li Yueshu had long anticipated this and looked at Shun's mother with derision. Without a contract of sale, I am a free citizen. If I were to report you to the county office for human trafficking, do you think the authorities would not arrest you? You dare, Mrs. Yang instinctively shouted. Her son was still in the academy in town. They could not afford to cause a scandal. Li Yueshu knew this very well, which emboldened her to speak thus. Indeed, Mrs. Yang softened her tone but wore an unpleasant expression. What do you want? Li Yueshu's lips curled slightly. It's simple. Either you return what is due to the 3rd branch, or you take Shinwei back to the Shin family to care for him and repay the medical expenses that Lu Laohan advanced, or we meet in court. Chapter 4. Wife, you are truly beautiful. Shun's mother was so furious her face turned green. You little. Mrs. Yang quickly restrained her. Mother, don't be impulsive. Think of your grandson. Shun's mother swallowed her words. Mrs. Yang then turned to Li Yueshu, forcing a smile. Sister-in-law makes a valid point. We indeed did give your brother less during the division of property. We will rectify this right away. With that, she hurriedly pulled Shun's mother and Shan Wang away. Li Yueshu did not stop them but turned to Lu Laohan. Uncle Lu, thank you for bringing Shinwei back. May I repay you for the medical expenses in a few days? Lu Laohan waved his hands repeatedly. I never intended to take that 2 taels of silver. Shinwei has helped many people in our village. I willingly spent this silver. Hearing this, Li Yueshu looked at Shinwei, who wore an innocent and bewildered expression, his gaze never leaving her. She was surprised to learn that he had such a good reputation in the village. Sensing her gaze, Shinwei smiled even brighter. Nearby, a man could not help but poke him. You are quite lucky. Not only did you escape death, but you also gained such a beautiful wife for free. Shinwei looked at him in confusion, as if thinking of something, and nodded with a grin. Yes, beautiful. Li Yueshu did not engage further with Lu Laohan. She knew she must repay the money. Otherwise, it would be even harder to repay the debt of gratitude. She changed the subject. Uncle Lu, I would like to ask for your help. There's nothing for Shinwei to wear. I'd like to borrow a set of clothes and ask you to help him take a bath. Lu Laohan readily agreed. On the way back, Shin Tingwen and Shan Tingjing flanked Shinwei, remaining silent the entire time. Shin Tingwen looked at the figure ahead with a complex expression. Was this woman truly changed for the better, or did she harbor other schemes? Shin Tingwen, pondering something, took Shin Tingjing and ran out after returning Shinwei home. Li Yueshu paid them no mind. Once Lu Laohan had finished bathing Shinwei, she took out some rice from her space and handed it to him. Seeing the pristine white rice, Lu Laohan quickly refused. No, it was just a small favor. How could I accept such a precious gift? If you truly want to thank me, then treat the children well and live a good life. Li Yueshu replied, unable to mention that she had plenty of rice herself, merely agreeing to his words. As soon as she sent him off, she turned to see Shinwei gazing at her with eagerness. Having bathed, he looked much cleaner, his skin slightly tanned, but his eyes were exceptionally beautiful. As Li Yueshu was admiring him, Shinwei suddenly broke into a radiant smile and shouted, Wife? Li Yueshu was taken aback and nearly stumbled. Why you called me what? Shinwei dashed over and hugged her tightly, exclaiming, Uncle Lu said you are my wife, that you will sleep with me and bear children, and be with me for a lifetime. As he spoke, he rubbed his head against her and added, Wife, you are truly beautiful. Li Yueshu clenched her fists. Let go. Her voice, laced with anger, made Shinwei jump back immediately, looking at her with a pitiful expression, as if he were about to cry. Meeting his gaze, the anger that had surged within Li Yueshu inexplicably dissipated, leaving her momentarily speechless. At that moment, the cheerful laughter of the dragon and phoenix twins rang out from outside. Li Yueshu turned to see Shan Tingwen joyfully carrying a quilt, nearly obscuring his view of the path. Shun Tingjing was shouldering a cloth bag, cradling several bowls filled with spices, her face also beaming. Li Yueshu was taken aback and instinctively reached out to help, but the twins immediately recoiled in caution. Li Yueshu withdrew her hand and turned to Shenwei, "Come help and bring these inside." Shenwei obediently rushed over, lifting the quilt and the bag, even taking the bowls from Shun Tingjing's arms, and happily scampered back into the house. Only then did Li Yueshu turn to the two children. "Where did these things come from? Surely the potential for villainy does not manifest this early?" Shun Tingjing clenched her fists, ignoring her, clearly suspecting that Li Yueshu would hoard the items. Shun Tingjing also wore an unpleased expression, but he quickly replaced it with a flattering smile. "Stepmother is truly impressive. These are all gifts from the Shin family that they promised you." Li Yueshu raised an eyebrow, naturally disbelieving that the Shin family would be so kind-hearted. Not to mention the white flower in the bag, even the quilt was likely something they were loath to part with. Remembering Shan Tingjing's cunning smile before leaving, Li Yueshu suddenly understood. As the future cunning fox. Shan Tingjing's intelligence surely exceeded that of an ordinary 5-year-old. Li Yueshu walked over, slowly raising her hand. Shun Tingjing instinctively closed his eyes, bracing himself for the impending slap. Instead of the familiar strike, he felt a gentle caress on his head. Opening his eyes in surprise, he met Li Yueshu's warm smile. "Ah-one, you are truly remarkable." Her gaze was clear and deep, evoking a sense of seeing his mother, leaving him momentarily dazed. Shan Tingjing hastily turned his head away, his cold tone betraying the moisture in his eyes. "Don't touch me." Li Yueshu, with a glimmer of amusement in her gaze, turned to see Shenwei just emerging from the house. "Watch the children, I'll be stepping out for a bit." "Where are you going?" Shan Tingjing instinctively asked, his tone laced with tension. Li Yueshu turned back, patiently explaining, "There's nothing to eat at home. I'm going up the mountain to take a look." "You want to go hunting?" Shan Tingjing exclaimed, her face a picture of shock. "The hunters in the village don't dare to venture up the mountain alone. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Li Yueshu chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. "I'll only be observing the outskirts. Don't worry." Shan Tingjing immediately recoiled, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Who's worried about you? I'm just afraid you're looking for an excuse to run away." At this moment, Shan Tingjing suddenly looked up. "I'll go with you." Li Yueshu recognized her stubbornness, but chose not to confront it, simply saying, "Eu has woken up. You need to stay home to take care of him." "Then I'll accompany you," Shan Tingjing interjected unexpectedly. Before Li Yueshu could refuse, Shenwei rushed over, eager to join in. "I want to go with my wife too." Li Yueshu. The term wife left the dragon and phoenix twins nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief. It seemed their father had truly lost his senses. Otherwise, how could he use such a foolish expression to refer to someone as his wife? Li Yueshu, oblivious to the twins in her thoughts, felt a headache coming on as she looked at Shenwei, who was gazing at her with wide eyes. It appeared that Shenwei's mental maturity was even less than that of the twins. She felt as if she was responsible for raising 5 children. Rubbing her temples, she resolved to take Shenwei to the laboratory for an examination, hoping to remedy his condition. Ultimately, Li Yueshu set off for the mountain with Shan Tingjing while Shenwei sat at the doorway, watching her departing figure with reluctant eyes. Though he was of considerable stature, he curled up pitifully, creating an oddly jarring visual impact. Seeing this scene, Shan Tingjing couldn't help but facepalm. "Father, when you regain your senses and reflect on this moment, you wish you could strangle yourself." Shenwei looked at her in confusion, not understanding her words, before turning back to stare longingly at Li Yueshu's retreating silhouette. People often ventured up the mountain, and the paths were well-trodden. Despite her frail physique, Li Yueshu found the short trek manageable. However, Shan Tingjing was still young. No matter how resilient he was, the journey would be taxing. Standing above him, Li Yueshu extended her hand. Shan Tingjing hesitated, staring at her delicate, fair hand, then turned his face away. "I can manage on my own." Without further ado, Li Yueshu bent down and grasped his hand. Shan Tingjing was taken aback, instinctively attempting to pull away. "Don't move," Li Yueshu suddenly said. "Do you hear any sounds?" Chapter 5. She raises them unconsciously. Shan Tingjing froze, straining to listen as strange noises reached his ears. Li Yueshu pulled him along, cautiously parting the grass where the sound originated, revealing a nest of wild chickens. Shan Tingjing's eyes lit up, instinctively moving forward, only to be halted by Li Yueshu. She gestured for silence, picking up a few stones. With a whoosh, the stones flew through the air, knocking the 2 largest wild chickens unconscious, leaving behind a few newly hatched chicks and several eggs. Li Yueshu swiftly tore some grass from the side and ran over to bind the legs of the 2 wild chickens. Turning to the bewildered Shan Tingjing, she said, What are you dawdling for? Come here and take off your outer shirt. Shen Tingwen complied without thinking, and only after seeing her toss her own meager garment onto the ground to wrap up the entire nest did he realize. He frowned at the woman before him. That move was far from what one would expect from her. Li Yueshu seemed completely oblivious to his gaze, handing over the wrapped eggs while holding the two unconscious wild chickens in one hand and cradling the newly hatched chicks in the other. Cheerfully making her way back at that moment, villagers were heading out to work, and they all caught sight of the two returning laden with their catch. What a haul from the Shen family! Where did you find such a treasure? We were just lucky. We intended to forage for wild vegetables on the mountain, but a wind slipped and tumbled down the slope, conveniently stunning two wild chickens. And we stumbled upon this nest of goodies. Look, Owen's clothes are all dirty. He'll have to borrow his older brother's when we get back. Li Yueshu deftly deflected the inquiries. Striding home with her bounty amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers, Shen Tingwen clumsily cradled the eggs, his expression complex as he watched her. Among the crowd, Yang Shi observed the two, a gleam of interest flickering in her eyes. Wife. Just as they reached the doorstep, Shen Wei opened his arms and lunged forward, beaming with joy while Li Yueshu tossed the unconscious wild chickens into his embrace. Kill them. We'll make soup for lunch. Shen Wei stood there, dazed, clutching the chickens, his bewildered eyes almost breaking the rules of cuteness. However, Li Yueshu was not paying attention to him, her focus on the individuals behind him. Shen Tingyi was breathlessly pulling along the just-turned 3-year-old Shen Jiyu. Among the four little ones, Shen Jiyu bore the closest resemblance to Shen Wei. His plain features, though somewhat endearing, paled in comparison to the other three children. Shen Jiyu held the most fear of the original owner. As a 3-year-old child understood little, only knowing that this woman frequently scolded him, instilling fear within him. For instance, right now, he was cowering behind his third sister, terrified at having been looked at by Li Yueshu for even a moment longer. Shen Tingyi immediately shielded her younger brother, her expression wary. Li Yueshu naturally noted their reactions. While feeling helpless, she also conceived a new plan. To win over these 4 future antagonists, perhaps she could start with the youngest. Shen Jiyu. In the original story, Shen Jiyu eventually became an undefeated general, known for his ruthless conquests. Yet now, he was merely a 3-year-old child, his thoughts not yet formed, making him the ideal candidate for guidance. With this thought in mind, Li Yueshu selected the most appealing chick from the brood. Does Ahiyu like this one? She smiled warmly, but Shen Jiyu shrank back in fear, though his eyes were drawn to the little chick in her hands. Seeing this, Li Yueshu took a couple of steps forward, disregarding the siblings' cautious retreat, and crouched down. If Ahiyu likes it, mother will give it to you. Shen Jiyu's eyes brightened. Really? The soft, timid voice melted Li Yueshu's heart as she extended her hand further. Of course it's true. The chick seemed to sense the significance of this moment, flapping its wings and chirping at Shen Jiyu. Shen Jiyu, more enchanted than ever, disregarded Shen Tingyi's objections and carefully accepted the chick. He looked up at Li Yueshu with uncertainty. Thank you, stepmother. The sweet, innocent voice caused Li Yueshu's heart to soften further. She instinctively raised her hand. Noticing her movement, Shen Tingyi quickly snatched up her younger brother, and Shen Jiyu reflexively closed his eyes. Expecting a slap, he instead felt a gentle caress atop his head. Opening his eyes in confusion, he was met with the sight of his usually fierce and vicious stepmother smiling warmly as she affectionately stroked his head. Ahiyu is such a polite child. Such a lovely and sensible child. With proper guidance, she would surely avoid sending him to the army as a camp follower in the future. Under the astonished gazes of the 3 children, Li Yueshu consciously tempered her enthusiasm. Let us go. Mother will prepare something delicious for you. She stepped ahead, and Shen Wei promptly trotted after her, leaving the 3 children staring at one another in wide-eyed surprise. As if still processing the moment, though Shen Wei possessed the intellect of a child, he was quite capable. After a brief explanation of the chicken slaughtering process from Li Yueshu, he was able to handle it with ease. Watching his deft movements with the knife, Li Yueshu's expression grew contemplative. The original owner had been brought back from afar by Shen's mother and knew little about Shen Wei, only that he had been sent away since childhood due to an unfavorable birth date. 3 years ago, Shen Wei suddenly returned with 4 children of unknown parentage, and a year ago, he had gone hunting in the mountains, with his fate remaining uncertain. The original owner was completely unaware of the events from 3 years prior. But observing Shen Wei's skillful handling of the knife, it was evident that he had some experience. Just as Li Yueshu was deep in thought, Shen Wei suddenly lifted his head. He held up the processed chicken, a hopeful expression on his face, Seeking praise, Li Yueshu was momentarily taken aback, then shook off her jumbled thoughts. What does it matter? He's just a little fool for now, and the 4 little ones have feelings for him. I'll take care of him. Li Yueshu accepted the chicken, took out the seasonings she had acquired from the Shin family, and prepared a dish of braised chicken and a bowl of egg drop soup. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, drawing the attention of several nearby families enjoying their lunch. The delicious scent of meat filled the air. The villagers could only grumble as they gnawed on their bland corn cakes. Unaware of this, Li Yueshu emerged from the kitchen holding the braised chicken. Just outside, she spotted 4 figures squatting at the doorway, their eyes fixed longingly on the bowl in her hands. A smile crept onto Li Yueshu's lips. I have another bowl of soup. Who will help me bring it out? I will. Shinwei immediately jumped up, excitedly running back into the kitchen. Shun Tingwen and Shun Tingyi snapped back to reality, embarrassedly averting their gazes it was and tea as if they had never tasted delicacies before. How could they lack such restraint? Shin Jiyu, oblivious to his siblings' thoughts, continued to gaze at the bowl of braised chicken. Li Yueshu noticed the reactions of the 3 children but chose not to address it, washing her hands and retrieving bowls to prepare for dinner. Before long, the family gathered around a low table. Shun Tingwen stared at the bowl of white rice, astonishment flickering in his eyes. He was aware that this woman had been hoarding food, but the amount of rice they had consumed over the past 2 days was enough to last her 5 days. How could she be so generous? Li Yueshu was oblivious to Shan Tingwen's expression as she prepared to eat when suddenly, a loud, affected voice called out from the doorway, "Oh, you've started eating already." Chapter 6. Li Yueshu took action as Mother Shun strode in with an air of arrogance, her demeanor suggesting that her nostrils were nearly pointing toward the heavens. Following closely behind her was Yang. Wearing a smile that betrayed her ill intentions, Shen Tingwen's expression shifted as he approached. "Grandmother, what brings you here? How can you speak like this?" Mother Shen disdainfully pushed him aside. "My son has returned. Is it not reasonable for me to come and see him?" Shen Tingwen stumbled slightly from the push, but fortunately, Shun Tingyi reacted quickly and steadied him. The expressions of the dragon and phoenix twins were not particularly pleasant. Mother Shun, however, remained oblivious, her gaze fixated on the vibrant red chicken on the table, her eyes almost glued to it. "Just in time. I haven't eaten either. Let us dine together with that." She unceremoniously took Shan Tingwen's seat. Yang approached with a beaming smile. "Tingyi, as a young lady, you need not join us at the table. Let your aunt sit down." Shun Tingyi clenched her small fists, extremely reluctant, yet she knew she could not refuse. Just as she was about to rise, a hand suddenly reached out and held her down. Li Yueshu gently patted Shun Tingyi's back, raising her chin coolly. "There is no extra space at home. Let your sister-in-law stand." Then, she cast a glance at Mother Shin. "This is for the Liu family. I fear you might not be able to partake." "What?" Mother Shin exploded immediately. "Li Yueshu, are you foolish? Such a fine dish. Why should it be given to the Liu family?" Li Yueshu's expression remained indifferent, simply because they have not rushed me to return the 2 taels of medical fee. The moment this was said, Mother Shun's expression froze. Li Yueshu smirked slightly. "How about you repay me the 2 taels of medical fee, and this pot of braised chicken will be yours. Do you exchange a pot of chicken for my 2 taels of silver?" "You must be dreaming." Mother Shin leaped up, distancing herself from the table. Yang's expression also soured, her gaze suddenly shifting to a spot not far away. Although the old house occupied a vast area, much of it had crumbled. Li Yueshu had set up a chicken coop in the kitchen corner to house the remaining chicken and its chicks. Yang's eyes lit up as she observed the lively chickens and quickly tugged at Mother Shun's sleeve. The angered Mother Shin immediately grasped her implication, her expression shifting to one of delight. "Sanner, your mother has not been well lately. The doctor advised me to eat something nourishing. Let me have this chicken. Will you? You have not had the chance to fulfill your filial duties over the years. Consider this a compensation." As she spoke, Mother Shun rolled up her sleeves and headed for the chicken coop. The faces of those at the dinner table turned, their expressions shifting in disbelief at her shamelessness. Even Shun Wei, despite his ignorance, furrowed his brow in displeasure. For a fleeting moment, a glimmer of cold ferocity flashed in his eyes. Yet no one noticed. Li Yueshu's aura grew increasingly frigid, and before she could unleash her fury, a figure suddenly lunged at Mother Shin. "Do not touch my chick." Shin Jiyu, like a firecracker, moved so swiftly that Li Yueshu barely registered it. "Ouch!" Mother Shin cried out in pain as she collided with the wall. Fuming, she glared at Shin Jiyu and shoved him back. "You little rascal, have you lost your mind?" Shin Jiyu, merely 3 years old, stumbled several paces back from the shove and fell to the ground. With a pitiful cry emanating from beneath him, the little chick flapped its wings a couple of times before falling lifeless. Shin Tingyi rushed over, scooping Shin Jiyu in her arms, anxiously assessing him. "Fourth brother, are you all right? Does anything hurt?" Shin Jiyu, gazing at the lifeless chick, felt tears welling up in his eyes. "Sister, the chick isn't moving anymore." Relieved that he was unharmed, Shin Tingyi sighed, only to be met with Mother Shun's piercing accusations. "You ungrateful wretch! How dare you lay a hand on me? You are truly asking for trouble." Shin Tingwen's eyes darkened, about to speak when a voice interjected. "If your mouth is foul, go back and rinse it well. Do not come here spewing filth." Everyone instinctively turned to see Li Yueshu wielding a firewood stick, her demeanor as frigid as the winter's chill. Mother Shan appeared momentarily dazed, believing she was hearing things. Li Yueshu coldly lifted her gaze, put down the chicken and apologized to Ayu. "What?" Mother Shan's expression changed. "You want me to apologize to this illegitimate child?" "You." Before she could finish, Li Yueshu swung the stick toward her. "If you do not apologize today, I shall strike until you do with that." Her fist landed upon Mother Shun. "Ah, Li Yueshu, you wretched woman!" Mother Shun cried out, unable to form a coherent sentence as she was struck. Yang, utterly frightened, cowered in the corner, attempting to diminish her presence. Yet, as she watched Mother Shun's anguished cries, a flicker of excitement danced in her eyes. This old hag finally got what she deserved. "Stop! I apologize. I apologize." Mother Shin, not one to endure a beating, quickly began to plead for mercy. Li Yueshu finally ceased her assault as Mother Shun's face contorted in pain. Unsure of where to clutch, "I was wrong. I was wrong." Li Yueshu planted the firewood stick firmly on the ground. "The one you should apologize to is not me." Mother Shun's heart raced, and she hurriedly turned to Shin Jiyu. "I was wrong. I'm sorry." She was indeed capable of bending, yet the malice in her eyes remained unmasked. Li Yueshu paid no heed to her resentment, discarding the firewood stick. Seeing this, Yang rushed to assist Mother Shin, who limped away. Shinwei immediately approached Li Yueshu, concern etched on his face. "Wife, are you hurt?" Mother Shin, just reaching the door, stumbled and nearly fell. That heartless calamity. It was she who had been struck. Li Yueshu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. Shin Tingwen frowned, hesitantly speaking. "You shouldn't have acted so impulsively." Regardless of the reason, striking an elder is enough to draw scorn. Li Yueshu raised an eyebrow. "Are you showing concern for me?" Shin Tingwen awkwardly turned away, silent, but his ears betrayed him, turning a shade of crimson. Just as Li Yueshu was about to laugh, Mother Shun's wailing echoed. "This is outrageous. Someone come and see. The wicked daughter-in-law has struck her mother-in-law." "Li Yueshu, you heartless beast, you venomous woman." The unbearable sounds echoed, and the expressions of those in the room shifted, casting complex glances at Li Yueshu. Yet, she remained unperturbed. "Do not worry, I have a plan." Saying this, she scooped some water from the vat and sprinkled it on Shin Jiyu's collar and face. Having already shed a few tears over the deceased chick, his lashes were still damp, giving him the appearance of having just wept. Next, Li Yueshu ruffled her hair and clothing, shielding her face with her sleeves, and took some chili powder from her space to rub in her eyes. In the next moment, she presented the guise of an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. Shin Wei and the twins stared in astonishment at her actions, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Yueshu, however, remained oblivious to their expressions, tears streaming down her face, making her eyes nearly impossible to open. "Oh no, I overdid it." By the time she regained her composure, Mother Shen and Yang entered with a group of villagers eager to witness the commotion. Chapter 7. What a pity for a fine dish. The crowd stormed in with ferocity, only to behold Li Yueshu cradling 3-year-old Shin Jiyu, weeping inconsolably. "Dear villagers, you have arrived just in time. Please help me seek justice. My mother-in-law is attempting to drive us from the third household." Before Mother Shun could utter a word, Li Yueshu began her lament. "As a woman, I toil to raise 4 children, alongside a clueless Shin Wei. Not only does my in-laws provide no support, but they also come here to take advantage of me, even laying hands on my youngest." Li Yueshu's face was a portrait of indignation, her tears flowing freely, evoking sympathy from those around her. "You are spouting nonsense," Yang interjected. "My mother and I came to visit your uncle. Yet you, without discerning right from wrong, dare to strike your mother-in-law." Immediately, Mother Shen joined in the theatrics, wailing, "Oh, my aching bones! This old body is being beaten to death." Witnessing this scene, the crowd's gaze turned accusatory towards Li Yueshu. "Third Madame Shun, You are in the wrong. How could you strike your mother-in-law? This third Madame Shun was never known for her virtuous nature. Having previously struck children, such behavior was unsurprising. Such a person should be expelled from the village. Bringing us shame. Faced with the villagers' reproach, Li Yueshu wore an expression of grievance. I did not. Mother said I struck you. But where is the injury? Naturally, the injuries are on me. Mother Shin retorted immediately. If you do not believe me, I can prove it. Those blows landed squarely on her, leaving her in agony, requiring her eldest daughter-in-law's assistance to walk. She was certain her body bore numerous bruises. Thus, the men were ushered outside while a few women remained to assess the injuries. Including Aunt Lu from the Lu family, Li Yueshu stepped outside, still wiping her tears, her demeanor so pitiful that even those who wished to blame her felt hesitant. The dragon and phoenix twins anxiously awaited the closed door. Having witnessed the incident firsthand, knowing the force Li Yueshu had employed. Yet, the woman herself was entirely unconcerned. Her understanding of the human body extended far beyond mere prescriptions and needles. The few strikes she had landed on Mother Shen, though appearing forceful, were deliberately aimed at acupressure points, leaving no marks on the skin's surface. Indeed, when the door finally swung open, the expressions on Mother Shun and Yang were beyond mere discomfort. The villagers outside, puzzled, inquired, what happened? Did Li Yueshu truly strike her mother-in-law? Aunt Lu quickly replied, strike? Not at all. That old Shin woman doesn't even have a mosquito bite on her. Just moments ago, she was trying to bribe us to support her in extorting Li Yueshu. Li Yueshu had never anticipated such a turn of events. Suppressing the corners of her mouth, she lifted her tear-swollen eyes and said, Mother-in-law, I understand that you desire chicken, but that was the reward I prepared for Lu Shu in gratitude for saving Shin Wei. Furthermore, that chicken is the sole source of sustenance for our family of 5. I truly cannot part with it. Yet, I never imagined you would resort to such measures to retaliate against me. Are you attempting to drive us to despair? The manipulative tactics of a White Lotus are universally effective. Just moments ago, the villagers who had blamed Li Yueshu now found themselves filled with guilt, shifting their ire towards Shen's mother. You wretched woman, how dare you deceive me? Shen's mother's face flushed with rage as she charged towards Li Yueshu without a second thought, disregarding her own pain. A glint of coldness flashed in Li Yueshu's eyes. Just as she was about to react, a figure suddenly interposed itself before her. Shen Wei seized Shen's mother's raised hand, his ordinary, dark visage emanating an oppressive force that rendered the air thick. Oh, not strike my wife. At that moment, his aura was akin to a sword poised for unsheathing, causing an involuntary shiver in others. Upon meeting his youthful yet unfathomable gaze, Shen's mother felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over her. How could this calamity now appear so fearsome? The first to recover was Yang, who hurriedly stepped forward to pull Shen's mother back. Mother, didn't you say there were matters to attend to at home? We should return at once. The mother-in-law duo fled in disgrace, leaving the onlookers murmuring with a mix of sympathy and apology towards Li Yueshu. In response, Li Yueshu graciously expressed her understanding and served the prepared braised chicken to the elderly couple. Lu and his wife in the presence of so many witnesses, she could not feign otherwise. However, the couple declined her offer. After several rounds of polite refusal, they ended up staying for a meal. After dining, Li Yueshu presented the live chicken to them. This cannot be. We have already eaten. The couple quickly rejected the gesture. That was merely a pretense to placate my mother-in-law. This chicken was always meant for you. Li Yueshu smiled and added, Lu Shu saved Shin Wei, and Lu Ani spoke up for me just now. I must express my gratitude. Seeing that they were still hesitant, she hurriedly continued, I will need your assistance in the future, and if you remain so polite, how will I ever have the heart to ask for your help again? Upon hearing this, the couple found it difficult to refuse any longer. We live nearby. Feel free to call on us anytime. After bidding farewell to them, Li Yueshu returned to the kitchen and indeed spotted the small figure squatting by the chicken coop. She had noticed that Shen Jiu's spirits were low during the meal. Even in the face of the delectable braised chicken, his eyes frequently darted toward the coop. Approaching him, she embraced him, saying, Ayu, let us bury the little chick together. Shen Jiu blinked at her and softly responded with a low leaning closer to her. Evidently, in less than 2 days, he had already forgotten the wrongs his stepmother had committed against him. Li Yueshu held him with one arm while using the other to pick up the now rigid little chick, digging a hole behind the old residence. As Shen Jiu filled the hole with soil. He pouted, on the verge of tears. Observing this scene, Li Yueshu felt her heart soften. Who would have thought that this little one, so distressed over a pet chicken he had barely kept for a day, would one day become a formidable general capable of great violence? Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she gently spoke, "Ew, seeing your kindness brings me great joy." This was a prime opportunity for education. Shinjiyu turned to gaze at her. His face full of confusion, Li Yueshu longed to pinch his cheeks but refrained, her hands covered in dirt. "Ew, we must hold a reverence for life and not harm any innocent being, for instance. The little chick was also a life, and your grandmother's actions were wicked." Shunjiyu seemed to grasp part of her meaning, turning to look at the buried chick, his innocent eyes fixed on Li Yueshu. "But we ate chicken for lunch, Li Yueshu." "A misstep. Cough cough. Well, every life has its own significance. Just remember what I said." Quickly diverting the topic, she added, "Now, let us perform a blessing for the little chick." With that, she clasped her hands and recited Amidst 3 times. Although Shinjiyu was puzzled, he obediently mimicked her. Li Yueshu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at the small mound of earth before her and couldn't help but click her tongue. What a pity it was. Had she kept it a few more days, it would have made for a splendid dish. Chapter 8. Those without virtue should not practice medicine due to the loss of his beloved pet. Shinjiyu's mood had noticeably soured. Li Yueshu decided to cradle him in her arms, soothing him into an afternoon nap. The gentle lullaby echoed through the dilapidated old house, imbued with an indescribable beauty. Shen Tingwen and Shan Tingyi exchanged complex glances, their expressions filled with incredulity as they observed the tender scene before them. Could this truly be the same malicious woman who had once lashed out at them without mercy? Shunwei sat between the twins, his head tilted as he gazed at Li Yueshu. His eyes sparkling, a breeze swept through, causing a few strands of hair to escape and brush against Li Yueshu's face, rendering her reminiscent of a celestial being. She brushed aside her hair, looking down at the now slumbering Shunjiyu, her eyes alight with joy. Gently, she laid Shunjiyu on the bed, picked up the tattered backpack and sickle from the corner, and prepared to head up the mountain. Besides providing sustenance for her family, she also needed to find a way to earn a dowry for her eldest son, Shinamin, and repair their home. During her earlier visit to the mountain, she had noticed an abundance of herbs growing well, clearly overlooked by the villagers, thus presenting a boon for her. "Where are you headed?" Shinwei suddenly stood up, his expression one of eager anticipation as he approached Li Yueshu, a tall, sturdy man. Yet he wore a pitiful look. Seeing his intent to follow her, Li Yueshu said, "I am going to the mountain to take a look. You should stay home and watch the children. Do not wander off." Shinwei pouted, clearly reluctant. Shin Tingwen stood up. "I'll go with you." Li Yueshu raised an eyebrow. Previously, Shin Tingwen had accompanied her out of concern that she might abandon them, leaving them without guardians and at risk of separation. Now that Shinwei had returned, they should no longer need her. Li Yueshu felt a swell of gratitude, but she did not permit Shin Tingwen to accompany her. Instead, she turned her gaze to the youngest, Shun Tingyi, i.e., "Come with me up the mountain." Shun Tingyi frowned, somewhat unwilling. Yet, upon meeting Li Yueshu's gaze, her instinctive refusal faltered. Thus, Shun Tingyi followed Li Yueshu up the mountain. As expected, the mountain was indeed teeming with various herbs, albeit mostly common ones that would yield little profit for the toil involved. Fortunately, Li Yueshu had no intention of making a living from them. "This one only requires the root, the rest can be discarded. This entire plant is medicinal. I'll take it all. This one only needs the stem." Observing Li Yueshu's adeptness, Shun Tingyi's curiosity deepened. Finally, unable to contain her inquisitiveness, she asked, "When did you learn all this?" As Li Yueshu processed the herbs, she instinctively responded, "Would you like to learn?" Shin Tingyi paused, asking, "I want to learn. Will you teach me?" Li Yueshu halted her work and turned to face her. "Studying medicine is an exceedingly tedious endeavor that demands substantial time and effort. Do you believe you can manage it?" Although they had only been together for less than 2 days, Li Yueshu could discern Shan Tingyi's impatient nature, which was ill-suited for the study of medicine. Shun Tingyi pursed her lips, retorting, "How will you know unless you try?" Li Yueshu fell silent. She was reluctant for her to delve into medicine, given that the line between healing and poison often blurred. In the original story, Shun Tingyi had transformed into a poison doctor. However, if she genuinely had an interest, perhaps she could guide her in a more positive direction. Contemplating this, Li Yueshu inquired, "Why do you wish to study medicine?" Shun Tingyi's eyes flickered with thought. "Studying medicine can be profitable, and if Au falls ill in the future, I and Ergu won't be left in a state of panic and helplessness." Li Yueshu detected the undercurrent of resentment in her tone, her heart aching. The children's hard-earned money was often snatched away by the original owner. It was no wonder she felt bitter. With this in mind, Li Yueshu asked, "If someone offered you money to use your medical skills to harm others, Would you agree? Shintingyi did not respond, but her hands trembled at her sides. Her gaze filled with uncertainty. Seeing this, Li Yueshu breathed a sigh of relief. For now, there was still hope. With this thought, she spoke up. Those without virtue should not practice medicine. You may use your skills to protect yourself in extreme circumstances, but you must never harm others for profit. Shintingyi stared at her, seemingly taken aback by her words. Li Yueshu smiled gently. If you truly wish to learn, I can teach you. However, I hope you will always remember what I just said. Shintingyi hesitated for a moment before nodding. Satisfied, Li Yueshu did not hold back, continuing to gather herbs while explaining their properties and characteristics. Shintingyi listened intently, her bright eyes reflecting genuine interest. As Li Yueshu was explaining a particular herb, she suddenly heard a rustling noise emanating from the thicket in front of her. Shintingyi had yet to react when a shadow suddenly lunged from the bushes, revealing a massive wild boar's head. Shintingyi's eyes widened in terror, frozen in place. In that critical moment, Li Yueshu instinctively tackled her to the ground, rolling away just in time. The wild boar's tusks grazed Li Yueshu's shoulder, nearly slicing her arm open. Clutching Shintingyi tightly, they rolled on the ground several times, rocks tearing at their skin. Once they regained their footing, Li Yueshu quickly checked on the girl in her arms. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? Shintingyi felt somewhat bewildered, her gaze fixating on the deep crimson stain on her shoulder, her face a picture of astonishment. You? She gasped, as the wild boar let out a fearsome roar and abruptly changed direction. Li Yueshu hastily shoved Shintingyi aside, urging her to call for help. No sooner had she spoken than she seized a broken sickle and charged at the wild boar, diverting its attention entirely onto herself. Shintingyi looked on with a complex expression as Li Yueshu's figure faded from view. After a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth and swiftly ran away. Li Yueshu dodged the wild boar's charge, managing to grasp its tusks and mount its back. She summoned all her strength to strike down with the sickle, only to hear a sharp crack as it merely nicked the boar's skin, leaving behind only a faint mark. Agitated, the wild boar became increasingly ferocious, and with Li Yueshu still unaccustomed to this body, she was violently thrown off. With a thud, she crashed against a tree. Just as the enraged boar prepared to charge again, a cold, glinting pistol appeared in Li Yueshu's hand. With a muffled pop, a bloody hole appeared on the boar's head. Due to its momentum, the boar slid forward for quite a distance before coming to a halt right in front of Li Yueshu. Now lifeless. Finally, she exhaled in relief. This pistol had been issued to her by the Organization for Self-Defense, but having spent her days holed up in the laboratory, all 7 bullets had remained untouched. Gathering dust in that critical moment, she had suddenly recalled its existence, never expecting it to accompany her into this world. Li Yueshu stowed the pistol away and retrieved medical-grade hydrogen peroxide from the laboratory, pouring it over the wound on her shoulder. The intense pain made her instinctively furrow her brow, yet she remained silent. Fearing detection, she refrained from bandaging the wound, opting instead for a simple spray of medicine. She extracted the bullet from the wild boar's head, using the broken sickle to create several incisions on its body to conceal the bullet wound. After completing these tasks, Li Yueshu collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, cold sweat streaming down her forehead. This body was truly in a deplorable state. At that moment, she suddenly heard a flurry of hurried, disordered footsteps. Wife, wife. Shinwei's anxious and loud voice echoed even before his figure came into view. Following the sound, Li Yueshu saw Shinwei rush to her side in the blink of an eye, his expression tense. So much blood. Wife, where are you hurt? Li Yueshu still struggled to adapt to his calling her wife, diverting her gaze. Are you alone? Shinwei earnestly nodded, his face serious. I said you were in danger, so I came. Li Yueshu looked at him in surprise, but before she could respond, Shan Tingwen and Shintingyi came running from a distance. Both were drenched in sweat, clearly having failed to keep pace with Shinwei, their faces etched with anxiety and concern. Upon seeing the motionless wild boar on the ground, they stared at Shinwei in astonishment. Father, did you kill this? Shinwei appeared bewildered. Of course, if I hadn't arrived in time, I would have ended up as this wild boar's dinner. Li Yueshu quickly interjected, extending her bloodied hand to pat Shinwei's shoulder. Well done. I'll make you something delicious tonight. Upon hearing her praise, Shinwei's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously, momentarily forgetting his confusion. The dragon and phoenix twins beamed with delight, realizing that although their father had lost his wits, his skills remained intact, which was truly wonderful. Noticing the excitement on their faces, Li Yueshu thought little of it. She struggled to rise with Shinwei's support, careful not to exert her injured arm. She turned to Shen Tingwen and said, "On, go to the village and find 2 people to help carry the boar back." Although she could use spatial abilities, she feared being labeled a monster. However, Shen Tingwen did not move. Instead, he looked at Shenwei. Father can manage by himself. He can carry not just 1, but even 2 boars. Li Yueshu was taken aback and turned to Shenwei, only to find him still looking confused, seemingly unaware of his own strength. Under the gaze of the 3, Shenwei gradually bent down, grasped the boar's trotters, and with a sudden surge of strength, crack, he hoisted the hefty wild boar onto his shoulder. Li Yueshu was astounded. What had this man done in the past to possess such strength? The dragon and phoenix twins were expressions of pride, as if they were completely unsurprised. Thus, Shenwei carried the lifeless wild boar, while the dragon and phoenix twins supported the bloodied Li Yueshu, striding confidently back home. This bizarre scene caught the attention of many onlookers. My goodness, did Shenwei hunt this wild boar? How is he so capable? Shenwei had always been an exceptional hunter. 3 years prior, he had gained a reputation as a skilled hunter in the surrounding villages. Who would have thought that even after losing his wits, his talent remained? Li Yueshu certainly had good fortune. As she listened to the murmurs of the crowd, Li Yueshu cast a curious glance at Shenwei. He noticed her gaze and turned to her with a silly grin. Li Yueshu could hardly bear to look and turned her attention elsewhere. Upon returning home, she was about to enter the house when someone suddenly grasped her wrist. Turning around, she found Shan Tingyi looking serious. "Your wound must be treated." Li Yueshu was momentarily taken aback. Just as she was about to speak, Shan Tingyi interrupted her. "I know you have medical skills, but the wound is deep, and you lack medicinal herbs." Shan Tingwen, clearly aware of how she had sustained her injury, chimed in, "Only the neighboring village and the town have doctors. I'll go find Uncle Lu to borrow a cart." The siblings spoke in unison, giving Li Yueshu no chance to respond. Seeing this, she couldn't help but chuckle, but her heart swelled with gratitude. In just 2 days, the 3 children had significantly softened their attitudes toward her. Even if they had not completely let go of past grievances, upon hearing that Li Yueshu was injured, old Lu immediately rushed over with an ox cart. Li Yueshu wasted no time, instructing Shenwei to place the wild boar onto the cart, intending to sell it directly in town, which would provide funds for medicine and save her the trouble of making an extra trip. The cart was already small, and with 1 boar and Li Yueshu aboard, there was no room to sit, yet Shenwei insisted on accompanying her, his attitude unwavering. "Wife is injured. I must go along." Seeing this, old Lu's eyes crinkled with laughter. The 3rd son knows how to care for his wife. "That's a good thing. Let him come along." Li Yueshu had no choice but to agree. Just then, Shen Tingwen also stepped forward, saying, "Father is taking the stepmother to see the doctor. I can stay with the wild boar." Li Yueshu, don't think I haven't noticed your vigilant gaze. You clearly worry that she might hide the money. Thus, Shun Jiyu was entrusted to Aunt Lu's care, while the few of them along with the boar set off for the town. The village roads were treacherous, and the cart jostled violently, making Li Yueshu feel as if her midday meal might come back up. Were it not for the painkillers she had taken from her spatial storage and the treatment she had administered to her wound, she would have suspected she might perish on the way. After what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived in town. This conspicuous group naturally attracted a great deal of attention. Li Yueshu, her face pale, stated, "Let us sell the boar first. We'll get the money before heading to the clinic." Old Lu understood that she had no money to spare, and without further ado, he drove the cart to the most reputable butcher in town. Upon seeing such a fresh wild boar, the butcher, upon learning their intentions, said, "This wild boar is indeed fresh, but it weighs only about 100 pounds and hasn't been processed. How about 1 tael of silver?" For someone like old Lu, who earned only a few coins a month, hearing that they could sell it for 1 tael made his eyes light up, and he quickly turned to Li Yueshu. Since this was their catch, the decision was ultimately hers. Li Yueshu was about to speak when Shan Tingwen suddenly interjected, "Uncle, I've heard that wild boar meat is worth more than regular pork. Even unprocessed, with the internal organs and bones included, it surely exceeds 100 pounds. Though it might be a bit of work for you, everyone has seen how fresh this boar is, and many have followed us here. My stepmother was injured while catching it, and we need the money to treat her wounds. Would 1 tael be too little?" The butcher glanced at the bloodied, pale-faced Li Yueshu and then at the 5-year-old boy before him. He felt somewhat embarrassed by Shin Tingwen's words. Li Yueshu was equally surprised and quickly realized the implications. Earlier, she had overheard Shan Tingwen asking old Lu about various meat prices, assuming it was mere childish curiosity. But now it was evident that the little one had been calculating all along. In truth, Li Yueshu was unsure of the market price. After all, this was a world crafted by an authoress' imagination. And she had only paid attention to old Lu's earlier comments. She recognized that Shan Tingwen was speaking truthfully and had no intention of deceiving anyone, so she refrained from interrupting. Instead, she was intrigued to see how this little rascal would handle the situation. The butcher, being of good temperament, was not angered by the child's inquiries. Rather, he bent down to look at him. "And what price do you think would be fair?" Shan Tingwen's eyes twinkled as he smiled innocently. "Uncle, business isn't easy, but wild boar is valuable and heavy IT should sell for at least 3 taels. But if you agree to 2, that would be just fine. The extra can be considered your labor fee, and On will treat you to a good meal." Shan Tingwen spoke with sincerity and earnestness, and coupled with his charming face, it was hard for anyone to resist. Although they were negotiating, the butcher had no intention of haggling, responding with a hearty laugh. "All right, let us settle on that." The butcher readily handed over the silver, placing it in Shan Tingwen's hands. The little guy's business acumen shone through, and it was clear he would grow up to be a successful merchant. Lu Laohan was taken aback, seemingly unable to fathom that simply uttering a few extra words had resulted in a doubling of the sum to 1 or 2 taels of silver. Xinwei and Xin Tingyi displayed little reaction, their attention solely fixated on Li Yueshu's injured shoulder, their thoughts consumed with the urgency of seeking a physician. Li Yueshu couldn't help but smile, as if she could envision Shan Tingwen's fox tail swaying behind him. Although acquiring a wild boar for 2 taels was indeed a great deal, the butcher would have to personally take on the task of slaughtering it, and would not profit much after removing the unusable parts. Yet, judging by his demeanor, he was evidently quite eager. It suddenly dawned on Li Yueshu how Shan Tingwen had earned the moniker of the fox with a grinning face in the original narrative. With their newfound silver, the group made their way to the medical hall. Shan Tingwen clutched his bulging chest, contemplating how to safeguard the silver. As long as they had money in hand, this woman would undoubtedly seize it. Yet since the wild boar had been hunted by his father, he was willing to spend to treat her wounds in gratitude for her risking danger to save his third sister. However, if she thought to take the silver away, that was out of the question. At that moment, Li Yueshu suddenly spoke. "On, do you wish to become a merchant in the future?" Shan Tingwen was momentarily taken aback. Not quite processing her question as they walked, Li Yueshu continued, "In this era, the merchant class holds the lowest status among the gentry, farmers, and artisans." She recalled that in the original story, while Shan Tingwen eventually became a renowned wealthy merchant, he was seldom respected by anyone. Shan Tingwen was puzzled by her sudden inquiry, and after some contemplation, he replied, "When I possess more wealth than anyone else, regardless of their thoughts, they will not dare to say anything before me. So why should I care?" Li Yueshu was somewhat surprised. She had not anticipated such profound wisdom from him at such a tender age. She raised her uninjured hand to ruffle his hair, exclaiming, "Truly, my son, you possess such insight." Shan Tingwen promptly dodged and shot her a fierce glare, his ears turning crimson. Unable to contain her laughter, Li Yueshu remarked, "On, if you aspire to engage in commerce, your mother supports you, but I hope that your wealth will be accompanied by a reputation for benevolence." With On's cleverness, he would surely shatter the rumors of the wealthy being unkind and the kind being impoverished, becoming a renowned merchant known for both his wealth and compassion. Shan Tingwen's heart raced, his grip on the silver tightening, as if he had also relaxed his hold. Xinwei, puzzled by the conversation, merely stared blankly at Li Yueshu, as though he could see a faint glow emanating from her. Soon, the group arrived at the largest medical hall in town. Upon seeing Li Yueshu drenched in blood, those waiting for treatment instinctively parted to create a path. The attending physician, graying and aged, was momentarily taken aback by Li Yueshu's disheveled yet resolute appearance. Lu Laohan hurried forward. "Dr. Chen, please take a look. She has been wounded by a wild boar on her shoulder and has lost a great deal of blood." Li Yueshu. She had long since stopped the bleeding. It was the wild boar that had bled profusely during their journey. Dr. Chen quickly discerned that these individuals hailed from the countryside and was alarmed, hastening to examine Li Yueshu's injury. Excessive blood loss could be fatal, however, to his surprise, while the young woman's wound was indeed gruesome. The bleeding had evidently ceased, merely requiring a bandage. Noticing Dr. Chen's astonishment, Li Yueshu explained, "I have already treated it, but my family insisted on coming to the medical hall for a checkup." Especially Shan Tingyi, who had practically glued her eyes to her sister's shoulder throughout the journey. Dr. Chen, astonished, inquired, "Madam, do you possess medical knowledge?" Li Yueshu nodded, "A little, which is why I went to gather herbs in the mountains to supplement our household." But I never anticipated encountering a wild boar. As she spoke, she pulled the backpack from Shun Wei's back. These are the herbs I personally harvested. I wonder if Dr. Chen would be willing to accept them? Dr. Chen peered into the backpack, discovering a variety of soil-covered herbs. Though they were somewhat disordered, it was evident that they had been properly processed, leaving only the usable parts. He looked at the young woman, who appeared so youthful, her hair styled in a woman's bun, with astonishment. Though her face was pale and devoid of color, she remained composed while offering him goods, showing no sign of pain despite her severe injury. Was she truly just a simple village woman? The meticulous handling of these medicinal materials suggested that her skills were far beyond mere basics. Conversely, the man beside her, though tall and robust, bore a dazed expression. Unfazed by his scrutiny, Li Yueshu maintained her composure, which only deepened Dr. Chen's belief that she was far from ordinary. To be frank, our medical hall sources its herbs through specific channels. We typically do not accept loose herbs unless they are exceptionally rare. Li Yueshu refrained from responding, knowing he had more to say. Indeed, Dr. Chen continued, however, I see that you possess some medical knowledge. And as fate would have it, I shall make an exception this once. Thank you, Dr. Chen. Li Yueshu had not anticipated the physician to be so accommodating. He must truly have a passion for medicine to be so reasonable simply because she possessed some medical skills. Dr. Chen smiled gently. Madam, please come inside so we can attend to your injury. I will have someone assess the herbs in your backpack shortly. Li Yueshu naturally did not refuse. In the end, after her wound was treated at the medical hall, not only did she not incur a consultation fee, but she also sold the herbs for a handsome price. Shan Tingwen, with pockets full of silver, felt as if he were floating as he walked. It seemed he hadn't held this much money in many years. Li Yueshu couldn't help but chuckle at his greedy expression. I intend to purchase some items. You will be responsible for the payment. Shan Tingwen nodded instinctively. As long as it wasn't about robbing money, buying a few things posed no problem. However, it soon became evident just how misguided his thoughts were. Li Yueshu instructed Lu Laohan to take the ox cart to the town entrance to wait, while she led Shin Tingwen and Shin Wei to buy salt, rice, and seasonings, and even to the blacksmith's shop to purchase 2 knives. In the blink of an eye, the 2 taels of silver dwindled to mere copper coins, leaving not even the small change from selling the herbs. Shan Tingwen wore a pained expression, exclaiming, "That's enough. We've bought more than enough." Li Yueshu laughed heartily. There are still more important items yet to be purchased. Shin Tingwen's expression stiffened. What else is there? Li Yueshu tugged at his collar. The weather is gradually turning cold. We must buy winter clothing, right? Your father is still wearing Lu Bobo's clothes. We cannot keep borrowing from him indefinitely. Shan Tingwen was momentarily stunned, clutching the copper coins tightly. His stepmother intended to buy clothes for his father? Shin Wei, who had remained silent, suddenly brightened with anticipation. Not just him, but all 4 of you. When Amin returns from the academy, he too will need new clothes. Li Yueshu sighed. Do not worry, I still have silver on hand. Shan Tingwen stared at her in disbelief, as if he had misheard. This woman actually thought to buy them clothes? Just then, a commotion erupted nearby. Chapter 11. Saving lives by the road. Heavens, has this old man had an episode? He looks quite alarming. Quickly, keep your distance. He suddenly collapsed just now. Let us hope it's not some strange illness. Someone help me call a doctor. My master has a heart condition. We cannot delay. Please help me summon a physician. Urgent voices emerged from the crowd, and Li Yueshu, about to leave, abruptly halted. She furrowed her brow and swiftly approached. Please make way. I am a doctor. The crowd parted instantly, allowing Li Yueshu to assess the elderly man's condition. He appeared quite aged, now lying on the ground with a pale visage, clutching his chest and breathing rapidly, while a young servant beside him wore a frantic expression. Seeing someone claiming to be a doctor step forward, the servant clung to her like a lifeline, disregarding her bloodied appearance. Madam, please save my master. Without wasting time, Li Yueshu knelt down to examine the elderly man, realizing he was suffering from a heart attack. Without further thought, she used her sleeve to shield her actions and swiftly retrieved a bottle of emergency heart-saving pills from her possession. As a medical researcher, she had access to numerous medicinal supplies in her lab, and this particular remedy was among them. With remarkable speed, she grasped the elder's jaw and placed the pill directly into his mouth. Shan Tingwen watched her deft movements, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Was this truly the wicked stepmother they knew? Then, he caught sight of the elderly man's face, his pupils dilating in shock. Shan Tingyi also noticed and moved closer to him. Second brother, he is Shan Tingwen hushed her, and seizing the moment when no one was watching, He pulled Shan Tingyi away to the back of the crowd. "What did you give my master?" The flustered servant suddenly reacted, glaring at Li Yueshu with anger. "Oh, you have any idea of my master's status? To feed him something at random, if anything happens? Even 10 of your lives wouldn't suffice to pay for it." Once Li Yueshu confirmed that the elder had swallowed the medicine, she coldly raised her head. "Didn't you just ask me to save your master?" The servant, still teary-eyed, retorted angrily, "But I didn't ask you to feed him random stuff." "Chang Song, do not be rude," a weak yet authoritative voice commanded, silencing the servant instantly. The previously unconscious elder had opened his eyes. Aside from his pale complexion, he seemed to be completely fine. "Chang Song, help this lady apologize." Only then did Chang Song recall his previous folly, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Madam, I apologize. I misunderstood you." He deeply bowed to Li Yueshu. "Thank you, madam, for saving my master's life." Upon witnessing his earnest demeanor and sincere apology, the slight discomfort lingering in Li Yueshu's heart dissipated. It was, after all, a case of concern leading to confusion. She extended the small gourd bottle, no larger than her thumb, towards him, advising that in the event of a similar situation in the future, he could take one of those pills. She reminded him to avoid greasy foods and to engage in moderate exercise, steering clear of any strenuous activities. Chang Song promptly accepted the bottle, expressing his gratitude once more. The elderly man observed the disheveled young woman before him with a hint of surprise, pondering where this young lady resided. Vowing to repay her for her life-saving assistance, Li Yueshu shook her head, asserting that, as a healer, it was her duty. Just as the old man was about to say something further, a loud voice echoed from a distance. "Dr. Chen is coming. Everyone, please make way." All eyes were drawn to the approaching figure of an elderly doctor, panting heavily as he rushed forward, followed by an apprentice carrying a medicine box. "Where is the patient? Where is the afflicted one?" Dr. Chen inquired anxiously, still catching his breath. The old man chuckled. "Dr. Chen, do not fret. It is I. I am quite well now." Dr. Chen, taken aback, replied, "Su Lao, what brings you here?" A fleeting glimmer of thought crossed the elderly man's eyes. Quickly vanishing, "I happened to be passing by and thought to check on you, but unexpectedly fell ill en route. I owe my recovery to this young lady." Su Lao was about to introduce Li Yueshu, but upon turning around, he found she had vanished without a trace. Unbeknownst to him, while everyone's attention was focused on the arriving Dr. Chen, Li Yueshu had quietly slipped away with the twins. Leaving the crowd behind, Dr. Chen, noticing Su Lao's anxious searching through the throng, inquired, "Su Lao, you mentioned that your savior was a young lady." Su Lao nodded. Indeed, she possessed an extraordinary demeanor. Even in her state of disarray, her aura could not be concealed. One might mistake her for a daughter of a prominent family. Hearing this, Dr. Chen suddenly recalled a woman who had come to the clinic earlier that day seeking treatment and purchasing medicine. A young lady with an injured shoulder, covered in blood, accompanied by a seemingly dazed man and 2 children. Su Lao was momentarily taken aback. His focus had solely been on the young lady, leaving little room for other observations. Chang Song, however, had noticed the man and 2 children accompanying her. He recounted the events in detail and produced the small gourd bottle, saying, "This is the medicine she left behind." She mentioned it could be taken directly in similar situations. Dr. Chen hastily examined one of the pills, his expression shifting to one of curiosity and disbelief. "May I request one from you, Su Lao? I wish to study it closely." The pill was small and exquisite. Its precise ingredients were unknown to him, but the notion that it could aid a person suffering from heart ailments without the need for acupuncture was unprecedented. Understanding Dr. Chen's deep commitment to medicine, Su Lao generously offered him 2 pills. The more Dr. Chen revealed his intrigue, the more Su Lao found himself growing curious about this mysterious lady. Li Yueshu, accompanied by Shenwei and Shan Tingwen, made her way to a ready-made clothing store. While purchasing fabric to sew clothes would be considerably cheaper, she lacked the necessary skills, making the acquisition of finished garments the most convenient option. Observing the tattered and blood-stained appearance of the trio, the shopkeeper initially mistook them for beggars and prepared to shoo them away. Li Yueshu quickly interjected, "Shopkeeper, we have encountered some misfortunes, leaving us in this disarray. Please prepare a set of clothing for each of us according to our measurements, as well as a women's outfit fitting this child, along with a suit for a 7-year-old boy and another for a 3-year-old. Upon hearing her request for 6 complete outfits, the shopkeeper was momentarily stunned, taking time to process her words. After some negotiation, bolstered by Shen Tingwen's sharp wit, they ultimately secured 6 sets of coarse cloth garments for a total of 2 taels and 81. Along with 2 rolls of better quality fabric, Li Yueshu intended to enlist the help of Aunt Lu to craft undergarments from the fabric for the children. With Shen Tingwen's pocket money dwindling, coupled with the earlier encounter with that individual, his mood soured instantly. Throughout the ordeal, Shen Wei remained silent, dutifully playing the role of a laborer. At that moment, a figure brushed past Shen Wei. The man took a few steps before a realization struck him, his pupils widening in surprise as he abruptly halted. He turned around, but only caught a fleeting glimpse of a vaguely familiar silhouette amidst the crowd. Without a moment to lose, he hurried after it. But the bustling street made it nearly impossible to keep the figure in sight. In the blink of an eye, he lost track of his target. Chapter 12. Bathing Chaiyang. What are you looking at? A figure suddenly appeared behind him, patting his shoulder, curiosity etched on his delicate features. Chaiyang turned to face him, his expression serious. Xinghe, I believe I just saw Shen Wei. Upon hearing this, Xinghe immediately dismissed the notion. Impossible! Shen Wei died 3 years ago. Do not forget, we personally handled his remains. Chaiyang furrowed his brow. What I meant to say is, I saw Shen Wei's face. Oh, what if you saw his face? Xinghe's words faltered, his nonchalance replaced by astonishment. Are you suggesting that our master? Chaiyang nodded, a flicker of tension and excitement surfacing in his eyes. They had searched tirelessly, with nearly all dark forces dispatched, yet found no leads. Even if he were merely imagining things, it was better than having no information at all. Xinghe was equally taken aback, suddenly recalling, wait, after we received news of our master's incident, we visited the Shen household, and Shen Wei was nowhere to be found. Chaiyang furrowed his brow in contemplation. We did check, but what if our master only appeared later? Xinghe fell silent. It was not an impossibility. After a lengthy pause, Chaiyang spoke again. We have scoured nearby towns without a single lead. Even if I did misidentify him, I must confirm this in person. Pausing, he added in a somber tone. I have heard that Su Lao is in the vicinity. I wonder how much he knows about our master's situation. Upon hearing this, Xinghe's expression turned grave. The two ceased their conversation and promptly decided to revisit the Shen household. After purchasing several dozen pounds of chicken, duck, and pork, Li Yueshu set off for home. Lu Laohan, eyeing the impressive haul, widened his eyes in disbelief. Young mistress, are you not worried about it spoiling? Li Yueshu smiled lightly, offering no further explanation. Do not worry, Uncle Lu. We will consume it before it has a chance to spoil. Lu Laohan remained skeptical. Although there were 5 members in their family, they could hardly finish off dozens of pounds of meat. However, out of respect for their family affairs, he refrained from further comment. Thus, as they departed, they had dragged a wild boar along, but upon returning, they were laden with a bounty of provisions, and the news quickly spread throughout the small village. Li Yueshu paid little mind to the gossip, pressing tin one into Lu Laohan's hand before instructing Shen Wei to carry everything inside. Then, she called the 3 children over. Handing each of them their new clothes, she explained, today, all the money I earned went toward necessities for our home. I even gave tin one to Uncle Lu next door, so I could only buy each of you one outfit. However, I promised that before the new year next year, I will buy each of you another. Shen Tingwen, having witnessed the clothing purchase, was not overly surprised, but the other 2 children wore expressions as if lost in a dream. Ultimately, it was Shen Jiyu who first reacted, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Li Yueshu. Thank you, stepmother. His bright, cheerful voice melted her heart, prompting Li Yueshu to instinctively ruffle his hair affectionately. Then, from her pocket, she produced an oil paper-wrapped package, revealing soft, sweet pastries that delighted the children gathered before her. She distributed 1 piece to each child, ensuring even Shen Wei received a share, leaving herself with the last piece. Saying nothing, it seemed simply a casual act of sharing food. Yet, as the twins gazed at the warm pastries in their hands, their expressions conveyed a complexity of emotions. Li Yueshu remained oblivious, rising to head to the kitchen to prepare dinner. But the twins took the initiative to assist her. Though they kept their heads down in silence, their actions signaled a waning of their previous resentment towards her. Li Yueshu felt a sense of satisfaction and refrained from addressing the siblings' fragile pride, instead guiding them in the cooking process. After tidying up, Li Yueshu sought to sneak into her space for a bath, but found no opportunity to do so. In her modern laboratory, there had been a designated rest area, convenient for those moments when she became engrossed in her experiments and forgot to return home, and she had brought that luxury with her this time. However, the old residence was nearly in ruins, and the only place suitable for bathing was her sleeping quarters, where a small hole in the corner allowed the bathwater to drain away. Yet, this also meant that the sounds of running water could be clearly heard outside. making it impossible for her to enter the space undetected. Thus, Li Yueshu was left with no choice but to wash in her room, and with her shoulder injury, her movements were severely restricted. Meanwhile, outside her door, two small figures exchanged awkward glances. Shen Tingwen, smiling amiably, remarked, "Isn't the third sister watching the fourth brother?" Shin Tingyi retorted, "But isn't the second brother boiling water in the kitchen? Why are you here?" The siblings locked eyes, seemingly understanding each other's intentions, and awkwardly rubbed their noses. Shen Tingyi tilted her head, puzzled. "Second brother, don't you think this woman seems a bit different now?" Shin Tingwen pressed his lips together, nodding in agreement. He turned to the closed door, listening to the sound of water splashing inside, his small face scrunched in concern. "I hope she is not concocting some grand scheme." The transformation of this woman within such a brief period has undeniably raised suspicions. Shin Tingyi gradually approached him, softly murmuring, "If only she could remain this way forever." Shan Tingwen remained silent, yet his expression clearly mirrored the same sentiment. At that moment, Shun Wei unexpectedly emerged from somewhere, looking bewildered. "What are you doing here?" His expression was one of utter ignorance, and combined with his rugged features, he appeared particularly daft. The dragon and phoenix twins, caught off guard by his sudden presence, gasped in surprise. "Father, you? What brings you here?" Shin Tingwen exclaimed, astonished. Did they not instruct him to keep an eye on the fire in the kitchen? How did he end up here? Shin Wei innocently blinked. "I saw you all here, so I came to have a look." His nonchalant demeanor made the twins speechless. They couldn't help but suspect that the foolish version of their father was not the same person they remembered as wise and capable. Just then, a loud crash echoed from within the house, followed by Li Yueshu's instinctive cry. "Ah!" The twins' hearts raced, and without a second thought, they rushed towards the noise. However, a figure was quicker than they. With a thunderous bang, the already flimsy wooden door collapsed under the impact. The twins stared in disbelief at the figure that barreled through, nearly dropping their jaws to the ground. That moment, a resounding exclamation jolted them back to reality. Chapter 13. A new function in space. Seeing him standing there in a daze, Li Yueshu's face darkened instantly. "Get out!" She hurled the ladle in her hand, striking Shan Wei squarely on the head. Shin Wei instinctively bolted from the room, his eyes wide with confusion, seemingly oblivious to why he had been ejected. The twins watched the entire scene, utterly perplexed. Once he had exited, Li Yueshu hurriedly donned a garment nearby. She had just finished washing up and was about to get dressed when she accidentally knocked over the water bucket. As she bent down to retrieve the ladle, Shin Wei barged in. Even with her strong mental fortitude, she could not withstand such a fright. Once dressed, she stepped outside, her expression icy. Upon seeing the collapsed door, her face darkened further. The twins, sensing her mood, instinctively took a step back. Feeling as if she had transformed back into that vicious woman, Li Yueshu initially intended to unleash her anger, but noticing the children's expressions, she suppressed her ire. Rubbing her temples, she turned to Shan Tingyi. "You should go take a bath. I'll block the door." It was clear that the door was beyond repair. It could only be propped up for the time being. That moment, Li Yueshu felt an even stronger urge to renovate the house. Shin Wei watched her cautiously. Though he did not comprehend what he had done wrong, he sensed her anger. Meeting her striking gaze, Li Yueshu found her fury inexplicably dissipating. "Come here, I need to check on you." She felt it would be a waste if such beautiful eyes were filled solely with foolishness and confusion. Shin Wei, unsure of her intentions, obediently complied. Due to limited resources, Li Yueshu could only conduct a few simple checks. But soon she had her results. Shin Wei had sustained a head injury, and there was likely a hematoma in his brain, explaining his current dazed demeanor. With a laboratory at her disposal, it would not be difficult to eliminate the blood clots in his brain. However, a specific treatment plan could only be established after further examination in the lab. Yet, one thing puzzled Li Yueshu. The injury on Shin Wei's head did not appear to be a year old. It seemed much more recent. Doubts lingered in her mind as she questioned Shin Wei, but he remembered nothing. Faced with this, Li Yueshu had no choice but to temporarily abandon her inquiries. With Shin Wei's presence, the bed could no longer accommodate everyone, so she instructed him to bring in the bed the children had previously used. The night passed in silence. The following day, while Shin Wei and the children were still asleep, Li Yueshu stealthily entered the space. She had only dispensed internal medicine at the clinic yesterday and needed to change the medication for her wounds before anyone else awoke. She reached for the medical hydrogen peroxide on the shelf. She suddenly paused. Yesterday, while treating her wounds on the mountain, she had used up nearly half the bottle. Yet now it was full to the brim. Li Yueshu's heart raced as a bold hypothesis struck her, and she quickly dashed to the small kitchen. The spices and rice in the cupboard appeared unchanged since they were used infrequently, but she had utilized about a third of the dubanjiang while preparing braised chicken yesterday. And yet the jar was now completely full. Could it be that the items in this space could replenish themselves? This realization sent a thrill through Li Yueshu. To confirm her theory, she retrieved her pistol and opened the magazine. There should have been 7 bullets in total, having used one for hunting a wild boar yesterday. Logically, only 6 should remain. Yet now, the magazine was brimming with 7 bullets. Li Yueshu's eyes widened in astonishment. Was she about to strike it rich? She hurriedly placed the remnants of the few coins earned from selling the wild boar into the space, her eyes sparkling as if she had discovered a money tree. The results of her findings would have to wait until the following day. Containing her excitement, Li Yueshu exited the space. The joy of encountering such fortune was impossible to conceal, leaving the dragon and phoenix twins utterly bewildered. Second brother, has she perhaps been stimulated by something? Shen Tingyi cautiously inquired. Shan Tingwen glanced at the collapsed door nearby. His expression conflicted. It seemed she was indeed affected by father. Shan Tingyi appeared to grasp his meaning. Though puzzled, she wondered, but isn't she usually fond of scolding and hitting us when she's angry? Why is she smiling so joyously now? Shen Tingwen fell silent, unsure how to respond, harboring the same confusion within. What are you two discussing? Li Yueshu approached, her expression curious as she regarded them. The twins hastily shook their heads in unison. Li Yueshu, perplexed yet in good spirits, paid no mind. On, don't you aspire to become a merchant? Mother has a chance for you. With that, she led Shen Tingwen into the kitchen, where Shen Wei was boiling water, and in the pot lay the numerous pounds of meat they had purchased yesterday. Li Yueshu bent down on, do you recall how much we spent on this meat in total? Although Shen Tingwen was unsure of her reasoning, he quickly nodded and provided the answer, 4 taels and 52 won. Li Yueshu was not surprised by his precise recollection and asked, if we were to prepare it deliciously and sell it in the town, excluding transportation costs and our labor, what do you think would be a suitable price per pound? Shen Tingwen gazed at the pot in astonishment. He had often wondered why this woman had spent so much on such meager portions of meat like claws, wings, and necks. It turned out she intended to profit from them. However, these items were primarily bones, hardly appealing to buyers. How could she believe they would sell? Shen Tingwen harbored doubts but did not voice them directly. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, how does stepmother plan to handle these? Seeing that he had not outright rejected her idea, Li Yueshu raised an eyebrow in appreciation. She stood up and gently patted Shen Tingwen's shoulder. When I start cooking, you can observe and estimate the costs. After you taste it, tell me a reasonable selling price. Shen Tingwen's eyes sparkled as he nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Li Yueshu rolled up her sleeves and began preparing the marinated dishes. Due to her shoulder injury, she could not exert much strength, so Shen Wei assisted her. Ever since being scolded by Li Yueshu the previous night, he had become particularly obedient. Whatever she instructed him to do was completed promptly without the need for repetition. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the pot, reaching even the village, causing mouths to water in longing so fragrant. At the foot of the mountain, Xinghe squatted on a rock, nostrils flaring as he savored the scent. Swallowing involuntarily, Chaiyang had mentioned he would gather information in the village, yet had not returned for quite some time, which likely meant he needed assistance. With that thought, Xinghe resolved to follow the mouth-watering aroma to find Chaiyang. However, just as he moved, he spotted Chaiyang striding towards him, his face taut and an aura of menace surrounding him. Chapter 14. Dealing with those who take advantage in order to conceal the whereabouts of the young masters. They dared not maintain any contact with this side. Thus, upon learning that the Shen family was arranging a marriage for their master, they assumed the young masters were being looked after and did not intervene. Little did they expect that this woman would audaciously mistreat the young masters. Sensing the palpable killing intent radiating from Chaiyang, Xinghe felt puzzled. What has she done? Chaiyang's gaze was icy as he recounted the information he had gathered, detailing Li Yueshu's relentless chastisement of the 4 children over the past year, as well as Shen Wei's recent return in a state of folly. Xinghe was enveloped in a wave of murderous energy. Yet his expression bore more sorrow than fury. Is the master truly? Chaiyang could not say for certain. If the master were feigning ignorance, why had he not contacted them? Furrowing his brow, Xinghe pondered. What do we do now? If the master really is foolish, anything we do at this point would surely alarm him. Chaiyang was well aware of this, which is why he suppressed his urge to eliminate that woman. After a long silence, he came to a decision. We shall seek the eldest young master. Li Yueshu remained blissfully unaware of the danger she had narrowly escaped. She fished a chicken claw from the pot, allowing it to cool before presenting it to Shan Tingwen. Give it a try. Watching her gentle actions, Shan Tingwen momentarily froze, then reached out to accept it. The tender, sweet flavor spread across his palate, with even the bones exuding an alluring taste. Shan Tingwen's eyes widened in delight. What is the name of this dish? Having tasted countless delicacies in his life, he knew that each required meticulous attention to preparation and ingredients. However, just moments ago, he witnessed Li Yueshu directly tossing a medley of chaotic spices into the pot, seemingly haphazardly grabbing the ingredients, yet to his astonishment, the result was remarkably fragrant, sweet, and tender. Observing his expression, Li Yueshu knew that she had succeeded. This dish is called marinated delicacies. It can be used to marinate not only meat, but also various vegetarian options, and the flavor improves significantly once cooled. She smiled faintly and asked, "How much do you think we should sell it for per pound?" Shan Tingwen, gazing at the chicken feet in his hands, paused for a moment before responding. As long as we can open up the market, 21 per pound should not be a problem. His face was filled with eagerness, and a hint of amusement glimmered in Li Yueshu's eyes. Very well, tomorrow you shall accompany me to the town. At that moment, Shen Wei, who was tending to the fire, immediately raised his head and exclaimed, "I want to go too." Li Yueshu glanced at him, somewhat exasperated. "Not just you. We all need to go." Shan Tingwen was taken aback. "Even the third sister and the fourth brother are going?" Li Yueshu nodded. "Tomorrow, your elder brother has a day off, and we will go fetch him home." As the last word fell, Shan Tingwen felt as though something had pricked at his heart. Staring blankly at Li Yueshu, he hoped that this woman would never revert to her former self. Early the next morning, while the others were still asleep, Li Yueshu slipped into the space to check on things. She discovered that the items that had followed her from modern times indeed replenished automatically the next day, but those added afterward showed no changes, such as the few coins on the table. Although a touch disappointed, she felt content with the newfound magical function of the space. Soon, Shen Wei and the children began to wake up one by one, and Li Yueshu led her large family out the door. Old Lu knew they were heading to the town for business and to fetch the eldest, Shan Amin, home, so he deliberately drove his ox cart past their doorstep, burdened with a heavy load. Li Yueshu took out 6 won, which was all the money she had left. Old Lu, aware of her family's situation, was initially reluctant to accept, saying, "We're neighbors. It's not easy for you, a woman, to take 4 children. And now there's an additional Shen Wei. Just keep this money for the children." Li Yueshu could sense his sincerity and kindness, and was about to say something when a sarcastic voice interrupted. "Oh, since when have you become so wealthy?" A few women approached from a distance, with Aunt Zhao leading the charge. Aunt Zhao, notorious in the village for being opportunistic and having a sharp tongue, walked over with her basket and said, "Since you're so eager to do good, how about you waive what we owe as well?" With that, she attempted to climb onto the ox cart, completely disregarding old Lu's awkward expression. In the entire village, only old Lu owned an ox cart, so everyone would pay a won to ride it to town, and he relied on this for a living. Not to mention the losses incurred from not collecting fares today. If this set a precedent, how would old Lu and his wife manage to survive? Contemplating this, Li Yueshu's gaze turned icy. She seized the load on Shen Wei's back and hurled it onto the cart, accurately striking Aunt Zhao's hand. "Ouch!" Aunt Zhao yelped, stumbling back from her attempted ascent. She glared fiercely at Li Yueshu. "What are you doing?" Li Yueshu didn't spare her a glance, directly shoving the 6 won into old Lu's hand. "I appreciate your kindness, Uncle Lu, but you must accept this money." With children present, she felt compelled to set an example of dignity. Aunt Zhao, who was accustomed to taking advantage, quickly grasped the implication of Li Yueshu's words. Her face flushed with anger. "Who are you calling a venomous woman?" Li Yueshu ignored her, bending down to help the 3 children onto the cart, treating Aunt Zhao as if she were invisible. Aunt Zhao had never experienced such humiliation. The pain in her hand felt as if it had struck her face. Enraged, she raised her hand to retaliate, but before she could act, a figure suddenly blocked Li Yueshu. Smack! A dull thud echoed as Aunt Zhao's slap landed on Shen Wei's shoulder. Everyone froze, gazing at Shen Wei, whose fierce expression made his rugged face appear even more intimidating. Aunt Zhao instinctively took a step back. Old Lu frowned, his eyes blazing with anger. "If you don't want to ride the ox cart, feel free to walk. Don't block the others." Old Lu was known for his good temper in the village, but his anger left everyone momentarily stunned. Aunt Zhao's expression turned awkward, especially when confronted with Shen Wei's fierce glare, which extinguished her anger in an instant. "What are you shouting for?" It's not like you're losing a fortune over a one. She shot old Lu a disdainful glance, tossed a one at him, and clambered back onto the ox cart. After such a commotion, the others who had hoped to ride for free reconsidered and obediently paid to board. Half an hour later, the ox cart arrived at the town, and everyone dispersed to attend to their own matters. Li Yueshu led her family to the market. The night before, she had discussed with Shan Tingwen her original plan to sell directly to the tavern for quicker cash to repair the house. But Shan Tingwen believed that if they could successfully establish a market, they would earn far more than selling directly to the tavern. Li Yueshu accepted his suggestion and found a corner spot in the market to set up. As she opened the basket, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, instantly capturing the attention of those nearby. Chapter 15 Shan Imin's transformation. Feeling the crowd's gaze upon him, Shan Tingwen's heart tightened. He had faced attention before, yet this was the first time he was selling in front of so many people. Noticing his nervousness, Li Yueshu gently patted his head, encouraging him, "Take your time. We are here with you." Looking at her tender smile, a surge of strength welled up within Shan Tingwen. He took a deep breath, then called out, "Come and see. Unique and delicious marinated delicacies, clean and tasty, you won't regret buying." In this world, marinated delicacies did not exist. The alluring aroma combined with the unheard-of name instantly attracted a throng of passers-by. How delightful! What is marinated delicacies? Isn't that just claws and duck heads with hardly any meat? Who would sell such things? The enticing scent wafted through the air, and a curious child asked, "How much for this marinated item?" Shan Tingwen smiled as he replied, "This is our family's secret recipe. 21 per pound, or 51 for 3 pounds. At that." Someone exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Pork is only 15 per pound, and you're charging 20 for these discarded bones? Are you robbing us?" Remaining composed, Shan Tingwen produced the oil paper bags he had prepared, filled with chopped marinated delicacies. "Uncle and aunties, if you don't want to buy, that's fine. We have prepared some for tasting. Feel free to try." With his handsome features and charming smile, Shan Tingwen, coupled with the offer of free samples, prevented the crowd from leaving in haste. Li Yueshu stood beside him, silently assisting, her gaze never straying far from him. This child truly possessed remarkable talent. Although she had simulated numerous potential scenarios the day before, for him to remember and apply them flexibly was something even many adults could not achieve. Soon, many people gathered to sample the free offerings. The soft, sweet flavor burst in their mouths, leaving everyone wide-eyed with astonishment. Heavens, is this truly made from what is essentially skin and bone? It's exquisite. These chicken feet dissolve in your mouth. Even the bones are so tender. I'll take a pound. Me too. Give me a pound. I want 3 pounds. Most of those who tasted were tempted to pull out their coins, drawing even more people to sample. In no time, the small basket was surrounded by a crowd, with even nearby vendors unable to resist purchasing a pound. Shan Tingwen was flustered, but fortunately, Li Yueshu was there to help, and Shunwei squatted down to assist with packing. Within an hour, dozens of pounds of marinated delicacies had sold out. Many left with regret, asking, "Child, will you be back tomorrow?" Shan Tingwen instinctively glanced at Li Yueshu, who nodded encouragingly, and he responded cheerfully, "Yes, we'll be here again tomorrow." With that, the crowd began to disperse, some even reminding them to ensure they returned the next day. Shan Tingwen clutched a hefty amount of silver in his arms, grinning like a little treasure seeker. However, after a while, he handed the silver to Li Yueshu. She had taught him how to prepare the marinated delicacies and guided him in responding to customer inquiries. When he became overwhelmed, she was the one who filled in the gaps. Thus, this silver rightfully belonged to her. A hint of satisfaction flickered in Li Yueshu's eyes, and she said nothing more as she accepted it. "Let us gather the ingredients we need for tomorrow. The men will be dismissed from school around the right time, and there is still plenty of time left." According to modern calculations, school would let out at 4 in the afternoon, leaving them with a few hours. She had initially thought it would take all morning to sell the items, then buy additional supplies after lunch, just in time to pick someone up from the academy. However, she hadn't expected to sell out so quickly. Thus, Li Yueshu took her large family to gather the ingredients needed for the next day, entrusted old Lu to help transport them back, and then led them to have lunch. After lunch, she took them to inquire about the expenses for repairing the house and the approximate prices for furniture. Shunwei, knowing nothing, obediently followed behind Li Yueshu, his tall stature providing an unspoken sense of security. Shun Jiyu tightly held Li Yueshu's hand, his curiosity battling with fear in the bustling environment. The dragon and phoenix twins were also in high spirits. Though they occasionally cast conflicted glances at Li Yueshu at the designated time, they arrived at the academy's entrance. For ordinary families, having a scholar at home was a matter of pride, especially in a town with only one academy. On days off, many people could be seen waiting at the academy gates to pick up their children. The three children evidently missed their older brother dearly, stretching their necks in eager anticipation. However, when the last student exited the door, they could not catch a glimpse of Shun Amin. The academy had but a few students, and they stood in the most conspicuous position. Shun Amin should have noticed them. For reasons unknown, Li Yueshu felt a subtle unease in her heart and stepped into the academy. Once the students departed, the academy appeared desolate. After searching for a while, Li Yueshu finally found an elderly scholar. Upon hearing that they were looking for Shun Amin, the scholar wore a perplexed expression, stating that Shun Amin had returned home the previous afternoon. His roommate had mentioned that he had urgent family matters to attend to, and even the request for leave had to be facilitated by someone else. Had he not consistently demonstrated exceptional performance, the academy would never have permitted such behavior. Li Yueshu furrowed her brows. Pondering who his roommate could be, she recalled how Shun Amin placed great importance on his studies. Even when dealing with a vicious stepmother and supporting his younger siblings, he never relinquished the opportunity to attend the academy. It was inconceivable that he would suddenly leave without cause. The elder scholar replied, his roommate is named Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang? The name rang a bell, yet Li Yueshu could not immediately recall the details. After inquiring about Zhang Yang's whereabouts, she prepared to seek him out in person. However, just a few steps away, a figure abruptly blocked their path. It was a boy of about 7 or 8. Clad in a faded, patched long garment, yet he appeared quite tidy. He bowed respectfully and inquired if they were family of Shun Yamin. Li Yueshu regarded him with curiosity and nodded slightly. Indeed, but who are you? The boy's face lit up with joy, and he quickly replied, I am Shun Ji's classmate. I overheard the conversation between the madam and the scholar, and I fear Shingu may be in danger. A jolt of alarm shot through Li Yueshu's heart at his words. What do you mean? The boy, his eyes filled with urgency, wasted no time elaborating. Zhang Yang has always been envious of Shun Ji's talent and appearance. Just a few days ago, he made a threatening remark. If Shangu truly had urgent business, how could he allow Zhang Yang to assist him in requesting leave? Upon hearing this, a chilling memory resurfaced in Li Yueshu's mind from the original narrative. Shun Amin would become a eunuch after being sold into a brothel at a young age, escaping after half a month but remaining impotent for life. On the day of the imperial examination, this scandal was publicly exposed, leading to his expulsion from the examination hall. Subsequently, Shun Amin entered the palace, gradually ascending to become a powerful eunuch, revered even by princes. With his newfound authority, Shun Amin sought out those who had wronged him, bringing them to the palace to become playthings of all eunuchs. Li Yueshu recalled Shun Amin once saying, Zhang Yang, the grand gift you bestowed upon our family shall be repaid 100-fold. Could it be that this roommate Zhang Yang was the very person responsible for Shun Amin's dark transformation in the original story? A wave of profound unease washed over Li Yueshu. Shun Amin had already vanished for a day. Could it be? Chapter 16. The Qingfeng Pavilion. Li Yueshu dared not dwell on the troubling thoughts. After learning from the boy where Zhang Yang resided, she prepared to set off. I will accompany you. Shen Tingwen's face was taut, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. Observing his tightly clenched fists at his sides, Li Yueshu knelt down, assuring him, I promise to bring Amin back safe and sound. Shen Tingwen seemed to have more to say, but suddenly, someone pressed down on his shoulder. Wife, you go ahead, I will take care of them. Shenwei spoke, though his eyes still bore a hint of foolishness, his expression resolute. Li Yueshu was somewhat taken aback, as Shenwei usually followed her closely. However, she had no time to ponder this. Hastily making her way to Zhang Yang's home. There were no brothels in the town, though several could be found in nearby towns. Yet the original story had not specified where Shun Amin had been sold. She would have to inquire personally. At that moment, Zhang Yang was enjoying a meal with his family. Though only 7 or 8 years old, he was as plump as a ball. The dining table was filled with a warm ambience, with the matriarch frequently serving him dishes, lamenting that he had lost weight recently in such a cozy setting. A shadow appeared like a specter, seizing Zhang Yang by the throat, accompanied by several screams. Chaos erupted, food scattering across the floor. Who are you? What do you want? Let go of my Younger. The woman, terrified, turned pale but still managed to voice her fears. Li Yueshu paid her no mind. Pressing a surgical knife against Zhang Yang's neck, she demanded, Where is Shun Amin? Zhang Yang trembled uncontrollably, on the verge of tears. I don't know. Li Yueshu's gaze hardened as she unhesitatingly plunged the knife into Zhang Yang's arm. Such a vile individual would not be spared due to his youth. Ah! Zhang Yang's scream pierced the air, plunging the scene back into chaos. Li Yueshu remained expressionless. I will ask once more. Where is Shun Amin? Feeling the murderous intent in her tone, Zhang Yang was so frightened that he wet his pants. Qingfeng Pavilion, in the neighboring town's Qingfeng Pavilion. Li Yueshu's brows knit tightly, her eyes glinting with an icy resolve. She tightened her grip on Zhang Yang's throat and commanded, "Let us go." While she was confident in her ability to evade the guards, time was of the essence. She had to reach the Qingfeng Pavilion swiftly. With Zhang Yang in tow, the pain from her shoulder, injured by a wild boar, throbbed painfully, yet her hand gripping the knife remained steady. This little chubby boy was surprisingly heavy. As they emerged from the door, Li Yueshu kicked him towards the guards, and in the blink of an eye, her figure vanished around the street corner. "Yanger, my dear child, are you all right?" Zhang Yang's parents rushed forward, faces filled with worry and panic. "Call the doctor, quickly. And that woman from earlier, bring her back to me. I want her to suffer." The Zhang family's front yard descended into chaos as the guards prepared to give chase. However, two men clad entirely in black suddenly appeared. Armed with swords, their bloodthirsty aura sent the guards instinctively retreating. "Are you Zhang Yang?" one of the men inquired, his icy gaze fixed upon the disheveled boy on the ground. Zhang Yang shrank into his mother's embrace, the pain in his arm making him feel as if he were on the brink of death. Seeing this, the man who had spoken slowly drew his sword. "Where is Shun Amin?" Once again, the same question echoed. Zhang Yang trembled uncontrollably. He had investigated Shin Amin, discovering that he was a wild seed of unknown parentage. Even if he were to die, only his two younger siblings would care. Why were so many terrifying figures searching for him? Zhang Yang's mother frantically shielded her son. "We don't know anyone named Shin Amin. You've made a mistake." Upon hearing this, the man in black's expression turned frigid. "If you refuse to speak, I shall change my approach." With that, both men drew their swords and charged towards them like phantoms. At that moment, Li Yueshu had spent half her silver on a horse, racing towards the Qingfeng Pavilion in the neighboring town with utmost urgency. Among the nearby brothels, the Qingfeng Pavilion was quite renowned, and she quickly gathered information about its location. However, she did not enter through the front door but instead snuck in through the back, capturing a few patrons and locking them in the woodshed. Observing their panicked expressions, Li Yueshu's gaze turned icy. "As if she were ready to kill. I am looking for a 7-year-old boy, handsome and gentle in demeanor, who was sold to you yesterday afternoon. Where is he now?" The patrons exchanged fearful glances, instinctively huddling together to diminish their presence. Growing impatient, Li Yueshu brandished her surgical knife. Just as she was about to threaten them again, one of the patrons, terrified, shouted, I know. He was purchased by a wealthy merchant from out of town, and he left an hour ago." Li Yueshu lowered her gaze upon him, her eyes exuding pressure. "Are you certain he is the one I seek?" The patron hesitated, trembling as he spoke. "He seems to be a student from the neighboring town, sold here due to offending someone. His surname is Shan." Li Yueshu's eyes brightened. "Which way did that merchant go?" Upon realizing she was indeed referring to the person he mentioned, the patron perked up. "I heard he intends to travel by water to the northwest for business, but I don't know where exactly." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yueshu abandoned the bewildered patrons and rushed towards the dock. The patrons stood in stunned silence for a while before swiftly reporting the incident to the owner of the Qingfeng Pavilion. On a bed, a woman clad in red, exuding a sensual allure, lay languidly, her fox-like eyes lazily rising. "Tio dare abduct someone from my Qingfeng Pavilion. One must either possess great courage or be blissfully ignorant." Her indifferent voice, laced with curiosity and a hint of malice, filled the air. Just then, a servant rushed in, breathless. "Madam, there are two masked men outside demanding to see someone in the vast Qingfeng Pavilion." Those two had boldly approached the entrance, indicating they were no ordinary individuals and likely harbored ill intentions. The woman rose from the bed, her vivid red attire accentuating her beauty, making her appear even more captivating yet perilous. "Since our guests have arrived, let us meet them." Li Yueshu arrived at the dock with remarkable speed. Her body, still unaccustomed to its new form, was overwhelmed by discomfort. She took a moment to catch her breath, not daring to linger. Her gaze fixed upon the only boat docked. "Boatman, I wish to rent this vessel." The boatman glanced at her with indifference. 20 taels. Instinctively, Li Yueshu reached for her coins, only to suddenly freeze. She had spent most of her silver on the horse, and what remained was far from sufficient to rent a boat. Frowning, she regarded the rickety, narrow vessel before her, pondering, 20 taels should be enough to purchase this boat, should it not? Chapter 17. Rescuing Xian Emin, rent it if you wish to. But if not, do leave at once. The boatman wore an expression of impatience. I must inform you that just moments ago, 2 men came and rented every single boat at this dock. If I hadn't fortuitously sent my vessel for repairs, not a single one would remain, he continued. If you find the price too steep, you are under no obligation to rent. After all, for over a month, this is the only boat left at this dock. Renting is indeed essential, as this is the key to preventing Xian Emin's descent into darkness. Just as Li Yueshu was about to reach for her money to negotiate further, a thought flashed through her mind. Are you saying that all the boats at this dock have been rented by 2 individuals? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in her eyes. What could 2 men possibly need with so many boats? The boatman shot her an annoyed glance. How should I know? Perhaps the wealthy have their peculiarities. Li Yueshu's heart raced as she suddenly grasped the implication. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned on her heel and departed. The boatman was utterly taken aback by her abrupt action, and by the time he regained his wits, her silhouette had vanished from sight. Puzzled, the boatman wondered why this young woman had not even haggled before leaving. After departing the dock, Li Yueshu returned to the main road of a neighboring town. The fact that 2 individuals had rented all the boats suggested either a derangement of the mind or a deliberate ruse. The informant had provided remarkably accurate information regarding the wealthy merchant's whereabouts. It seemed far too precise to be mere happenstance, as if someone had intentionally conveyed it to him. Such details indicated that the identity of the affluent individual was anything but ordinary, and the entourage accompanying him was considerable, necessitating the rental of all those vessels. A group of this size, no matter how cautious, would surely leave traces behind. Indeed, Li Yueshu soon discovered signs that had been intentionally concealed. Without delay, she mounted her horse and pursued in that direction. Meanwhile, 2 men clad in black arrived at the dock. Boatman, where are the vessels? Noticing their peculiar attire and the palpable hostility emanating from them, the boatman dared not inquire further and hurriedly replied. All the boats at the dock were recently rented by 2 men. The only one left is this dilapidated vessel, which I missed renting out due to repairs. Upon hearing this, the 2 men exchanged glances. Despite their disdain, they produced a silver ingot and tossed it toward the boatman. We shall rent this boat. The boatman's eyes gleamed with excitement as he eagerly pocketed the silver. He preferred such forthright customers. The earlier young woman had not only appeared impoverished but also rather odd. Thankfully, she had not attempted to negotiate, or else he might have missed this lucrative opportunity. He thought gleefully as he swiftly rode the 2 men out into the distance. On the other side, as nightfall descended, Li Yueshu finally caught up to a group of about a dozen individuals. They were dressed as bodyguards, each armed and exuding an air of intimidation. Among the various carts laden with unknown substances, one carriage stood out, containing a cabin. Li Yueshu observed the scene, deducing that both Xian Emin and the wealthy merchant were likely inside the carriage. As time passed, she remained anxious about Xian Emin's condition. Concealed in the shadows, her petite frame melded seamlessly with the night. She scrutinized the surroundings, her hand gripping a silenced pistol. Although she was a medical researcher, she occasionally participated in missions alongside other members of her organization, and her skills were commendable. Yet, with only 7 bullets at her disposal, confronting a dozen seasoned fighters would likely result in her demise alongside Xian Emin's rescue. As she contemplated her strategy, the carriage suddenly jolted violently. The surrounding individuals merely cast cursory glances, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences. Shortly thereafter, a man's voice emerged from within the carriage. You little brat, don't you dare reject my hospitality. Stick with me, and you'll live a life of luxury. When you return to Qingfeng Pavilion and come of age, you'll be the plaything of thousands. Daring to kick me? I want to wait until we return. I'll deal with you right now. With that, the carriage began to shake violently again. Li Yueshu's heart raced. She had no time to ponder further, her figure darting forward like an arrow released from a bow. Who goes there? Startled by the commotion, the group swiftly surrounded the carriage, weapons drawn in a defensive posture. Li Yueshu moved with incredible speed, though she was still some distance away, and by the time she reached the carriage, it was already encircled by guards. Nevertheless, she did not hesitate, raising her pistol without taking aim. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 muffled shots fired, the 3 men blocking her path collapsed to the ground before they could even comprehend what had transpired. The onlookers stood agape, astonished by the prowess of the hidden weapon. In the ensuing moment of shock, Li Yueshu slipped into the carriage. Inside, a corpulent man grasped Xian Emin's wrists with one hand while the other intruded into his garments. The 7-year-old Xian Emin's face was pale, his crimson eyes reflecting a harrowing blend of despair and fury. Witnessing this scene ignited a blaze of rage within Li Yueshu. "You beast!" Without a second thought, she raised her hand and, with a swift motion, a bullet pierced through the man's forehead. The look of surprise and anger in his eyes faded in an instant as his life was extinguished. Warm blood splattered across Li Yueshu's face, and Shen Imin stared wide-eyed at the lifeless man before him, filled only with a sense of vindication and relief. Good riddance. He deserved it. Seeing the storm of emotions brewing within Shen Imin's eyes, Li Yueshu's heart skipped a beat. She rushed forward and enveloped him in her arms. "It's all right, my dear. Mother is here. Everything will be fine." Her gentle voice flowed like a warm current, stirring the cold, desolate heart of Shen Yimin. The next moment, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Outside the carriage, the onlookers, having regained their senses, swiftly aimed their weapons at the carriage. Alertness heightened to an unprecedented level. They had never witnessed such an extraordinary weapon. It could claim a life in the blink of an eye, and they hadn't even had time to discern what it was. The leader, emboldened, dared to part the curtain of the carriage, only to be met with shock. Aside from the corpse of the rotund man, the carriage was entirely empty. Meanwhile, Li Yueshu had already transported the unconscious Shen Imin into her spatial realm. Even armed, she knew that escaping from the hands of a dozen skilled fighters while carrying Shen Imin would be impossible. Li Yueshu laid Shen Imin upon the operating table, noting that while he appeared unharmed externally, he bore severe internal injuries. Such harm could easily be inflicted using a cloth wrapped around a wooden stick. Contemplating this, her expression grew serious as she silently made a note to account for Qingfeng Pavilion. She set up and 4-drip for Shen Imin, adding some sedative. She feared that he might awaken and discover her greatest secret, and moreover, he was clearly in a state of restless slumber. Despite being destined to become a formidable antagonist, he was still merely a 7-year-old child. To be on the safe side, Li Yueshu chose to remain in her spatial realm until the afternoon of the following day before venturing out. She made her way back alone, only releasing Shen Imin when she was nearly home. That moment, Shenwei had been waiting outside the academy with the dragon and phoenix twins, not having left even for a moment. Even during the night, just as they were reaching the limit of their patience, they spotted old Lu rushing towards them in a flurry. Chapter 18. How could the child be so hurt? At the town entrance, Li Yueshu held onto the oxen's reins. On the cart lay the unconscious Shen Imin. She encountered old Lu on her way back and placed Shen Imin onto the ox cart, requesting him to inform Shenwei and the others at the academy. Before long, several figures hurriedly approached. Elder brother. Upon seeing Shen Imin lying there, pale and unresponsive, Shen Tingwen's face drained of color in alarm. Shen Tingyi, holding the oblivious Shen Jiyu, trembled uncontrollably. In contrast, Shen Wei, the father, fixed his gaze unwaveringly on Li Yueshu. Not blinking an Li Yueshu intended to pat his head for reassurance, but considering he towered over her, she opted to gently pat his hand instead. "I'm fine, don't worry." Then, she turned to the dragon and phoenix twins. "Rest assured, Amin has merely fainted for the time being. We must head home. He is injured and needs rest." The twins exhaled in relief, quickly climbing onto the ox cart, one on each side of Shen Imin. The cart swayed gently as it made its way through the village. Shen Tingwen confirmed his elder brother was still alive before finally relaxing. He turned to Li Yueshu, hesitating before asking, "Where did you find elder brother?" Li Yueshu glanced at him, her expression calm as she replied, "Zhang Yang sold him to a human trafficker. I pursued for over 10 kilometers before I managed to rescue him, hence my late return." As she spoke, she produced a few coins, unable to suppress a sigh. It seems yesterday's efforts were in vain. Shen Tingwen observed the coins in her hand and her weary expression, instinctively tightening his lips. After a prolonged silence, he spoke softly, "When I earn money in the future, I will repay you 1,000-fold. "What did you say?" Li Yueshu turned her head in confusion, seemingly having misheard him. "Nothing." Shen Tingwen awkwardly turned away, as if sulking, though his ears betrayed him. Turning crimson, a smile flickered in Li Yueshu's eyes as she turned back, only to find Shen Tingyi scrutinizing her. The latter quickly averted her gaze, as if merely experiencing an illusion. Li Yueshu raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Shen Tingyi tilted her head, though she discreetly cast a glance at Li Yueshu, her expression a mix of complexity and entanglement. This woman has truly changed, but what could be the reason behind such a sudden transformation? Thus, the ox cart made its serene return to the village, where everyone's eyes were immediately drawn to the pale-faced Shen Imin. Goodness, Li Yueshu is truly ruthless. How could she have beaten the child to this extent? Li Yueshu responded, Which of your eyes saw me strike him? Upon hearing this, old Lu quickly interjected, You all have misunderstood. This child encountered human traffickers and was frightened. If it hadn't been for the third brother's wife arriving in time, who knows what would have happened to him? Listening to Lu Leihan's explanation, the scornful gazes that had originally been directed at Li Yueshu were withdrawn. Li Yueshu did not bother with these individuals. After escorting Shun Emin back home, she ascended the mountain alone. The necessary medicinal herbs for treating Shun Emin's injuries could all be found on the mountain, and those with superior efficacy were beyond her financial means, thus she had no choice but to gather them herself. Not long after she departed, the previously unconscious Shun Emin slowly opened his eyes. Elder brother, you're awake? Shen Tingwen was the first to notice, joyfully rushing towards him. Shun Emin, still in a daze, instinctively recoiled as someone lunged at him. Shun Tingwen froze, gazing at him in confusion. Elder brother? Upon seeing the familiar face before him, Shun Emin took a long moment to relax. How did I end up here? His complexion appeared somewhat pale. As if he were still in a state of shock. Shin Tingwen pressed his lips together. It was that woman who rescued you. You mean the vile woman that the Shun family arranged for father to marry? Shun Emin was taken aback. He suddenly recalled that just before losing consciousness, he had indeed seen someone resembling that woman lift the curtain. Later, she had used a strange object to eliminate that scoundrel while cradling him in her arms, offering him comfort. Shun Emin's expression momentarily became dazed. Shin Tingyi furrowed her brow. Elder brother, that woman claimed she redeemed you from human traffickers. Is that true? Shin Emin seemed momentarily taken aback. Is that what she said? He began to doubt whether he was dreaming, but upon meeting the puzzled gazes of his siblings, he nodded. Regardless of the woman's intentions in concealing the truth, this was the best outcome for him. That was his nightmare. He did not want anyone, not even his family, to know. At that moment, Shin Wei entered with a basin of hot water, saying, Your wife said you woke up, so wash yourself and change into clean clothes. Shun Emin's face lit up with surprise. Father? Shin Wei set the basin down, tilting his head to look at him. You're my eldest son, right? What's your name? Shun. Shun-E. Shin Emin was taken aback. The usually composed individual seemed to be facing an unexpected number of revelations today. Shun Tingwen's expression turned serious as he explained. Father injured his head and has lost his senses. Shin Emin's eyes widened in disbelief. It was impossible for that wise and formidable man to be foolish. Yet, the reality was precisely as it appeared. As Shun Emin listened to his siblings recount the events of the past few days. Li Yueshu returned from the mountain having gathered the herbs. Shun Emin observed the woman before him, whose appearance mirrored the one from his memories, his eyes filled with suspicion in the span of just a few days. It was inconceivable for an individual's character to transform entirely into that of another. Who exactly was she? Sensing his skepticism, Li Yueshu remained unperturbed, adhering to the principle of remaining passive while the enemy was inactive, and proceeded to examine his condition. Yes, she deftly carried out her tasks. Shun Emin's suspicion deepened. He looked at Li Yueshu but asked something entirely different. How did you know I was here? Li Yueshu continued her work. I visited Zhang Yang's home and inquired directly. Shun Emin was taken aback. He naturally found it hard to believe it could be so simple. Aren't you afraid of Zhang Yang retaliating? He was acutely aware of that individual's intense jealousy and ruthless methods. It was improbable that he would willingly divulge Shun Emin's whereabouts to her. Li Yueshu glanced at him nonchalantly. A confident smile gracing her lips. Rest assured, not only will he not retaliate against me, but he will also seek my favor. Shun Emin was momentarily stunned, clearly not comprehending her words, yet Li Yueshu showed no intention of elaborating. Instead, she countered, what grievance do you have with Zhang Yang that would provoke such brutal acts? At the mention of this, a cold glint flashed in Shun Emin's eyes, but it was fleeting, and Li Yueshu did not notice. Chapter 19. A windfall. Shun Emin spoke with a frigid demeanor. I have consistently performed best in my studies at the academy, which led Zhang Yang to harass me repeatedly. Li Yueshu was taken aback. Is it really just because of this? You had no other conflicts? Shun Emin shook his head. I did not wish to invite trouble and chose to ignore him, never engaging in any disputes. Li Yueshu was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling inexplicably that the punishment for that little fatso was too lenient. She looked at the boy before her, whose gentle features appeared particularly fragile due to his pale complexion, and inquired, What do you plan to do about Zhang Yang? A flicker of darkness crossed Shun Emin's eyes, but he remained silent. However, his expression indicated that he would not easily let it go. Li Yueshu understood that although nothing had transpired, Shun Emin still harbored a shadow of fear and would undoubtedly not forgive Zhang Yang lightly. Yet, the The current Shin Amin had not undergone the experiences outlined in the original narrative. So Zhang Yang's ultimate fate would likely not be as dire as in the original tale. Li Yueshu chose not to delve further into Shen Amin's intentions, conversing with him briefly before stepping outside. Shen Amin silently observed her departing figure, his eyes filled with suspicion. Having successfully navigated the greatest crisis, Li Yueshu decided to celebrate with a delicious meal. However, before doing so, she removed all the remaining bullets from her pistol. Following the events of the previous night, she had come to deeply appreciate the importance of ample ammunition and resolved to gather more. After completing this task, she retrieved herbs from her space to provide Shenwei, all aimed at alleviating the blood clots in his brain. She had examined him and determined that the clots were not significant and could be resolved with medication. Watching the flat white pills in her hand, Shin Tingyi's face was filled with curiosity, yet she awkwardly hesitated to speak. Noticing her expression, Li Yueshu took the initiative to explain. These are called blood-nourishing and brain-clearing pills. Their primary active ingredients are. She detailed each pill, speaking in a calm tone, pausing to reiterate whenever Shin Tingyi displayed confusion. Since many of the scientific names were modern, Li Yueshu endeavored to replace them with traditional Chinese herbal names for better understanding. In the inner room, Shin Amin observed this scene through the sagging door, his expression increasingly perplexed. Was this woman truly the one he knew? Li Yueshu, naturally aware of the gaze upon her, said nothing and proceeded to prepare dinner. Due to his severe injuries, Shin Amin lay in bed recuperating. Fortunately, the academy had a 3-day break, so there was no need to request leave from town. However, early the next morning, Shan Tingwen began trailing behind Li Yueshu. Appearing hesitant, Li Yueshu prompted, "What do you wish to say?" Shin Tingwen hesitated, glancing towards the kitchen. "When do we start making marinated dishes?" Li Yueshu was taken aback. She had not anticipated that he had been mulling over this. After all, to prove that she had paid a hefty sum to redeem Shan Amin, she had mentioned that she was left with only a few coins, all of which had been given to Lu Laohan for their return. At this moment, Shin Tingwen likely perceived them as being utterly impoverished. Seeing his anxious demeanor, Li Yueshu gently patted his head. "Do not worry, someone will come to deliver us money." Shan Tingwen looked puzzled. "Father is now foolish. Who would give us money for no reason?" Li Yueshu smiled mysteriously, offering no explanation. In her anticipation, she had expected the benefactor to arrive in a couple of days, but to her surprise, that very afternoon, a grand carriage rolled into the village. In this remote mountain village, ox carts were already a rarity. Thus, such a luxurious and exquisite carriage captured everyone's attention. As the carriage halted at Li Yueshu's doorstep, nearly half the village followed behind. Li Yueshu was in the courtyard with Shan Tingyi, sorting through the herbs they had gathered that day. Upon seeing the Zhang family alight from the carriage, she merely offered a cold smile before diverting her gaze. Hearing the commotion, Shen Tingwen rushed out from the house. Before he could ascertain the situation, Li Yueshu instructed, "On, go open the door. Let your elder brother witness how mother avenged him." Shan Tingwen vaguely understood and immediately ran to open the door. At this moment, the Zhang couple approached Li Yueshu. Behind them 2 servants were carrying a pallid, unconscious individual, Zhang Yang. Faced with the dilapidated house, the couple clearly looked down upon it but made efforts to conceal their disdain. They wore cautiously polite smiles. "This lady." Li Yueshu raised her gaze, but her attention passed over the two, landing on the person carrying the medicine box behind them. "Dr. Chen, what brings you here?" Following behind was Dr. Chun from the town's clinic. Upon receiving her greeting, he stepped forward and clasped his hands. "I am here at the behest of old Master Zhang to attend to young Master Zhang. However, my skills are limited, and I am unable to heal young Master Zhang. I heard they were seeking someone capable of treating him, so I intended to come and see, only to discover it is you." "Madam, he merely mentioned that Zhang Yang was ill without revealing that Li Yueshu was the one responsible for the predicament. Regardless of the reasons, poisoning another would tarnish one's reputation." Li Yueshu understood his intentions. Although she was indifferent to public opinion, she felt a sense of gratitude. She smiled but chose not to continue his line of conversation. "Since Dr. Chen is here, could you help me assess whether these herbs can fetch a good price? I imagine you have noticed my family's circumstances." She subtly gestured towards the dilapidated house behind her. "I have 4 children, and now my husband has also become foolish due to his injuries. Which means I, a mere woman, must provide for 5. The master has sustained an injury, necessitating medical attention and medication. Expenses abound at the academy." The last 3 words she pronounced with particular emphasis, casting a sidelong glance at the Zhang couple. Mr. Zhang, a man of keen perception, instantly grasped her intent. He hurried forward, his face adorned with a broad smile. reassuring her, "Rest assured, madam. As long as you can save my son Yang, I shall spare no expense." Li Yueshu raised an eyebrow, then turned to the figure of Shen Amin within the room, inquiring what amount of silver would be deemed appropriate. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhang comprehended at once that the crux of the matter rested with Shen Amin. He stepped forward with 2 strides, his demeanor amiable as he addressed Shen. "You must be Shen Amin, a scholar I often hear Yang speak of. He praises you as the youngest student among the neighboring towns, even extolling your talents as worthy of a top scholar." A glimmer of disdain flickered in Shen Amin's eyes. If he held me in such high regard, how could he have allowed me to fall into this predicament? Mr. Zhang, taken aback by the apparent disregard, felt his expression grow cold. Mrs. Zhang, already fraught with anxiety, could no longer contain herself upon hearing this, exclaiming, "My son Yang was merely jesting with you. Look at him now. He is perfectly fine. Yet you, as his stepmother, not only injured him but also resorted to poisoning him. How could your heart be so malicious?" Chapter 20. Dealing with Zhang Yang. What is happening? Was it not said that Shen Amin had been abducted by human traffickers? Could it be that Li Yueshu had truly poisoned someone? This child appears to be of a similar age to Shen Amin. How could she bring herself to do such a thing? If Shen Amin were indeed taken by this family, then poisoning them would be justifiable. Amidst the villagers' discourse, Li Yueshu merely smiled serenely. "Since Mrs. Zhang claims it to be poisoning, I suggest you promptly seek a physician skilled in detoxification. My expertise lies solely in treating ailments, not in antidotes." With that, she cast a glance at the ailing Zhang Yang, whose breaths were shallow. "You would do well to hasten your efforts. Should you delay too long, he may lose his life." "You, be silent," Mrs. Zhang wished to retort, but was promptly silenced by Mr. Zhang's admonition. Maintaining a facade of joviality, he addressed Li Yueshu. "Please, do not take offense. My wife is merely overwhelmed with worry and speaks out of turn. I implore you not to hold her words against her." He forced a smile, adding, "My son is indeed unwell, and having heard of your remarkable medical skills, I specifically brought him here to seek your assistance. Anyone who has earned the commendation of Dr. Chen must surely be capable of overlooking the playful antics of 2 children and restoring my son's health." He continued, Li Yueshu, not one to be easily deceived, discerned the veiled threat in his words. If she failed to cure him, it would appear as though she had intentionally let him suffer due to the children's mischief. She disregarded his insidious insinuation, approaching Zhang Yang and feigning an examination. After a moment of serious contemplation, she nodded gravely. "Indeed, he is gravely ill. Without prompt treatment, he may be in dire peril." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhang's tears, which had been momentarily stifled, began to flow anew. "Please, save him. You must save him." Li Yueshu cast a cool glance her way. "Your son, at such a tender age, orchestrated the abduction of my child, nearly leading to Shen Amin's demise at the hands of traffickers. Why should I come to his aid?" Mrs. Zhang's expression froze, her rage bubbling beneath the surface, but she was swiftly restrained by Mr. Zhang. "Madam, our son was merely jesting." "Then allow me to jest with you as well," Li Yueshu interjected. "Your son is merely asleep. You may carry him back." Mr. Zhang's countenance became rigid, finally realizing that this woman was not easily swayed. He straightened his expression, asking, "What would it take for you to save my son?" Li Yueshu raised an eyebrow, responding, 2 conditions. First, a fee of 300 taels of silver, without exception. Second, upon regaining consciousness, Zhang Yang must publicly kneel and apologize to my son. Shen Amin, what? Are you out of your mind? 300 taels. Has Li Yueshu lost her senses? I have never encountered such an exorbitant sum, though the Zhang family was among the affluent in town. 300 taels would surely deplete their coffers. The crowd erupted in disbelief, and Mrs. Zhang, disregarding Mr. Zhang's attempts to restrain her, began to vociferously berate. Throughout it all, Li Yueshu remained unperturbed, stating calmly, "You may deliberate at your leisure. I am willing to wait, though I cannot ascertain if your son will be able to do the same." At her words, even Mr. Zhang could no longer maintain his composure, glaring at Li Yueshu. Teeth clenched. "Very well, I shall acquiesce, but 300 taels is no trifling amount. You must grant me time to prepare." Li Yueshu, fully aware of his intentions, replied, "No hurry. Mr. Zhang may take his time. I shall assist only when you are ready." At this, Mr. Zhang's expression turned from difficult to positively thunderous. His gaze fixed upon Li Yueshu as if he could devour her whole. He gritted his teeth, ordering those nearby to remove the cart's cover and to ride back to town for the funds. The crowd watched in stunned silence as the cart faded into the distance. Utterly shocked that Mr. Zhang would indeed agree to provide 300 taels, Mr. Zhang, with no care for the thoughts of the onlookers, turned his icy gaze upon Li Yueshu. Retrieving the money will take time. Can you not save him first? With a sly smile, Li Yueshu responded, of course. She then turned to the onlooking Dr. Chen. Might I borrow your silver needles? Dr. Chen nodded, swiftly retrieving a set of silver needles from his medical bag. Thus, before the gathering crowd, Li Yueshu began to expose Zhang Yang's torso, administering needle after needle into his flesh. After only a few punctures, the previously unconscious Zhang Yang suddenly awoke, exclaiming, "Ah, it hurts." Instinctively, he attempted to thrash about, but Li Yueshu held him firmly in place. She turned her gaze to the bewildered guards nearby. Why are you not restraining your young master? Interrupting treatment at this juncture could exacerbate his condition or even prove fatal. Upon hearing this, the guards, fearing for their own positions, rushed forward to subdue the struggling Zhang Yang. Thus, with each needle Li Yueshu inserted, a scream of agony erupted from Zhang Yang. Finding the noise unbearable, she tore a strip from his clothing to silence him. Not only that, she summoned Xian Tingjing to her side. Explaining the acupuncture points as she continued her work, Mr. Zhang's face contorted in anguish. Do not go too far. Li Yueshu raised her gaze, nonchalantly offering the silver needle to him. Then you may do it. Mr. Zhang choked on his words, his face turning a deep shade of purple, unable to articulate a single syllable. Thus, the majority of the village bore witness to this bizarre spectacle. In that moment, many felt an inexplicable chill at Li Yueshu's demeanor. Only Dr. Chen, standing in the corner, watched with a mix of disbelief and concern. He recognized her technique as steady and practiced, each needle precisely targeting the acupuncture points, and initially believed she possessed some arcane skill. However, as time passed, he discerned something amiss. The locations she chose were among the most sensitive points on the human body, and her method effectively amplified the pain. Dr. Chen observed as Zhang Yang fainted several times from the agony, only to be roused again, feeling a pang of sympathy yet refraining from intervention. He had gleaned enough of the situation to understand that this young master had betrayed his classmate to traffickers. Naturally, a mother would not let such a transgression go unpunished. Such malevolence at such a tender age warranted a stern lesson. Thus, amidst the charade, Zhang Yang endured torment for the better part of an hour before the sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar. They've arrived, the medical fees are here. Hearing her son's cries, Mrs. Zhang felt as though her heart had been wrenched from her chest. She rushed forth to seize the bulging purse, handing it over to Li Yueshu. The latter accepted the pouch, casually thrusting the needle into Zhang Yang once more, causing Mrs. Zhang to gasp in alarm. After counting the coins to confirm the total was indeed 300 taels, she deftly concealed the purse within her sleeve. Gather the needles. Xian Tingjing stood momentarily stunned. Me? Li Yueshu offered a gentle smile. Do not miss out on such an excellent opportunity for practice. Your elder brother is still watching from within. Upon hearing this, Xian Tingjing seemed to grasp the underlying intent, promptly rolling up her sleeves to begin removing the needles. Just as Zhang Yang had begun to find a moment of respite, he was again engulfed in excruciating pain, unleashing a muffled scream. Before long, the needles were all removed. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Li Yueshu reached into her robe, and before anyone could react, she swiftly deposited 2 white pills into Zhang Yang's mouth. What have you given my son? Chapter 21. Opening the apothecary, Mrs. Zhang shouted in a panic, about to unleash a torrent of curses, only to witness Zhang Yang, who had been on the brink of collapse, suddenly regain color in his cheeks, his demeanor visibly revitalized. Li Yueshu observed the Zhang family's ecstatic expressions with a bemused smile. These were her own concoctions, designed to provide a temporary boost in vitality. However, this would be followed by a more pronounced weakness. Yet, with proper care, no lasting harm would ensue. Although her treatment of Zhang Yang was motivated by a desire for retribution against Shan Amin, her demand for an apology could not simply be overlooked. Mr. Zhang, do not forget my other condition. Mr. Zhang's face fell, his previous elation extinguished as if doused with cold water. Glancing at the feigning innocence of the three, Li Yueshu remained unfazed and offered a gentle reminder. While young Master Zhang's condition has improved, this state will only persist for an hour at most. Thereafter, he will become increasingly frail and must be diligently cared for. Lest he develop chronic issues, I possess a prescription tailored specifically for young Master Zhang's ailment, though I wonder if Mr. Zhang is inclined to accept it. Should you wish to obtain it, you must kneel and apologize. Mr. Zhang was no fool. He understood her implication. With so many witnesses present, How could he bear to have his son kneel before an unknown child? Yet he was a late father, with only this one offspring, and could not bear to see him come to harm. After a fierce internal struggle, he finally relented. Younger, kneel down and apologize. Master Zhang was well aware of his son's temperament and had braced himself for the inevitable tantrum of refusal. Unexpectedly, however, Zhang Yang not only complied but swiftly dropped to his knees before Shin Amin. I'm sorry. I was wronged. I will never be jealous of you again, nor will I intentionally cause you trouble. While he uttered these words, his gaze, filled with trepidation, darted towards Li Yueshu, clearly shaken by the earlier incident. Li Yueshu glanced inside the room and, upon seeing Shan Amin nod gently, spoke up. It was merely a playful exchange among classmates. Young Master Zhang's apology suffices. There is no need for such grand gestures. Mrs. Zhang could not suppress her ire and shot a fierce glare at her, rushing forward to help her son to his feet. Master Zhang, stifling his anger, inquired, "What about the prescription?" This time, Li Yueshu was quite forthcoming, borrowing paper and ink from Dr. Chen to write a prescription for replenishing vitality and blood. Thus, the Zhang family, who had arrived in grand fashion, departed in a rather diminished state. Dr. Chen, however, chose to stay behind. Other villagers wished to linger out of curiosity, but upon observing Li Yueshu meticulously cleaning her silver needles, they recalled her earlier acupuncture work and felt an inexplicable chill run down their spines. Departing one by one, once everyone had left, Li Yueshu returned the now clean silver needles to Dr. Chen and invited him inside. Dr. Chen, having lived most of his life, had never witnessed a family of 5 crammed into such a dilapidated dwelling. Noticing the sympathy in his eyes, Li Yueshu refrained from addressing it directly. "Oh, you have something you wish to discuss, Dr. Chen?" Dr. Chen came to his senses and produced a tightly wrapped handkerchief from his bosom, revealing a minuscule black pill within. "Madam, are you familiar with this?" Li Yueshu examined it closely, crushing it lightly to smell it at her nostrils. It was a quick-acting, heart-saving pill. She looked at Dr. Chen in astonishment as he explained. "The person you saved on the street that day was a dear friend of mine. I specifically requested 2 pills from him for study purposes. I must admit, despite my years of practice, I cannot discern the method of its creation, nor its ingredients." Seeing the excitement in front of her, Li Yueshu queried, "Is Dr. Chen inquiring about the prescription for this pill?" Dr. Chen clasped his hands. Feeling no shame in bowing to a young lady, "I have no right to request the prescription from you, madam. I merely hope you can carry this medicine forward for future generations. Countless individuals suffer from heart ailments, often resigning themselves to fate when crises strike, leading to untold losses of life. This medicine is both profound and miraculous. If widely used, it could save countless lives from peril." As he spoke, a gleam of fervor sparkled in his eyes. Shining brilliantly, witnessing such passion from Dr. Chen, the others in the room felt a surge of admiration. This was the essence of a true healer. Yet, Li Yueshu found herself in a quandary. She was genuinely unable to mass-produce the pills. The prescription for the quick-acting heart-saving pill was a state secret, and she merely had a few boxes in stock. Even if she possessed the prescription, creating such medicine required modern machinery. While her space contained machines and electricity, she could not extract electricity from it. Naturally, she could not explain this and only said, "Dr. Chen, I regret to inform you that due to certain special circumstances, this medicine cannot be produced on a large scale." Although Dr. Chen had anticipated this, he felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing her words. "It seems I have been short-sighted. Such a rare medicine cannot be so easily manufactured." Li Yueshu fell silent. As a fellow healer, she understood Dr. Chen's sincere heart more than most. After a moment's contemplation, an idea suddenly struck her. She envisioned a way not only to legitimately procure the medicine from her space, but also to support this family. With that thought in mind, she quickly spoke up, "Dr. Chen, to be frank, while this medicine cannot be mass-produced, I can't provide it regularly. Furthermore, I have other fast-acting, portable medicines. Although the quantities are limited, I can supply some on a regular basis." Dr. Chen's eyes widened in surprise, and the glimmer in his gaze reignited with hope. "That would be splendid. If there is anything you require of me, do not hesitate to ask." Li Yueshu did not hold back, for she genuinely needed Dr. Chen's assistance. "I wish to open a pharmacy that not only offers these special medicines, but also transforms some commonly used prescriptions into more convenient forms." In her previous life, she had done just that, and now, with her space's assistance, it would surely be no problem. Dr. Chen became quite enthusiastic, readily engaging in discussions with her. Behind them, Xinwei and the 4 children sat in a row, watching the two converse animatedly. Shun Emin observed the eloquent woman before him, and his skepticism deepened. Their conversation continued until dusk, interrupted only by the rumbling of stomachs, prompting them to pause. Li Yueshu then returned to her senses and personally cooked a sumptuous meal. Given that it was quite late, Dr. Chun found it inconvenient to return alone and opted to stay, lodging at Lu Laohan's home. Li Yueshu had matters to discuss with Lu Laohan and his wife. So she brought 2 pounds of meat and personally delivered it to Dr. Chun. Chapter 22. Poisoning Uncle Lu. Aunt Lu, I wish to renovate my house. The weather grows colder. The only habitable room is drafty. And I cannot allow the children to continue freezing. Li Yueshu handed the meat over. I would like to trouble you to help me find someone to build a tile-roofed house, offering 10 won as daily wages. Including lunch. 10 won a day was quite a generous wage, even in town, let alone with lunch included. If it weren't for Lu Laohan's inability to work due to his health, he would have gladly taken the job himself. The couple readily agreed, but did not take her meat. Li Yueshu did not insist, merely asking Aunt Lu to help her with lunch daily, which could be considered part of the wages. After a brief discussion, Li Yueshu returned home. 6 people crammed into one room was indeed tight, but they managed to make do. Watching her busily arrange the bedding, Shun Emin's eyes flickered with myriad emotions. After a long pause, he suddenly spoke. The Zhang family will not let this matter rest. Li Yueshu was no fool and was well aware of this. She smoothed out the wrinkles in the quilt. She reassured him, rest assured. I can ensnare them once, and I can easily do so a second time. She was not someone who could be easily bullied. If the Zhang family dared to come knocking, she would ensure they learned the meaning of regret. Seeing the confident expression on her face, Shun Emin's lips curved slightly, a fact he did not even notice himself. Almost everyone believed the Zhang family would not easily swallow their pride and awaited Li Yueshu's retribution. However, to their surprise, the Zhang family remained silent for several days, while Li Yueshu's renovation progressed vigorously. During this time, Li Yueshu's entire family stayed at Lu Laohan's home. Due to his injury, Shun Emin took a few days off to recuperate. Although he could not engage in strenuous activity yet, he was already able to walk. The laborers repairing the house were mostly robust villagers. With a daily wage of 10 won, nearly half the village vied for the opportunity. However, Lu Laohan only retained a dozen or so nimble workers, including Shun Wei's elder brother, Shun Wang. Shun Wang was not particularly industrious, but Lu Laohan included him for being Shan Wei's elder brother. By the time Li Yueshu learned of this, work had already commenced, and she felt it inappropriate to send anyone away at lunchtime. Li Yueshu personally cooked, serving meat at every meal, with nearly every dish unique and more fragrant than those from restaurants. The meat was originally intended for her to make into braised dishes for sale, but with the 300 taels of silver gifted by the Zhang family, she no longer needed to toil so hard. Within a few days, nearly the entire village knew that working for Li Yueshu not only paid well, but also came with daily meat. As a result, a flood of villagers flocked to the old residence, inquiring whether Li Yueshu still needed workers. Among them were those with less scruples, solely intent on taking advantage, like Shen Mother and Yang Shi. Ever since learning that Shun Wang was working here and enjoying free meals, Shen Mother and Yang Shi began visiting around lunchtime under the pretense of checking on Shun. In the first couple of days, Li Yueshu could overlook it, but these two soon grew bolder, taking food and leaving with it. Shun Tingyi, witnessing their behavior, was incensed and was about to confront them when Li Yueshu stopped her. Confused, she saw Li Yueshu smile faintly and remarked, "Dealing with shameless individuals cannot be done with reason. But we can't just let it go, can we?" Shin Tingyi protested, feeling resentful. "They are not only mooching off us but even rummaging through the kitchen. They deserve to have their hands chopped off to learn a lesson." Observing her fierce expression, Li Yueshu couldn't help but recall the first day she had arrived in this world, when this little girl had declared her intent to break her legs. She felt a bit of a headache. It's only 5 years old. How could she possess such a fierce and ruthless disposition? Li Yueshu reached out to ruffle her hair, as if soothing her. "Rest assured, those who take my things will undoubtedly pay a price." Just moments ago, Shun Tingyi had been filled with anger, but she turned away, feeling embarrassed. "Why did you touch my head?" She glared at Li Yueshu. Though her flushed cheeks and delicate features made her appear irresistibly adorable, Li Yueshu felt an urge to touch her again, but she restrained herself. All right, I won't touch it anymore." Shin Tingyi was curious about the price Li Yueshu mentioned. And that very afternoon, she found out the answer. She saw Shen Mother and Yang Shi approaching, their faces pale and trembling, supported by several people, followed by a crowd of onlookers. Upon spotting Li Yueshu, Shen Mother collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, "You wicked, venomous woman! You sought to poison us to death. May you meet a terrible end." With a resounding shout, all the workers came to a standstill, their eyes wide with shock as they turned to gaze at Li Yueshu. Observing this, Yang Shi spoke with a face full of anguish. "Sister-in-law, we understand that you wish to renovate your house. Out of goodwill, we invited your elder brother to assist you, if you choose not to appreciate our kindness. That is one thing, but to think of poisoning us merely because we partook of a few morsels of meat is utterly outrageous. What is this? Li Yueshu poisoning others? I see that Shen's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law have turned pale with pain. Could it truly be the case? This is far too vicious. It is merely a few pieces of meat, yet you would seek to take a life." The crowd buzzed with speculation, their eyes filled with condemnation as they fixated on Li Yueshu. In that moment, Shun Wei, who had been closely attached to Li Yueshu, immediately shielded her from view, glaring fiercely at those around them. Amused yet warmed by this display, Li Yueshu quickly pulled this naive fool behind her. With a bemused smile, she addressed the two women, whose faces were twisted in agony. "You accuse me of poisoning. Where is your evidence?" Shun's mother, drenched in cold sweat from her pain, fixed a fierce glare on Li Yueshu. "We ate nothing else today but what was served here. If it is not you who poisoned us, then who else could it be?" Li Yueshu chuckled softly, about to retort when Shan Tingwen unexpectedly emerged. "But we all ate the same food, did we not? And these uncles and brothers, they too shared in the same meal." His seemingly innocent words revealed the simplest of truths. Aunt Lu quickly added, "Indeed, everything was served from the same pot. We all dined together. How is it that only you two fell ill?" Standing beside Aunt Lu, Shun Amin, dressed in a pristine white garment that accentuated his gentle demeanor, spoke with a tone that contradicted his appearance. "Grandmother and aunt have taken so much from my household in recent days. Could it be that, having fallen ill, they wish to extort something from us first?" Both Shan's mother and Yang Shi, already suffering, grew even more distressed by the pointed remarks of the two brothers. Just as they were about to retort, Li Yueshu interjected, "Ah, so you are unwell. How fortuitous. For my medical skills have even garnered praise from Dr. Chen." She regarded the two women with a smile that made them shiver involuntarily. What are you planning?" Yang Shi felt a sudden sense of foreboding. Instinctively taking a step back, Li Yueshu did not respond, instead commanding, i.e., "Go fetch what lies beneath my pillow." Shun Tingyi's eyes lit up with recognition, and she dashed off to Old Man Lu's home. Moments later, she returned with a small cloth bag, and under the curious gazes of the crowd, Li Yueshu opened it to reveal a series of slender silver needles. In an instant, those who had witnessed her treat Zhang Yang recalled that very scene. Including Yang Shi, whose already pale face lost its final trace of color as she gasped in horror. Don't come any closer." With a bright smile, Li Yueshu advanced toward her. "I must treat you. Naturally, I need to approach you." As she spoke, she waved the silver needles playfully. Don't prick me," Yang Shi shrieked, momentarily forgetting her discomfort as she fled, leaving Shan's mother sitting on the ground, momentarily stunned. Li Yueshu smirked, turning to her, her expression innocent and harmless. "Since the eldest sister has departed, shall I tend to the mother-in-law now?" Terrified, Shan's mother scrambled to her feet, exclaiming, No, I am not ill. I don't need your treatment. I am perfectly fine." Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Shan's mother fled, her shoes having fallen off, completely abandoning her earlier fade of excruciating pain. The crowd erupted in laughter, unable to contain themselves. They all believed that Shun's mother and daughter-in-law were attempting to extort Li Yueshu now that she had gained wealth, and soon dispersed to attend to their own affairs, none of them truly believing in their genuine discomfort. After the crowd had dispersed, however, Shin Amin approached Li Yueshu. "Amin, do you require something?" She set aside her broom. Shin Amin's expression turned serious as he replied, "You are not her." The youth raised his chin defiantly, his demeanor exuding strength that belied his delicate appearance. Li Yueshu blinked in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Shin Amin seemed resolute, without a hint of doubt. "Your medical skills, culinary talents, agility, and that peculiar concealed weapon. None of those are things Li Yueshu would be capable of." Having known her for a year, he was well aware of the kind of person she was. Li Yueshu brushed the dust from her hands. "Is this what you have discerned after observing me for so many days?" She was aware that Shen Amin had been watching her closely in this world of literature, where Shen Amin was the most calculating and cunning of the four antagonists. Li Yueshu would never underestimate him due to his youth. Yet, she had no intention of revealing the truth. After all, speaking such things would either label her a madwoman or a monster. Shin Amin eyed her warily. Who sent you? What is your purpose? Are you here to target me? Or, suddenly, a loud clap rang out as Shin Amin's head was struck from behind. His words cut short and his normally gentle expression replaced with bewilderment. Li Yueshu shook her stinging hand and shot him a disdainful glare. Were it not for me, your household would now be in utter ruin. Do you truly believe I would covet anything from you? Shin Amin rubbed the back of his head, momentarily at a loss. Indeed, they had little left to lose. Even if others discovered their whereabouts, a mere assassin could resolve the matter. Why go through such elaborate means? But his father still held potential value. Observing the conflicted expression on his face, Li Yueshu found him unexpectedly endearing. Gently, she reached out to pat the spot on his head where she had struck him, speaking softly, "Fear not, I shall not harm you before you come of age. Rather, I will protect you." Shin Amin froze, his face a mask of astonishment. This woman was remarkably gentle. Just then, Shinwei unexpectedly bounded into the scene. "Wife, I wish to feel that too." Both Li Yueshu and Shin Amin jumped in surprise, staring at the tall yet simple-minded man with exasperation. All right, go ahead," Li Yueshu obliged, giving his head a couple of playful ruffles. "What of the water you were boiling?" Shinwei grinned widely, utterly delighted. "Wife said that when the water bubbles, I should come find you, so here I am." Amused by his foolishness, Li Yueshu couldn't help but ruffle his hair again. "Very well, tonight you shall be rewarded with an extra piece of meat." "Wife, you are truly kind. When I grow up, I shall treat you well." "Ha! You are already the tallest in our family. How much more do you wish to grow?" "Well, then I shall forego my meat and let my wife eat." "So she grows taller than I. That is entirely unnecessary." As they conversed, they walked away, their figures radiating warmth and harmony. Watching this scene unfold, Shin Amin felt a long-lost sense of peace and balance rise within him, and his typically gentle smile gained an additional touch of sincerity. Li Yueshu made it a daily ritual to visit the old residence to oversee the progress of the renovations. Thanks to her prompt payments and the promise of delicious meat, the workers toiled diligently, completing the house in just over half a month. The structure, designed by Li Yueshu, exuded a hint of a traditional courtyard style, simple yet spacious in addition to the bedrooms and kitchen. It boasted a study and a bathing room, and she even constructed a medicine room for herself. Li Yueshu made several trips to the town with Old Man Lu to procure new furniture, even purchasing each person several sets of fine clothing. Had the land of the old residence not been so limited, one might have mistaken it for the abode of a wealthy gentleman. To express her gratitude, Li Yueshu generously provided an extra day's wages to each worker. By the time they moved into their new home, her 300 taels had dwindled significantly. However, she felt no regret. After settling in, she took a few people to the town to buy exquisite pastries and fabrics. Shun Tingwen, however, was somewhat pained. "Aren't we sending elder brother to the academy? Why are we buying these things?" Li Yueshu, observing his avaricious demeanor, replied with exasperation, "Your elder brother has been resting at home for over half a month. Surely he must pay a visit to the teacher and submit next year's tuition? Furthermore, we ought to express our gratitude to the classmate who alerted us on the day your brother was in trouble, now that our household matters are finally in order." She playfully pinched Shan Tingwen's puffed-up cheeks. A merchant must have a long-term vision. One must understand benevolence and righteousness, not merely focus on immediate gains. Shun Tingwen, though somewhat puzzled, remained quiet despite the lingering discomfort at parting with their funds. Meanwhile, Shun Amin, having overheard her words, cast a glance in her direction before quickly averting his gaze. This woman had not previously displayed such elevated ideals. Before long, they arrived at the academy to pay the tuition, only to learn that Zhang Yang had also taken a leave of absence during this time, and the Zhang family had left town entirely. It turned out that a fortnight prior, 2 men in black had invaded the Zhang household, injuring all the guards and nearly killing Zhang Yang. Subsequently, after the Zhang patriarch and matriarch sought medical aid to treat the trauma-induced illness that had befallen Zhang Yang, they hurriedly relocated. Li Yueshu finally understood the reason behind the Zhang family's lack of trouble for them and was momentarily taken aback. Though she did not dwell on it, however, upon hearing about the 2 men in black, Shin Amin's eyes flickered with something elusive. Li Yueshu remained oblivious and inquired with the teacher about the student who had informed them that day. "The individual you seek must be Imo Lien, correct?" The teacher suddenly sighed. "If you are looking for him, madam, I fear today may be a fruitless endeavor." Chapter 24. The meaning of Master's words regarding Imo Lien. What does Master mean by this? Shun Amin took a couple of tense steps forward. Has something happened to Brother Imo? Aware of their close friendship, Master did not withhold the truth. Lien's mother was gravely ill and had not attended the academy for several days. Master wore a look of regret, lamenting the plight of the boy whose father had passed away early, leaving behind a frail mother to raise him. Aside from studying at the academy, he often earned a living by writing for others. Hardly ever having a moment of rest, as for Shinamine, he too frequently ventured out to earn money through writing, not only to support his younger siblings, but also to contend with a malicious stepmother. Master! Noticing that the conversation was taking a turn for the worse, Shinamine quickly interrupted. Thank you for informing me, Master. I shall go see Brother Imo at once. Li Yueshu thought to herself. This master doesn't seem old enough to be confused. Yet his eyes are clearly lacking clarity. Silently scoffing, she maintained a polite demeanor and greeted Master before departing. Master remained dazed for a moment, only to realize belatedly that he had inadvertently spoken ill of someone in their presence. Li Yueshu paid little mind to Master's words, instead pondering the identity of Lien. Surely, he could not be the Lien she was thinking of? With a flicker of doubt in her heart, she glanced at the concerned Shinamine and inquired, Amin, do you share a close bond with this Lien? Though Shinamine was worried about Lien, he still responded, we often collaborate on copying text for income. Within the academy, he is my sole companion. Li Yueshu suddenly realized the truth. It dawned on her that this Lien was destined to become the esteemed prime minister. In the original narrative, Lien was a scholar from a humble background who, through fortuitous circumstances, became a disciple of the esteemed Grand Tutor Su Xing. He navigated the political arena with prowess, ultimately ascending to the position of prime minister. Years prior, he had received assistance from the female protagonist, which later led him to become the crown prince's trusted aide, integral to the plot against the powerful eunuch Shinamine. After Shinamine's demise, it was only Lien who, despite the rumors, took it upon himself to recover his remains. The text merely stated that they had been classmates and friends many years at Geo. Li Yueshu recalled the Lien she had seen that day. Unable to suppress a click of her tongue, who would have thought that the future prime minister was now merely a delicate and frail youth? As she contemplated, the group entered a dilapidated alley. Shinamine led the way, clearly familiar with the path. Before they drew near, they spotted a boy delivering news, clutching a man's sleeve tightly. The man's once white clothing was now filthy and disheveled. The man yanked his sleeve away, a hint of impatience on his face. Lien, I have already shown mercy by allowing you two to stay for half a month without charge. I rely on renting this place to support my family. Even if you kneel and beg, it won't change anything. Lien's face turned ashen, his body swaying, and his knees buckled as if he might collapse. Just as he was about to kneel, a hand suddenly reached out, steadying him. He instinctively looked up to see a stunningly beautiful woman, though her darkened complexion concealed her allure, standing beside him. Despite her frail appearance, she seemed as steadfast as a mountain. Supporting his wobbling frame, Li Yueshu produced a few pieces of silver from her sleeve and handed them over. Will this suffice for the rent? The man accepted the coins, nodding vigorously. This is more than enough. With the payment in hand, he had nothing more to say and departed. Lien stood in a daze, seemingly still reeling from the recent events. Shinamine approached him, worry etched on his face. Brother Imo, are you all right? Only then did Lien regain his composure, recognizing the familiar faces before him. He stepped aside and bowed to Li Yueshu. Thank you, madam, for your assistance. Lien will make every effort to repay you as soon as possible. Li Yueshu was unconcerned about the silver. She merely noted Lien's demeanor, which clearly indicated that he felt compelled to repay her. Indeed, as the future prime minister, he undoubtedly possessed his own sense of pride. With this in mind, Li Yueshu smiled faintly. There is no rush regarding the silver. We have come today primarily to express our gratitude for your earlier warning. She gestured, and Xinwei immediately approached, dutifully carrying cloth and pastries, placing the items into Lien's arms without further ado. Lien looked utterly bewildered. Li Yueshu remarked, this fellow certainly acts swiftly, breaking the silence. Shinamine spoke first. Brother Imo, I heard from Master that your mother is unwell. Is it serious? Upon hearing this, Lien's expression dimmed. I have traveled to several towns, trying every remedy available, yet all the doctors say, her time is limited. His voice trembled as he uttered the last 4 words. The atmosphere grew heavy. Observing Lien's somber countenance, Li Yueshu felt a pang of sympathy. If you trust me, why not allow me to take a look? Lien looked up, astonished. Madam, you can heal? Li Yueshu did not provide a definitive answer. I must first assess the situation. Perhaps it was a desperate gamble, but for reasons unknown, Lien led her inside. The room was small yet impeccably clean, indicating that its occupant was earnest in their living conditions. Not far off, a woman, reduced to little more than skin and bones, lay on the bed, her face an ashen hue. Covered by a patched quilt, if not for the faint rise and fall of her chest, she might have been mistaken for a corpse. Li Yueshu wasted no time and approached to examine her. After a brief assessment, her brows knitted tightly. Turning to the crowd behind her, she instructed, "You all should step outside. I need to conduct a thorough examination." Lien's heart raced, wanting to ask something. But Shenwei pulled him out. He had always been the one to heed Li Yueshu's words without question. Once the door closed, Li Yueshu brought the unconscious mother into her space. Outside, everyone anxiously awaited, with Lien even forgetting to set down the cloth and pastries he held. After an indeterminate amount of time, the door finally opened, and Li Yueshu emerged, her expression graved. Lien rushed forward. Hope brimming in his eyes. "Madam, how is my mother?" Li Yueshu's expression was complex. "Your mother's lungs have completely deteriorated. The only chance to save her is through a lung transplant in this world." Given mother's condition, her demise was inevitable. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, Lien lost his mother at a young age. Upon hearing that his mother could still be saved, Lien hurriedly declared, "I will give her my lung. Take mine for my mother." Li Yueshu's heart stirred as she fixed her gaze on the boy before her. "Without your lungs, you would die." Lien's face turned pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Yet his gaze remained resolute. "As long as it can save my mother, I am willing." Li Yueshu felt as though her heart had been struck by something. She looked at the boy before her and uttered a harsh truth. "If the lung source is not compatible, your sacrifice would not save her." Li Yueshu laid out the facts. Even blood relatives could face rejection. Lien, unschooled in such matters, innocently asked, "Then how can we ensure that our sources match?" Li Yueshu sighed. "It is inherent and cannot be altered. Only through blood tests can we determine compatibility. Even if the surgery were to succeed, rejection could still occur." Lien grasped her meaning, promptly discarding the items in his arms and rolling up his sleeve. "Test me. I am certain I am compatible." Li Yueshu regarded the frantic youth with an indifferent expression. "I am a doctor. I cannot commit an act of killing one to save another." Lien's eyes reddened, and the facade of strength he had maintained crumbled, tears streaming down his cheeks. He had only his mother left, and he had yet to fulfill his filial duty. Sensing the heavy atmosphere surrounding the boy, Li Yueshu sighed silently. "For now, I can only do my best to prolong your mother's life and alleviate her suffering. As for the surgery, you must prepare yourself mentally." Setting aside the daunting challenge of finding a lung source in this information-scarce world, the people here revered their bodies, believing that they were a gift from their parents and that even in death, one should be laid to rest whole. Finding a lung source in a short time would be an insurmountable task. Yet Lien's face remained resolute, no matter how slim the hope. "I will never give up." Witnessing the seemingly fragile yet unyielding spirit of the youth before her, Li Yueshu felt a stir in her heart. Since her entry into this narrative, she had been striving to redeem her villainous stepmother persona while attempting to alter the fates of the 4 children. However, this was still a fictional world, and she was uncertain about the narrative's power. Perhaps she should explore other avenues? With this thought, Li Yueshu spoke. "Perhaps you and your mother could move in with me, allowing me to monitor her condition more closely. However, I am not a benevolent person. I have conditions for saving lives." Lien quickly wiped away his tears. "Madam, please tell me." Li Yueshu's gaze shifted slightly, her voice steady and firm. "I want you to serve as Amid's study companion from today onward, accompanying him in his studies and examinations. And no matter how great your future achievements may be, you must not oppose him." This statement left everyone in stunned silence. The request was peculiar, as if she could foresee Lien's future. Shun Amin stared blankly at the woman before him, simply dressed yet exuding an undeniable presence, feeling as though something had lightly gripped his heart. At that moment, Lien suddenly spoke, pulling Shan Amin back to reality. "I, Lien, will never betray Madam's trust." Li Yueshu smiled, a sense of fulfillment washing over her, as if she had accomplished something significant. Little did she know that her expression appeared to someone as though it were gilded in gold. Shenwei gazed blankly at her profile, his heart feeling as if it had been gently struck by a fawn. Her captivating eyes radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Suddenly, he realized that the women he had encountered in Zhongzhou paled in comparison to the allure of his wife. Wait, when had he ever met women from Zhongzhou? Where exactly was Zhongzhou? Shenwei furrowed his brows tightly, tilting his head into deep contemplation. Li Yueshu, oblivious to his musings, exchanged a few simple words with Imo Lien before leading the group away. Shun Amin, however, chose to stay behind. He was due to return to the academy today and would not accompany them. Opting instead to assist Imo Lien in tidying up, Li Yueshu directed the remaining individuals toward Dr. Chen's clinic. It was time to check on the matters they had previously discussed. Carrying Shun Jiyu, Li Yueshu walked ahead, her mind occupied with future plans, completely unaware that the twins had fallen behind, pulled back by Shenwei. Once the distance seemed sufficient, Shenwei halted. Slightly bending his body, he whispered, "Do you know what Zhongzhou is?" The twins looked puzzled, unsure of the reason behind his inquiry. Zhongzhou is the capital of Archanan Kingdom, the residence of the royal family, Shun Tingyi explained, a fleeting glimmer crossing her eyes. Shenwei, not noticing her expression, inquired further, "Have I been to Zhongzhou?" Shin Tingwen's eyes widened as he suddenly grasped Shenwei's hand tightly. "Father, have you remembered something?" Shenwei looked at him in confusion and shook his head. Upon witnessing this, the twins felt a tinge of disappointment. Just as they were about to speak, Li Yueshu, noticing that no one was following, turned back and called out, "Why are you walking so slowly?" The three instinctively quickened their pace, their minds still processing the situation. Soon, they arrived at Dr. Chen's clinic. Dr. Chen, who had been grinding herbs, immediately set aside his work upon seeing Li Yueshu and approached her. "Madam, you wish to inquire about the pharmacy, I presume. Please wait a moment while I tidy up, and I will take you there." Li Yueshu nodded, not rushing him. In a short while, Dr. Chen emerged, holding a set of keys. "I managed to secure a shop on a bustling street. It used to be a rouge shop, and its decor aligns closely with what you described, so it won't require major renovations." As he spoke, Dr. Chen led them to another block and opened the door to one of the shops. The establishment was not particularly large, yet it was well equipped, and its decoration was indeed as neat and minimalist as Li Yueshu had described. She was quite pleased with the shop. "Thank you, Dr. Chen, for finding such a good place. How is the rent calculated?" Dr. Chen did not respond immediately. Instead, he pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. "This is the lease for the shop. Please have a look, madam." Li Yueshu was taken aback, not understanding his implication. Dr. Chen smiled and bowed slightly. "If your pharmacy is in need of a resident physician, I hope you will consider me." Li Yueshu was evidently unprepared for such a request. "But what about your clinic?" Dr. Chen had evidently already made arrangements. "There are other doctors in the clinic besides myself. You need not worry." Hearing this, Li Yueshu realized he was resolute in his decision. Initially, she had planned to serve as the resident physician herself, but if Dr. Chen were to join, it would undoubtedly lend greater credibility to the pharmacy. Li Yueshu quickly made up her mind. "I will accept this lease, and in the future, Dr. Chen may take 30% of the pharmacy's profits." "No, no, no." Dr. Chen hurriedly waved his hands. "As long as you allow me to work closely with those herbs and study them, I will be content." Li Yueshu recognized his sincerity. "However, if you insist on not accepting, I cannot entrust the pharmacy to your care." Hearing the trust in her words, Dr. Chen felt a surge of joy and ceased to decline. He glanced at the shop before asking, "Madam, have you decided on a name for the pharmacy?" Li Yueshu had already contemplated this. She suddenly looked down at Shun Tingyi beside her. "Let it be called Hungda Pharmacy." The calm voice fell, yet it struck Shun Tingyi's heart like a heavy hammer. Without Hungda, one cannot practice medicine. The words Li Yueshu had previously spoken echoed in her ears, and she instantly grasped the meaning behind them. For a fleeting moment, warmth surged within Shan Tingyi. Dr. Chen was unaware of the interaction between the mother and daughter. He merely pondered the four characters of Hungda Pharmacy, growing increasingly respectful of Li Yueshu. "By the way, madam, I have gathered the individuals you previously asked me to find." With that, Dr. Chen led the group back to his residence. As the gate swung open, the individuals in the courtyard, each engaged in their own tasks, quickly stood up, bowing respectfully in a line. Li Yueshu counted. There were 7 in total, a mix of boys and girls, all appearing to be of similar age. While they were still of school age in the modern world, they were considered adults in this realm. The 7 were dressed rather thinly, their clothes patched over and over, with some even having their toes exposed. Dr. Chen produced a small box from within the house, containing their contracts of servitude, all orphans without anyone to rely on. As per Madam's instructions, Li Yueshu accepted the box. Stepping forward to address the 7, throughout the encounter, they had not raised their heads, their faces devoid of expression, seemingly accustomed to being bought and sold. Li Yueshu observed them closely. "What are your names?" The 7 bowed respectfully. "Please bestow names upon us, madam." It was evident that in this world, slaves bore no names. Li Yueshu sighed inwardly, though her face betrayed none of her feelings. "There are exactly 7 of you. From now on, You shall all take the surname Shin, and according to your ages, you shall be named after the 7 desires: greed, anger, ignorance, hatred, love, evil, and desire. Shun Tingyi's lips twitched. These names might as well have been 1 through 7. Thank you for the names, madam, the 7 responded in unison, bowing again, their expressions still numb and cautious, clearly indifferent to what they were called. Observing their demeanor, Li Yueshu frowned slightly. To their age, they should be brimming with vitality. She softened her tone. My only request of you is loyalty. Work diligently, and I will ensure you lead fulfilling lives. For the first time, there was a flicker of change in their expressions. Fulfill lives? Since the day they understood they would be enslaved for life, they had never considered that they could ever lead lives of worth. A couple of bolder children dared to sneak a glance at Li Yueshu before promptly lowering their heads again. Li Yueshu did not reprimand them. Instead, she felt pleased. She sought loyal employees who could help her uphold the pharmacy, not mere automatons who followed orders. In her vision, Hongda Pharmacy should not merely be a small establishment in town but a renowned chain enterprise. To grow and thrive, she needed a group of capable and loyal individuals, which was why she had asked Dr. Chen for assistance. However, the most pressing matter now was to provide these children with proper clothing. Thus, Li Yueshu purchased 2 complete outfits for each of the 7 and invested heavily in a bullock cart. She would need it to transport herbs back from town and deliver the finished medicines to the pharmacy. Lu Leihan's cart was only sufficient for carrying people. Subsequently, Li Yueshu arranged for Dr. Chen to load a cart with herbs and acquired a plethora of various daily necessities, nearly depleting her 300 taels of silver before returning to the village with a dozen individuals. Such a grand spectacle did not go unnoticed, and many villagers spotted them as they reached the village entrance. Shin Laosan's family, what is this? Why are there so many children? Li Yueshu urged the bull. Casually replying, these are all orphans I have taken in. She offered no further explanation, leading the group away. Little did she know that her nonchalant declaration stirred considerable waves among the villagers. Within half a day, news of Li Yueshu adopting 7 orphans and buying a bullock cart spread throughout the village. Everyone remarked that she had lost her mind, with 4 children and a fool at home. She has taken in 7 orphans. What else could it be but madness? When the news reached the Shin family, Shinmu gasped, has she gone mad? I think it is she who is foolish. Not San. Yangshi nodded repeatedly. I think she has gone poor crazy. Suddenly having some silver, she thinks she has succeeded. Does she believe 300 taels will last forever? As she spoke, her tone dripped with jealousy. Clearly still fixated on that 300 taels, Shinmu echoed her sentiment. She can't even care for her own 4 wild children. I will watch how she manages those 7 orphans. Others in the village shared similar thoughts, idling around her house, waiting for her to lament her choices. Yet, to their surprise, they did not witness Li Yueshu erupting in anger. Instead, they saw her living a vibrant life. When the 7 orphans arrived, they were dressed like beggars, but in just 2 days, they were cleaner and more presentable than the other children in the village. Moreover, every mealtime, delightful aromas wafted from the beautifully tiled house, making mouths water. Some villagers, unable to resist their curiosity, attempted to climb the walls for a better look. However, upon reaching the top, they found shards of tile embedded in the wall, their sharp edges intimidating to behold. These were all measures Li Yueshu had specifically requested. She was well aware that countless eyes outside were eager to pry into her affairs, yet she remained unfazed, working diligently with her team in the courtyard to prepare herbal medicines. Hongda Pharmacy's supplies could not solely rely on spatial availability. She needed to produce other simple traditional medicines as well. To her delight, the 7 orphans were quick and astute. She taught them some fundamental pharmacological knowledge. They were able to memorize it by the next day. It was evident that Dr. Chun had been particularly discerning when selecting them. In recent days, Li Yueshu has gained a general understanding of the temperaments of the 7 children. Shin-Chi, Shin-Hin, and Shin-Yu, being girls, exhibit a more meticulous and reserved nature. The eldest, Shin-Tan and Shin-Shun, are relatively composed due to their life experiences, making them more capable of engaging in conversation among the group. Shin-Ai and Shin-E are rather conventional, showing little distinction between them. Overall, the children possess commendable dispositions, and Dr. Chin's judgment of character proves quite astute. A couple of days later, Shin-Imin returned during the academy's bi-weekly recess, accompanied by Mo Lian and his mother. The last time Mo's mother was in a state of unconsciousness, and she had only learned of subsequent events from Mo Lian. Upon seeing Li Yueshu, she instinctively attempted to kneel, but Li Yueshu swiftly grasped her arm, stating, "It is not too late to thank me once I truly bring you back to life." Mo's mother's eyes reddened. and she seemed poised to speak, but Li Yueshu quickly interrupted her. Lian, please take your mother inside. Her body has endured considerable jostling and surely cannot withstand further strain. She felt particularly grateful for her earlier decision to construct 5 small bedrooms, though modest. They were indeed sufficient for habitation. The 7 orphans each occupied a room, while Shen Amin, Lian, and Shun Tingwen shared another, and Mo's mother along with Shun Tingyi had their OWN. Li Yueshu shared a room with Shun Jiyu and Shen Wei. Originally, Shen Wei was to sleep with Shan Tingwen, but with the addition of Shen Amin and Lian, the small room could hardly accommodate him. Reluctantly, Li Yueshu had to arrange for Shen Wei to stay with her. Fortunately, there was little Yu, and since Shen Wei was still quite young, Li Yueshu, being a modern individual, paid little heed to the arrangement. However, she did not anticipate that on the very first night of Shen Wei's relocation, an incident would occur. Chapter 27. A terrifying nightmare that night. While Li Yueshu was in the depths of slumber, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Upon opening her eyes, she found Shen Wei squatting at the foot of her bed, his wide eyes fixed upon her, a candle held aloft in his hand. "What on earth?" Li Yueshu exclaimed, instinctively throwing a punch and flipping over. With a crash, Shen Wei tumbled to the ground, candle extinguished. Shun Jiyu, awakened by the commotion, instinctively called out. Once Li Yueshu regained her composure, she instinctively turned to reassure him. "Go back to sleep, don't be afraid." After Shun Jiyu dozed off again, she finally descended from the bed to relight the candle. Shen Wei remained seated on the floor, hands covering his right eye, looking utterly aggrieved. In a hushed tone, Li Yueshu queried, "What were you doing awake at this hour?" Shen Wei gazed at her with a woeful expression. Murmuring, I had a nightmare." Li Yueshu sighed, exasperated, and patiently helped him up. "What was it about?" Shen Wei opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and finally uttered, "A very terrifying nightmare." Li Yueshu, feeling helpless, guided Shen Wei back to bed while she took a seat at the edge, saying, "I'll stay by your side while you sleep. Surely that will ease your fears." Shen Wei pouted but nodded, obediently closing his eyes. Seeing this, Li Yueshu placed her hand on his back, gently patting him as she would with Shan Jiyu. Time passed, and Shen Wei furtively opened his eyes a crack, observing her slumped at the edge of the bed, her head tilted to one side, seemingly fast asleep. Shen Wei bit his lip, then quietly rose. Carefully laying Li Yueshu down on the bed, and curled up beside her, within half a meter's distance. He had dreamt of many people wielding weapons, clad in iron armor, committing acts of murder. And he found himself among them, having killed numerous individuals. His body was drenched in blood. Whether it was his own or that of others, he could not tell. Though he felt immense fear, he dared not disclose it to his wife. Fearing that she might become frightened of him, he resolved to deceive her just this once, promising himself that he would never lie to her again in the future. The following day, upon awakening and finding herself in bed, Li Yueshu was momentarily taken aback. She quickly brushed it aside, rising to check on Mo's mother's health before preparing breakfast for everyone. Meanwhile, when Shen Wei awoke, he noticed a bruise encircling his right eye, a clear indication that Li Yueshu had been rather forceful the previous night. Confronted by the curious gazes of the others, she awkwardly touched her nose and hurriedly retrieved some medicine from her space to apply to his bruise. Meanwhile, the Hongda apothecary had completed its renovations, and all staff were in place, ready to commence operations once the medicine was delivered. Li Yueshu scheduled the delivery for the following day, coinciding with Shen Amin and Lian's return to the academy. Allowing her to check in on the establishment in the small courtyard, everyone was bustling about, creating a lively atmosphere. Lian, following Shen Amin outside, spotted the scene and smiled. "Amin, your stepmother is a wonderful person. She is quite different from what you described before." Shen Amin observed Li Yueshu, sitting amidst a pile of herbs, her expression radiating warmth as she looked at his younger brother. A sense of warmth blossomed within him as he replied, "Indeed, she is quite different." He would likely never forget the moment when, in his hour of helplessness, this woman lifted the curtain and burst into the carriage. Nor would he forget the countless nights he spent unable to sleep, with her silently placing a candle by his bedside, keeping it lit throughout the night. Yet, none of this resembled the Li Yueshu of his past. Lost in thought, Shen Amin felt a pang of sorrow. They bore no utilitarian value. Even if the people from Zhongzhou discovered them, sending an assassin would resolve matters swiftly. But his father was different. His life held more worth than his death. It was not unreasonable for him to be overly cautious. Given their circumstances, if they did not harbor a degree of suspicion, they likely would not have survived to this day. Just then, a sudden bird call pierced the air. Lian looked around, puzzled. How is it that a cuckoo is calling at this time of year? Shin Amin's expression shifted, and he discreetly made a gesture behind his back. Did I not hear it? Is that so? Lian listened intently, affirming, I indeed heard no further calls. Shin Amin chose not to pursue the matter, beckoning Lian to assist him instead. However, taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, he stealthily slipped out the door and ascended the mountain. Once he confirmed that no one was following, he spoke coldly, come out. In the next instant, two figures clad in black appeared, respectfully kneeling before him. Greetings, young master. The masks on their faces had been removed, revealing Chaiyang and Xinghe. Shin Amin stood with his hands clasped behind him, emanating an unyielding aura, though he was not significantly taller than the two kneeling before him. Observing their disheveled appearance, he furrowed his brow. Where have you been? Chaiyang promptly responded, upon learning of your predicament. We pursued the Zhang family all the way to Qingfeng Pavilion, only to be misled into taking the water route westward. By the time we realized we had fallen into a trap and returned, we were met with the news of the wealthy man's demise. Unable to uncover your whereabouts, we returned with a glimmer of hope. Recalling this, both men felt a sense of trepidation. Had the young master not been rescued, they could scarcely bear to imagine the outcome. With this thought, they knelt further, imploring, please punish us, young master. Shin Amin remained silent, his demeanor growing colder. If it were not for that woman, it would have been too late by the time Chaiyang and Xinghe had found him. Their negligence this time was unforgivable. Yet, Shin Amin recognized their loyalty and understood that they were his father's most trusted aides. He pressed his lips together, finally uttering, upon returning, each of you shall receive 50 lashes. Chaiyang and Xinghe immediately accepted the decree. Thank you, young master. Shin Amin motioned for them to rise and inquired, what has happened to my father? Chaiyang lowered his head, his expression grim. 2 months ago, our master intended to return for a visit, but his movements were discovered, and his face was seen. To protect the identities of the young masters and young ladies, he pursued the assassins alone, severing contact with us. When we finally located him, the situation had deteriorated. Shin Amin's brow furrowed, his previously gentle face now clouded with anger. Have you sought a physician? We have already consulted the divine physician. GMO by Xinghe quickly interjected, but his whereabouts are unpredictable, and the people from Zhongzhou are keeping a close watch on us. We dare not act recklessly. Mentioning that place, Shin Amin's eyes grew colder. What is the current situation in Zhongzhou? Xinghe, typically carefree, now bore a serious expression. While we search for our master, they are busy dividing his influence, and the higher-ups have even extended their reach into the military. At the mention of that individual, Shin Amin scoffed. They wish to meddle in the military. Their capabilities may be lacking, but their ambitions are certainly not. Chaiyang and Xinghe exchanged glances, lowering their heads in silence. Though they did not hold that person in high regard, they lacked the boldness to voice such sentiments. Shin Amin suppressed his derision and turned his attention back to them. After a moment of hesitation, he quietly asked, what of my mother? How is she? His tone betrayed his concern, and his face tightened. Chaiyang bowed, responding, the noble consort has been residing in the cold palace, and our master has ensured she is watched over in secret. Shin Amin clenched his teeth, his trembling hands betraying his agitation. I in a place so merciless, mere oversight seemed insufficient. After a lengthy pause, he suppressed his emotions, instructing, you both return first. Even if we cannot find the divine physician, seek out other doctors to assess my father's condition. Understood. They complied but hesitated to leave, as though there was more to convey. Chapter 28. In this life, a beast of burden. In the next, a grateful spirit. What is it? Shin Amin inquired, puzzled. Xinghe hesitated briefly before retrieving 4 peculiar objects from his pocket. Had Li Yueshu been present, she would have instantly recognized these as the 4 bullets she had inadvertently left behind when saving Shin Amin. With a serious expression, Xinghe stated, my subordinates have never encountered such unique concealed weapons. No news has surfaced in the martial world. We are uncertain who rescued the young master. Shin Amin regarded the items in his hand, the memory of Li Yueshu bursting into the carriage resurfacing in his mind. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. The one who saved me is Li Yueshu. That is impossible. Xinghe, without a moment's hesitation, dismissed the notion. However, he soon realized his lapse in composure and quickly bent down, addressing the eldest son. I have inquired about those individuals. The one who rescued you vanished into thin air after entering the carriage. And regarding Li Yueshu, we have long conducted our investigation. She lacks the capability for such feats. In contrast, Chaoyang exhibited a steadier demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Do you recall the circumstances at that time?" "My lord?" Shin Amin shook his head. "I lost consciousness during the incident." Thus, the sole possessor of the truth was Li Yueshu. After a brief silence, Chaoyang spoke, "I shall investigate Li Yueshu's whereabouts over the past few months, while Xinghe continues to pursue this hidden weapon. Should there be any developments, I will promptly report to you, my lord." Shin Amin pondered for a moment and nodded, adding a reminder, "Ensure that we locate the renowned healer." Jima Bai, at the earliest. One noticed Shin Amin's brief absence. All were preoccupied with the final preparations. Li Yueshu, meanwhile, was teaching Shan Tanchi the pharmacological knowledge while transferring various special medicines into porcelain vials. Those that required airtight preservation she would take the time to process uniformly in her space. Thus no one had yet discovered the secrets of these medicines. Shin Amin and Mo Lian were entrusted with labeling each vial with its name. Early the next morning, Shin Wei and Shen Jiu remained at home. Supervised by Mo's mother, Li Yueshu took a group of children, laden with jars and vials of medicine, each pulling a bullock cart alongside Lu Laohan towards the town. Upon arrival, Li Yueshu first escorted Shin Amin and Mo Lian to the academy. She produced 2 identical packages. "I have packed some food and silver for you. Focus solely on your studies at the academy. Should anything arise, come to the pharmacy to find me." The medicinal supplies during this period were generously sponsored by Dr. Chun, and she handed over every last coin to the two, upon hearing that there was silver inside. Mo Lian hastily attempted to decline. Li Yueshu did not afford him the chance to speak, thrusting the package into his hands while waving her hand dismissively. "No need for a torrent of words. Just hurry inside and do not delay my opportunity to earn." Mo Lian's hands trembled slightly. He stepped back and bowed deeply to Li Yueshu, conveying unspoken gratitude. Li Yueshu said nothing further, leading the remaining children toward the pharmacy. Mo Lian watched her retreating figure, his grip on the package tightening. In this life, he would toil like an ox or horse, and in the next, he would repay the lady's kindness with utmost devotion. Meanwhile, Li Yueshu arrived at Hongda Pharmacy with her entourage, only to find a throng gathered at the entrance. Listening to their discussions, she soon realized that they had come for Dr. Chun. Upon spotting Li Yueshu, Dr. Chun immediately approached with assistance to unload the goods. The sound of jars clinking together piqued the curiosity of the onlookers. "Are the medicines sold at this pharmacy contained within those vials?" Li Yueshu smiled faintly. "Indeed, but we offer more than just a single type of medicine. This is our own formulation of traditional Chinese medicine, tailored to address various ailments with distinct remedies, ensuring convenience and efficacy." Traditional Chinese medicine? What is that? The crowd murmured in disbelief. Medicines are meant to save lives. Who would dare trust a concoction created by a mere woman? They speculated, when one falls ill, they should consult a physician for a prescription. How could one simply consume a singular traditional Chinese medicine? The crowd's skepticism was palpable, and were it not for Dr. Chin's presence, they would have dispersed long ago. Li Yueshu had anticipated such reactions and had prepared accordingly. As she was about to speak, a sudden commotion arose from the back of the crowd. The people parted to allow a sedan chair, carried by 4 individuals, to approach the pharmacy. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, a man dressed in official robes descended from the chair. "What brings the county magistrate here?" murmured the onlookers. "Is this pharmacy involved in some misdeed?" They questioned, shouldn't wrongdoers be apprehended by the bailiffs, rather than the magistrate personally visiting? While the crowd buzzed with speculation, the magistrate turned and lifted the curtain to reveal an elderly gentleman. The old man, clad in plain attire without any ostentatious adornments, wore garments of fine quality. Upon seeing the old man's face, Shun Tingwen, standing beside Li Yueshu, paled and quickly turned away. "Why is this old man still here?" The elder noticed his reaction and cast a puzzled glance, but swiftly diverted his gaze back to Li Yueshu. "Greeting her, madam. We meet again." Li Yueshu recalled the man before her. He was the elderly gentleman she had once rescued from a heart attack by the roadside, leaving him with a vial of life-saving pills, which had led to her collaboration with Dr. Chun. "Madam, I did not have the chance to express my gratitude properly the last time you left in haste. Upon hearing of your pharmacy's opening today, I made a special trip to support you." The county magistrate chimed in cheerfully. "It is said that your medical skills are remarkable, capable of saving even my friend's life when he suffered a heart ailment. Truly a miraculous healer." Li Yueshu observed the magistrate's evident respect for the elder and subtly withdrew her gaze. She smiled gently and replied, "It is the duty of a physician. The medicines at Hongda Pharmacy are crafted for the convenience of the common people. For ailments as simple as a cold or specific illnesses, using targeted remedies can yield preventative and therapeutic effects. With assistance at hand, Li Yueshu seized the opportunity to showcase a few medicines, elaborating on their benefits and applications. The county magistrate, possessing keen insight, expressed immediate interest in purchasing several items for his household. Li Yueshu set different prices for each medicine, ensuring that those affordable for common families were appropriately priced lower. With the endorsement of both the magistrate and Dr. Chun, coupled with the allure of these previously unheard-of names, many were drawn to make purchases. Li Yueshu was confident that once people began buying, they would inevitably recognize the efficacy of the medicines. Seeing this opportunity, she intended to summon Shan Tingwen to practice his salesmanship, but after searching for quite some time, she could not find him. Nor could she locate Shen Tingyi. Chapter 29. A lifetime guarding the ancient lantern and Buddha. Li Yueshu, puzzled, inquired, "Has anyone seen Ain and Ai, madam?" "I saw the second young master and the third young lady heading to the storeroom," replied Shin Shun, having just attended to a customer. Upon hearing this, Li Yueshu informed Dr. Chen and proceeded towards the storeroom. Meanwhile, Shan Tingwen and Shan Tingyi were huddled together, their expressions grave. "Brother, did you truly see old Su?" Shin Tingyi asked anxiously, squatting on the ground with her arms wrapped around her knees. Shan Tingwen nodded. "I am certain it was him. But why is he still here?" Shin Tingyi bit her lip, feeling increasingly anxious. "Does he know we are here? He is affiliated with the Crown Prince. If he discovers that elder brother and father are here, then—" Her complexion paled as she nervously gripped Shen Tingwen's hand. Shen Tingwen's expression mirrored her unease, yet he assumed the role of the protective elder brother, reassuring her, "Do not fear. Everything is fine. We should find elder brother." Suddenly, he seemed to find resolve. "Yes, let's seek out elder brother. He will surely have a plan. Let's head to the academy." At that moment, the doors swung open, startling the twins into a state of heightened alert. Li Yueshu, seeing the fright on their faces, instinctively scanned the surroundings. Not perceiving anything amiss, she gradually approached them and crouched down, asking, "What has transpired?" Shin Tingyi exhaled a sigh of relief, shaking her head. Though her face remained pallid, Li Yueshu sensed something was amiss with the two children. Just before entering, she thought she heard them discussing something. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, "Were you two speaking about the academy just now?" Shin Tingwen's heart raced. He was uncertain how much she had overheard. The twins exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. Li Yueshu noticed their hesitance and, after a brief pause, gently inquired, "Is Ain wishing to attend the academy?" Shin Tingwen froze, staring at her wide-eyed, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Yueshu sighed, realizing her oversight. "I have neglected this matter. Ai has reached the age for enlightenment, and you should have been accompanying your elder brother to the academy." Since her arrival, she had focused on improving the lives of the three children, neglecting such a significant detail. "Huh? Shan Tingwen attempted to protest that he did not wish to attend the academy, yet was at a loss for how to explain what he had been discussing with his sister moments ago. Leaving him speechless, Li Yueshu was unaware of his internal struggle and was already planning to send them to the academy. The day's earnings were sufficient to cover a month's tuition for all three children. Although Ai, being a girl, could not be enrolled in the academy, she would still need to acquire books for study at home. Li Yueshu was decisive. Having formulated her plan, she departed from the pharmacy that afternoon, taking the twins to the academy. Throughout the journey, Shen Tingwen wrestled with his thoughts, contemplating various ways to express his reluctance to attend the academy, yet he lacked the courage to voice his objections. Upon reaching the academy, he seized the opportunity to find his elder brother while Li Yueshu sought out the instructor. Upon hearing Shan Tingwen's news, Shen Amin furrowed his brows. "Are you certain it was old Su?" Shen Tingwen nodded emphatically. "I am sure. The last time our stepmother rescued an elderly man from a heart attack by the roadside, it was him. Both I and I witnessed it. I had thought he merely passed through. Yet it seems he has not left. Elder brother, does he know our whereabouts?" Shin Amin remained silent for a moment, deep in thought, before shaking his head. If he were aware of our location, he would not have remained inactive for so long. Unable to decipher the reasoning behind it, Shin Amin stated, "I will have Chaiyang investigate. You and I should be cautious. Old Su recognizes us and must not identify you." Shen Tingwen's eyes brightened. "Has elder brother contacted Chaiyang?" Shin Amin nodded slightly. "I have already sent them to seek the divine physician, Jimob. That's wonderful. Father is saved." Shen Tingwen exclaimed, his face alight with joy. However, a thought struck him, and his expression fell. "Elder brother, our stepmother wants me and the fourth brother to attend the academy." Shen Amin cast a glance at him, well aware of his unspoken concerns. Indeed, The fourth brother has reached the age for enlightenment, and you have fallen behind in your studies over the years. Shun Tingwen pouted. They have built a house, opened a pharmacy, and even adopted 7 orphans. How can we afford the tuition? Shin unflinchingly countered. Since she has brought you to the academy, it proves she can provide the funds. Shun Tingwen looked aggrieved. But I don't want to. Do you wish to return to Chongzhou? Shin interjected suddenly. Or do you intend to remain here forever, allowing your mother to tend to the flickering lamp and ancient Buddha? His words were harsh, and Shun Tingwen's face paled instantly. Shun recognized that his words had struck a nerve. Yet he persisted. Even if you aspire to be a merchant, without talent and skill, how far do you think you can go? On. If you wish to walk back with your head held high, you must endure more than others. This single remark seemed to shatter the shell Shun Tingwen had constructed to hide his emotions. He understood that he should return, but the grind of life had dulled his once spirited resolve and dissatisfaction from when he left Chongzhou. Seemingly coming to a realization, Shun Tingwen lowered his head. Elder brother, I'm sorry. I understand now. Shin observed his demeanor, sighed softly, and gently patted his shoulder, embodying the steadiness and responsibility of an elder brother. Li Yueshu, unaware of the conversation between the brothers, sensed a change in Shun Tingwen after he emerged from the tutor's presence, although she could not pinpoint the exact nature of it. Perhaps he was simply delighted about finally being able to attend the academy. Reflecting on this, Li Yueshu gently ruffled his hair. Tomorrow, Mother will come to town and take you and Ayu to the academy. From now on, you will study alongside your elder brother, returning home every 10 days for respite. Ayu is still young, and I will pick him up daily from the pharmacy and bring him back to the academy the next day. She arranged everything meticulously, clearly demonstrating genuine care for the children. Shin Tingwen seemed accustomed to her affectionate gesture and did not flinch. Thank you, stepmother. Li Yueshu smiled and left the academy with the twins, not heading home just yet. Due to the limited space at the pharmacy, Shin Tanchi and the others would return together each day, while Dr. Chen and a few others remained in town to manage the pharmacy. Li Yueshu, harnessing the ox cart, took the 9 children directly to a bookstore. The sight of such a large entourage startled the young clerk at the bookstore. What does this lady wish to purchase? Li Yueshu surveyed the shelves brimming with books, unsure where to start, and replied, I would like several sets of introductory books for 3-year-olds, 2 sets for 5-year-olds, and 4 sets of the 4 treasures of the study. Shinmin and Emolian's 4 treasures needed replacing. Just the other day, while they were helping label, the brushes were shedding bristles. The clerk, taken aback, glanced at the group of children behind her, his face registering astonishment. He promptly rushed to gather the requested books. Shun Tingyi, puzzled, inquired, Stepmother, why do you need to buy so many books? Chapter 30. Why teach Ayu? Li Yueshu, with a gentle smile, patted Shun Tingyi's head. In addition to Ayu's enlightenment, Shin Tanchi and the others also need to learn. And you, although you cannot attend the academy, must not neglect your studies. For a moment, Shun Tingyi forgot to evade her hand. Do I have to learn too? Like her second brother, she despised studying. Shun Tingyi pouted. But I want to study medicine. Can I skip those women's rights? Observing her brow furrow, Li Yueshu chuckled softly. You may skip the women's rights, but you must follow what your second brother learns at the academy. Shun Tingyi froze, and even the clerk gathering the books looked over in surprise. Li Yueshu understood their astonishment and squatted down to meet Shun Tingyi's gaze. Mother knows you have been raised with the belief that a woman should follow her father at home, her husband in marriage, and her son after her husband's death. However, I hope you can take control of your own destiny. She could not change the world for her children, but she could broaden their horizons and enrich their knowledge. Remember, Mother encourages you to study medicine and literacy, hoping that when you face life's most helpless moments, you can stand tall on your own. She did not know how this ordinary girl from a humble family would transform into the fearsome and beautiful femme fatale from the original story. But she must have endured hardships unimaginable to most. All she wished was that, when the time came, even if she could not assist, Ai could help herself. Little did she realize the profound impact her words had on Shun Tingyi. Can a woman truly stand tall? Li Yueshu nodded affirmatively. Though the journey may be arduous, as long as you do not fear retreating, you will surely succeed. Shun Tingyi's eyelashes fluttered, her heart pricked by a sudden thought. Had her mother held such beliefs after her father's death, would she and her brother not have suffered in the world? Li Yueshu noticed the sorrow emanating from Shun Tingyi and was momentarily at a loss, unsure which of her words had gone awry. Just as she was about to speak, Shun Tingyi suddenly smiled and nodded. I will study hard. Seeing this, Li Yueshu refrained from saying more and encouraged her with a gentle pat on the head. The clerk gathered the books and brought them over, Wishing that all parents shared such thoughts as this lady, Li Yueshu rose to accept the books, offering a faint smile without elaboration. What she did not know was that after her departure from the bookstore, a stunning woman clad in red emerged from a nearby alcove, her alluring figure and captivating fox-like eyes observing their retreating silhouettes with interest. "What an intriguing person," the woman murmured, her lips moving with a sultry tone. Then, a thought crossed her mind, and she turned to the clerk, her expression chilling. "Tell your master that if he avoids me again, I shall set fire to his bookstore and drag him to Qingfeng Pavilion to entertain guests." The clerk, sweating profusely, quickly nodded and bowed. "Rest assured, Miss Hongdai, I will convey your message." Hongdai stroked her hair at the temples, casting no further glances at the clerk before turning to leave. Li Yueshu placed the books onto the ox cart and headed straight home. Shen Tanqi and the others gazed at the substantial bundle of books, a wave of indescribable emotions swelling within them. When they were chosen by Dr. Chen, one of the requirements was to be literate. They had thought their future would revolve around memorizing medicinal knowledge and selling medicine at the pharmacy, yet they had just heard the lady tell Miss that they too would be learning. For ordinary families, enabling their children to read and write was already a tremendous feat. Yet the lady had also considered their needs as servants. In that moment, they couldn't help but recall the words Li Yueshu had spoken upon their first meeting. "I will help you live with dignity." Li Yueshu, unaware of the children's thoughts, returned home and distributed the books among them. "For now, we cannot afford too many books, so you may exchange and read among yourselves. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, or you can consult Min and Awan when they return." She paused, then looked at Shantanchi and the others. "You still need to learn medicinal knowledge and manage the pharmacy. If it becomes too much, I will not impose." Initially, she had only intended to find a few trustworthy employees for the pharmacy, but seeing their youthful faces, she felt a twinge of compassion. If they were willing to learn, she did not mind lending a helping hand, even if it meant extending the pharmacy's hours. Shintachi understood her intentions and promptly knelt, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, madam. Shintachi shall never forget your trust." The other children also seemed to grasp the situation and followed suit. Kneeling, Li Yueshu, feeling somewhat helpless, stepped forward to pull them up. "As I have said, as long as you do not commit any grave mistakes or betray me, there is no need for you to kneel in the future." Shintachi and the others remained silent, yet they silently resolved to remain loyal to her for life. Such is the nature of youth. Once they have chosen someone, they will remember them for a lifetime. This was also the reason why Li Yueshu had asked Dr. Chun to find the children in the first place. The next day, Li Yueshu personally prepared several packages for Shan Tingwen and Shen Jiyu, sending them off to the academy. Unaware of what awaited him, Shen Jiyu nestled in Shen Wei's embrace, curiously observing his surroundings. It was only upon entering the academy that Shen Wei set him down. Li Yueshu ruffled his hair. "Ah, you? Be sure to listen to your teacher at the academy. Mother will come to pick you up in the afternoon." Shen Jiyu blinked, tilting his head. "Isn't Mother going to the academy?" Unable to resist the urge to pinch his chubby cheeks, Li Yueshu replied, "Mother needs to work to support the family. Once you learn at the academy, will you return and teach Mother?" Shen Jiyu tilted his head. "Mother can earn money and cook delicious food. Why does you need to teach?" Li Yueshu was momentarily stumped by his question. She squatted down and explained, "Because Mother is a woman, and women cannot attend school. So Mother needs you to learn well and come back to teach her. Also, your father." She pulled Shen Wei down to squat beside her. "Your father hasn't been to school either and is waiting for you to return and teach him." Shen Wei frowned, clearly unconvinced. Yet he said nothing. He had attended school and learned much. But if his wife said he hadn't tea, then he hadn't tea. Shen Jiyu was evidently captivated, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as he thought to himself that you must study diligently. At the tender age of 3, a child's memory is inherently fleeting. And during this period, Li Yueshu had consistently involved him in her tasks, which had fostered a profound sense of trust in him. After entrusting the child to the tutor, Li Yueshu intended to seek out Shunamin to deliver the prepared items to him and Emolian. However, Shen Jiyu clung to the tutor's hand, reluctant to enter the house, his gaze fixed longingly on her retreating figure. For reasons unknown, a wave of grievance surged within him, causing his lips to quiver in dismay. Just as Li Yueshu's silhouette was about to vanish around the corner, Shen Jiyu could no longer contain himself. He released the tutor's hand and, with his little legs, hastily propelled him forward. Mother! Chapter 31. The young and beautiful proprietress. The clear call of Mother seemed to transcend all barriers, directly resonating in Li Yueshu's ears. She felt as though her heart had been squeezed. With an inexplicable sting in her nose, turning around, she caught Shen Jiyu as he leaped into her embrace. In her previous life, She had spent all her days in the laboratory, never having held a man's hand, let alone that of a child. Initially, her kindness towards the 4 children had stemmed from a desire for self-preservation. Yet, gradually, she found herself genuinely fond of them, especially the clingy Ayu. Shun Tingwen was also momentarily taken aback by the call of mother from his younger brother. But upon witnessing their affectionate embrace, a twinge of envy unexpectedly surfaced within him. Shun Jiu clutched tightly at Li Yueshu's garment, exclaiming, "Mother, you must come to fetch Ayu." Li Yueshu gently stroked his head, reassuring him, "Mother will certainly come." After soothing Shun Jiu, Li Yueshu departed, carrying several packages as she made her way to the branch where Shan Amin was located, with Shun Tingwen following her, his expression a complex mixture of emotions. Li Yueshu, sensing his discomfort, could surmise the reason but chose not to address it directly. Observing her burdened with numerous items, including precious stationery, both Shin Amin and Imo Lien felt their hearts swell with gratitude. Li Yueshu, oblivious to their expressions, instructed, "Amin, as the elder brother, keep an eye on Awan at the academy, and Alien, before I left this morning, your mother asked me to convey a message. Study diligently at the academy and do not worry about her." For reasons unclear, Li Yueshu found herself feeling like a caretaker, empathizing with the sentiments of mothers sending their children off to school for the first time. Imo Lien nodded resolutely, replying, "I will trouble the lady on behalf of my mother." Noticing the maturity beyond his years reflected in his demeanor, Li Yueshu contemplated whether to share her thoughts with him. "Regarding the lung source, I have requested the county magistrate's assistance. He will notify me as soon as someone is willing to help." Imo Lien's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Thank you, madam, thank you." Despite his extensive learning, excelling in his studies only second to Shan Amin, at this moment, he seemed only capable of uttering those 2 words. Li Yueshu smiled warmly, comforting him with a gentle pat on the head, saying nothing further. Having arranged matters concerning the children, Li Yueshu devoted herself entirely to the pharmacy. Initially, people were skeptical about seeking medical treatment at the pharmacy. But the presence of Dr. Chun drew a few to try it out. Soon, those who did discovered that the medicines from Hongda Pharmacy were indeed effective, and more importantly, far more convenient than concocting remedies themselves. These medicines, processed from medicinal herbs, could yield several bottles from a single prescription, coupled with rapid efficacy and ease of use, all at a comparable price, quickly enhancing its reputation. The pharmacy grew increasingly busy. Yet Li Yueshu remained diligent, closing the doors promptly each day, mindful that the children needed to return to their studies. Most urgent cases were addressed by Dr. Chun, with only those he could not resolve being referred to her. Consequently, more and more people came to learn that the proprietor of Hongda Pharmacy was a young and beautiful lady, whose medical skills surpassed even those of Dr. Chun in no time. Many in town flocked to Hongda Pharmacy, even those in good health seeking her expertise. However, this news had yet to reach the more distant villages, where people often observed Li Yueshu escorting a group of children to and from town, returning to the azure-tiled house where the sounds of study resonated. Many speculated that Li Yueshu had truly lost her mind, spending exorbitant amounts to construct the azure-tiled house, adopting 7 orphans, and even educating them. They believed her 300 taels would soon be squandered. To the unsophisticated villagers, 300 taels represented a staggering sum. Entirely unaware that Li Yueshu had already exhausted her funds, they eagerly awaited the spectacle of her downfall, particularly Shun Mu, who relished the opportunity to boast about her decision to separate the 3rd branch of the family, her words laced with schadenfreude. Yet, Shun Mu could not have anticipated how swiftly the tables would turn. Yang's son, Shin Chunkai, also attended school in town, sharing the same academy as Shin Amin. On a day of rest, upon returning home, he pestered Yang, "Mother, I want to buy a new set of stationery. Get me the best complete set." Though illiterate, Yang had become somewhat acquainted with the names of the items since sending Shun Chunkai to the academy. Such items were indeed expensive, and a complete set even more so. "But your current set is perfectly good. Don't waste the silver," she urged. "I don't care. I want to buy it," Shin Chunkai wailed, his round face taking on an oddly comical expression. He then turned to Shun Mu, pleading, "Grandmother, please buy me a set." Hearing that Shin Amin had acquired the most expensive set from the bookstore, Shin Mu's expression shifted. "What do you mean that wild child got the most expensive one? Where did he get the money?" In response, Shun Chunkai immediately accused, "That venomous woman bought it. Even Imo Lien, that little servant, has a set." Shin Mu appeared bewildered. "Who is Imo Lien?" "Imo Lien is from the academy. He's another wild child without a father." Shin Chunkai retorted angrily. "He often associates with Shan Amin, and I heard that venomous woman made money, so he became Shan Amin's servant." shamelessly demanding a set of stationery, despite being of similar age. Shen Chengcai's speech was rife with disdain, referring to Li Yueshu as a venomous woman and Shen Amin as a wild child, reminiscent of a common street brawler. Neither Shenmu nor Yang found anything amiss in his words, believing it to be the pride of scholars. Yet, as Yang pondered, a nagging doubt crept in. Mother, can 300 taels really withstand such spending? 3 years prior, when her brother-in-law returned, they had schemed to extract silver from him, managing to save only a little over 100 taels in 2 years. They had lived frugally that year, yet still used up a significant portion. Silver simply did not last. If Li Yueshu spends like that, 300 taels should have run dry by now. Would she still be willing to buy such expensive items for a servant? Shenmu began to share her misgivings. Why does that venomous woman go out every day? What could she possibly be doing? Yang had not considered this matter. Could it be that she has found some work that requires children, using the orphans to assist her? Shenmu looked perplexed. What kind of work requires children? Yang fell silent, clearly at a loss. Shen Chengcai, overhearing their conversation, felt a spark of curiosity and thought, I will accompany you to town tomorrow, then we shall find out. Grandmother, let us go to town together tomorrow and buy me a set of stationery. Even if they discover us, we will be justified. Though Shenmu hesitated, her grandson's plea was difficult to ignore, and with a resolute breath, she acquiesced. The following day, as Li Yueshu stepped out of her home, she sensed that she was being followed. Chapter 32. Shen Amin's identity. Glancing back at Shenmu, who, in her guilt, nearly stumbled and fell, Li Yueshu smirked coldly. She had anticipated that the Shen family would not remain at peace and felt no fear of their attempts to cause her trouble. Confident that they would be unable to withstand her methods, Li Yueshu averted her gaze, feigning ignorance of their presence. However, the young man seated behind her, Shen Wei, seemed to sense something amiss, turning to glance at Shenmu's hiding spot, his beautiful eyes flashing with a chilling intent. Yet, in an instant, his expression returned to one of vacant bewilderment, as if the moment had merely been a figment of his imagination, unnoticed even by himself. The pharmacy's business was not poor, though it had yet to reach a fever pitch. Regardless, whether it was Dr. Chan or Shen Tan, they were still novices in their dealings, leaving Li Yueshu to bear the brunt of the workload. During these times, Shen Tingyi would assist her, learning as she went. Unbeknownst to them, across the street from the pharmacy, an elderly figure had been observing them for several days. Old Su leaned against the window, his cup of tea having long gone cold, indicating he had been there for quite some time. His gaze remained fixed on the small figure beside Li Yueshu. In his old age, his vision had deteriorated, and from such a distance, he could not discern the child's features. Having not seen them for 3 years, the two children must now be 5 years old. He wondered if they resembled how they once did and if they still remembered the past. But no, they had only been 2 years old back then. How could they possibly recall such trivialities? Old Su let out a self-deprecating sigh. At that moment, the door swung open, and Chang Song entered. He approached Old Su respectfully, laying out several images on the table. Sir, these are the portraits of Lady Shan's 4 children that I had someone secretly paint. Old Su's gaze traversed the images until it landed on the likeness of Shen Amin. Suddenly, he stood up, excitement coursing through him as he grasped the portrait of Shen Amin. This? Chang Song, does this child not resemble concubine Rong? Chang Song hurried forward to steady him. Sir, please calm down. It may merely be a coincidence of resemblance. Old Su shook his head fervently. No, it is certainly them. On several occasions, I have noticed that the pair of twins at the apothecary seem to be avoiding me. They must surely recognize me. Moreover, do you not find it striking how their features bear a resemblance to those of the Grand Princess? Their ages align perfectly as well, and what are the odds of such coincidences in this world? It must be them. Chang Song understands this logic, yet a sense of unreality lingers within him. They have toiled extensively to conceal their whereabouts from the people of Zhongzhou, yet have found not a single trace, only to fortuitously encounter the very individuals they sought when illness struck mid-journey. How can this be mere chance? Chang Song feels an unsettling dissonance, and suddenly an epiphany strikes him. Sir, wait. This does not add up. They disappeared 3 years ago. If Shen Amin is indeed the child of the concubine Rong, he would have been merely 4 years old at that time. Even if he remembers you, what of the other 2 children? They were only 2 years old when the incident occurred, and regardless of their intelligence, would they truly retain any memory of you? Elder Su fell silent, clearly recognizing the gravity of this conundrum. Yet, a sudden realization dawned upon him. I understand now. It was he. He must have rescued the children and surely informed them about the events in Zhongzhou. Chang Song, somewhat befuddled, struggled to grasp his meaning. Elder Su, filled with fervor, continued, Chang Song, do you recall the gentleman who vanished alongside the children 3 years ago? Chang Song was taken aback, his eyes widening. Are you suggesting? Elder Su nodded enthusiastically, his eyes alight with excitement. No wonder every time I see that Shen Wei, he seems so familiar, particularly those eyes, identical to that gentleman's. Chang Song was astounded, but then furrowed his brow in thought. But wasn't he foolish? Elder Su's expression hardened, his demeanor solemn. This place is far removed from Zhongzhou, and having concealed their identities, he had no reason to feign ignorance. A flicker of concern ignited within Elder Su as he gazed upon several portraits, silently arriving at a decision. Regardless of whether he is truly foolish or merely pretending, we cannot allow the people of Zhongzhou to learn of their whereabouts. Chang Song, though surprised, had served alongside Elder Su for many years and began to comprehend his intent. Although the Sir was affiliated with the Crown Prince, he held the gentleman in high regard and yearned for the tranquility of the Qiannan kingdom. Besides, the young ones are blameless. The Sir often lamented the misfortune of the Grand Princess's heir and the County Princess. Elder Su gathered the portraits and instructed, burn them, and ensure all traces are erased. If we can trace them through the slightest clues, so too can others, he sighed as he observed the bustling apothecary in the distance. If they could remain here for a lifetime, it would indeed be a blessing for them. Chang Song said nothing further and secured the portraits. Subsequently, he broached another topic. Sir, the Crown Prince has sent word again, requesting your return to Zhongzhou to assist him. In the past, Elder Su would have promptly declined such messages. However, this time he lingered at the window for an extended period, silently contemplating the direction of Hongda Apothecary. At last he spoke, let us return. While I still possess some utility in these old bones, I shall endeavor to do more for the Qiannan kingdom. Chang Song was not particularly eager for his master to wade into such murky waters. Now that the princes have grown, the court's factions are intricately woven, and even the upper echelons have become increasingly suspicious. Present-day Zhongzhou is rife with undercurrents. But having served beside Elder Su since his youth, he understood that the Sir, as the Crown Prince's tutor and a close confidant of the late emperor, regarded the welfare of the Qiannan kingdom as paramount, even above his own life. As the princes matured, the unrest in Zhongzhou only deepened his unease. The departure of Elder Su and Chang Song was unnoticed, even by Dr. Chen. Li Yueshu continued to busy herself at the apothecary. And as Dr. Chen and Shen Tanqi gradually adapted, her burdens lightened. Meanwhile, Shen Mu and Yang Shi, who had accompanied her to the apothecary, stood frozen at the sight. Shen Mu's face brimmed with jealousy. When had this venomous woman grown so astute, realizing the merits of adopting orphans to generate income? How much in wages would she have to pay for so many children? Yang Shi, somewhat excited, exclaimed, Mother, we too could adopt those abandoned orphans. They would not only serve us but also require no wages. As long as they are not starved, they could continue to earn for us. Shin Qingsai's eyes brightened at this notion. Yes, grandmother. This way I can have a scholar's apprentice and not be overshadowed by that illegitimate child. You have no idea how Shin Amin flaunts his scholar's apprentice before me every day. Ganging up to bully me. Observing her precious grandson's aggrieved expression, Shen Mu, already somewhat wavering, gritted her teeth and resolved, very well, we shall adopt. Li Yueshu remained oblivious to the Shun family's ulterior motives and, as usual, prepared to close up shop for the day when the county magistrate sent someone her way. Chapter 33. The county magistrate's foresight. The envoy from the magistrate respectfully inclined himself towards Li Yueshu, stating, Madam Shun, our lord has been mindful of the matter you entrusted to him. He continued, within our county's dungeon, there is a condemned prisoner scheduled for execution next autumn. He has expressed that if you can meet his conditions, he is willing to part with his lung upon his death. As he spoke, the envoy produced a small vial from his pocket. As per your earlier request, we have taken blood from those who expressed willingness. Li Yueshu accepted the porcelain vial and then retrieved a small amount of silver from her sleeve, saying, Please extend my gratitude to the county magistrate for making this journey on my behalf. I shall certainly pay a visit in the near future. The envoy hesitated several times before accepting the silver, his smile growing more genuine, and exchanged a few pleasantries before departing. Dr. Chun then approached. Curiosity etched across his face. Yueshu, I overheard the envoy mentioning something about taking blood. What is that about? Having spent sufficient time together, the two had grown familiar. Li Yueshu did not withhold her intentions. I previously asked the county magistrate to inquire if anyone would be willing to donate their lung after death for a surgical procedure for remove Lioness mother I in this world. The concept of volunteers does not exist, nor is there a system for organ donation. Finding a suitable lung source is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, and seeking out death row inmates was the quickest solution she could devise. Dr. Chen grasped her meaning, his expression one of astonishment. Are you suggesting a lung transplant? He had previously treated Mo Lien's mother and was well aware of her condition. Historically, aside from alleviating some pain, her fate was to await death. Yet, Li Yueshu's implication was that there was a way to save her, utilizing this unheard-of method. Once a person's thoracic cavity is opened, survival is impossible. How could a lung transplant even be feasible? Having known Li Yueshu for some time, Dr. Chen recognized her as someone who would not speak frivolously, especially regarding matters of life and death. Could it be that such miraculous medical practices truly exist? Dr. Chen's eyes sparkled. Yueshu, may I observe when you performed the surgery on Mo's mother? Li Yueshu had anticipated his inquiry and felt a twinge of regret. Dr. Chen, I'm afraid I cannot allow that. The requirements for surgery are exceedingly stringent, and any lapse could lead to infection. I cannot take such risks. The operation would take place in a controlled environment, and she could not bring Dr. Chen into the sterile space. Noticing the disappointment on Dr. Chen's face, Li Yueshu pursed her lips and added, I possess a diagram detailing the vascular distribution of human organs. Would you find that useful? Dr. Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Nodding vigorously, yes, thank you, Yueshu. Hearing Dr. Chen's enthusiastic response, Shun Wei, who was busy moving things, instinctively glanced over and happened to catch a glimpse of Li Yueshu's beaming smile, causing him to furrow his brow. Was his wife truly so joyful to be addressed as Yueshu? Suddenly, he seemed to comprehend something. Meanwhile, the envoy, upon returning from Hengda Apothecary, prepared to report back to the county magistrate. At the entrance, he encountered the magistrate's wife, who was on her way to deliver pastries to the study. Upon hearing the envoy's report, the magistrate's wife appeared perplexed. What does she need blood for? The envoy was equally in the dark and could only shake his head. Furrowing her brow, the magistrate's wife seemed to ponder. How was the business at Hengda Apothecary during your visit? The envoy, well informed on this matter, replied, I observed that Hengda Apothecary is thriving, even surpassing Dr. Chen's previous practice. It is said that Madame Chen's prescriptions yield better results than Dr. Chen's, and this has spread throughout the town. Even my household has stocked up on a few common medications. The magistrate's wife was taken aback. Due to Elder Su's influence, they had once paid attention to this newly opened apothecary but had not followed up since, unaware that news of its success had circulated widely. After a moment of contemplation, the magistrate's wife chose not to inquire further and proceeded into the study. Once inside, she placed the pastries down and mentioned the matter relayed by the envoy. The magistrate nodded, indicating he was already aware of the situation and did not press for more details. However, the magistrate's wife was intrigued. My lord, I heard that you are assisting Madame Shun in finding a lung. What is the story behind that? The magistrate did not withhold the truth. She asked me to help inquire about any dying individuals willing to donate their lungs upon death. She has promised to fulfill their last requests as a form of gratitude. Though I remain uncertain of her ultimate intentions, Theo agreed without knowing her purpose. When did your courage grow so audacious? The magistrate's wife chided playfully, narrowing her eyes at him. The magistrate set down his brush, chuckling. After all, she is Elder Su's savior, and with Dr. Chen involved, how could I refuse? The magistrate's wife nodded in agreement. Indeed, Dr. Chen was once Elder Su's physician. If he is collaborating with Madame Shan, she must be a sensible person. Nonetheless, the matter struck her as rather peculiar. It would be prudent to clarify the details. The magistrate nodded, committing this to memory. He suddenly recalled another matter. By the way, how is that task I assigned you to have someone document all the medicinal properties at Hengda Apothecary coming along? It has been taken care of, however. Seeing you so preoccupied, I nearly forgot to deliver the findings. The county magistrate's wife was perplexed and asked, but why does the master wish to collect this? The county magistrate gently urged her to sit down and patiently explained, consider this. Throughout history, those afflicted by heart ailments are often beyond salvation. Yet, that Madame Shan managed to save old Su with but a single pill. If she possesses other miraculous remedies, how many souls across Changnan? No, across the entire realm, would flock to her? The medicines within Li Yueshu's possession are the culmination of millennia of wisdom, truly remarkable for this world. The county magistrate's wife stared in astonishment. Clearly taken aback by this revelation, he continued, I have had inquiries made, and it appears that most of the medicines at Hengda Pharmacy are quite affordable. The few that are costly cater to rare ailments like heart diseases, for which there are no known cures. Thus, their price is justified. Should these remedies be widely distributed, they would undoubtedly save countless lives. This would be a tremendous boon for the common folk. As she listened to his analysis, the county magistrate's wife experienced a sudden clarity. Her husband indeed possessed foresight. Meanwhile, after returning home, Li Yueshu took the opportunity to draw a small sample of blood from Mother Imo while the children were studying. She refrained from informing Lian of the news delivered by the constables, as a mismatch in lung sources would only lead to disappointment. When Lian entered with water, he caught sight of Li Yueshu tending to Mother Mo's injured finger. Beside her lay a bloodied dagger and a small bowl containing blood. Lian felt a pang of surprise. Yet, trusting Li Yueshu, he refrained from inquiring further and handed the water to Mother Imo. Noticing her son's reaction, Mother Imo felt a swell of gratitude. Throughout the years, she had clung to life, fearing that once she departed, Lian would be left without a single relative in this world. Fortunately, fate had smiled upon them, allowing them to encounter Madame Shun. Should her time come, she would accept it willingly. Unaware of his mother's thoughts, Lian turned to Li Yueshu and asked, "Madam, have you heard about the Shun family?" Chapter 34. This family is afflicted with illness. Li Yueshu paused while cleaning the dagger, not lifting her head. "What is it?" Lian poured her a cup of water and replied, "I heard that today, Madame Shun returned from town with 7 or 8 little beggars, claiming she took them in out of pity." Li Yueshu halted momentarily. "Took them in?" Lian nodded, his brow furrowing slightly. "I have heard men speak of the Shun family. They are unlikely to engage in such charitable acts without ulterior motives." These words were not typically for him, as a younger generation, to voice, but his genuine concern for Li Yueshu compelled him to speak up. Seeing his serious demeanor, Li Yueshu couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you worried that the Shun family may pose a threat to me?" After all, the entire village was aware that she had taken in 7 children, and the Shun family following suit was a clear indication of something amiss. She secured the dagger and gently patted Lian's head. "Fear not. Should they dare to cause trouble, I assure you they will regret ever entering this world." As she spoke, a gentle smile graced her face, yet her tone bore an icy edge, devoid of jest. Lian was momentarily taken aback. Looking at Li Yueshu's smile, his worries inexplicably dissipated. With her reassurances, they chose to disregard the Shun family's actions, yet the villagers buzzed with gossip. First, Li Yueshu goes mad. And now the Shun family follows suit. Is this entire family afflicted with illness? Unperturbed by the village's chatter, Li Yueshu set out with the children the next day as usual, also escorting Shan Yimin and his companions to the academy. However, as she steered the ox cart to the village entrance, she heard Shan Wang's voice call out, "Sister-in-law, wait." Li Yueshu ignored him, even giving the ox's rear a couple of extra taps. But Shan Wang was determined to catch up. Directly blocking the cart's path, Li Yueshu quickly weighed the consequences of publicly trampling him and opted to rein in the ox. Shan Wang glared at the ox, exclaiming, "I told you to wait." Li Yueshu looked down at him with an indifferent expression. "Is there something you need?" Shan Wang, somewhat displeased, spoke in a commanding tone. "I also wish to go to town. Let me ride on your ox cart." He then moved to the back of the cart, shoving Shin Chen aside. "A servant has no business riding in an ox cart. Get down." Shin Chen's expression shifted, but recognizing who Shan Wang was, he dared not defy the order and instinctively stood up. "Shin Chen." Li Yueshu's voice suddenly rang out, devoid of any inflection yet laden with an invisible weight that forced Shin Chen back down onto the cart. Witnessing this, Shin Wang's expression darkened instantly. "Li Yueshu, what do you mean by this?" "Apologies, but I have no servants in my household. These are all children I have taken in," Li Yueshu replied. Her face expressionless as she continued, "If you wish to ride the ox cart, you might seek Uncle Lu. A mere penny per person is not exorbitant. I have no spare room." With that, she cracked the whip against the ox's rear and departed. "Li Yueshu." Shan Wang seethed, hopping in anger, yet he received no acknowledgement. Once the clamor faded into silence, Li Yueshu spoke again. "From now on, do not engage with the Shun family. If they dare to provoke us, retaliate without hesitation. If one cannot stand alone, then stand together. Should any trouble arise, I will take responsibility." Shin Chen was taken aback, a warm surge of emotion flooding his heart. "Thank you, madam. Shin Chen understands." Li Yueshu glanced back at him and then at the others. "And you all, I have said before, as long as you do not betray me, I will ensure you lead a life of dignity." Shun Ting turned to glance at Shen Tan and the others, whose eyes were slightly reddened, feeling a stir within her heart. This woman, does she understand the weight her words carry for Shen Tan and the others? Watching Li Yueshu drive away, Shun Ting's expression grew complex. Li Yueshu sensed several gazes upon her back but did not turn around. After dropping Shan Yimin and the others at the academy, she led the remaining children to Hengda Pharmacy. Observing her retreating figure, Shun Tingwen pulled on Shan Yimin's sleeve. Brother, she seems to be increasingly embodying the role of a mother. Shun Yimin bit his lip, remaining silent. The investigation results regarding Chai Yongxing he had yet to arrive. Either nothing had been uncovered, or they had found some clues that required verification. If it were the latter, he questioned whether his younger siblings could withstand the news, especially the fourth brother, who had already started addressing that woman differently. Lian regarded his friend's gentle visage, filled with turmoil, and felt puzzled. He had previously sensed an extraordinary aura surrounding Yimin, one not typical of a farmer's son. After spending time together, he could better grasp that feeling and even vaguely sense that the children of the Shin family seemed to conceal stories within them. However, he did not delve deeper, wishing only for the tranquility and warmth of their days to persist. The brothers, each with their own thoughts, soon returned to their respective classrooms. Shun Yimin and Lian began their studies as usual when two figures suddenly approached, blocking the light from their books. They looked up to find Shan Chengkai standing there, his nose in the air, his face radiating arrogance. Beside him stood a small, dark-skinned boy who resembled a refugee, his clothing barely clean, with a single glance. Shun Yimin and Lian exchanged a knowing look and returned to their studies. This attitude caused Shan Chengkai's expression to sour. He kicked the table in frustration. Shun Yimin, what are you so proud of? I now have a book boy too. Having access to the academy naturally indicated some wealth, making it unsurprising for students to have attendance, yet it felt utterly out of place for the Shin family. Shun Yimin raised an eyebrow, glancing at the boy who resembled a skinny monkey. Noticing this, Shan Chengkai beamed with delight, looking down at Lian with disdain. This is the book boy my grandmother found for me. He will serve my daily needs at the academy and doesn't he need to pay for schooling? Far better than your book boy. Both Shin Yimin and Lian were taken aback, clearly not expecting Shinmu to be so generous as to procure a book boy for Shan Chengkai. Shin Chengkai assumed their expressions were filled with envy, and his arrogance only grew. He patted the bag slung over the book boy's shoulder. My mother bought me new writing materials. I won't be using the same as the servants. Lian felt speechless as he observed Shin Chengkai's immaturity, finding him even more childish than a youth. Shun Yimin felt a wave of irritation but maintained his gentle demeanor. Have you finished speaking? Could you please step aside? His calm tone made Shin Chengkai feel as if he had struck a pillow with his fist. Shun Yimin, don't get too cocky. You think your wicked stepmother is the only one who can earn money. My grandmother has found 7 beggars in town, and I don't have to pay for them. They are all strong and capable of working, far better than your 7. Lian cast a bewildered glance at the scrawny book boy beside Shan Chengkai, struggling to associate him with the word strong. However, Shun Yimin grasped the implication behind Shin Chengkai's words. So, the Shin family believes that Li Yueshu has taken in Shentan and the others to profit from them? Chapter 35. A journey not made in vain. Shun Yimin opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words to articulate his disbelief. Shin Chengkai assumed his expression conveyed envy, lifting his chin even higher. Meanwhile, Shun Wang, having finally reached the town, took a moment to catch his breath before sternly admonishing the 7 children trailing behind him. You must remember, if it weren't for the Shen family, you would still be beggars on the street, so be sharp and find work to do. The 7 children appeared quite astute. Although their frames were frail, their strides exuded a sense of strength. Upon hearing Shen Wang's words, several individuals nodded obediently in response. Shen Wang was quite pleased with their reaction, even believing that he possessed a natural talent for management, convinced that overseeing affairs would pose no difficulties. He envisioned a rosy scenario wherein his sole responsibility would be to secure work, keep an eye on these little beggars, and ultimately collect the earnings from the shopkeeper. However, if finding work were truly so effortless, there would not be such a multitude of beggars in the world. Shen Wang encountered obstacles at every turn. The only place willing to hire so many was the dock. Yet, the dock paid by the weight of cargo each individual moved, and the wages were meager, far too little for a group of children who could hardly carry much. Naturally, Shen Wang was reluctant. Thus, he spent an entire day with 7 children running about outside, their shoes nearly worn through, yet still found no work. Even though he had hoped to earn a substantial sum that day, Shen Wang left home without a single coin, his stomach gnawing with hunger, and could not afford a ride on the ox cart, forcing him to walk back instead. Shen Mu and Yang Shi had been waiting at the village entrance, and upon seeing him, they rushed over. How did it go? How much silver did you earn today? Shenmu asked with a face full of excitement, immediately reaching to check Shen Wang's sleeves. Exhausted to the brink of collapse, Shen Wang grew even more irritable at Shen Mu's actions. Enough with the rummaging. I found nothing. He flung Shen Mu's hand away, exclaiming, no one in town is willing to hire so many children as workers. Shen Mu and Yang Shi's smiles froze, clearly taken aback by the outcome. It was Yang Shi who recovered first, reassuring Shen Wang, dear, this is only the first day. It's perfectly normal not to find work. If it were that easy to secure good jobs, others would have already struck it rich. Shen Wang frowned, still visibly displeased, yet he seemed to absorb her words. Shen Mu, however, wore a frown of discontent, saying, so what do we do now? With 7 or 8 mouths to feed, how much food will that require? As she spoke, she shot an annoyed glance at the children, her expression conveying the pain of their burden. Yang Shi paused in silence before suggesting, how about this? Tomorrow, you could visit other towns, seeking out wealthy merchants or newly opened shops that are in dire need of workers. She added, even that venomous woman, Li Yueshu, has managed to find help. Surely we can too. At her words, although Shen Wang felt somewhat comforted, he still simmered with frustration, determined to return home and prepare a meal. For he was on the verge of starvation. Yang Shi refrained from further discussion and hurried him home. Early the next morning, Shen Wang set out once more with the children to the town. This time, he had the wisdom to bring provisions and some silver. However, after visiting nearby towns, he found himself equally fruitless. Even when there were those willing to hire, the wages were insufficient to cover the costs of feeding and caring for the children. Not to mention the travel expenses. After several fruitless days, Shen Wang could no longer contain his anger, pointing accusingly at Yang Shi. What nonsense idea did you come up with? I've run my legs off and not seen a single opportunity. Yang Shi lowered her head, unwilling to speak. Though she often appeared fierce towards Shen Wang, she was still a woman, and when he was enraged, she dared not utter a word. Shen Mu's expression soured as she scolded. This is all your fault. If it weren't for your foolish idea, my son wouldn't have to toil for so long, wasting money on travel, and we wouldn't have 7 or 8 additional mouths to feed. She vented, these beggars cannot stay. They will consume my provisions without contributing anything. Yang Shi felt a surge of indignation. She had initially agreed and even provided silver. How could she be solely blamed now? Though she was displeased, she understood that voicing her thoughts would only lead to a tirade of reproach. Suddenly, an idea struck Yang Shi. Mother, dear, we could approach the Hongda pharmacy. Shen Mu and Shen Wang exchanged puzzled glances, clearly bewildered by her suggestion. Yang Shi continued with excitement, think about it. If Hongda pharmacy is willing to take in Li Yueshu's people, then if we ask for less pay, we could replace them. Shen Wang shook his head in disagreement. How can that work? If the wages are too low, we will still incur losses. Yang Shi quickly countered, dear, if it were that easy to lose money, would Li Yueshu have managed for so long? She even has the means to send those children to school, feed them meat, and buy them new clothes. We're only asking for slightly less than her wages temporarily. Once we push them out, Hongda Pharmacy will be reliant on us, and we can dictate our own pay. Her words ignited a spark of hope in the once despondent Shen Mu and Shen Wang. With a firm slap on the table, Shen Wang declared, all right, I shall visit Hongda Pharmacy tomorrow. Unbeknownst to them, a small figure had been eavesdropping outside the window and had absorbed their entire conversation. The figure then quietly slipped away to the thatched shed in the yard, relaying what they had just heard. Within that shed were several children, all beggars whom Shen Mu had gathered from the streets, residing there since their arrival. To save costs, Shen Mu provided them only 1 meal a day, consisting solely of rice gruel and husks. Yet, compared to their previous existence of scavenging for scraps, this life felt a great deal better. However, now, with the family's intentions laid bare, their situation threatened to revert to their former state. No, we cannot let this be in vain, declared one slightly older boy, his expression resolute. The child who had relayed the message asked, what can we do? The boy gritted his teeth and gestured for the others to gather around. Hear us what we shall do meanwhile. The happenings in the Shen household were unbeknownst to Li Yueshu, who busied herself with her own affairs. Now that Shen Tanqi's group had nearly memorized the effects of various herbs, Dr. Chen was gradually settling in, allowing her to relax considerably. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yueshu began to tally the accounts. The fame of Hongda Pharmacy had spread throughout the town, drawing many patients seeking treatment and medicine, leading to a substantial intake. However, the pharmacy was still in the phase of recuperating the initial investments, with no pure profit evident yet. Under the current circumstances, it seemed that attaining pure profit would require. Dear sister-in-law, what a coincidence to find you here. Shen Wang's voice suddenly interrupted Li Yueshu's train of thought. Chapter 36. I want to gouge his eyes out. Shan Wang feigned ignorance of Li Yueshu's presence. Putting on an act that seemed quite convincing, Li Yueshu regarded him silently, not offering a word. Shan Wang, undeterred by the silence, appeared pleased, suddenly realizing how much she had changed. Previously, Li Yueshu's features, though attractive, had been marred by her dark, thin appearance and her penchant for brightly colored attire, which had rendered her face easily overlooked over time. She had become notably fairer, her face fuller, enhancing her already exquisite features. Shan Wang squinted, lowering his voice. Sister-in-law, a woman shouldn't always be out in public. It's the men who should handle the earnings. He stepped closer to Li Yueshu, extending his hand towards her. Her expression turned icy, and she prepared to react. However, someone else moved faster. With a cry of agony, Shan Wang's hand was forced into an unnatural position, causing him to collapse to the ground. Shen Wei's cold gaze fixed upon him, his dark eyes radiating a chilling intensity, exuding an aura that felt as if he could determine life and death. It hurts. Let go. Please, release me. Shan Wang's face contorted in pain, beads of cold sweat forming as he cried out. Li Yueshu was momentarily taken aback, her gaze shifting to Shen Wei, noticing the frostiness etched on his face. Shen Wei, she instinctively called out. And he immediately turned, his icy demeanor transforming into a radiant smile. Yueshu, do not fear. I shall protect you. Li Yueshu's heart skipped a beat as she scrutinized him, realizing he was still the same Navi Shen family third son. As if the previous scene had merely been an illusion. No, it was not an illusion. Shen Wei was gradually returning to himself. With her gaze lowered, Li Yueshu felt a mix of emotions. Not entirely joyful but tinged with reluctance. She thought to herself that the current, foolish Shen Wei was rather endearing. Casting her eyes towards the still wailing Shan Wang, she decided to release him, and no sooner had she spoken than Shan Wei relinquished his grip, pushing forward and sending Shan Wang sprawling on the ground. Many onlookers noticed the commotion, and Dr. Chen approached to inquire, "What is happening?" Shan Wang, ready to complain, hesitated when his gaze fell upon the children he had brought with him. Suddenly recalling his intentions, he clenched his teeth in frustration, vowing that once he got rid of these two, he would have them begging at his feet. He shot a glare at them before turning to Dr. Chen with a sycophantic expression. "Dr. Chen, I have a business proposal I'd like to discuss with you." His words left Dr. Chen bewildered. Why would he seek him out for business matters? Instinctively, he glanced at Li Yueshu, who subtly nodded, equally curious about Shan Wang's intentions. With that, Dr. Chen replied, "Come inside and we can talk." As Shan Wang followed Dr. Chen into the inner room, he cast a parting glare at Li Yueshu. Shen Wei, observing this exchange, couldn't help but frown, his fists clenching tightly. Li Yueshu suddenly patted his shoulder, asking, "What are you thinking?" Shen Wei turned, pouting. "I want to gouge out his eyes." Li Yueshu was taken aback. Realizing his outburst, Shen Wei's expression shifted to panic. "Yueshu, did I frighten you?" You need not be afraid of me." Seeing his flustered demeanor, Li Yueshu's lips curled into a smile. "Actually, I would quite like to gouge out his eyes too." Shen Wei was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to process her words. Li Yueshu chuckled softly. Given Shan Wang's earlier gaze, anyone would likely entertain the thought of doing him harm. To her surprise, Shen Wei shared a similar sentiment, indicating that her efforts in healing him had borne fruit, fostering his emotional growth. Li Yueshu bit her lip, thoughtfully observing Shen Wei, then let out a silence. "I truly cannot fathom what Shen Wei will be like once he returns to normal." Dr. Chen, accompanied by others, entered the inner room. Before he could utter a word, Shan Wang approached him with an ingratiating smile. "Dr. Chen, please, have a seat." Dr. Chen. The words that were on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back down. "What is it you seek from me?" Shen Wang rubbed his hands together and chuckled. "Dr. Chen, I wonder what the daily wage is for the people you've asked Li Yueshu to employ." Before Dr. Chen could bring the tea to his lips, he nearly spilled it in surprise. "What are you talking about?" Shen Wang, thinking he was merely being coy, hurriedly added, "You see, my sister-in-law, a married woman, should not be flaunting herself outside all day as her elder brother. I naturally must support her a bit. I trust Dr. Chen has seen the few children I brought along. Although they appear frail, each is quite capable of hard work and will surely take good care of our apothecary." Shen Wang spoke with earnestness, even referring to the apothecary as ours. Dr. Chen finally grasped his intent, and his expression turned rather intriguing. "So, it is indeed the third brother of the Shen family who has lost his wits, not the eldest?" Shen Wang, misunderstanding Dr. Chen's expression as one of conflict, said, "To show my gratitude for your care of my sister-in-law's family during this time, I could lower the wage a bit." "How does that sound?" Dr. Chen's lips twitched slightly. Always kind-hearted, it was the first time he wished to crack open someone's skull to see what lay within. Shen Wang gazed at him with hopeful anticipation, utterly oblivious to the chill creeping up his spine. Dr. Chen set down his tea, his face cold as he replied, "This matter is beyond my authority. You must consult the principal proprietor of Hongda Apothecary." Shen Wang was taken aback. The principal proprietor? Wasn't he at his responsibility? His attitude shifted, clearly less amiable than before. "Where is your principal proprietor, Dr. Chen?" Noticing the change in his demeanor, nearly burst into laughter from anger. "Wait here. I shall summon the principal proprietor for you." With that, he turned on his heel and strode out, rather eager to witness the expression of the person upon their arrival. Shen Wang rolled his eyes behind Dr. Chen's back, thinking, he's just a lackey. What is there to be so upset about? Outside, Li Yueshu listened to Dr. Chen's words, her expression equally telling. She truly had no words to describe the mental processes of the Shen family. Observing Dr. Chen's fury, she closed her book and said, "Come, let us go witness a change of face quicker than a change in the weather." Dr. Chen nodded, wearing a look of anticipation as he followed in her wake. Shen Wang awaited the arrival of the principal proprietor of Hongda Apothecary with glee, his mind still occupied with the speech he had prepared in advance. Hearing the door open, he instinctively put on a sycophantic smile. "Principal," upon seeing Li Yueshu, his expression instantly froze. "What are you doing here?" Li Yueshu observed him with a smile that was not quite a smile. "What makes you think I wouldn't come in?" Shen Wang glanced at Dr. Chen behind her and suddenly realized, "I see. Dr. Chen must have informed you, Li Yueshu?" "I knew it." Shen Wang became more resolute. "Dr. Chen, did you accept some benefit from this venomous woman? Preventing me from being introduced to the principal proprietor?" Dr. Chen, unable to bear it any longer, pointed at Li Yueshu. "This lady is the principal proprietor of Hongda Apothecary." Chapter 37. She must take responsibility for this. How could that be? You should at least weave a tale that bears some resemblance to the truth. Shen Wang denied vehemently without a moment's thought. "How can it not be possible?" Li Yueshu smiled. "I possess medical skills. And with the 300 tales given by Master Zhang, do you think I cannot open an apothecary?" Shen Wang's expression stiffened, finally recognizing the absurdity of the situation as he beheld their mocking faces. He could not recall how he left Hongda Apothecary. His mind was in a daze, and he failed to notice the expressions of the little beggars trailing behind him. Undeterred, he ran to the town to inquire, only to find everyone asserting that the proprietor of Hongda Apothecary was a lady named Shen. It was even said that the county magistrate had personally attended the apothecary's opening day. Shen Wang finally grasped how ludicrous his previous actions had been. Ashamed, he hurried home with the little beggars in tow. Upon seeing him return so early, Mother Shen and Yang Shi looked on in confusion. Just as Yang Shi was about to speak, Shen Wang slapped her across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground. "You fool! Do you have any idea how much face I lost today?" Shen Wang pointed an accusatory finger at Yang Shi, his face flushed with anger. "That Hongda Apothecary is run by Li Yueshu. I was just saying I would replace her, and do you have any idea how they laughed at me?" Yang Shi, stunned from the slap, took a long moment to process his words. "That's impossible. How could she possess such capability? She managed to cure Master Zhang's son, earning 300 taels in fees. What is so impossible about that?" Shen Wang seethed with fury. "It's all your fault for that ridiculous idea of yours. Not only did we waste money and effort, but you also made me lose such great face." Mother Shen, equally astonished, murmured, "How could it be like this?" She looked at the little beggars huddled at the door, collapsing to the ground in despair. "Heavens! This is going to cost me my life. How can I support so many children?" Blaming Li Yueshu, she cursed, "It's all that venomous woman's doing. She's deliberately trying to ruin me." Yang Shi's face turned ashen, clearly shaken by the sudden news. However, Mother Shen's words seemed to ignite a spark of inspiration within her. Indeed, it's all Li Yueshu's fault. She must take responsibility for this. Noticing that both Mother Shen and Shen Wang were looking at her, she disregarded the pain on her face and hurriedly shared her thoughts. Li Yueshu was taken aback by the Shen family's mental gymnastics but was utterly astonished by their audacity. The next day, as usual, Li Yueshu set out with the children, only to be confronted midway by the Shen family. Mother Shen, Shen Wang, and Yang Shi stood defiantly in the middle of the road, flanked by 7 children. Many onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle. Li Yueshu, leaning against her cart, observed the scene with a bemused smile. Mother Shen, hands on her hips, commanded, Li Yueshu, you must take these children to the town today. Ask the proprietor of Hengda Apothecary. They will be your employees from now on. Yang Shi chimed in with a grin. Sister-in-law, they were all beggars before. A little rice soup will suffice to keep them, and they don't need to be educated. They are far cheaper than the ones you've taken in. Shen Wang nodded eagerly. Yes, we are all family. How could we possibly take advantage of you? Hearing their shameless remarks, Shen Tan and Shen Chun were furious and nearly charged at them, while Li Yueshu merely laughed. You want me to raise the children you adopt? Do I appear that foolish? The villagers watching were still processing their exchange, their faces filled with astonishment. They rarely ventured into town but had heard of Hengda Apothecary. To discover that it was opened by Li Yueshu was quite a revelation. Heavens! Li Yueshu actually opened an apothecary herself. How did she manage that? If I had earned 300 taels, I would certainly keep it hidden away and never think of opening a business. Li Yueshu is far too clever. If you ask me, since Li Yueshu is so wealthy, she ought to support her in-laws. Those children look so pitiful. How can she lack compassion? The last remark came from Aunt Zhao, who had harbored resentment against Li Yueshu since failing to gain any advantage from riding old Lu's ox cart. Since Li Yueshu adopted Shen Tan and the others, Aunt Zhao had been the most vocal in mocking her. Upon hearing this, Li Yueshu burst into laughter, her gaze icy as she fixed it on Aunt Zhao. You're so compassionate. Why don't you take these children back and raise them? I recall your family is not impoverished. Surely you can manage one or two. Aunt Zhao's expression changed abruptly, caught off guard by Li Yueshu's unrelenting words in front of so many onlookers. Of course, she could never adopt those children. She was merely indulging her tongue, and now she fell silent. Seeing this, Li Yueshu did not pursue the matter further but turned her attention back to the Shen family. Since we have split, let us each live our own lives without resorting to petty schemes to annoy one another. With that, she lifted her whip and cracked it against the ox's rear. The startled ox bellowed in pain, lifting its hooves and moving forward. Seeing this, Mother Shen and Shen Wang quickly jumped aside in alarm. As they watched her stride away, Mother Shen was enraged, stomping her feet. Heavens! How did I ever let this venomous woman into my home? Yang Shi and Shen Wang stood by, their faces a mix of green and purple, too afraid to speak. Many approached to offer comfort, though their true intention was to gossip. Today's drama ended far too swiftly, and they had yet to clarify the cause and effect. Mother Shen, already brimming with pent-up frustration, shared her grievances with anyone who inquired, her words laced with curses and blame directed at Li Yueshu. Although the onlookers were curious for gossip, they could distinguish right from wrong. It was evident that the Shen family had brought this upon themselves, and Li Yueshu was blameless. Yet, in front of Mother Shen, they said nothing, while privately, they found the entire affair to be quite amusing. Unaware of their amusement, Mother Shen returned home after venting her frustrations, only to be met with the sight of several blackened, emaciated children, reigniting her anger. You worthless wretches, eating my food and sleeping under my roof, and yet you cannot even make a sound. Tomorrow, I shall send you back to town to resume your lives as beggars. The children, chastised and with heads bowed, offered no rebuttal. Yet the expressions hidden beneath their downcast gazes were intriguingly profound. Children who have grown up relying on begging seldom permit themselves to be bullied. Yet it was evident that Shen's mother failed to grasp this truth. After venting her frustrations, she sent the 7 children back to the straw hut, intending for Shen Wang to cast them back to the town at dawn the next day, resulting in a full day without food for them. The 7 little beggars did not protest, dutifully huddling in the straw hut. Observing their obedience, Shen's mother refrained from stirring up further trouble. The following day, before Shen's mother had even awoken, she was roused by Shen Wang's urgent knocking on the door. Mother, you must rise quickly. A calamity has befallen us. The beggars in the straw hut have vanished. Shen's mother, yawning and opening the door, found Shen Wang and Yang, both wearing anxious expressions. Furrowing her brow, she dismissively replied, if they are gone, then they are gone. That merely spares you another trip to the town. Chapter 38. Then go die, Yang, in a fit of desperation, leapt up, exclaiming, Mother, all the jewelry in my room has disappeared. What? Shen's mother's drowsiness evaporated instantly as she hurried back to rummage through her cabinet. Where is my silver? Where is my silver? Pale as a ghost, Shen's mother tore through everything, but her silver remained elusive. Those little brutes, the wild offspring of a mother who bore them but did not nurture them. How could they dare to steal my silver, which constitutes my entire fortune? Shen's mother wailed, her cries echoing to several nearby households. Hearing this, Yang fell to the ground in shock. How could it come to this? Shun Wang's face mirrored her shock. All the family's silver was under their mother's control. Could it truly have been stolen? We must report this to the authorities. Shun Wang suddenly grasped a glimmer of hope. Yes, we shall report this immediately. The three, with little time to collect their wits, hastened to the county office to file a report. Yet, those were merely wandering beggars, without any form of identification. They were utterly untraceable. Even if a report was made, they were simply told to await news at home. While chaos reigned at the Shin household, Li Yueshu was diligently occupied at the Hongda pharmacy. With the academy break approaching in a couple of days, she yearned for a day of respite, hoping to cultivate rapport with the children at home. Now that Yu had entirely come to trust and depend on her, the other three children no longer harbored the initial aversion they once did. This marked a significant leap in their relationship. Surely, she would soon escape the tragic fate laid out for her in the original narrative. With this thought, Li Yueshu quickened her pace. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the pharmacy's entrance. Curious at the noise, the onlookers turned to see an old, decrepit ox cart halting before them, with Aunt Lu rushing in, her face flushed with urgency. The third daughter-in-law. Trouble has struck at your home, she gasped, her breath heavy with panic. Your mother-in-law has gone mad, taking your elder brother and sister-in-law to your house to move things. My husband is trying to stop them. Li Yueshu's expression shifted dramatically. Without time for further explanation, she hastily boarded the ox cart. Witnessing this, Shunwei promptly abandoned his medicinal herbs and followed suit. Before long, they returned. As they drew near, Li Yueshu could already hear Shun's mother's boisterous voice. Li Yueshu is my Shun family's daughter-in-law. She ought to show filial piety towards me. If it weren't for her deliberately raising those wild children without clarification, we wouldn't have brought back a pack of ingrates who caused all our silver and jewelry to be stolen. Old Lu's face flushed crimson with indignation at her twisted reasoning, rendered speechless as he pointed an accusatory finger at her. Mo's mother stood by, her complexion pale, a result of Li Yueshu's careful nurturing over time. Yet, confronted with the unreasonable trio from the Shin family, she coughed several times in frustration. You dare to take advantage of the lady's absence, brazenly moving things in broad daylight? This is theft, and I will report you. Bah! This is a matter for our Shin family. What business is it of yours? Shin's mother retorted, hands on her hips. If anyone is a thief, it is you. You come here to eat and drink without paying, and expect my daughter-in-law to provide money for your expenses, using fine herbs to sustain you. I have never encountered such shamelessness in my life. As she spoke, Shun's mother seemed to grow even more enraged. Rolling up her sleeves to strike Mo's mother. You shameless wretch, return all of my Shin family's belongings. Mo's mother, typically mild-mannered, was taken aback by Shun's mother charging at her, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. Mo's mother fell to the ground. Unable to rise before Shun's mother descended upon her, scratching and clawing, her tongue spitting venomous words. Oh, stop it. Old Lu, witnessing the scene, hurried to intervene. Seeing no obstacles at the doorway, Shun Wang and Yang rushed inside. When Li Yueshu and Xinwei arrived, they were met with this chaotic tableau. In an instant, anger surged through Li Yueshu. Grasping the whip in her hand, she hurled it unhesitatingly toward Shun's mother. With a cry of pain, Shun's mother toppled sideways, the force of the throw evident. Li Yueshu rushed forward to assist Mo's mother, relieved to find her merely disheveled, with no serious injuries. However, Mo's mother was clearly shaken. Her face pale as a sheet. Li Yueshu entrusted Mo's mother to Xinwei, then turned her icy gaze towards the three Shin family members. On the way back, she had already heard from Aunt Lu the entire saga of events. The Shun family's audacity truly tested her limits of tolerance. Li Yueshu rubbed her fingers together, a glint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Had it been in her past life, this family would have been quietly disposed of long ago. Yet in this life, she had finally attained a clean and respectable identity. She did not wish to dirty her hands with such filth. Nonetheless, she would not let this matter rest. Uncle Lu, please fetch the village chief for me. Old Lu wasted no time, almost running to do her bidding. Yang's expression shifted nervously. Sister-in-law, this is our family matter. Is it truly necessary to trouble the village chief? Li Yueshu cast her an impassive glance, sending a chill down Yang's spine. Soon, the village chief arrived. Just as Li Yueshu was about to speak, Shun's mother suddenly let out a wail. Village chief, you must help me. This is outrageous. My daughter-in-law has struck me. I cannot live any longer. Then go die. Li Yueshu interjected abruptly, cutting through Shun's mother's lamentations. Everyone was momentarily stunned. their expressions a mixture of disbelief as they gazed at Li Yueshu. Even old Lu and Mo's mother stood frozen in shock. Only Shunwei remained composed, nodding in agreement. The attention of the crowd was so drawn to Li Yueshu that no one noticed his rebellious gesture. Yang, horrified, stammered, "You? What did you say? Did you not hear?" Li Yueshu raised an eyebrow, her voice frigid as if it could freeze the very air. "I said, if you no longer wish to live, then go di. Do you require me to hand you the knife?" Shenwang pointed at her, his finger trembling uncontrollably. "You are insane." Li Yueshu regarded him with a cold stare. "If I am insane, it is because your Shun family has driven me to madness." She seemed utterly indifferent to the taint of disloyalty that might befall her name. Which of the nearby villages does not remember that when Shanwei was born, you all detested his birth date and sent him to a wandering Taoist? 3 years ago, he returned, having saved money as a servant in a wealthy household and, skilled in hunting, allowed your entire family to avoid manual labor while he built the village's only house with blue tiles. Yet, when misfortune struck him a year ago, within a month, you expelled the 4 children from the home, under the pretense of marrying me to care for them. But when the family was divided, what did you give besides a single quilt and a few broken bowls? Just recently, when Shinwei returned, you tried to evade paying Uncle Lu's 2 taels of medical fees, tossing a few coins my way as if that sufficed. Now that I earn a living through my own efforts, you envy me and wish to follow suit. Yet you blame me for bringing in wolves. Are your faces constructed of brick? Chapter 39. The second time Li Yueshu's voice did not waver. As though she wished for everyone to hear her words. Each phrase was delivered with conviction, laying bare the Shun family's shameless actions. Before you learned I was the owner of Hongda Pharmacy, you brought those children to seek out Dr. Chun, offering to take our place for a lower wage. I, a woman, not only bear the burden of raising so many children, but also a husband who has lost his wits. If I were merely a worker at the pharmacy, that would be the only income for our entire family. Are you not attempting to drive us all to our deaths? Her questions rang with clarity. And those who initially found her previous remarks excessive began to shift in their perceptions. The 3 members of the Shin family turned pale, mouths agape, yet unable to utter a single retort. Li Yueshu stood firm, her expression resolute, appearing diminutive beside Shinwei, yet somehow exuding an aura of superiority. In any circumstance, the virtue of filial piety could weigh heavily upon a person. Yet, public opinion could also wield similar power. Li Yueshu subtly observed the expressions of those around her, then spoke again. Among all virtues, filial piety is paramount. You are Shanwei's mother and elder brother and sister-in-law. Thus, I have chosen to endure. But if you intend to push my entire family to the brink of ruin, why should I concern myself with your hollow reputations? With that, she suddenly dashed into the kitchen and emerged with a kitchen knife. The crowd recoiled in terror, their faces turning pale as they instinctively stepped back. Only Shinwei looked on, worry etched on his face as he observed the knife in her grip, his jaw tightening. Li Yueshu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet her tone remained resolute. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. If the Shin family dares to trouble my family again, it will either be their demise or mine. Her final pronouncement struck everyone like a heavy hammer. When pushed to their limits, rural folk tend to resort to desperate measures, but none truly wish for death. Yet, for reasons unknown, Li Yueshu's words instilled a palpable sense of dread. It seemed she would indeed fight fiercely if cornered. The 3 members of the Shen family were momentarily subdued by her fierce demeanor, instinctively shrinking back, their earlier bravado evaporating. The onlookers stared at Li Yueshu, the silence around them thick with only the sounds of breathing. Observing this, Li Yueshu softened her tone slightly and addressed the village head. I invited you here today to request your assistance with a matter. The village head, still recovering from her earlier fervor, nodded repeatedly, urging her to continue. Li Yueshu cast a glance at the Shun family trio, sighed in resignation, and her fierce aura waned. Why mother-in-law has never fulfilled her duties as a mother. However, in recent years, when Shinwei returned to build a house for her and provided her with substantial financial support, everyone witnessed his filial piety. Out of respect for her status as an elder, I will not demand a reckoning for her past failings. Let those funds be regarded as Shinwei's repayment for the gift of life she bestowed upon him. From this day forth, our family will sever all ties with the Shun family. At this declaration, gasps of astonishment swept through the crowd. To renounce one's own mother is an act of unparalleled filial disrespect. Li Yueshu noted the expressions of disbelief around her. Her earlier fierceness had dissipated, and tears glistened on her exquisite features, rendering her utterly pitiable. Now that Xinwei was incapacitated, the family consisted solely of myself and the children. Even the Shun Tan I brought back was merely a teenager. Heaven knows how arduous our struggle for survival has been. If anyone finds my actions excessive, let Xinwei divorce me and return to honor his mother, while I manage alone with the children, sparing myself from those who wish to drain my lifeblood. Li Yueshu cried, her tears flowing like rain, evoking sympathy from all who beheld her. Reflecting on the Xin family's past actions, the onlookers' gazes turned accusatory towards the Shun trio. Their faces shifted from pale to green, yet they found no words to counter her. Had they truly wished to care for Xinwei, they would not have abandoned him to Li Yueshu's care. But with their own resources pilfered, who would bear the cost of severing ties with the third household? The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, but the villagers' sympathies clearly leaned toward Li Yueshu. Seizing the moment, she delivered her final, potent blow. If my mother-in-law is unwilling to sever ties, then let us settle the accounts clearly. She wiped her tears away, donning a brave facade, though her reddened eyes only deepened the audience's compassion. Observing this, Xinwei hurriedly approached to relieve her of the kitchen knife she held, finally easing his own anxious heart. Li Yueshu, oblivious to his concerns, stated earnestly, Aunt Mo is my patient during this time. I have used only the finest herbs for her treatment, each prescription costing no less than 2 taels of silver. But after being struck by my mother-in-law, all my efforts have gone to waste. And her health has deteriorated further. When all the expenses are tallied, it amounts to at least 20 or 30 taels. Surely, compensation is warranted. How is that possible? Yang's voice rose in shrill protest. Is your medicine gilded? 2 taels for a prescription? Li Yueshu maintained a sincere expression. Why prescriptions contain ginseng, donkey hide gelatin, ganoderma, and over a dozen other precious herbs. 2 taels is a conservative estimate. If my sister-in-law doubts me, we can sit down and calculate the actual costs. And I will be compensated accordingly. Unfamiliar with such matters, Yang was rendered speechless by Li Yueshu's confidence. The village head, who had been silent until now, finally interjected, Aunt Shun, consider your options. If you refuse to sever ties, then you must compensate the third household. His words clearly favored Li Yueshu. The Xin family's character was well known to him after years of acquaintance as fellow villagers. Only by severing ties could the Xin family cease their attempts to exploit the third household, which had led to so much strife. Witnessing the lack of support from the villagers, Shun Mu's face contorted in anger. All her funds had been stolen. Even if she had any, she would never part with them. She felt trapped with no other choice. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the villagers, the Xin family and the third household definitively severed ties. Despite an underlying sense of injustice, the villagers recognized that the Xin family's actions were the initial betrayal. And the third household's response was one of desperation. Once the Xin family departed, Li Yueshu instructed Xinwei to bring forth the candies and pastries she usually bought for the children, distributing them to the onlookers as a gesture of gratitude for their support and for the village head's impartiality, which had liberated her family from their plight. Those who had previously harbored doubts about Li Yueshu now felt she had indeed emerged from adversity. Offering her comfort, don't cry. Now that you've severed ties with the Xin family, your life will surely improve. Li Yueshu nodded gratefully, wiping her tears. Thank you for your concern, Auntie. She did not wish to weep, but the excessive chili powder had overwhelmed her control. Oh dear, not again. It's so spicy. Meanwhile, Xinwei, having placed the knife in the kitchen, noticed the overturned chili powder jar and, displaying remarkable understanding, righted it before scurrying back to be by Li Yueshu's side. As night enveloped the world in silence, all had succumbed to slumber. However, Xinwei, who had already settled down, suddenly awoke. He glanced at the peacefully breathing Li Yueshu before stealthily slipping out of bed and exiting the room. Under the cloak of darkness, only the faintest moonlight illuminated his path. Strangely, in this pitch-black environment, Xinwei moved with uncanny agility, swiftly heading towards the Shun family home. For reasons unknown, he had been plagued by peculiar dreams of late. Featuring unfamiliar faces he could vividly recall. Often, he instinctively grasped certain things. For example, while moving through the night, he subconsciously knew how to mask his presence and synchronize his movements with the surrounding environment. Upon reaching the Shen residence, Xinwei nimbly scaled the wall, making not a sound. After a thorough search, he identified the room where Shan Mu resided and discreetly withdrew a pouch of powder, lightly scattering it across the corners of the room. He always used only a small amount, ensuring that even if discovered, it would merely appear as dust. Yet, he had covered a wide area, by the time he finished. The entire pouch was expended. Before long, Xinwei silently departed the Shun household, not a whisper escaping him. However, upon joyfully returning home, he unexpectedly encountered Li Yueshu emerging from her room. "Honey, why are you up?" he exclaimed, rushing towards her. Li Yueshu pulled him in for a quick inspection, visibly relieved upon confirming he was unharmed. "Where did you go?" Having startled awake to find Xinwei missing, she had been terrified and lost her drowsiness. Xinwei blinked innocently, patting his stomach. "I ate too much for dinner and had to relieve myself." He could not let his wife know of his misdeeds. Otherwise, she would be angry to see that. Li Yueshu suddenly released his hand, a look of distaste crossing her face. "Did you wash your hands?" After witnessing Xinwei and Yu rolling in the mud, she had instilled in both a strict sense of hygiene, which had now become a subconscious habit. Xinwei looked confused, as if he had not washed. Li Yueshu waved her hand, retreating a couple of steps. "Go wash your hands in the kitchen before coming back to bed." Xinwei, ever obedient to Li Yueshu's words, scampered off to the kitchen. The night passed without further incident. As usual, after a busy day at the Hangda apothecary, Li Yueshu returned home with the children and encouraged them to study independently while Aunt Lu assisted her in grinding herbs. Suddenly, she recalled something and asked, "By the way, Yueshu, have you heard about the Shin family's troubles?" Li Yueshu shook her head, a look of confusion on her face. "What happened?" Aunt Lu sighed, her tone a mixture of lament and sympathy. "I don't know how it happened, but your mother-in-law awoke to find the house crawling with snakes, and she was bitten several times. Thankfully, those snakes weren't venomous. Today, the village head took half the men from the village to help, including your Uncle Lu, and it took them an hour to clear the snakes. But snakes usually don't come out at this time of year. There's no reason they would invade your mother-in-law's room." As she spoke the last sentence, Aunt Lu lowered her voice intentionally. Li Yueshu understood the implications of her words. Just yesterday, she had severed ties with the Shun family, and that very night, Shun Mu encountered such an extraordinary event. Naturally, the villagers would suspect her involvement. However, she had no hand in this matter and felt no anxiety about their suspicions. Yet, she was curious about which benevolent little angel had orchestrated this, truly a job well done. Not far away, Shun Tan overheard the conversation, astonished. Yesterday, upon returning from the apothecary, Shun Wei, clutching his notes, inquired about the appearance of the snake-attracting herb recorded therein. Consequently, the Shun household was besieged by snakes that very evening. What a remarkable coincidence! Shin Tan instinctively glanced up, only to witness Shun Wei suddenly sneezing as he was moving medicinal materials, causing the items in his grasp to slip and land squarely on the top of his foot. "Ah!" Shun Wei cried out in agony, collapsing onto the ground while cradling his injured foot. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Yueshu immediately dropped what she was holding and rushed over, asking, "What happened? Are you hurt?" Shin Wei pouted, his striking eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Wife, my foot hurts." Li Yueshu glanced at the rolling jar on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. His cries were so dramatic that she feared he had been stabbed. Just as she was about to utter a few comforting words, Shin Wei unexpectedly extended his foot toward her, saying, "Wife, just blow on it and it won't hurt anymore." Li Yueshu's fist clenched in annoyance. A magnanimous person does not hold a grudge against a fool. After calming herself, she offered a few kind words to Shun Wei, who had been on the verge of tears, and he immediately replaced his sorrow with a smile. Shun Tan, who had been silently observing, thought to himself, surely, he was overthinking it. The Shun family's predicament must be mere coincidence. Li Yueshu hurriedly completed her tasks at the apothecary, hoping to rest for a day during the academy's break. However, aside from her work at the apothecary, she had to remain vigilant regarding Mother Mo's condition. Following the previous uproar caused by the Shin family, Mother Mo, who had managed to rise from her bed, found herself confined once more. Li Yueshu was aware that in the original narrative, Mother Mo did not survive, but she was uncertain of the exact timing. Given her current state, it seemed unlikely that she could endure much longer. Clearly, it was time for her to find an opportunity to have a serious conversation with Imo Lien. Coughing suddenly interrupted Li Yueshu's thoughts, as Mother Imo, who had been in slumber, abruptly awoke with a fit of coughing. Li Yueshu promptly supported her to ease her breathing. After a while, Mother Imo managed to cease her coughing, panting heavily. She looked up at Li Yueshu, her face filled with remorse. "Madam, you have already been so exhausted. You need not constantly watch over me. I am fine." Li Yueshu poured her a glass of water, stating, "I am the physician. Who could know your condition better than I?" After drinking the warm water, Mother Imo felt considerable relief from the stabbing pain in her chest. She smiled gently at Li Yueshu, her warm gaze seemingly untouched by the torment of illness. "Madam, please be honest with me. How much time do I have left? Li Yueshu's lips pressed into a thin line. If you can maintain a positive mindset and cooperate with my treatment, perhaps you may yet see your son married. Mother Imo understood that these words were meant to comfort her, but just as she was about to respond, Li Yueshu suddenly pressed down on her hand. Madam Imo, as long as one is alive, there are boundless possibilities. Li Yueshu's gaze was resolute. As if her unwavering strength was being transmitted to Mother Imo, I have witnessed the fleeting nature of life countless times. Thus, I comprehend its preciousness more than anyone else. Once a life is extinguished, it severs all ties with the beauty that this world holds. This was also the reason she had chosen to remain after discovering that she had been reborn as a cruel stepmother. She yearned to live, to thrive in any world, regardless of the circumstances. Mother Imo had long since resigned herself to her fate, so her physical condition, whether improving or deteriorating, had not significantly altered her mindset. Yet, as she gazed into Li Yueshu's eyes at this moment, she realized she was not so willing to embrace death. Lian was her child born late in life, a child she had risked her life to bring into the world. How could she abandon him to live in solitude? Mother Mo's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Madam, I understand now. Seeing this, Li Yueshu smiled, choosing not to say more, but internally, she felt a sense of relief. In many cases, the final straw that breaks a patient's spirit is their own mindset. She had sensed earlier that Mother Mo's seemingly calm demeanor resembled a resignation to fate. With her most cherished son now having a support system, she felt that her own frail existence was no longer necessary. In other words, her spirit had succumbed to death before her body had. After Li Yueshu's words, although Mother Imo appeared unchanged on the surface, her eyes clearly reflected a newfound desire to live. Shen Yimin and Shan Tingwen had just learned from Shan Tan about the turmoil within the Shen family and understood that Li Yueshu and the Shuns had completely severed ties. The two harbored no objections, even believing it had been long overdue. Meanwhile, Li Yueshu was preparing to cook a delightful meal herself. Typically, upon returning from the apothecary, she not only taught the children about medicine but also educated them in reading and writing. While Aunt Lu managed the cooking, even when they were not at home, Aunt Lu would care for Mother Imo. The Lu family had become as close as kin to them. With so many family members, Aunt Lu assisted in the kitchen, but halfway through, Li Yueshu sent her out. She had prepared various modern delights such as fried chicken and cake in her small kitchen, knowing that the 12 children would surely relish the feast. As Li Yueshu busied herself in the kitchen, Shen Yimin and Imo Lian were outside, teaching the other children, sharing their compiled notes. The two had consistently ranked first and second in the academy, and with their guidance, the children naturally learned at a quicker pace. Shen Yimin turned around and spotted Imo Lian, suddenly recalling what his younger sister had mentioned about Shen Mother striking Mother Imo. He approached and asked with concern, Lian, how is Mother Imo faring? Imo Lian pursed his lips. My mother looks somewhat pale, but her spirits are relatively good. Upon hearing this, Shen Yimin nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Just as he was about to leave, Imo Lian unexpectedly called out to him, by the way, Yimin, from now on, please don't call my mother Animo. Shen Yimin was taken aback, gazing at him in confusion, obviously not grasping his meaning. They had known each other for so long. Had he not always referred to her as such? Imo Lian smiled softly. I heard Madam refer to my mother as Ao. Shen Yimin's expression stiffened, an ominous premonition rising within him. Indeed, Imo Lian mischievously continued, Yimin, by that logic, you must now call me little uncle. Shen Yimin's face darkened instantly. You are barely a few months younger than me. Imo Lian waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. Lineage is more significant than age. Shen Yimin, no way. He needed to make that woman change her address. Shen Yimin thrust the book into the hands of Shenqi, who had been blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama, and stormed angrily toward the kitchen. Just as Li Yueshu emerged from the space with a cake, she was startled to see Shen Yimin barge in with a fierce expression, nearly causing her to drop the cake. Shen Yimin, who usually embodied the image of a gentle scholar, was evidently riled up about something. He had planned to express his grievances, but upon meeting Li Yueshu's puzzled gaze, his words caught in his throat, and his face flushed with embarrassment. He suddenly realized how childish his behavior was, entirely out of character for him. Feeling somewhat vexed, Shen Yimin awkwardly cleared his throat. I came to see if you need any help. Li Yueshu sensed he was not truly offering assistance, yet noticing his awkward demeanor, she chose not to press the matter. She handed him the cake. Perfect timing, everything is nearly ready. Please help me carry these out. Shen Yimin secretly exhaled in relief and hurriedly took the cake away. Soon, an array of delectable dishes adorned the table, and everyone gathered around two tables. sharing laughter and conversation as they began their meal, in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere within. Another scene unfolded in a nearby gray-tiled house. 3 years ago, when Shinwei returned, he not only brought back a considerable sum of silver, but also consistently hunted game from the mountains, which led the 3 members of the Shin family to grow accustomed to living off his bounty. Even after Shinwei's misfortune, the silver he left behind was enough for them to indulge for several years. Naturally, having grown lazy, the 3 did not resume their farming, leaving their several acres of land completely abandoned. Now, with no silver left in the house, they relied on meager rations, living worse than the beggars on the streets. Shin Shenkai, just returned from the academy and still reeling from the news, looked at the nearly empty porridge before him and slapped himself in disbelief. How painful! This was no dream. Yang Shi, witnessing his actions, grabbed his hand in alarm. My son, what are you doing? Shin mother appeared equally distressed, bursting into tears, lamenting. What kind of life is this? I might as well die. Yang Shi and Shan Wang wore grim expressions, entirely ignoring her wails. Seeing this, Shin mother's face contorted in anger as she sought a way out. No, if anyone is to die, it should be that little wretch, Li Yueshu. Were it not for her, we would not have fallen into such dire straits. That vixen is a harbinger of disaster, ruining my son and even causing me, his own mother, to be forsaken. She is nothing but a calamity. Shan Wang, feeling exasperated, slammed his chopsticks onto the table. Enough. Were it not for your insistence on pooling all the silver together, we would not have ended up like this. Shin mother was instantly rendered speechless. As if someone had grasped her throat, at the mention of this, Yang Shi's expression also turned resentful as she glanced at Shin mother. Shin Shenkai, oblivious to the backstory, was intrigued by Shin mother's earlier remarks. His eyes lighting up with realization. If that vixen was the cause of their downfall, then perhaps without her, their family could revert to its former glory. Chapter 42. Call me mother and I shall teach you. Yang Shi's heart raced, and she immediately slapped Shin Shenkai on the back. You foolish child. What are you saying? Murder is punishable by death. Shin Shenkai pouted, refraining from responding. It was merely a spontaneous thought that had crossed his mind. The group fell into silence, yet their expressions suggested they had indeed absorbed Shin Shenkai's words. After a prolonged pause, Yang finally broke the silence. In truth, mother is not wrong. Had it not been for that venomous woman, our younger brother and we would still be united in purpose. Shan Wang shot her an irritable glance. What absurd idea are you concocting now? Yang retorted somewhat indignantly. Am I not thinking of this family? Look at our current predicament. We can scarcely manage a full meal. I may not mind much, but Shenkai is preparing for the imperial examination. If he cannot even nourish his body, how can he afford the requisite fees? Mention of Shan Shenkai rendered Shan Wang speechless. He had but one treasured son, upon whom he pinned hopes for a prosperous future, envisioning a life of comfort alongside him. Yang was acutely aware of this vulnerability, and her words struck a chord. She continued, ultimately, Li Yueshu is a daughter-in-law of the Shin family. No matter how much she earns, it all belongs to our younger brother. Should she err and be cast out, everything will revert to the Shin family. Shin Mu's understanding dawned instantly, her eyes gleaming with realization. Indeed, at that point, if we sell off those 7 servants, we could secure a substantial sum. With such riches, we could easily procure a new bride for the 3rd son. Yang cherished this aspect of Shin Mu. With just a few nudges, she grasped the implication. However, Shan Wang wore a disapproving expression. Our 3rd brother is currently a fool, completely under Li Yueshu's influence. How could he possibly divorce her? Yang could not help but slap him on the back. You say our younger brother is foolish, but what does he understand? If Li Yueshu were to commit an unforgivable transgression, even if mother intervened to facilitate the divorce, no one would dare object. Shan Mu furrowed her brow. What kind of mistake would be deemed unforgivable? This query left the trio momentarily stumped. Amidst the silence, Shan Wang suddenly recalled seeing Li Yueshu at the apothecary that day, a peculiar itch stirring within him. He glanced at Shan Mu and Yang, hesitantly suggesting, what if she were to betray him? After a hearty meal, Li Yueshu instructed a few older children to tidy the kitchen while she reclined on a rocking chair in the courtyard. Shan Tingwen, perched on a small stool beside her, wore an expression brimming with curiosity. Stepmother, that dish you made for lunch, fried chicken? Is it possible to produce it in large quantities? Li Yueshu tilted her head to regard him. What scheme are you plotting now? Shin Tingwen chuckled. Such a delectable dish would surely be adored not only by children but by adults as well. If we opened a shop solely for selling fried chicken, the business would surely thrive. Li Yueshu was taken aback by his entrepreneurial spirit. Truly, he was destined to be a cunning merchant, exhibiting such business acumen at a tender age. She playfully poked his forehead. "Call me mother, and I shall teach you." Shun Tingwen's face flushed crimson at an observable rate, instinctively shooting her a glare. "Dream on." With a stomp of his foot, he bolted away. His retreat resembling that of a frightened rabbit, Li Yueshu could not stifle her laughter. Upon hearing her chuckle, Shun Tingwen hastened his escape. As Emolian approached, he caught sight of this scene and, intrigued, inquired, "What has come over the second young master?" Li Yueshu shook her head. "Just the pride of a little one. Best to ignore it." Turning her attention to Emolian, she asked, "Is there something you need?" Emolian seated himself on a small stool, hesitating before speaking. "Madam, you previously mentioned seeking the county magistrate's assistance regarding a lung donor. Have you received any news?" Observing the concern etched on his brow, Li Yueshu rose from her rocking chair. She understood that Emolian had been genuinely worried about his mother's condition, yet out of trust in her, he had refrained from pressing her for updates. However, upon returning and witnessing his mother's pale complexion, his worries resurfaced. After a moment's contemplation, Li Yueshu stated, "Actually, the magistrate had someone deliver a message to me. A death row inmate has expressed willingness to donate his lungs upon his demise. But his test results do not match Aunt Mo's, so I refrained from informing you." Emolian's shoulders slumped, his expression clearly disheartened. Sensing this, Li Yueshu sighed. "This afternoon, if you are free, accompany me to the county office. We shall personally visit the prison. The magistrate should grant us permission." Emolian looked up in surprise. Li Yueshu affectionately ruffled his hair, smiling gently. "Rather than waiting idly, it is better to take initiative. If we find a suitable match, we can take action." Emolian's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Nodding vigorously, "I will inform my mother. We shall leave shortly." Li Yueshu smiled and relayed the plan to Shen Amin and the others. Naturally, no one voiced assent, though Shenwei expressed a desire to accompany them. Li Yueshu declined his offer. She was on an important errand, needing to meet the magistrate and visit the prison. Had it not been for Emolian's peace of mind, she would have intended to go alone. Consequently, Li Yueshu chose to take only Emolian to town. As the esteemed reputation of Hongda Pharmacy had spread, many townsfolk recognized Li Yueshu, greeting her warmly upon sight. While she conversed with a kindly matron, an exquisite carriage glided past. The wind lifted the veil at the window, revealing a young woman with a refined appearance and delicate makeup, who appeared to be of similar age to Li Yueshu. Albeit exuding the air of a pampered young lady, in the fleeting moment they passed each other, neither took note of the other, each heading in opposite directions. The carriage traversed the bustling streets. Arriving at a secluded alley, due to the narrowness of the lane, the young woman disembarked and walked on foot, eventually halting before a dilapidated gate. The residents here were impoverished souls barely scraping by. Had Li Yueshu been present, she would have recognized this as the former abode of Emolian. The young woman covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, her eyes betraying disdain, signaling to the coachman to knock on the door. Moments later, a ragged, thin boy answered. The young woman lowered her handkerchief, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the boy with snot running down his face. Quickly, however, she donned a warm, friendly smile. "You must be Emolian?" The boy looked bewildered, clearly not grasping the situation. The young woman continued with a gentle smile, "I am Li Xiangru, and I am here to help you." Chapter 43. The young lady from Zhengzhou. The boy sniffled. "What help can you offer?" Li Xiangru stepped closer but remained cautious. "I have heard from the scholars at the academy about your family's situation. Your mother is gravely ill and needs money. And you have been tirelessly searching for help, nearly forsaking your education." Saying this, she produced a pouch of coins from her bosom. "I know you excel in all subjects at the academy, and it would be a pity for you to drop out. I hope this small token will assist you." Before she could finish, a woman's figure emerged behind the boy. "Who are you?" The boy, wiping his nose with his sleeve, looked up at the woman. "Mother, this sister seems to have come to give us money. But she has said many strange things." "Giving money?" The woman appeared suspicious, instinctively shielding the boy behind her, her demeanor wary. "What kind of good fortune is this? She isn't trying to abduct children, is she?" Li Xiangru's outstretched hand froze, finally recognizing the oddity of the situation. She turned to the boy. "You are not Emolian?" The young woman likely mistook him for someone else. The mother protectively embraced her child. "You referring to the ones who lived here before. They encountered a kind-hearted individual and moved away long ago." Li Xiangru stood in shock. How could this be? The academy scholars had said nothing of this. Suppressing her astonishment, she inquired, Do you know who took them away? The woman shook her head. I'm just a tenant. I wouldn't know. Li Xiangru's lips turned downward as she glanced at the boy. Still sniffling, and retrieved a few silver coins from the pouch. Thank you for your information. This is a small token of my gratitude. The woman was taken aback, feeling as though the situation was surreal. In this world, could there truly be someone foolish enough to give away money for free? By the time she comprehended the scenario, the fool had already departed. At this moment, Li Yueshu and Emolian arrived at the county office. Upon explaining their purpose, the magistrate readily agreed, even personally escorting them to the prison. On their way, the magistrate curiously asked, "Is what Madame Shun mentioned about blood-type compatibility akin to the principle of blood recognition?" Li Yueshu nodded, then shook her head. Blood recognition is not entirely accurate. Human blood is generally categorized into 6 types. Compatible blood types can merge, but this does not prove familial relations. This knowledge was somewhat vast, and the magistrate, unfamiliar with medical matters, could only grasp the general idea. Yet, to the magistrate, her words were infused with wonder and amazement. Blood recognition has been a time-honored tradition, yet Madame Shun claimed that even unrelated individuals might have compatible blood, even proposing the revolutionary idea of lung transplants for treatment. Any one of these notions, if realized, would undoubtedly create a stir across the realm. The magistrate felt a surge of trepidation, contemplating his previous plans, and decided to hold off on any actions for the time being. If the lung transplant were successful, his jurisdiction of Tongmu County could very well produce a figure who would benefit the populace and be immortalized in history. Upon reaching this point, the county magistrate felt a subtle surge of excitement, turning to gaze at Li Yueshu and Mrs. Shun. Regarding this lung transplant, I wonder how confident you are in its success? Li Yueshu, sensing his fervor, found it somewhat curious. Did the magistrate wish to observe the surgery? No, no, no. The magistrate quickly shook his head and waved his hands in rejection, his expression one of resistance, as a civil official. Such a gruesome affair was not suited for him. I merely wished to inquire if, following a successful operation, I might be permitted to visit the patient. Only then did Li Yueshu comprehend his curiosity and nodded in agreement. With the county magistrate's assistance, the blood sampling was swiftly completed. Emolian gingerly cradled the vials and jars, his cautious demeanor akin to that of a man safeguarding priceless treasures. Even on the return journey, he was reluctant to place the items on the ox cart, opting instead to hold them closely, fearing any jostling might damage them. Li Yueshu understood his sentiment and refrained from commenting. It seemed she would need to work overtime to expedite the results. That very night, she quietly entered her space, laboring through the night until dawn, when she finally allowed herself a brief rest. Having often pulled all-nighters for experiments in her modern life, she had grown accustomed to it. Yet perhaps due to her new body, she found herself struggling after just one night. Fortunately, with few patients during the day, she could afford a slight respite. Meanwhile, within the academy, Shun Shenkai had also arrived. Yet the book boy he had previously flaunted was nowhere to be seen. The Shun family was currently unable to afford sufficient food, and thus could not afford to keep an idle mouth. Shun Emin, however, paid little mind to this matter, merely casting a fleeting glance before returning his gaze. To Shun Shenkai, however, his expression was clearly one of smugness. Once that vile woman was expelled, everything that belonged to Shun Emin would be his. He could hardly wait to see how Shin Emin would maintain his arrogance then. Shin Shenkai gritted his teeth, a look of resentment twisting his already youthful and unremarkable features. Yet no one noticed his countenance, as all were captivated by the events of the previous day. Yesterday, a young lady from Zhongzhou brought many gifts to our academy. Does anyone know the details? I heard that this young lady was once from Tongmu County, but later, for some reason, went to Zhongzhou with a noble family. Upon returning to visit her family, she decided to assist her fellow townsfolk by donating a considerable sum to our academy. My home is close to the academy, and I happened to encounter that lady yesterday. She truly is a reincarnation of a living bodhisattva, both beautiful and kind-hearted. Tongmu County is not large, and I wonder which family she hails from. Perhaps I might have the chance to meet her. The crowd gathered, abuzz with discussion, but a few individuals grew pale at the mention of Zhongzhou. Upon hearing the name, both Shin Emin and Shen Tingwen exchanged subtle glances, their expressions momentarily shifting before returning to calm composure. Another person who reacted peculiarly was Shan Shenkai. From Zhongzhou, beautiful and kind-hearted? Given his current hardships, might she extend her assistance to him? Shin Shenkai felt a surge of ambition and set aside his grievances with Shan Emin, contemplating how to approach that benevolent young lady. Throughout this, Emolian remained engrossed in his book, oblivious to the surrounding chatter. However, a colleague engaged in conversation noticed him and approached. "Imo, you must have met that young lady yesterday, right?" At this, all eyes turned curiously toward him, but Imo Lien appeared bewildered. Which lady? He had spent the entire day by the side of the mistress, and aside from her, the only other women he had encountered were Shan Qi, Shen Hin, Shun Yu, and the third miss, Shen Tingyi. Even including his mother and Aunt Lu, he had not met anyone else. Shin Shankai suddenly stood, his demeanor urgent as though something had been snatched from him. "Why do you say Imo Lien has met that young lady?" Chapter 44. The former chief minister of the previous life, the crowd regarded the student who had spoken with curiosity. The individual lifted his chin with a sense of pride. "Ah, you are all unaware. Yesterday, when I returned to the academy for some materials, I distinctly heard that young lady inquire of the teacher whether our academy had any exceptionally talented, but impoverished students who could not afford their tuition fees. The teacher mentioned Imo Lien, and she subsequently inquired about his residence and traveled there as he spoke." The student patted Imo Lien's shoulder. "So, was that young lady truly the kind-hearted bodhisattva everyone claims?" Imo Lien furrowed his brow, glancing at the curious gazes surrounding him, and ultimately shook his head. "I have moved from my previous residence. I have not seen her, due to the incident involving Zhang Yang." Everyone was aware that Shen Amin's stepmother had generously provided numerous fabrics and pastries, even financing the treatment of his mother in gratitude. He had served as Shen Amin's book boy, unaware that the two of them had already relocated to Shen Amin's household. Shin Shankai was the only one privy to the truth, yet he had no reason to spread it. Leaving everyone else in ignorance, upon hearing this, the crowd expressed mild disappointment, and no one paid further attention to where Imo Lien had moved. Shin Shankai too breathed a sigh of relief, opting not to join the others in their chatter. Instead focusing on his own affairs, No1 deemed the matter significant, yet none anticipated that within a few days, the young lady from Zhongzhou would return to the academy once more, that time. Everyone was attending a class when the teacher entered, accompanied by a young woman. The woman was clad in luxurious garments, her face adorned with exquisite makeup. While her features were not breathtaking, she was considered quite lovely in Tongmu County. Sensing the gazes of the crowd upon her, she offered a slight bow. "I am Li Xiangru. It is a pleasure to meet all of you." The perfectly executed courtesy suggested she had been raised in a refined environment, adding a touch of grace to her beauty. Observing this, many quickly returned the gesture, albeit constrained by the ongoing class. Li Xiangru wore a gentle smile as she opened the basket she carried. "I was unable to meet all of you yesterday as it was a day of rest for the academy. Today, I have specially prepared some pastries to pay a visit." As she spoke, she and her attendant began distributing the pastries to everyone. The recipients looked upon her with gratitude, not merely for the pastries, but moved by her thoughtful gesture in her efforts to aid impoverished scholars. She not only donated silver to the academy but also personally prepared treats to visit them. Such kindness was truly touching. Throughout the expressions of gratitude directed at her, Li Xiangru maintained a gentle smile, exuding an air of unflappability. When she reached Shen Amin, she placed the pastries lightly on the table. "Thank you." Shen Amin responded with a warm smile, nodding in acknowledgement, though those familiar with him discerned a hint of detachment in his expression. Li Xiangru paused momentarily, taken aback by the sight of this refined youth, not expecting to find such striking features in this remote county. However, being a person of experience, she quickly regained her composure and proceeded toward Imo Lien. Imo Lien likewise expressed his thanks, his demeanor unremarkable, yet Li Xiangru did not move on. "You must be Imo Lien," she stated suddenly, prompting the crowd to instinctively turn their attention toward him. Imo Lien was momentarily taken aback, but politely nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Li Xiangru internally exhaled a sigh of relief. During her previous life, she had spent much of her time confined in the second prince's courtyard, never having met the lofty chief minister. However, having heard that he hailed from Tongmu County, she had come across numerous tales about him, leading her to this encounter. Although she had previously stumbled, she was fortunate to have located him now. Thoughts raced through her mind, but her expression remained composed. "I have heard the teacher speak of you. With your scholarly talents, if you devote yourself to your studies, you are certain to excel and reach a place like Zhongzhou." Zhongzhou was the epicenter of power and the royal residence. All aspiring scholars in the Channan kingdom yearned for the day they could attain the title of top scholar and present themselves before the emperor in Zhongzhou. Li Xiangru's words were the highest form of affirmation for Imo Lien as a student. In an instant, the crowd cast envious and jealous glances toward Imo Lien, bewildered as to why he had captured the attention of this distinguished young lady. Imo Lien himself could not fathom why she had suddenly praised him. After a moment of surprise, he inclined his head politely. "Thank you for your kind words, Mississippi." Even when complimented so, he exhibited no significant reaction, maintaining an appropriately courteous demeanor. Li Xiangru observed his response, her lips pressing together slightly, a subtle gesture that went unnoticed by anyone. With a gentle smile, she continued, "If you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I reside at the inn located behind the academy." It seemed she was resolute in her intention to assist Emolian, deliberately mentioning her place of lodging. The crowd marveled silently, their gazes toward Emolian now filled with increased envy. Before Emolian could respond, Li Xiangru had already moved on to the next individual, appearing to appreciate him purely for who he was. Observing this, Emolian chose not to speak further, though a sense of confusion lingered within him. For some reason, he felt a strange notion that this young lady from Zhongzhou had come specifically for him. Shun Amin, seated in the front and closest to the two, had closely observed their exchange. His gaze remained fixed on Li Xiangru, his gentle eyes flickering with doubt. Unbeknownst to Shen Amin, someone had noticed his unwavering attention toward Li Xiangru. Shen Chenkai clenched his fists, a sense of wariness creeping into his heart. Could it be that this wild seed, Shen Amin, also sought to approach Miss Li? No, this opportunity was his alone. No one could take it from him. In recent days, aside from managing the Hongda pharmacy and matters concerning Mo's mother, Li Yueshu had also been devising methods to conduct an examination for Shenwei. According to her plan, the blood clots in Shenwei's mind should have largely dissipated by now, and she needed to obtain an X-ray to ascertain the specific condition. ASI had informed her, Shenwei had once been a bodyguard for a wealthy family, responsible for their safety, and upon returning, he sustained himself through hunting, exhibiting a vigilance beyond that of ordinary folk. TOB on the safe side, Li Yueshu lit incense in the room, mixed the medicine within, and took the antidote herself in advance. Thus, she conducted a thorough and meticulous examination of Shenwei, confirming that the blood clots in his brain had completely dissipated. However, the human brain remains a profoundly enigmatic domain, and the timing of Shenwei's recovery of his mental faculties and memories remains an uncertainty. Fortunately, Li Yueshu was not in a hurry. She believed in allowing nature to take its course and refrained from administering further medicinal acupuncture. After resolving the matter concerning Shenwei, her attention shifted entirely to the situation involving Mother Mo. The blood samples collected during her previous visit to the county jail had all been matched, and the results were now available. Among the numerous samples, only 3 individuals matched with Mother Mo. One was a female prisoner in her 20s, but her condition was rather peculiar, making her ineligible for surgery. The other 2 were adult males, both in good health. However, one was a death row inmate, while the other would be released in 6 months. Thus, it appeared that only one individual could potentially be matched with Mother Li Yueshu discreetly noted down this person's information, intending to find time to revisit the jail. On that day, she had arranged with old Lu to come in the afternoon with the ox cart to fetch a few children, while she herself went to the county office, with Shenwei naturally following her. The jailers had already received orders from the county magistrate and promptly led the pair to the cell of the prisoner. "Zhang Laosan, get up. Someone has come to see you," the jailer shouted as he swung open the cell door. The disheveled prisoner raised his head, seemingly curious about who would come to visit a man on the brink of execution. Upon seeing a pair of unfamiliar young couples, he was visibly taken aback. His face a mask of bewilderment, Li Yueshu began to lay out the food and wine she had purchased from the inn before Zhang Laosan. After months of abstaining from meat, he wasted no time and lunged at the feast before him. Li Yueshu remained still, while Shenwei instinctively pulled her into his embrace for protection. Li Yueshu had grown accustomed to this instinctive act of protection. She gently patted the back of his hand to soothe him. It was not until Zhang Laosan had devoured a whole roast chicken and let out a satisfied belch that Li Yueshu made her move. Before she could speak, Zhang Laosan interjected, "You've got the wrong person. My only family in this world was my wife, whom I killed not long ago. I am not the relative you seek." As he spoke, he pushed aside his unkempt hair, revealing a face filled with smugness. "You misidentified me. In any case, I've already eaten the food, and I won't be spitting it out." In the face of his brazen behavior, Li Yueshu remained unfazed. "You have not misidentified anyone. We have indeed come to find you." Zhang Laosan paused, taken aback. "You are looking for me?" Li Yueshu nodded. "I trust you have heard of my previous visit to the jail for blood collection. I shall be straightforward. I hope you can donate your lung. In return, we can fulfill one of your wishes." Zhang Laosan was utterly bewildered by this proposition, and Shenwei took a seat beside Li Yueshu, his gaze fixed on Zhang Laosan with a watchful intensity. his expression devoid of his usual foolishness. After a moment of stunned silence, Zhang Laosan finally regained his composure. "Any wish can be fulfilled for me?" Li Yueshu smiled calmly. "As long as it does not violate the laws of Chunnan. Any wish can be granted." Zhang Laosan glanced at the two jailers at the door, then back at the peculiar couple before him. "Really, any wish?" Upon receiving Li Yueshu's reaffirmative response, he suddenly grinned. "Then accompany me for a night. If I am pleased, I will agree to any deal you propose." Li Yueshu's smile gradually faded, and before she could react, a shadow suddenly darted past her. Bang, with a muffled thud. Zhang Laosan was sent flying 2 or 3 meters before crashing to the ground. Shen Wei's face turned icy as he raised his fist and charged forward. Li Yueshu finally snapped back to reality. But instead of rushing in, she waited until Zhang Laosan had taken a few punches before stepping in to restrain Shen Wei. "Enough. Why did you suddenly resort to violence? Do you understand what he meant?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Wei replied, "I understand." Li Yueshu was taken aback, seemingly not grasping the meaning behind his words. Shen Wei reiterated with a hardened expression, "I understand." Only then did Li Yueshu realize, and she couldn't help but chuckle. This fool, truly. At a loss for words to describe him, she affectionately ruffled his hair. "Good boy. Leave this to me." Shen Wei became as docile as a well-groomed puppy. After calming him down, Li Yueshu turned her attention to Zhang Laosan, who was lying on the ground, coughing up blood. "Do you know what I wish to trade with you?" Zhang Laosan struggled to sit up, seemingly undeterred by the blows he had just taken. With a nonchalant grin, he said, "You are quite beautiful. If you are willing to spend the night with me, I could even part with my life." Li Yueshu's lips curled slightly, though her smile did not reach her eyes. Were it not for Mother Mo, she would have already charged forward to give Zhang Laosan a sound thrashing, suppressing her emotions. Li Yueshu poured a bowl of wine for him. "This proposal might seem abrupt, but I come with sincerity, hoping you will consider it." She pushed the bowl toward Zhang Laosan and, without waiting for his response, stood up. "I will return tomorrow, so I shall not disturb your meal. However, you have not had meat for a long time, so do not overindulge. I will bring you new dishes tomorrow." The jailers exchanged astonished glances, thinking that Madame Shen was far too easy to bully, remaining utterly unperturbed by Zhang Laosan's lewd remarks. Zhang Laosan found it unbelievable, but he concluded that this young woman had too much time on her hands and was simply wasting her money. Unfazed, he lifted the wine bowl and began to drink, unaware that Li Yueshu, now at the jail door, was smiling as she pulled out a few taels of silver from her bosom. "Thank you for your hard work today. Gentlemen, please accept this small token as a treat for tea. If Zhang Laosan ends up with an upset stomach, I would appreciate your assistance in finding a doctor." The jailers were somewhat taken aback, but upon recalling her earlier words, they nodded in agreement, though they didn't truly believe Zhang Laosan would suffer any ill effects. Yet that very night, Zhang Laosan writhed in agony on the floor of his cell. The two jailers, recalling Li Yueshu's comments, hurriedly sought out a doctor and reported the situation to the county magistrate. The magistrate, upon hearing of this, found himself at a loss for words. This Madame Shen truly. It was the first time he realized that medical skills could be wielded in such a manner. With a resigned shake of his head, he chose to turn a blind eye. Though Li Yueshu was unaware of the ensuing events, her spirits remained high. She had always kept her accounts light. While she indeed required Zhang Laosan's consent for the donation, she refused to endure his deliberate humiliation. Direct confrontation was not an option, but a subtle reckoning was entirely permissible. With a light heart, Li Yueshu returned home with Shen Wei, only to encounter unexpected troubles along the way. Chapter 46. We are all men after waiting for so many days. I finally have the chance to catch you alone. A group of 4 or 5 men blocked the path of the ox cart, and the one standing at the forefront was none other than Shen Wang. He glared at Li Yueshu with a fierce expression, his face brimming with malicious triumph. Shen Wei immediately jumped down from the cart, positioning himself protectively in front of Li Yueshu, ensuring that not a single hair on her head was exposed. And he glared back at Shen Wang with equal ferocity. Seeing the imposing figure before him, Li Yueshu felt her previously irritable mood dissipate somewhat. Shen Wang instinctively took a step back. He still held a degree of apprehension towards his brother. He had once accompanied Shen Wei on a hunting trip and had witnessed him kill a wolf with his bare hands. Even in his current state of foolishness, that strength remained. Li Yueshu stepped forward. Recognizing that the men before her were notorious ruffians from nearby villages, she regarded Shen Wang coolly. "Robbery is a serious offense that could land you in jail. Aren't you afraid I will report you to the magistrate?" Shen Wang's expression darkened as he recalled the magistrate's support for her apothecary, yet he showed no signs of fear. Who says I am robbing you? He grinned wickedly. I merely caught you in the act of infidelity. After your threats and coercion failed, you still wished to bite back. Upon hearing this, Li Yueshu immediately grasped his implication, her gaze turning icy. Whose idea was this? Xinwang mocked her. Oh, are you finally feeling scared? If you want me to let you go, that can be arranged. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together, his expression becoming lecherous. Sister-in-law, we are family after all, as they say. The best water does not flow into the fields of others. If you are willing to be with me, you can remain in the Shen family, and mother will not trouble you anymore. Li Yueshu frowned, her eyes betraying unmasked malice. It seemed she had indeed ventured out on an inauspicious day, encountering such loathsome individuals. She fixed her cold gaze on Xinwang, initially intending to spare the Shen family for Shen Wei's sake. But if they were intent on courting their own demise, she would not hold back. Her voice, laced with murderous intent, sent a chill down Xinwang's spine. Yet, glancing at the men behind him, he quickly regained his confidence. I have already given you a chance. Even if you beg for mercy later, I will not grant you another. He raised his hand, and the impatient ruffians behind him eagerly advanced. Li Yueshu stepped in front of Shen Wei, her delicate face clouded with frost. Although her current physique did not match the standards of her past life, she was more than capable of dealing with these minor thugs. As she took a step forward, her wrist was suddenly seized, and she was yanked backward into a solid chest. She had yet to regain her composure when a muffled sound resonated from her chest cavity. Ashu, do not fear. I shall protect you. As soon as the words left his lips, Shen Wei charged towards a group of men. Li Yueshu gasped in surprise and instinctively shouted, Be careful. She attempted to grasp Shen Wei's arm, but was a moment too late. A resounding thud echoed as a man's face met with a punch. Li Yueshu was utterly unprepared for such a scene. Shen Wei resembled a human tank, dispatching the thugs one by one, leaving them struggling to rise. Xinwang had not anticipated such a turn of events. Upon regaining awareness, he found Shen Wei advancing towards him with a raised fist. Why you? Don't come any closer. Xinwang retreated in terror, his legs giving way beneath him, causing him to fall to the ground. As he watched the approaching fist, he instinctively shielded his head and closed his eyes. In the next moment, Li Yueshu's voice suddenly rang out, Shen Wei. Those two words, devoid of inflection, caused Shen Wei to immediately halt his advance and obediently return to Li Yueshu's side. He thumped his chest with determination, declaring, I told you I would protect you. A flicker of amusement danced in Li Yueshu's eyes, as the weight of her earlier distress seemed to dissipate instantly. She reached out and affectionately ruffled Shen Wei's hair. Beaming with pride, You did splendidly. In response, Shen Wei laughed foolishly. Li Yueshu turned her gaze towards the men on the ground, her expression swiftly turning icy. She kicked one of the ruffians, stating, Replicate what Xinwang instructed you to do to him. Upon hearing this, the previously writhing men instinctively looked up, astonished. Li Yueshu's face remained devoid of emotion, her gaze icy. What? Do I need to repeat myself? Seemingly sensing the situation, Shen Wei immediately raised his fist in unison. No, please, don't. The thugs, now terrified from the earlier assault, quickly pleaded for mercy. They glanced at Xinwang, their faces painted with despair. Madam, we are all men. This, observing their genuine fear of taking action, Li Yueshu pondered briefly before suddenly squatting down, swiftly gripping one man's chin and tossing a pill into his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. The man, regaining his senses, realized too late that the pill had already been swallowed. His face contorted in horror. What did you make me take? Li Yueshu smirked. Since you are incapable of taking action, there will always be someone willing to partake. Once the task is accomplished, come to me for the antidote, and I assure you, you shall not perish. However, should you dare to act insincerely, her unfinished words only deepened their fear. Li Yueshu disregarded their panicked expressions and firmly pulled Shen Wei back to the ox cart. You cannot leave, Xinwang. Having overheard their exchange, hurriedly threw himself in front of the cart, gripping the wheel tightly. You cannot do this, Li Yueshu. I am Shen Wei's elder brother. We are family. Li Yueshu cast him a cold glance before turning to the still-stunned ruffians. Do you not know what to do? Her voice, devoid of emotion, suddenly snapped them into action as they rushed to seize Xinwang. In that moment, Xinwang was utterly undone, his face draining of color. No, you cannot treat me this way. Sister-in-law, I beg you for mercy. Do not let go of me. Li Yueshu, you vengeful woman. May you meet a wretched end. Let me go. Help. Xinwang struggled like a madman in the grasp of the men. Yet all was in vain. The sounds of his cries gradually faded, while Li Yueshu's expression remained impassive. Her kindness did not imply she was easily bullied. Even though in her past life she had primarily engaged in medical research for the organization, she had also dealt in bloodied affairs. The Shun family had repeatedly tested her limits, and she would not let this pass without consequence. However, she turned to Shenwei beside her, unconsciously recalling the times he had shielded her with his presence. Li Yueshu pressed her lips together, her expression softening. Shenwei, do you know what I made those people do to your brother? Chapter 47. You are quite peculiar, little woman. Shenwei nodded earnestly. I know. They sought to bully you, but with my protection, they could only target my elder brother. Initially tense due to his response, Li Yueshu felt a wave of relief wash over her. She patted Shenwei's head, saying nothing. She was uncertain of his past relationship with Shan Wang. Would he blame her once his memories returned? Contemplating this, Li Yueshu couldn't help but steal a glance at Shenwei. He seemed to sense her gaze. Turning to smile widely, appearing rather foolish, Li Yueshu. That night, as Li Yueshu prepared to close the door for rest, a bruised man suddenly appeared. The sound drew the children out, while Shenwei stood protectively by Li Yueshu's side. His demeanor vigilant. The man was taken aback by the scene but steeled himself to step forward. Madam Shun, I have completed the tasks you assigned. Here is the antidote. Li Yueshu raised an eyebrow, not wishing to make things difficult for him, and casually tossed him a pill. Upon receiving the item, the man hastily turned to flee, fearful of being pursued. Meanwhile, Shun Wang returned to the Shun residence. His body trembling. Leaning on a cane, he approached awkwardly, his face marred with bruises that went unrecognized by Shin Mu and Yang Shi at first. Upon realizing his identity, Yang Shi rushed over in concern. Father, what has happened to you? Before her hand could reach him, Shun Wang suddenly slapped her. Smack! The sharp sound of the slap echoed, causing Yang Shi to fall to the ground, while Shun Wang staggered, nearly losing his balance. Shan Mu, witnessing this, immediately withdrew her foot. Shun Wang, panting, pointed a trembling finger at Yang Shi. If you ever concoct such schemes again, I will divorce you. Yang Shi, still reeling from the slap, was momentarily stunned by his words, her complexion draining of color. She looked at Shun Wang in disbelief, her expression akin to seeing a ghost. However, Shun Wang was too preoccupied to address her, limping into the house. Shinmu hurried to assist Yang Shi to her feet. What on earth happened? Did it fail again? Yang Shi seethed with anger. He came back and struck me. How would I know what transpired? Ordinarily, she would never have dared speak to Shinmu in such a manner, but given Shun Wang's mention of divorce, she lacked the energy to care. She resolved to question him thoroughly that evening. Should he truly be serious about divorce, she would have no sympathy for him. Yang Shi felt even more aggrieved at the thought. Yet, recognizing the truth in Shan Mu's words, she begrudgingly suppressed her resentment, intending to inquire later. However, just as she settled onto the bed, she was suddenly kicked off. Unable to contain her anger, Yang Shi exclaimed, Shan Wang, you? Looking up, she found Shan Wang cowering in the corner, terror-stricken. Yang Shi froze, her words faltering. What is wrong with you? Shan Wang seemed to finally process her presence, exhaling heavily, though his complexion remained ghastly. Yang Shi rose from the ground, ignoring the pain in her abdomen as she attempted to approach. Yet Shan Wang, as if startled, suddenly shouted, Do not come any closer. Yang Shi was paralyzed with fear. Father, what on earth is the matter? Shan Wang, as if struck by a thought, wore a look of both terror and distortion. This evening, go, sleep in Chingsai's room. Yang Shi was utterly bewildered, wanting to respond, but Shan Wang's sharp command, leave, left her intimidated. Reluctantly, she exited the room. Li Yueshu typically exacted her revenge promptly, and as long as the Shun family lived peacefully, all would be well. However, should they persist in their folly, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Over the ensuing days, Li Yueshu took Shenwei to the county jail's dungeon daily. Zhang Laosan proved to be obstinate. Although he was unaware that Li Yueshu had covertly orchestrated his torment, he was nonetheless impressed by her unwavering resolve and ceased his previous insolence. Despite her employing both soft and firm tactics over the days, Zhang Laosan remained unyielding. Upon discovering that her intent was to procure his lungs post-mortem, he burst into laughter. You are quite peculiar, little woman. You have spent several days here, and all you seek is my lungs. For someone like me, whose body will go unclaimed upon death, you could just dig me up from a mass grave and take my organs without anyone batting an eye. Why come here to negotiate? Facing his derision, Li Yueshu maintained her composure, her tone earnest. From birth to death, a person's body is their sole constant companion in this world. The authority over one's body rests solely with oneself. This is the most fundamental human right. Moreover, I intend to use your lungs to save a life. I cannot allow their origin to be tainted. Zhang Laosan stared blankly at her. Despite being in the dim dungeon, he inexplicably felt a ray of sunshine pierce through. Noticing the flicker of emotion in his eyes, Li Yueshu continued, organ transplantation, in a sense, constitutes a continuation of life. Death is a natural part of existence, but, no matter how you spin it, I will not agree. Zhang Laosan interrupted her abruptly, his expression turning cold. Li Yueshu was taken aback, clearly not anticipating his sudden shift in demeanor. After a brief silence, she responded, think it over once more. I shall return tomorrow. Li Yueshu departed the county jail with Xin Wei, planning to investigate Zhang Laosan's background further before her next visit. Today, she still needs to go to the academy to pick up the children, and thus has no time for now. Meanwhile, Xinamin, Shun Tingwen, and Imo Lian have already been waiting at the academy gate for a while. They assumed that the apothecary was busy and that Li Yueshu was temporarily unable to leave. So they planned to head to the apothecary on their own. However, before they could depart, a carriage blocked their path. As the curtain was lifted, the delicate and gentle face of Li Xiangru appeared. Has young Master Imo not returned yet? The three naturally recognized this rising star of the academy and offered a respectful salute. Miss Li Xiangru's smile was warm. If the three young gentlemen do not mind, may I offer you a ride? Thank you for your kind offer, Miss Li, but we are just a few steps away. Xinamin replied on their behalf. Rejecting her, Li Xiangru was not offended. Instead, she gazed at Imo Lian with a gentle smile. I have some questions regarding ancient texts that I have not been able to comprehend. It just so happens that I encountered young Master Imo and wish to seek your guidance. Imo Lian furrowed his brow imperceptibly, about to respond, when a voice interjected, Sister, having visited a bustling place like Zhongzhou, what questions could possibly require you to consult a child from a remote village? Chapter 48. It's actually her turning around. They saw Li Yueshu and Xin Wei approaching in an ox cart. Upon sighting them, the three children immediately rushed over, completely disregarding Li Xiangru. Li Yueshu smiled warmly. Habitually ruffling the heads of the three children, I apologize for being late. I had to visit the county office. The trio subconsciously accepted her gesture, not flinching away. Shun Imin's demeanor remained as gentle as ever as he nodded slightly. Saying nothing, Shun Tingwen bore no ill will. In fact, he felt that Li Yueshu's arrival was a tremendous favor to them. However, Imo Lian's eyes brightened. Has the lady found someone? Li Yueshu nodded. I encountered some trouble. I will explain it to you on our way home. Li Xiangru noticed Imo Lian's expression and couldn't help but furrow her brows in her plan. The one for whom Imo Lian should feel immense gratitude ought to be her. Reflecting on the information she had previously gleaned, her scrutinizing gaze fell upon Li Yueshu. Was this woman truly the benefactor of Imo Lian and his mother? She seemed vaguely familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere before. Just then, Li Yueshu turned, locking eyes with her. In that moment, Li Xiangru couldn't help but smile slightly. If the memories of the original owner were correct, this woman should be the sister of her current body, the protagonist reborn from the original text. Li Xiangru, clearly not recognizing her, approached to greet her. Are you their sister? I have heard of a kind-hearted individual who helped young Master Imo and his mother, but I did not expect it to be such a young lady. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others turned somewhat peculiar. Shun Tingwen, being kind-hearted, pointed to Xin Wei and introduced, Miss Li, there seems to be a misunderstanding. This is my father, and she is my father's wife. Not my sister. Li Xiangru's expression froze, taken aback. Yet, being the protagonist of the original story, she quickly regained her composure. I was too presumptuous. I did not expect the lady to appear so youthful, and yet her children are already so grown. Li Yueshu maintained her smile, seemingly unfazed. To be precise, I am slightly younger than you. Li Xiangru failed to recognize the person before her, momentarily at a loss for words. However, Li Yueshu showed no intention of explaining further. Turning to the three children, let us go home. The three children complied seamlessly, climbing onto the ox cart in an orderly fashion, entirely ignoring Li Xiangru standing to the side. It wasn't until the cart's figure receded into the distance that Li Xiangru furrowed her brows. She recalled the rumors she had heard in her past life. The Prime Minister's son, Imo Lian, had to drop out of school to care for his ailing mother due to their impoverished circumstances, ultimately having to shamelessly reclaim his tuition fees from the academy to procure medicine for her. A year later, Imo Lian's mother succumbed to her illness, and at that time, he could not even afford to bury her. abandoning the pride of a scholar to sell himself on the street for his mother's burial. The rumors had never mentioned any benefactor, and the current demeanor of Emolien hardly resembled that of someone seeking to reclaim tuition fees from the academy. What could possibly be amiss? Just as Li Xiangru pondered this perplexity, an indignant voice suddenly rang out beside her. Miss Li, why bother concerning yourself with that opportunist Emolien? Ever since he latched onto that venomous woman, Li Yueshu, he has become increasingly arrogant and disrespectful to us fellow students. Li Xiangru instinctively turned to see a dark-skinned boy with a square face approaching. She furrowed her brow. And you are? I am Shan Shenkai. Pleased to meet you. Miss Li Shenkai introduced himself with what he believed to be the most refined demeanor. What you may not know is that the venomous woman is married to my uncle. We should be family. Yet that venomous woman not only incited my uncle and grandmother to part ways, but also reduced my family to the point where we can barely afford a meal. Shin Shenkai wore a sorrowful expression, portraying himself as exceedingly pitiful, and in his narrative, Li Yueshu was the root of all calamity. He added, though we share the same surname, Miss Li's kindness is something that venomous woman could never hope to compare with. Li Xiangru paid little heed to his lengthy tirade, focusing instead on one name. What did you say that woman is called? Shin Shenkai replied honestly, her name is Li Yueshu. Li Xiangru was taken aback. Turning to look in the direction where the cart had vanished, a fleeting expression crossing her eyes. The Li Yueshu who married into the Shen family? It is actually her. Li Xiangru's gaze flickered. Then she turned to Shin Shenkai. Is this young gentleman also a student of the academy? Seeing the conversation shift to him, Shin Shenkai eagerly responded, my name is Shin Shenkai, and I am. Young Master Shen and Emolien are classmates. So you must know quite a bit about him, right? And what about that Li Yueshu from earlier? Could you share more about her with me? Li Xiangru interrupted his words impatiently. Hearing this, Shin Shenksai's eyes lit up. Nodding vigorously, of course, I can certainly share. Throughout their conversation, Li Xiangru maintained a gentle smile as she led Shan Shenkai to a tea house, where she inquired about various matters concerning Li Yueshu and Emolien. Although Shin Shenksai's words were laced with personal sentiment, they provided Li Xiangru with ample information regarding her inquiries. Yet, this only deepened her suspicions. Is this Li Yueshu truly the foolish and superficial person she once knew? With such questions in mind, Li Xiangru dismissed Shin Shenkai, contemplating her next steps as she prepared to visit the Hongda apothecary. However, upon reaching the corner of an alley, she suddenly heard a peculiar commotion. Instinctively, she turned to see a group of children mercilessly beating and taunting another slightly older child. Fool, your mother is in jail, and your father is remarrying. Soon, no one will want you. Your father has already thrown you out. Soon, you'll be a beggar. The fool is about to become an orphan. The child, who was being cornered and beaten, appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, stocky and filthy, resembling a beggar. Yet, in the face of the taunting and physical blows from younger children, he merely hugged his head, staring at them with a foolish grin, seemingly oblivious to the pain. Witnessing this scene, Li Xiangru felt a wave of sympathy wash over her, as the children prepared to strike again. She rushed over. Stop. What are you all doing? Upon seeing someone meddling in their affairs, the group of children scattered. Li Xiangru approached the older child and squatted down, though keeping her distance. The moment she caught a whiff of his unkempt odor, she instinctively wrinkled her nose. With a sigh, Li Xiangru gently asked, Child, what is your name? The boy tilted his head, staring at her for a moment before breaking into a wide grin. Tiger. Chapter 49. Uniquely different towards you looking at the stocky child with evident cognitive challenges before her. Li Xiangru sighed. She turned to the nearby coachman and instructed, Please take him onto the carriage. The coachman frowned but complied, As you wish, though he was reluctant to tend to a child who was even worse off than a beggar. He had no choice but to heed Li Xiangru's command. While the back courtyard of his master was not lacking in women, the master had yet to win over this woman, and his interest in her was currently piqued. Should she whisper sweet nothings in his ear later, it would only be to his detriment. Thus, Li Xiangru brought the child back to the inn. Meanwhile, Li Yueshu was leisurely guiding the ox cart along the path home. She glanced back at Emolien and suddenly inquired, Alien, how did you come to know Li Xiangru? Emolien candidly replied, She donated silver to the academy and brought pastries twice. Everyone at the academy knows her. Li Yueshu was surprised. Why would she donate silver to the academy? Emolien looked equally puzzled and shook his head. Shun Amin, on the other hand, seemed to have an epiphany, frowning slightly. I sense that her intent must be directed towards you. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at him in surprise. Shun Amin, maintaining a calm demeanor, explained, with so many students in the academy, why does she single you out? I inquired with the teacher yesterday, and when she asked about students facing difficulties at home, she mentioned my name. Despite my academic performance surpassing yours in every regard, why has she never inquired about me? If this had been stated by anyone else, Lian would have suspected a hint of jealousy in their tone. However, given that it was Shin Amin, he entertained no such thoughts. Lian furrowed her brow slightly. I had sensed something unusual when she first arrived at the academy to deliver pastries, though I did not dwell on it at that time. As she spoke, he raised his head in confusion, questioning what her true motive for approaching me was. Shin Amin fell silent, grappling with this enigma that had long puzzled him. Meanwhile, Li Yueshu, who was driving the ox cart ahead, seemed to have guessed the reason, raising an eyebrow slightly. She recalled that in the original narrative, Lian, who had risen to the position of prime minister, aligned himself with the crown prince not only because he had been taken as a disciple by the grand tutor, but also due to the kindness he had received from the female protagonist in his youth. Given the present circumstances, it appeared that Li Xiangru, as a reborn individual, bore a significant connection to that kindness. Li Yueshu felt no guilt regarding her seizing the original heroine's fortune. After all, her 4 children were antagonists, destined adversaries of the original heroine. Contemplating this, she turned back and solemnly advised, Lian, remember to keep your distance from Li Xiangru in the future. Lian nodded obediently, assuring her, rest assured, madam. Witnessing this, Li Yueshu smiled with satisfaction. In stark contrast, the atmosphere in the Shen household was rather peculiar. Ever since his return the previous night, Shan Wang had remained holed up in his room, refusing to emerge. Shun Mu and Yang Shi took turns entering to persuade him, only to be met with harsh rebukes. To make matters worse, he had instructed Yang Shi to prepare a pot of hot water for bathing during the day, yet he still had not finished. Just as Shun Mu and Yang Shi were at a loss for what to do, Shin Chengkai finally returned. Yang Shi, seeing him as a beacon of hope, urged, Chengkai, hurry inside and check on your father. He has been in there for over an hour, refusing to let us in. We have no idea what is going on. Shin Chengkai was in good spirits that day and, without saying much, simply pushed the door open and entered. Yang Shi anxiously waited outside, torn between wanting to go in and fearing to do so. Suddenly, she heard a terrified shout from within. Ah, get out! Startled, she was about to rush in when she saw Shin Chengkai stumble out, looking disheveled, drenched as if he had fallen into a river. Yang Shi stared at him in astonishment. Chengkai, what happened? Shin Chengkai appeared bewildered. I don't know. As soon as I entered, father suddenly yelled and splashed water all over me. Yang Shi was taken aback. Shen Wang had always treated his son like a prized possession, never uttering a harsh word. What had transpired today? Is your father all right? Shin Chengkai pondered for a moment before asking. Mother, did you and father have a fight? What? Yang Shi was caught off guard. Shin Chengkai frowned. Father has bruises all over, and there are bite marks on his backside. Mother, even if you were to fight, there was no need to be so ruthless. Yang Shi's face drained of color as she recalled the peculiar behavior of Shan Wang since his return, suddenly understanding the gravity of the situation. Her lips trembled as she glanced towards the room, her face devoid of color. Chengkai, you go change your clothes. Don't catch a chill. She quickly sent Shan Chengkai away, intending to confront Shan Wang directly. However, as she stepped over the threshold, she hesitated. Having been married to Shan Wang for many years, she knew his temperament well. If she barged in without caution, she might provoke his ire. With this thought, Yang Shi withdrew her foot, feigning ignorance while secretly deciding to investigate the matter thoroughly. In contrast to the tense atmosphere in the Shun household, Li Yueshu was in high spirits. Each time Shan Amin and the others returned from their rest, she personally cooked delicious meals for everyone, and this occasion was no exception. This time, she intended to make hot pot. The ingredients had been purchased the previous day. All she needed to do was prepare the broth. A few days prior, Li Yueshu had instructed Shenwei to set up a small stove in the courtyard, and the pot had been specially ordered from the blacksmith. Considering Mu's condition, she had thoughtfully prepared a clear broth made from old hens, keeping the spices in the red broth to a minimum. However, as soon as the pot was unveiled, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, making mouths water. Hot pot is inherently more festive with more people, and paired with the sparkling water that Li Yueshu had stealthily swapped in from her space, the experience was simply exquisite. Even Shan Amin, who typically maintained a poised demeanor, couldn't help but occasionally dab his forehead with a handkerchief. If anyone was particularly delighted, it was Shan Tingwen. The more he ate, the brighter his eyes shone, not only captivated by the hot pot and sparkling water, but also by the glimmer of silver. After downing a mouthful of sparkling water, Shan Tingwen couldn't help but burp. He nudged closer to Li Yueshu, his face alight with joy. Stepmother, how do you make this hot pot? And what is this sparkling water made from? Observing his eager expression, Li Yueshu placed a slice of beef into his bowl. With a cheerful smile, she raised an eyebrow. Call me mother once, and I shall teach you. Shen Tingwen pouted, seemingly immune to such requests, and quickly changed the subject. Wow, this beef is delicious. Li Yueshu chuckled, about to tease him further when his sweet voice interrupted. Mother, you want some too? Turning around, she saw her youngest, Shen Jiyu, holding a small bowl, eyes brimming with anticipation as he gazed at the beef in Shen Tingwen's bowl. Sensing his brother's longing, Shen Tingwen, without a second thought, picked up a piece and stuffed it into his mouth, nearly jumping from the heat. Li Yueshu couldn't help but laugh, gently ruffling Shen Jiyu's hair. You? So obedient. Mother will prepare some for you right away. Shen Tingyi, sitting on her other side, silently observed the scene, a flicker of intrigue passing through her eyes. Chapter 50. Recovery of memories aside from sleeping at night and visiting the county office. Shen Tingyi was now inseparable from Li Yueshu. Thus, she was well aware that whenever her second brother posed questions to this woman, she always responded with, call me mother once, and I will tell you. Though the outcome was invariably her second brother's silence, she remained undeterred. In contrast, she herself, frequently asked questions, had never heard those words. Shen Tingyi lowered her head, her grip on her chopsticks tightening unconsciously. At that moment, a piece of meat unexpectedly appeared in her bowl. Instinctively, she looked up to find Li Yueshu smiling gently. What's the matter? Have you encountered a new dilemma that even mealtime cannot distract you? Among all the children, Shen Tingyi was the most gifted in medicine. While others were still memorizing various concepts, she had already begun analyzing prescriptions. For this reason, Li Yueshu always took her along during consultations, seizing every opportunity to teach her. Shen Tingyi was diligent and proactive in seeking guidance when faced with challenges. Li Yueshu assumed she was lost in thought about these matters, but Shen Tingyi shook her head. No, I just burned myself. Upon hearing this, Li Yueshu did not think much of it, gently patting her head. No need to rush, eat slowly. There's plenty more in the kitchen. The hot pot meal was lively, leaving everyone too stuffed to move afterward. After a brief rest, Li Yueshu took Lian to the town. Upon learning that Zhang Laosan had remained unyielding, Lian wished to see for herself, and Li Yueshu naturally did not refuse. However, Xin Wei, who wished to accompany them, was turned down. Each time he went, he glared at Zhang Laosan with a fierce expression, as if he wished to pounce on him and beat him up right then and there, an attitude that hardly suggested a negotiating approach. Although Xin Wei was reluctant, he promptly agreed to stay behind when Li Yueshu's expression turned serious. Make sure you return early, he muttered, reluctantly tugging at Li Yueshu's sleeve, his beautiful eyes seemingly possessing an enchanting allure that made one want to relent. Li Yueshu quickly averted her gaze, responding absently while departing with Lian in the ox cart. Watching their figures recede, Xin Wei felt as though he were counting the moments in anguish. Shen Amin could no longer bear to watch this, pulling him into the house to help grind herbs. Xin Wei worked swiftly, even in Li Yueshu's absence. He showed no signs of slacking off, though he occasionally glanced towards the spot where Li Yueshu often sat, looking melancholic. Sighing for what felt like the umpteenth time, Shen Amin finally spoke up. Father, don't you think you're being a bit too clingy? Xin Wei turned to look at him, an expression of utter conviction on his face. I'm clinging to my own wife. What's wrong with that? Shen Amin. His expression became somewhat complicated. Hoping that once his father regained his memories, he wouldn't silence him. Xin Wei blinked, studying Shen Amin intently for a moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. You are my son. I wouldn't harm you. This time, it was Shen Amin's turn to be taken aback. Wasn't his father's mentality similar to that of the fourth brother? How could he utter such words? Suddenly remembering that Li Yueshu had been administering medicine to his father, he wondered if, just as Shen Amin was about to inquire further, he was interrupted by a series of urgent bird calls. His heart jolted, and he quickly set down what he was holding. Father, I need to visit the restroom. You continue grinding the herbs. These are to be delivered to the pharmacy tomorrow. Without waiting for Xin Wei's response, he hurried out. Xin Wei was momentarily stunned, glancing at the pile of herbs before following after him. Upon hearing the bird calls, two unfamiliar faces had abruptly appeared in his mind, but before he could discern them clearly, they vanished. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he instinctively trailed Shen Amin. Xin Wei controlled his strength, blending his presence seamlessly into the surroundings, so even if Shen Amin was cautious, he remained unaware of being followed. After several twists and turns, they arrived at a secluded area on the back mountain. where two figures suddenly appeared before Shan Amin. Cha Yang and Xinghe looked travel-worn, clearly having undergone a considerable ordeal. "Please, young master, deliver your judgment." The two knelt before him in unison. Shan Amin furrowed his brow. Pondering the situation, he had entrusted these two with two tasks: to locate the renowned healer, Jima Bai, and to investigate the identity of Li Yueshu. With their capabilities, it was inconceivable that they would falter on such matters. Cha Yang retrieved 4 bullet heads from his pocket. His subordinate had dispatched individuals to probe the origins of these objects. Yet, even the famed intelligence network, Qiyun Tower, had never encountered such concealed weapons. Xinghe added, "My subordinate was concerned about alarming the people of Zhongzhou, so I took it upon myself to gather information about the healer. However, by the time I arrived, Jima Bai had vanished without a trace." Shan Amin was taken aback that, after such a lengthy interval, not a single piece of good news had emerged. He continued to frown in contemplation, and the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Not far away, Shen Wei secretly observed the scene, his mind a whirlwind of fleeting images that dissipated before he could grasp them. Why did these two individuals evoke such a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered them before? At that moment, Shan Amin finally spoke. "Rise." Upon hearing this, Cha Yang and Xinghe stood, lifting their previously bowed heads. In that instant, Shen Wei caught sight of their faces, and a sharp pain surged through his mind. Causing him to sway unsteadily, he stumbled, falling backward, and with a thud, the back of his head struck a stone. In an instant, a torrent of vivid memories flooded his consciousness. Who? Cha Yang sensed something amiss and drew his sword. Rushing towards the source, the next moment, he found himself staring into a pair of cold, ebony eyes. Cha Yang's heart skipped a beat. "Master?" Shen Wei regarded him expressionlessly. Even in silence, he commanded an involuntary sense of submission. In that moment, he bore no trace of his usual foolishness or innocence. With a flick of his thumb, he effortlessly deflected the sword away. Only then did Cha Yang regain his composure, promptly kneeling. While Xinghe hurried over to pay his respects, subordinate greets master. Shen Amin was taken aback by his father's unexpected arrival, his heart jolting. "Father, why are you here?" Shen Wei turned to him, his expression devoid of much emotion. Yet his gaze remained gentle. "Seeing you were in such a hurry, I naturally followed." Shen Amin was momentarily stunned, then elated. "Father, have you recovered?" Shen Wei pressed his lips together, offering a faint acknowledgement. Then, he directed his gaze towards Cha Yang and Xinghe, instructing them to recount all that had transpired during his absence in detail. Chapter 51. Revealing a hint of life's continuation, Cha Yang and Xinghe succinctly recounted all the events of the past period, including everything that transpired in Zhongzhou following Shen Wei's disappearance, as well as the experiences of the 4 children throughout the year and the deeds committed by Li Yueshu. Upon hearing this, Shen Wei frowned. Was the venomous woman they referred to truly the Li Yueshu he knew? Noticing the doubt in his eyes, Cha Yang presented the 4 bullet heads. "Master, I have discreetly investigated and found no leads on the origins of this object, nor any connections between Li Yueshu and the people of Zhongzhou." Shen Wei scrutinized the bullet heads in Cha Yang's hand, his gaze penetrating. Such peculiar weaponry, extraordinary medical skills, and miraculous pharmacological methods. How many secrets lay hidden within Li Yueshu? After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Allocate more silver to have Qiyun Tower continue their investigations in Zhongzhou. Let it be known that I am still alive." Xinghe's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Master intends to return to Zhongzhou?" Shen Wei pressed his lips together, shaking his head. "Not for now. I have matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, Xinghe appeared perplexed. "What is there to address here, master?" Shen Wei cast a sidelong glance at him, his indifferent gaze causing Xinghe to avert his eyes instantly. It seemed he had said nothing. Yet why did master appear displeased? Cha Yang observed the dejected Xinghe and stepped forward. "Master, the traces of your appearance in Tongmu County have been erased by Su Taifu. Does he harbor some scheme? It is well known that Su Taifu is an ally of the Crown Prince, and there were already signs of the Crown Prince's involvement when you faced your troubles." Cha Yang could not help but suspect that Su Taifu's actions were indicative of some brewing conspiracy. However, Shen Wei's gaze flickered slightly as he replied, "No matter. Once the information spreads, ensure they do not trace it back to Tongmu County." Though Cha Yang was puzzled, he showed no hesitation in following the order. After the two departed, Shen Wei finally turned his attention to Shan Amin. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "When I left Zhongzhou, I visited your mother in the cold palace." Shen Amin instinctively clenched his fists. "How is she?" Shen Wei frowned slightly, shaking his head. "Her condition is not favorable." the residual poison in her body remains. And being in such a place as the cold palace, even with my arrangements, it is ultimately not a fail-safe solution. Shun Amin bit his lip, worry and urgency etched across his face, feeling helpless in the face of the situation. Shinwei regarded him, his expression impassive, yet his imposing presence lent an air of pressure to his otherwise unremarkable visage. Are you attending the academy to seek a return to Zhengzhou? It was phrased as a question. Yet the certainty in his eyes was unmistakable. Shun Amin tightly pressed his lips together, tacitly affirming his words. Observing this, Shunwei ruthlessly shattered the illusion of reality. By the time you return to Zhengzhou, everything may already be set in stone. Do you wish to bear the stigma of treason? I never intended to vie for that position, Shin Amin exclaimed, abruptly raising his head. Shinwei met his furious gaze, adding the latter part of his sentence. Yet they do not believe it, and not only have they forced your maternal grandfather's family to the brink of annihilation, but they also compelled your mother to poison herself in public, nearly costing her life. Shun Amin's fists tightened, his once gentle face now imbued with an icy demeanor. Shinwei remained unfazed, his expression even somewhat cold. A year ago, when I departed from Tongmu County, it was because I had found a new witness who could clear your maternal grandfather's family of wrongdoings. Really? Shin Amin's eyes widened with joy. Shinwei calmly nodded. If you wish to return to Zhengzhou, I can ensure your appearance is above board. Shun Amin's heart raced violently, a surge of emotion washing over him. Yet, suddenly recalling something, he furrowed his brow. What about my second brother and third sister? To the world, they are considered deceased. Shinwei had evidently anticipated everything. I've never concealed their identities or the truth. How they choose to proceed is entirely up to them. If they wish to return, I can certainly make arrangements. Upon hearing this, Shun Amin began to grasp the broader implications. He looked up at Shinwei and suddenly inquired, Father, are you staying here to handle something? Shinwei's gaze shifted slightly, maintaining his composure as he stated. The true identity of Li Yueshu remains undetermined, and you all require this identity as a cover for now. Shun Amin did not notice any oddity in his expression and asked further, then will father continue to feign ignorance? Shinwei. Clearly, he still recalled the period of his amnesia and foolishness, which was rather ahem. Shinwei covered his mouth and coughed lightly. We've been out for too long. Let us return. Shin Amin was puzzled but did not dwell on it. At this moment, Li Yueshu was completely unaware of the events unfolding here, as she accompanied Mo Lian directly to the county office. After conversing with the county magistrate for a while, they made their way to Zhang Laosan's prison cell. Over the past few days, Zhang Laosan had grown accustomed to her visits, but upon noticing that the man by her side had transformed into a child, he couldn't help but look twice. Mo Lian had already been briefed on the situation during their journey, and upon facing Zhang Laosan, he directly bowed and performed a formal greeting. Zhang Laosan was startled by his overly formal demeanor and turned to Li Yueshu. What new approach is this? Li Yueshu maintained her composure. As usual, laying out the food and drink. The person I wish to save with your lungs is this child's mother. Zhang Laosan, taken aback, glanced at Mo Lian and then back at Li Yueshu. What is your relationship with this child? Before Li Yueshu could respond, Mo Lian interjected. Madam is the savior of my mother and me. In our direst moments, she offered us hope and was willing to save my mother's life. Zhang Laosan was astonished. You have no familial ties? Mo Lian shook his head, steering the conversation back to the main point. If you can save my mother, I will comply with any request you make. Zhang Laosan laughed. I've stated before, I cannot agree to that. If you truly wish for my lungs, wait until I am executed and go to the unmarked grave to retrieve them. As he spoke, he had already moved to the table and began eating heartily. Although he refused the trade, it did not hinder his enjoyment of the provisions they had brought. Li Yueshu took it in stride, calmly sitting opposite him. I inquired about your situation with the county magistrate. Zhang Laosan's hand, holding the chopsticks, paused for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. As if nothing had occurred, Li Yueshu remained unperturbed, continuing. You witnessed your wife engaging in an affair and, in a fit of rage, killed her and her lover, only to be seen by a neighbor who reported you to the authorities. In court, you confessed to your crimes unreservedly, seemingly resolved to seek death. The calmness in Li Yueshu's voice intensified as she spoke, causing Zhang Laosan to slow his actions increasingly. This was the first reaction he had shown to her words in all the days they had spent together. Observing this, Li Yueshu continued. You are without parents, children or kin. Your only spouse betrayed you, which is why you lost the will to live, correct? Zhang Laosan's expression hardened. He set down his chopsticks and looked up at Li Yueshu. Chapter 52. Can one go to the unmarked grave? What are you trying to convey by telling me all this? Zhang Laosan's face was devoid of emotion, yet an undercurrent of anger seemed to simmer beneath the surface. Li Yueshu gazed intently into his eyes, stating, "The county magistrate has looked into your circumstances. Your wife's family has fallen into dire straits, nearly selling her to a brothel tea that moment. You, unable to bear the thought, spent your entire fortune to rescue her. In gratitude, and with nowhere else to go, she stayed in your home to care for your daily needs. As time passed, your feelings blossomed, and it was only natural that you became husband and wife. After your marriage, you two shared a deep affection, and everyone regarded you as a qualified and kind husband. Even when your wife could not bear children, you never contemplated abandoning her. Thus, when you witnessed her infidelity, it is no wonder that you lost all rationality and were plunged into despair." Zhang Laosan lowered his head, his disheveled hair obscuring his expression but betraying his emotional turmoil. Amidst the prolonged silence, Lian, seated between them, unconsciously clenched his hands, overwhelmed with unspoken tension. After an indeterminate period, Zhang Laosan finally lifted his gaze, asking, "What exactly do you wish to convey by telling me this?" Li Yueshu replied with a calm demeanor. "You seek death with fervor, which is why every time I mention donating your lung as a means of prolonging life, you exhibit a strong aversion." Zhang Laosan pursed his lips, though he remained silent. His expression spoke volumes. Observing this, Li Yueshu urged, "In truth, you have wronged her in no way. Sacrificing your remaining years for her is not worth it." Suddenly, Zhang Laosan chuckled, a sound tinged with self-mockery. He asked, seemingly out of nowhere, "Madam Shin, do you love your husband?" Li Yueshu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process the question. It appeared that Zhang Laosan had not anticipated her answer. "She is my sole concern in this world. If one day you were to witness the betrayal of your beloved, you would grasp my current thoughts." Upon hearing this, Li Yueshu began to understand his implication. After a brief silence, she spoke, "No matter how much I love someone, my life belongs to me alone. I am a person who repays grievances tenfold. If he has wronged me, I shall ensure he pays the price, rather than sacrificing my own future." Her foremost priority was her own life. Only by living could she pursue her desires. Whether her words were too blunt or her gaze too resolute, Zhang Laosan's lips moved slightly, yet he remained silent. Li Yueshu did not press him further. She simply stood up, expressing, "I hope you will contemplate my words carefully. I shall return tomorrow." Zhang Laosan continued to show no reaction, his meal untouched, something unusual for him. Throughout, Lian had remained mostly silent, bowing to Zhang Laosan as they departed. Having lived over half a lifetime, Zhang Laosan had only ever received such treatment twice, both occurring today. He felt a stir within, yet it was overshadowed by a tumult of conflicting emotions. Even the guards noticed Zhang Laosan's apparent transformation. Indeed, Madame Shan had a remarkable way with words, capable of moving even a hardened heart like Zhang Laosan's. I surmise that Zhang Laosan's change in attitude suggests that Madame Shan will likely visit for the last time tomorrow. Two guards conversed as they exited, their discussion overheard by an inmate in one of the cells. She was a haggard woman, her appearance disheveled, yet noticeably tidier than the other prisoners. Listening to the guards, and recalling snippets of news she had heard in recent days, a flicker of hope reignited in her once dead heart. Upon leaving the dungeon, Lian looked curiously at the person beside him. After much hesitation, he spoke, "Madam, were you attempting to reignite his will to live with those words?" Li Yueshu nodded while untying the oxen's reins. Lian, puzzled, continued, "Madam, I don't understand. Zhang Laosan has killed 2 men. Even if there are mitigating circumstances, according to the laws of Chunnan, he should face execution. Moreover, they seek Zhang Laosan's lung. If he survives, their purpose changes entirely." Li Yueshu, having finished untying the ropes, turned to him and immediately recognized his concern. She gently patted Lian's shoulder, patiently explaining, "He has committed a capital offense. Unless the emperor intervenes, he will undoubtedly be executed. I have said it before. Donating his lung is a means of extending his life. If he develops a desire to live, we will have the opportunity to persuade him. Though it may seem cruel to Zhang Laosan, such is the reality. He must pay the price for his impulsiveness." Lian finally grasped her point, realizing he was still too young. No matter how clever he was, some matters eluded his understanding. Yet, observing Zhang Laosan's demeanor today, Lian felt a lingering unease in his heart. Once aboard the ox cart, he hesitated for a considerable time before finally speaking, "Madam, if Zhang Laosan ultimately refuses, may I go to the potter's field?" He did not specify his intentions, but Li Yueshu understood. Turning to the anxious Lian, She offered a gentle smile, reassuring him, "Fear not. I shall do everything in my power to prevent such a scenario." Li Yueshu understood that in a world where lives held little value, her actions might appear absurd, which is why Zhang Laosan had initially thought she was jesting. However, her reverence for life was profound and unlike that of ordinary people. As a doctor, she had the opportunity to cleanse her hands of any wrongdoing. She did not wish to repeat her past, where her skills in saving lives were exploited by an organization for harmful ends. Whether deemed sentimental or meddlesome, she simply sought to answer to her conscience. Gazing into her resolute eyes, Emolian felt his restless heart remarkably calm. The two refrained from discussing the matter further, instead purchasing some items in town before leisurely making their way home. Upon returning, the children eagerly rushed to assist with the parcels, while Li Yueshu guided the ox cart to the barn. For reasons unknown, she felt as though something was amiss today. Once she secured the ox cart and stepped out, it suddenly struck her in the past. Whenever she returned home alone, Shunwei would always be the first to greet her. Why was he nowhere to be seen today? She searched the courtyard but found no sign of Shunwei. "Madam, are you looking for the master?" Shinchi approached, carrying a basket of porcelain vases. The master was called inside by the eldest son to assist him. Upon hearing this, Li Yueshu smiled softly, ruffling Shanqi's hair. "Thank you. I shall go check on them." Shinchi paused, then reached up to touch the spot where Li Yueshu had just patted her head, breaking into a wide grin. "The madam patted my head. Only the young masters and young ladies receive such treatment." She decided she must boast to Shen Tan and the others about this. Shinchi hopped away, her joy evident in her every movement. Unaware of Shanqi's thoughts, Li Yueshu entered the house, calling out, "Shunwei." At that moment, Shunwei was instructing Shen Amin on calligraphy. With so many people in the household, Shen Amin wrote the best, and the only one capable of teaching him was the now recovered Shunwei. However, Li Yueshu's sudden entrance caught them off guard. Shen Amin quickly regained his composure, observing Shunwei with curiosity. Wasn't father pretending to be foolish? He was intrigued to see whether the father, now with his memories and intellect restored, could still embody the foolishness of Shunwei. Chapter 53. The coupled flight of cousins. Shunwei tightened his grip on the brush and then looked up. His face alight with joy. "A shoe." He dropped the brush and dashed towards Li Yueshu. Whether intentional or not, the brush swung and struck Shen Amin, leaving a deep mark. "Shen Amin, a shoe? You've finally returned?" Shunwei tugged at Li Yueshu's sleeve, his eyes brimming with a mix of grievance and delight. Li Yueshu reached out with her other hand to pat his head, smiling. "Be good. I brought you some pastries." "Still warm." Shunwei's expression faltered momentarily before brightening again. He took the pastries, his joy palpable. "Thank you. A shoe?" Li Yueshu, oblivious to the unspoken sentiments, patted his head once more before turning to leave. It was only after her figure had vanished that Shunwei's cheerful demeanor faded. Shen Amin approached, wiping ink from his garments. He glanced at the pastries in Shunwei's hand, raising an eyebrow. "I recall that father has never been fond of sweets. I didn't expect that after losing his memory and becoming foolish, his tastes would change as well." Shunwei's gaze flickered. He had never particularly liked sweets. It was just that woman who treated him like a child, always insisting on such things during his foolish state. He never turned down her requests, for Lu Laohan would incessantly remind him that a wife is someone to be cherished for a lifetime, and one must always heed their wife's words. She is invariably right. With his mind not fully intact, he had taken those words to heart. Thus, he consoled himself, blaming Lu Laohan for everything. He turned to glare at Shen Amin. "Have you finished writing those characters?" Shen Amin. He found himself missing that foolish father. After distributing the items bought from town, Li Yueshu immersed herself in her work, unaware that someone was plotting against her by seeking out Li Xiangru. At that moment, Li Xiangru was playing with a child she had rescued when a coachman approached, stating that a woman claiming to be Shan Chengcai's mother was looking for her. Li Xiangru, not recalling who Shen Chengcai was, ordered him to send the person away. However, just as the coachman turned to leave, she suddenly remembered that Shan Chengcai was indeed the nephew of Li Yueshu's husband. Let her eye in. Li Xiangru instructed the child to play aside, adjusting her attire to present herself with poise. Before long, Yang Shi cautiously entered the room. Li Xiangru had chosen the finest inn in town. The best room, and Yang Shi, a simple country woman, had never experienced such luxury, rendering her somewhat timid, especially in the presence of Li Xiangru's dignified and graceful demeanor, which only heightened her anxiety. Li Xiangru cast a discerning glance at her, her gaze imbued with an air of superiority, yet she remained silent. Yang, with a beaming smile, took the initiative to speak. You must be the elder sister of my sister-in-law, right? Indeed, your beauty is such that it could make fish sink and birds alight. Surpassing even the most exquisite flowers, she, with a limited education, felt quite accomplished simply for being able to articulate a proverb. She boldly took a seat across from Li Xiangru, exuding an air of familiarity. I heard you are also from Tongmu County. With your demeanor, one might mistake you for the daughter of a distinguished family. In response to her flattery, Li Xiangru merely tugged at the corner of her mouth. Since arriving in Tongmu County and learning of Yang's origins from Chongzhou, coupled with her extravagant spending to assist the academy, countless individuals had come to ingratiate themselves with her. She had long since grown accustomed to it. With an elegant gesture, Li Xiangru brushed her hair aside and directly inquired, "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Yang, vaguely sensing her indifference, paid it no mind. "I primarily came here regarding my sister-in-law," she said bluntly. "You are the elder sister of Li Yueshu, and thus have a responsibility to guide her. Now that she is married into the Shun family, she ought to consider their interests. It is one thing to be unfilial to her mother-in-law, but she has even incited her husband to sever ties with his family, causing a ruckus in the Shun household." With a sigh, Yang continued, "If it weren't for my brother-in-law, I would have reported her to the authorities long ago. You have no idea how outrageous she has been." Li Xiangru, having already learned of their family's affairs from Shan Shenkai, had no interest in hearing her ramble on and interrupted. "Are you suggesting that I assist you in dealing with your own sister?" Yang paused, momentarily bewildered by her demeanor. She had clearly inquired about the relationship between the two sisters, which was known to be strained, and Shenkai had mentioned that this Li Xiangru had a kind heart, unable to tolerate the weak being bullied. How could it appear otherwise now? Observing the expression on her face, Li Xiangru felt a stir of curiosity and spoke up. "I heard that the newly opened Hengda pharmacy in town belongs to my sister, and those novel medicines are also crafted by her. What is the story behind that?" Yang was taken aback for a moment, then gradually came to her senses, recounting how Li Yueshu had treated Zhang Yang, earning a substantial profit of 300 taels, while also taking in orphans to work for her, interspersed with a fair share of personal grievances. Li Xiangru paid little heed to these, only noting that the Li Yueshu she heard about seemed entirely different from the person she had known for over a decade. Her sister had been illiterate. The mere thought of her mastering medical skills was unfathomable. Having visited Hengda pharmacy, it was evident that Imo Lian could confidently participate in the imperial examinations, even in the wake of his mother's passing. He would not be reduced to selling himself for her burial. Yet, the stories she had heard in her past life had been quite contrary. Had she missed some crucial information? Li Xiangru furrowed her brow. After being taken to Chongzhou by the second prince, she had soon been deceived into becoming a concubine in his household, subsequently embroiled in a rivalry with a group of women in the inner courtyard, with her only source of information being the gossip of the servants, leaving her with no opportunity to venture outside. Her return to Tongmu County was only possible due to her understanding of the second prince from her previous life, which allowed her to keep him intrigued enough for him to personally send her back. Consequently, she possessed only fragmented knowledge of events prior to Imo Lian's rise to prominence. If Imo Lian had been relying on Li Yueshu all along, she had effectively lost a prime opportunity to cultivate a relationship with the future prime minister. As Li Xiangru pondered, Yang observed her carefully, perplexed about her stance regarding Li Yueshu. After a prolonged silence, Li Xiangru suddenly sighed. "My sister was not like this before." She raised her gaze to Yang. "If it weren't for your Shin family, she would have long been eloping with her cousin, rather than being forced into a marriage with an imbecile. Becoming a stepmother to 4 children, it is understandable that she harbors resentment towards you." Yang's attention sharpened at this crucial revelation. "You have a cousin?" Li Xiangru pressed her lips together, her expression tinged with regret. "That is all in the past. My cousin is already married, so that possibility is no longer viable." She discreetly assessed Yang before continuing, "My sister is a kind-hearted person. If your Shin family treats her well, you will surely be able to alleviate the resentment she harbors." Li Xiangru spoke many kind words, yet Yang absorbed none of it, her mind consumed by thoughts of that elusive cousin. Upon leaving the inn, she hesitated for a moment before heading in another direction, the very village where the Li family resided. Upstairs, Li Xiangru watched Yang's departing figure with an impassive expression, gripping the handkerchief in her hand tightly. "Sister, I am sorry." Chapter 54. "I cannot assist you." Li Yueshu, as usual, completed her day's work and prepared to head to the county office. After entrusting the children to old Lu, she habitually ruffled Shunwei's hair. "Come, today you shall accompany me." Upon hearing this, Shun Wei had prepared a myriad of excuses to decline but swallowed them all, his face alight with joy. Thus, the two made their way to the dungeon once more. However, before they could reach Zhang Laosan, the jailer, with a troubled expression, spoke up, "Mrs. Shun, there is a female prisoner who has been clamoring to see you." "See me?" Li Yueshu replied, bewildered. The jailer nodded. "She was sentenced to a year in prison. But in her desperation to meet you, she nearly took her own life in her cell yesterday. We had no choice but to consult you." Li Yueshu contemplated for a moment and then nodded in agreement. The jailer led her inside, explaining, she caught her husband with another woman and, in a fit of rage, injured the other woman, who subsequently reported her to the county office. Her husband even testified against her. Recently, the inmates had learned that Mrs. Shun had granted Zhang Laosan a request in exchange for a lung, and it was likely that she was here for that reason. Having grasped the situation, Li Yueshu felt prepared. Upon entering the cell, she saw a woman in prison garb sitting atop a pile of straw. Though the environment was dilapidated, it was notably cleaner than the other cells. As soon as Li Yueshu stepped inside, the woman suddenly knelt before her, exclaiming, "Madam, I am willing to give you my lung. Just help me find out how my daughter is faring. I will offer you anything my body has." Li Yueshu regarded the agitated woman with a calm demeanor and suddenly asked, "Is your surname Wei?" The woman paused momentarily before slowly nodding. "Madam, do you know me?" Li Yueshu shook her head. "I remember you because I drew blood from everyone previously and have some impression of you." Among the 3 blood samples that matched, this Wenyang was one of them. However, her blood test revealed anomalies, rendering her unsuitable for donation. Unaware of these details, Wenyang pleaded, "Since Madam remembers me, we must share a bond. Please, help me. I can give you any part of my body that you desire." Tears welled in Wenyang's eyes as she continued, "My daughter is named Tu Ling. She's only 6 years old. Shortly after her birth, she developed a high fever that damaged her brain, and I cannot bear to leave her alone." Crawling forward on her knees, she beseeched, "Madam, I implore you to do me this kindness. Just to know if she is well, I would die content." Observing her desperation, Li Yueshu could not help but frown. "I seek a lung, but I do not wish to achieve my goal through murder. Zhang Laosan's execution would serve your needs far better than yours." Wenyang's complexion paled, yet she refused to relent. "Though I have only been sentenced to a year, I do not have much time left to live, so it cannot be counted as your killing." Her face awash with tears, she pleaded, "Madam, I have less than half a year to live. The only thing I worry about is my daughter. She lives at No. 17, Northwest Road in town. Please just take a look for me, and I will bow in gratitude." She immediately prostrated herself, but Li Yueshu swiftly sidestepped. Looking at this pitiful woman, Li Yueshu sighed silently, "I am sorry, but I cannot assist you." Her words were harsh. "The cancer cells in your body have already spread. You cannot donate organs." Although she had not conducted a more detailed examination, her experience and the blood report were sufficient for her to draw a conclusion. Wenyang did not comprehend the terms Li Yueshu used but understood the implication of her statement. She collapsed to the ground, her face etched with despair. Li Yueshu said no more and turned to visit Zhang Laosan's cell. Shun Wei silently followed behind her, resembling a mere specter, his presence even more diminished than when he had yet to regain his wits. Li Yueshu did not notice this, setting the meal as usual and beginning her persuasion. However, Zhang Laosan did not immediately pounce on the food as he usually did. Instead, he lay with his back to them on the straw mat, seemingly disinterested in their presence. Clearly, the words Li Yueshu had spoken the previous day had not been without merit. Following this lead, she spoke a few more words, and when she felt the time was right, she took Shun Wei and left. She sensed that the moment to elicit a response from Zhang Laosan was drawing near. Upon exiting the dungeon, Li Yueshu unhitched the ox cart and strolled leisurely through the town. Shun Wei sat behind, noticing that the path they took diverged from their usual route home, leaving him somewhat astonished. However, he remained silent, continuing to be a mere shadow. Li Yueshu, preoccupied with her thoughts, did not notice his unusual quietness. Before long, they arrived at a more secluded residential area. Shun Wei glanced at the sign on the wall. Slightly surprised, number 17, Northwest Road. Wasn't that the very place Wenyang had just mentioned? He turned to Li Yueshu, only to find that she had already knocked on the door. The door was opened by a man, who, upon learning that Li Yueshu had come to inquire about his wife's daughter, immediately threw her out. Shun Wei barely had time to consider the situation before stepping forward, positioning himself protectively behind Li Yueshu. Upon regaining his senses, he stood frozen in place, a twinge of frustration gnawing at his heart. Protecting this woman had become almost instinctual for him. Li Yueshu, oblivious to his discomfort, turned on her heel and knocked on the door of the neighbor. Inquiring about the situation, to her astonishment, she learned that the man had not only brought a woman home the day after Wayne Yang was imprisoned, but had also expelled his daughter. Hu Ling, upon hearing about Wayne Yang's predicament from the prison guard, she realized that this man was far from virtuous, yet she could not have anticipated the depths of his depravity. Madam, do you have any idea where Hu Ling is now? The kind-hearted neighbor replied, I heard she was rescued by a good-hearted young lady from Zhongzhou. No less. If you ask me, Hu Ling has indeed struck fortune at this time. Perhaps her future will be free from suffering. A young lady from Zhongzhou? Li Yueshu immediately thought of Li Xiangru. After bidding farewell to her neighbor, she set out to uncover more details, unaware of the peculiar glint in Xin Wei's eyes upon hearing the name Zhongzhou. The town, being modest in size, made gathering information quite effortless, leading Li Yueshu to confirm that the one who had saved Hu Ling was indeed Li Xiangru. She found herself intrigued, as the protagonist of the story. Anyone connected to Li Xiangru, even a minor character, bore a name and a role. Yet, despite pondering for an extended period, she could not recall any mention of a girl named Hu Ling in the narrative. Could it be that the plot had taken an unexpected turn? Observing her furrowed brow, Xin Wei, who had remained silent until now, finally couldn't help but ask, what has prompted your sudden interest in this Hu Ling? Chapter 55. The unmarked spirit tablet. Li Yueshu instinctively glanced back at the person trailing behind her, puzzled by his first spoken question of the day. Xin Wei wore an innocent, curious expression. Wasn't it said that you could no longer use your lungs? Why, then, do you wish to assist her? Taking his inquiry at face value, Li Yueshu assumed he was merely curious and replied, I merely asked out of curiosity, consider it a good deed. Xin Wei thought of the children at home, his gaze flickering. A Shu is truly kind-hearted. Yet in this world, kindness is hardly a valuable trait. Li Yueshu chuckled at his words, refraining from turning around. You are mistaken. I am not a kind person. The blood on her hands was no less than that of anyone in the organization. Her tone was peculiar. Had this been the previous Xin Wei, he would have missed it entirely, but now he sensed something amiss. For a fleeting moment, he thought he could detect sarcasm and resignation in her voice. As he regarded her retreating figure, his eyes brimmed with inquiry, devoid of his usual foolishness. The following day, Li Yueshu returned to the dungeon, first visiting Wayne Yang. Upon seeing her, Wayne Yang was clearly taken aback. Li Yueshu promptly relayed the information she had gathered, but refrained from mentioning Li Xiangru's name, merely stating that Hu Ling had been taken in by a benevolent individual. That scoundrel, Linger, is his own flesh and blood. Wayne Yang's eyes blazed with fury, her previously pallid complexion now tinged with an abnormal flush. Li Yueshu remained silent, delivering her news before turning to leave. Wayne Yang, watching her retreating form, felt tears welling in her eyes. This Mrs. Shin is a good person. Alas, her kindness could only be repaid in the next life. Li Yueshu led Xin Wei to the cell of Zhang Laosan. He was as indifferent as the day prior, showing no inclination to acknowledge their presence. Maintaining her composure, Li Yueshu presented him with a meal and exchanged a few words, then departed. Observing her demeanor, even Xin Wei found himself puzzled by her intentions. Why did it seem that she no longer cared as much for Zhang Laosan's plight? Considering his current circumstances, he chose not to voice his questions but remained curious about her next course of action. For several days, Li Yueshu repeated this routine, engaging in trivial conversation before taking her leave. Until one day, she chose not to visit the dungeon but instead went to the grave of Zhang Laosan's wife. Lacking relatives, her body had been hastily buried by the authorities. Without even a gravestone, Li Yueshu burned some paper offerings and, after leaving, commissioned a gravestone and a spirit tablet at the town's coffin shop. Leaving them blank, Xin Wei surmised her intentions, taken aback by her meticulousness. She hardly appeared to be a mere rustic villager. The next day, Li Yueshu returned to the dungeon, bearing the spirit tablet. This time, Zhang Laosan glanced at them and spoke first. I thought you had finally given up. Li Yueshu smiled faintly, retrieving the unmarked spirit tablet from her basket. Yesterday, I visited your wife's grave. It was unkempt, lacking a marker or anyone to pay their respects. Zhang Laosan's expression hardened, but ultimately he scoffed. Her body ought to have been discarded in a mass grave. At least the county magistrate showed some compassion by digging her a hole. To be tossed into a mass grave, does that not mean you share the same resting place? Li Yueshu met his gaze, as if she could see through all his thoughts. Zhang Laosan found it difficult to maintain eye contact. Instinctively diverting his gaze, Li Yueshu's expression remained neutral. I know not what kind of bond existed between you and your wife, but I am certain that even at this very moment, you still love her. Zhang Laosan pressed his lips tightly together, staring blankly at the unmarked spirit tablet before him, rendered speechless. From an outsider's perspective, his actions appeared foolish, yet to him, he was simply an idiot in love with that woman. Today, Li Yueshu brought neither food nor provisions, but rather the spirit tablet and writing materials. I burned some paper offerings for her, tended to the grave, and arranged for the gravestone and spirit tablet. As for what should be inscribed, you may ponder that yourself. She set down her offerings and, without further ado, departed with Shen Wei. Shen Wei followed closely behind, deep in thought as he observed her retreating silhouette. Perhaps his gaze was too intense, for Li Yueshu suddenly turned back. Shen Wei, unable to withdraw his gaze in time, found himself meeting her contemplative eyes. Li Yueshu furrowed her brow slightly. A hint of curiosity in her gaze. What are you thinking? Shen Wei's heart raced, though he maintained an outward appearance of calm, pondering why Yueshu would take such actions. He had personally taken his wife's life. Did that not signify his hatred towards her? Furrowing his brow, Shen Wei grappled with this conundrum, unable to make sense of it. Li Yueshu, taken aback, scrutinized him closely. Why does it seem you have grown considerably wiser? Now you even contemplate such matters? Shen Wei felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, but maintained a facade of confusion. Suddenly, Li Yueshu had a revelation, slapping her thigh. Ah, your brain's congestion has dissipated. You are slowly recovering. At this rate, it won't be long before you are back to normal. Shen Wei breathed a silent sigh of relief, yet felt a lingering heaviness in his heart. She was an astute and meticulous individual, capable of recognizing the changes within him, yet her trust in him remained unshaken. He merely pondered whether this trust was truly warranted, unbeknownst to Shen Wei. Li Yueshu stealthily approached him that very night. In truth, he had awakened the moment she stirred, yet he feigned sleep, his breathing steady and deep. Li Yueshu, entirely unperturbed, decided to take precautions, producing a small vial and waving it beneath Shen Wei's nose. In an instant, his breathing intensified, sinking him deeper into slumber. Once satisfied that Yu had also fallen asleep, Li Yueshu transported Shen Wei into her space. What she did not realize was that Shen Wei had not succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon detecting a peculiar scent, he instinctively channeled his internal energy to resist. Puzzled as to Li Yueshu's intentions, he was startled when the soft bedding beneath him transformed into an icy, rigid surface. Shen Wei's heart raced, yet his formidable mental fortitude quelled any instinctual reactions, leaving him outwardly composed. Li Yueshu arranged him comfortably and began operating a machine to conduct her examination. With his eyes closed, Shen Wei heard a series of strange sounds nearby. He carefully sensed his surroundings, confirming that Li Yueshu was not within proximity before cautiously cracking open his eyes. What greeted him was an unusual, arc-shaped object of peculiar material. Despite priding himself on his worldly knowledge, he had never encountered such an item. His eyes widened instinctively, and his breath quickened. At that moment, Li Yueshu, standing a short distance away with her back turned, had just finished her task and turned to face him. Chapter 56. Do not bury us together. Li Yueshu, equipped with various instruments, approached Shen Wei, who was still in a deep slumber. Her movements were swift and deliberate. After completing her examination, which took nearly half an hour, she sent Shen Wei back from her space and collapsed onto her bed. Falling into a deep sleep herself, as her breathing lengthened, the previously motionless Shen Wei suddenly opened his eyes. Gazing at the familiar room, he could not shake the vivid images of what he had just witnessed from his mind. Those moments had been so strikingly real. They could not possibly have been a mere illusion. He looked at Li Yueshu, who was just a child away from him, his eyes filled with curiosity and suspicion. The next day, Li Yueshu awoke, sporting dark circles beneath her eyes and stifling yawns. Seeing this, Shen Tingyi thoughtfully handed her a warm, wrung-out towel. Li Yueshu affectionately ruffled her daughter's hair. Grateful for her thoughtful nature, Shen Tingyi had grown accustomed to her mother's affectionate gestures and did not shy away. Observing the dark circles under Li Yueshu's eyes, she awkwardly spoke up. You really don't have to overexert yourself like this. Dr. Chen had become quite adept at managing the apothecary, and she and Shan Tan could handle customers without needing her constant presence. Li Yueshu washed her face briefly, smiling as she replied, Once your father regains his faculties, I shall no longer need to frequent the town daily. Shan Tingyi paused, instinctively glancing at Shen Wei, who was nearby assisting with some tasks, her eyes alight with surprise. Father can regain his faculties? Li Yueshu nodded affirmatively. Yes, it should be soon. This news brought a bloom of joy to Shan Tingyi, whose smile had not faded throughout the day while bustling about the apothecary. She would occasionally approach Shen Wei, inquiring about his current state of recovery, eager to ascertain his progress. Initially, Shenwei managed to respond. But as her questions multiplied, he found himself increasingly overwhelmed. In a moment of desperation, he approached Li Yueshu, tugging at her sleeve with a pitiful expression, both aggrieved and fearful, saying, "Ah Shu, there are too many questions from Ah Yi." With Xian Imin absent, there was no one to witness his regained lucidity, and thus, he felt no shame. Li Yueshu, observing his misty-eyed gaze, felt her heart soften instantly. She shot a warning glance at Shen Tingyi, imploring her to cease her inquiries. Shen Tingyi, begrudgingly, relented. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the past version of herself would have wished to break Li Yueshu's legs. Now, she found herself irresistibly inclined to heed her words. In the afternoon, after sending the children off on Lu Leihan's ox cart, Li Yueshu led Shenwei to the dungeon once more, bringing food as she had done previously. Zhang Laosan sat at the table, surrounded by memorial tablets and writing materials, seemingly unchanged since their departure the previous day. Upon the presentation of the meal, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. Li Yueshu did not intervene but quietly sat beside him. Once he had satisfied his hunger and wiped his mouth, he turned to her and asked, "Why are you silent today?" As she gathered the dishes, Li Yueshu replied, "It seems today you have something to say." Zhang Laosan studied her for a moment before breaking into a smile. "You, little lady, are truly not one to have emerged from the wilderness." Li Yueshu offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond. Zhang Laosan, unperturbed, asked, "Can you write?" Li Yueshu nodded. When the author crafted this world, the script was established as small seal script, which he had practiced in her modern life. Seeing this, Zhang Laosan pushed the memorial tablet and writing materials toward her. "Then please, assist me in writing." Li Yueshu gazed at the items on the table in silence before asking, "What would you like to write?" Zhang Laosan pressed his lips together and sighed heavily. "Write? The position of beloved wife, Zhang. Even if he had personally taken her life, she would forever remain his wife in this lifetime." Li Yueshu was not taken aback by this conclusion and promptly wrote as he wished. Shenwei remained in the background, but as he observed the characters on the memorial tablet, a flicker of darkness passed through his eyes. The sharp strokes of the brush retained a feminine delicacy, each line varying in weight. Even the noble daughters of Zhongzhou, who were trained from a young age, might not possess such skill. This woman could not possibly be the Li Yueshu he had investigated. Zhang Laosan cradled the memorial tablet, his fingers gently caressing it. Though he could not read, the characters were indelibly etched into his memory. When he last beheld his wife, his eyes brimmed with resentment and unyielding sorrow. Yet at this moment, they were filled solely with longing and love. Perhaps at this instant, he felt a tinge of regret for having slain the one he cherished most. "Madam Shun, if I agree to your terms, will you assist me in retrieving her remains?" This was the first time Zhang Laosan had addressed Li Yueshu so politely, his tone considerably calmer. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Yueshu nodded, of course, regardless of whether she saved Alian's mother. The goodwill he extended warranted her annual visit to his grave for remembrance. In any realm, being a benefactor is a choice worthy of respect. To her words, Zhang Laosan could not help but chuckle. "I never expected that despite my lack of descendants in this life, someone would still see me off." He seemed to find solace in this thought. "Madam Shun, may I request one final favor from you?" Li Yueshu nodded, urging him to continue. Zhang Laosan lowered his gaze to the memorial tablet. "I hope that during the annual offerings, you might also take a moment to check on her, even if it's merely to brush the dust from her gravestone. Just do not bury us together." Upon hearing the last sentence, Li Yueshu was momentarily taken aback, vaguely grasping his meaning. He truly loved his wife, but wished to confine that love to this lifetime alone. In the next life, he did not wish to encounter her again. Li Yueshu felt a wave of conflicting emotions within her, yet she nodded. "All right, I promise you." The memorial tablet remained behind as a token to accompany him through the remaining months of his life. Upon leaving the dungeon, Li Yueshu set about inscribing the gravestone she had commissioned the day before, ensuring it was placed before Zhang Laosan's wife's resting place. Having completed these tasks, she returned home to share the news of finding a lung donor with Mother Mo. Upon learning of the newfound hope, Mother Mo's joy was palpable, her complexion brightening. Having resolved a significant matter, Shun Wei's condition visibly improved, and Li Yueshu felt an immense sense of relief. She planned to retire early that night for a well-deserved rest. But before nightfall, Yang Shi unexpectedly visited sister-in-law. "I have something I wish to discuss with you privately. Could you accompany me outside?" Yang Shi wore a face of feigned friendliness, yet her demeanor betrayed a hint of anxiety. Li Yueshu did not overlook her expression, a flicker of coldness passing through her eyes. She did not refuse, following Yang Shi outside. Though she claimed they would speak privately, Yang Shi led her further away from the main path. Li Yueshu's cold demeanor intensified, but she remained silent, curious about Yang Shi's ulterior motives. Unbeknownst to them, Xinwei had stealthily followed behind. Chapter 57. Two choices. Yang Shi guided Li Yueshu to a secluded spot on the back mountain. Ensuring no one was around, then donned a familiar, warm smile. Sister-in-law, we are family. There is no need for such hostility, wouldn't you agree? Li Yueshu's expression remained impassive. You brought me here just to say that? Yang Shi's expression faltered, irritation flickering across her face, though she quickly masked it with a smile. Sister-in-law, I know you did not marry willingly to a young girl like you, who would want to become a stepmother to a foolish husband. If I were in your position, I too would feel resentful. I know you share a close bond with your cousin, so I went to your village to bring him here for a heartfelt reunion. Li Yueshu was taken aback, still searching her memories for any trace of a cousin when a man emerged from behind a nearby tree. Upon seeing the tall, lanky man with an utterly ordinary appearance, Li Yueshu finally reconciled him with her memories of her cousin. This man indeed was the original's cousin, known for his silver tongue that had led the original to believe she was destined for greatness. Often bringing her gifts from home, to outsiders, it seemed as though the original and he shared a deep bond, yet in truth, she merely enjoyed the flattery he showered upon her. The man donned a familiar false smile. Yueshu, my dear cousin, it has been too long. You have grown even more beautiful. This was no empty flattery. The current Li Yueshu had indeed become fairer and more rounded than before. More importantly, her commanding presence and piercing gaze demanded attention. The man's eyes lit up. I heard cousin Yueshu's husband is a fool, and you must be a stepmother to 4 children. My heart aches for you. It's this. Yang Shi beamed. You two haven't seen each other in over a year. Surely, you have much to discuss. I shall leave you to it. With that, she turned away but did not depart, instead standing nearby as if to keep watch. Realizing this, Li Yueshu understood everything. Her gaze turned frigid, and she regarded Yang Shi with a hint of murderous intent. She had hoped that after the incident with Shen Wang, the Shen family would behave, but it appeared they were truly unafraid of death. The man noticed her icy demeanor but dismissed it, rubbing his hands together as he approached. Cousin Yueshu, I know you harbor much resentment and frustration. Your cousin is here to listen. Share your troubles with me. An inappropriate glint flickered in his eyes as he reached out to place a hand on Li Yueshu's shoulder. From the shadows, Xinwei observed this scene, his beautiful eyes darkening with murderous intent as he gripped a leaf tightly. In the next moment, Li Yueshu suddenly grasped the man's hand. Do you know what happened to the last man who tried to take advantage of me? The man froze, confusion washing over him. But upon meeting her frosty gaze, he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Meanwhile, Xinwei recalled the incident with Shen Wang, raising an eyebrow before discarding the leaf. With a sharp crack, the man's arm bent at an unnatural angle. Simultaneously, Li Yueshu kicked out, striking him low. Ah! A cry of agony escaped his lips as he crumpled to the ground. Hearing the commotion, Yang Shi turned in alarm and rushed over. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? What do you think I'm doing? Without hesitation, Li Yueshu delivered a powerful kick that sent Yang Shi sprawling several meters away. From her elevated position, she glared down at Yang Shi. Do you know what happened to Shen Wang the last time he acted this way? Yang Shi's face contorted in pain, and upon hearing Li Yueshu's words, her expression shifted to one of sheer terror. Understanding dawned on Li Yueshu, and she coldly smiled, turning her attention back to the man. I offer you 2 choices. Either I ruin your happiness for the rest of your life, or you do to her what you intended for me. The familiar words echoed in the air, prompting Xinwei to raise an eyebrow, suddenly struck by inspiration. He stealthily slipped away, just as he had arrived, without alerting anyone. No, you can't do this. Yang's face had drained of all color. And Li Yueshu, sister-in-law, this is all a misunderstanding. I merely heard that you have a close relationship with your cousin, and since you haven't returned home in over a year, I was concerned that you might be homesick. So I wanted to arrange a meeting between you two. I meant no harm. Li Yueshu gazed at her coldly. And who told you that I had a good relationship with him? Li Xiangru. She told me, Yang stated without hesitation, naming the source. Li Yueshu's gaze darkened, a fleeting chill passing through her eyes. She then turned to the man. Have you made your choice yet? The man covered his vital area. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, still unremoved as he met Li Yueshu's frosty stare. He had no doubt about the veracity of her words. The man directed an angry, fierce glare at Yang, as if he wished to devour her whole. Yang, disregarding her own pain, scrambled backward with all her might. Don't come any closer. If you dare approach, I will not let you off. Faced with her blustering threat, the man was naturally more afraid of Li Yueshu. As he drew nearer, Yang was filled with terror and grabbed anything within reach to hurl at him. The ground held nothing but dirt and dry leaves, which felt like nothing upon impact. Yet it ignited the man's fury. If it weren't for this woman inciting trouble in the village, he wouldn't have found himself in this predicament. With that thought, the man unleashed all his pent-up emotions on Yang. Showing no mercy, "Let go of me. Get away." Yang struggled like a madwoman, but a woman's strength is inherently weaker than a man's, rendering all her efforts futile in a fit of rage. The man tore at Yang's clothing and began to bite down. Yet he did not proceed further. He turned to Li Yueshu, his face a portrait of conflict and fear. Li Yueshu crossed her arms, her expression indifferent. "What are you looking at me for? Continue. I shan't disturb you." The man's expression twitched, his face turning crimson. It hurts?" Only then did Li Yueshu recall that she had kicked him earlier. At that moment, it seemed she sensed something and glanced in a particular direction. Li Yueshu pretended to pull a bottle from her sleeve and tossed it over. Although she said nothing, the man inexplicably grasped her intent, his expression freezing. Yang's eyes widened as she snatched the bottle from the man's hand. Clutching it tightly, Li Yueshu, "You venomous woman!" She glared at Li Yueshu in fury. "How can you, being a woman yourself, harbor such malevolent thoughts?" Li Yueshu smirked mockingly. "I merely returned to you what you intended to do. How does that make me a venomous woman?" Yang's face flushed with indignation, yet she found no words to retort. Li Yueshu turned her gaze coolly to the man. "My patience is limited. If you are unwilling to make a choice, I can assist you in deciding. No. I choose. The man hastily attempted to wrest the medicine from Yang, who was naturally reluctant to part with it. In their struggle, their bodies drew closer, and their clothing loosened even further. Just then, Li Yueshu heard the sound of commotion drawing near. Chapter 58, The End. Observing the two engaged in a fierce struggle, Li Yueshu's lips curled into a slight smile. Seizing the moment while they were distracted, she quietly slipped away. "I heard movement over there. Go take a look." A strange voice suddenly rang out, followed by a flurry of hurried footsteps. The man and Yang were completely oblivious to their surroundings, still grappling with each other, until they suddenly heard a piercing scream. "What are you doing?" The two snapped back to reality, turning to find a large group of people staring at them in shock. Shen Wang stood at the forefront, his eyes fixed on them as if ready to spit fire. Yang screamed, immediately shoving the man off her, clutching her clothes tightly. The man, startled by the scene before him, scrambled to rise and put on his clothes in a flurry. "My goodness, in broad daylight. These two have no shame at all." Chatty Aunt Zhao was the first to speak up. "Shun Laodajia, your son is already 7 or 8 years old. How can you still have the audacity to do such a thing? Shut your mouth." Yang wished to rush at Aunt Zhao and tear her mouth off, finally feeling that the old woman was a nuisance. Shun Wang's face shifted from blue to white, and he could no longer hold back, charging forward. Slap! A resounding smack struck Yang, sending her sprawling on the ground. Unable to regain her composure for a long while. "Scoundrel, you have no shame." "I still maintain some dignity." Shun Wang glared at her, his eyes ablaze with fury. "I'll divorce you. When I return, I will divorce you. A woman like you only brings shame to the Shun family." Yang's mind buzzed, finally regaining her senses just in time to hear his words of divorce. "No, father, I am innocent. We did nothing." Yang clung tightly to his leg. "It was Li Yueshu, that venomous woman who framed me. Yes, it was her. She caused all of this." Yang seemed to grasp a lifeline, quickly looking around for support, but Li Yueshu had long since vanished, and even the man had sensed something amiss and slipped away. Yang was stunned, then suddenly remembered something, hastily pulling out the medicine bottle she had been clutching. "That's right. This is evidence. This belongs to Li Yueshu. It even has the emblem of Hongda Pharmacy. It contains that kind of medicine. She framed me." Seeing her speak with such conviction and presenting evidence, some began to believe her. "You speak nonsense." Shenwei, who had emerged from somewhere, pointed at her with an angry face. "Ashu severed ties with you long ago. What reason would she have to frame you?" He rushed over, snatching the small porcelain bottle from Yang's hand. "Our family has food, drink, and money. If anyone is plotting, it is you trying to frame Ashu and stealing her belongings, you wicked woman." Shenwei looked incensed, raising his hand to strike Yang. He had killed countless people in his life, yet this was the first time he had ever laid a hand on a woman. Shenwei unconsciously curled his lip, but his blows showed no mercy. each punch and slap landing with force. Yang initially did not react, but after a few punches, she immediately began to fight back. Shenwei, of course, would not stand there and take it. He quickly retreated. "You wicked woman, if you dare slander Yueshu again, I will beat you." Shenwei's punches were no joke. Even after just a few strikes, Yang bore wounds. "I am speaking the truth. You are merely defending Li Yueshu." Yang disregarded her pain, knowing that if she did not clarify today's events, her fate would be sealed. "Did you conspire with Li Yueshu to frame me? She lured me here to strike, and you brought half the village to watch, leaving me with no way to explain myself." "Shinlei Adagia, do you know what you are saying?" Aunt Lu stepped forward immediately. The third son discovered that Yueshu was missing and, in a panic, asked everyone to help search. "Who would have guessed that you would run into this unfortunate situation? You know the third son's circumstances. How could he possibly harbor such malicious thoughts? You and that venomous woman, Li Yueshu, are like two peas in a pod. Of course, you would speak for her." Yang cared not for anything else, only wanting to prove her innocence. "Li Yueshu just tricked me over here, and Shenwei brought so many people to look for someone, and it just so happened to arrive here. How could there be such a coincidence in this world?" "How can there not be such a coincidence?" a voice suddenly rang out. The crowd turned to see Li Yueshu emerging slowly from the woods, her petite figure exuding an inexplicable presence. Shenwei's eyes brightened, and he rushed over. "Ah Shu." Li Yueshu gently patted his head, then turned to Yang with a face full of mockery. "You say that I lured you here. The Shun family is so far from here. Who saw us arrive together?" Yang's expression froze. She had deliberately arranged to meet Li Yueshu here to avoid being seen by others, and no one had witnessed them arriving together. Li Yueshu had known this all along, which is why she dared to say so. She chuckled coldly and then took the small porcelain bottle from Shenwei's hand. "You just said that this contains that kind of medicine?" Yang watched her actions with an ominous premonition. The next moment, she watched as Li Yueshu poured out the pills and, in front of everyone, chewed one up, even slipping one to Shenwei. The crowd was stunned by her actions. But after waiting for a long while, they saw no response from either of them. Li Yueshu looked at Yang, who was aghast with a sarcastic gaze. "This contains tonic medicine. I merely went for a stroll and accidentally lost it. Who would have thought it would end up in your mouth as that kind of medicine?" Yang's eyes widened in realization. "You had anticipated this step all along?" Li Yueshu looked down at her, an air of pity in her eyes. "You claim I framed you. Yet since your incident, it has barely been a quarter of an hour, right? In such a short time, do you think I could have hunted a wild boar?" Yang trembled all over. "What do you mean?" Li Yueshu smirked, turning to the village chief. "May I trouble you to arrange for several strong men from the village to go back the way I came and help me carry the wild boar?" "What? You hunted a wild boar all by yourself?" the village chief exclaimed, while the surrounding villagers looked on in shock, not a single one believing her. Li Yueshu remained calm, thanking the traps I previously set. "Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here unscathed." The village chief, astonished, quickly pointed to a few robust men to go, while the others stayed behind. Soon, several strong men emerged carrying a hefty wild boar. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang's heart was consumed by a singular thought. It is over. Chapter 59. Divorce. The wild boar bore several gruesome holes, evidently just extracted from a trap. My goodness, it truly is a wild boar. How on earth did the third son of the Shun family manage this? Just a casual stroll outside led to the capture of a wild boar, something our village's hunters could scarcely achieve. It is now clear that it was Shan's eldest family that lied, and she even attempted to slander others. After the initial astonishment, the crowd turned their scornful gazes towards Yang. "No, it is not as it seems." Yang weakly shook her head, yearning to explain, yet she found herself at a loss for words. "You shameless woman." Shun Wang's face darkened like the bottom of a pot as he raised his hand to deliver another slap. Crack! With a resounding slap, Yang collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her ears rang, and it took her a long while to regain her composure, only to hear Shun Wang shouting, "I want a divorce. Town head, I wish to rid myself of this harlot." "No." Yang was utterly panic-stricken, pleading, "Father, I have done nothing to wrong you. Please don't divorce me." Faced with her desperate entreaties, Shinwang showed no sign of compassion, and the onlookers merely pointed and whispered, none stepping forward to intervene. Throughout the commotion, Li Yueshu maintained an impassive expression, silently observing the farce. When the gathering eventually dispersed, she smiled gently and addressed the crowd. "I shall ensure to notify my family before my next outing. I appreciate everyone making the effort to come today. Tomorrow I will host a pig slaughter banquet, selling the remaining pork at half the market price. So we can all enjoy a lively time together. In a world devoid of refrigerators, she found it impractical to store all the pork in her spatial realm, and it seemed better to extend a favor. Following Yang's uproar, even if she managed to extricate herself from this situation, she would inevitably become the subject of gossip. It is said that one is easily softened by a mouthful of food. Indeed, as soon as Li Yueshu spoke, everyone looked at her with delight, some even volunteering to assist the following day. Only Shen Wang and Yang remained, one in despair, the other in utter hopelessness. The next day, as dawn broke, the pig slaughter banquet was bustling with activity in this remote mountain village. If any family were to catch a wild boar, apart from keeping a portion for themselves, they would typically sell the rest in town. Such a lively pig slaughter banquet was a rare occurrence, and naturally, the villagers were elated. Moreover, Li Yueshu's prices were half of those in the town, further energizing the crowd. In stark contrast to this merriment, the Shen household was enveloped in gloom. Upon returning home last night, Shen Wang had cast Yang out, but as a woman alone in the dead of night, she could not simply leave. The town head intervened, allowing Yang to stay with the Shens for one more night, suggesting they discuss matters the following day. Early the next morning, Shen Wang sought the town head to draft the divorce papers. Expelling Yang from the house, Yang had spent a sleepless night, yet no matter how she pleaded, Shen Wang remained resolute. Left with no alternatives, Yang made her way to town to seek out Shen Chenkai. In recent years, due to the Shen family's rise, she had held her head high in her natal family. If they were to learn of her divorce, they would surely not let her off lightly. Her only hope now lay with her precious son. Shen Chenkai, oblivious to the happenings at home, assumed his mother had come bearing good news. However, upon learning of her divorce, he was taken aback, eyes wide with disbelief. What? Why would father divorce you? It's all that venomous woman Li Yueshu's doing. She deliberately set me up. Yang could not help but cry, recounting the events of the previous night, all the while shifting the blame onto Li Yueshu. Yet, Shen Chenkai appeared less concerned with this aspect, instead fixated on the revelation that the entire village was now aware of the situation. You mean to say the whole village knows? Yang nodded, her expression one of grievance, all because of that Li Yueshu. How could you be so foolish? Shen Chenkai interrupted, his face contorted with anger. I intend to take the imperial examination and achieve greatness. If others learn of your actions, what will become of my future? Yang's eyes widened in shock, struggling to comprehend his words. Shen Chenkai, however, had no time to dwell on her feelings, cautiously glancing around to ensure no one was watching before pulling Yang into a corner. In a hushed tone, he urged, Mother, you must leave at once. Do not let anyone at the academy learn of this. Yang stared at him in disbelief. Chenkai, do you not trust your mother? Shen Chenkai frowned in displeasure. What does it matter if I trust you? The entire village already knows of your disgraceful actions. If you truly cared for my reputation, you should find a nunnery to enter or prove your innocence with your death, rather than coming here to seek me out. If others at the academy were to find out, my future would be ruined. Yang could scarcely believe that her beloved son, whom she had cherished since childhood, could utter such words. Yet, Shen Chenkai had been raised with the belief that he was destined for greatness, and nothing should impede his path. He pushed Yang away. You must return home and refrain from coming to the academy again. With that, he hurried back to his studies, showing no inclination to assist her. Yang stood there, pale and frozen, unable to fathom such an outcome. Not long ago, she had lived in the village's sole blue-tiled house, enjoying a harmonious relationship with her mother-in-law, being cherished by her husband, and having an obedient son. How had it come to this? After much contemplation, she concluded that it was all due to Li Yueshu. Had it not been for that venomous woman, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. With this thought, Yang turned and dashed away. She could not allow that venomous woman to live in peace. Before long, Yang found herself at an inn not far from the academy, seeking out Li Xiangru once more. Miss Li, you must help me. Li Yueshu is intent on driving me to my death. Yang collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. At this juncture, she could no longer afford to consider her pride, lamenting as she recounted the events of the previous night, all the while attributing the blame to Li Yueshu. Li Xiangru was not blind to the implications behind her words and inwardly deemed her foolish, yet she couldn't help but feel perplexed. The more she observed Li Yueshu, the less she resembled the naive and foolish sister she once knew. With her mind flooded with questions, Yang continued to wail. Growing increasingly irritated, Li Xiangru sought any excuse to dismiss her. Thus, Yang's last hope was extinguished. Reluctantly, she took the crumpled divorce papers back to her natal home. Li Xiangru, indifferent to Yang's plight, was preoccupied with the information she had gathered regarding Li Yueshu. The secrets surrounding her sister were multiplying, and it seemed she needed to find an opportunity to meet her again. With a plan forming in her mind, Li Xiangru prepared to take action. She returned to Tongmu County for two reasons: to retrieve a certain item and to seek out Emolian. Now that she had obtained the item, however, there had been no progress on the Emolian front. She needed to take decisive action. Chapter 60. Li Hu. The following day, Li Xiangru returned to the academy. As usual, she engaged with the students under the pretense of discussing poetry and song. After all, as the original heroine, she had devoted considerable effort to this pursuit in her past life to win favor in the second prince's courtyard. Furthermore, the academy students were mostly under 10 years of age, naturally knowing less than she did, with the exception of Shinamine and Emolian. Being of royal lineage, although only 7, Shinamine's education was not comparable to that of ordinary children. Emolian's calm demeanor stemmed entirely from his proximity to Shinamine and his wariness of Li Xiangru's overt attentiveness. Li Xiangru noted their vigilant attitudes and sighed inwardly at their caution. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Emolian was destined to become the prime minister, and it was only logical for him to be astute. Yet, she could find no recollection of Shinamine from her previous life. The second prince never discussed external matters with the concubines, and Li Xiangru had never ventured beyond the confines of the second prince's estate, so her knowledge was limited. She surmised that while Shinamine might currently surpass Emolian, some future event must have transpired to deprive him of opportunities for success. Thus, her attention was entirely focused on Emolian, indifferent even to his deliberate aloofness on the day of the holiday. She even offered to send the two home in a carriage. No need, Emolian declined firmly. We have someone to pick us up. It would be a bother for Miss Eldest. Soon as he finished speaking, Li Yueshu and Shen Wei approached in an ox cart. Li Xiangru regarded the woman before her, who bore only a slight resemblance to the past, but whose skin had become fairer. And her gaze shifted. Yet, she soon donned a warm smile, walking towards Li Yueshu. Sister, it has been so long since we last met. I never imagined you would blossom into such beauty. The moment Li Xiangru uttered these words, everyone was taken aback, even Shen Wei's eyes reflecting surprise. This woman from Zhengzhou is Li Yueshu's sister? Li Yueshu's brow twitched. Truly, she was a woman destined to be revered by all, just moments after inciting Yang to confront her. She now appeared so friendly and at ease. A smile graced Li Yueshu's lips as she remarked, I never expected that a trip to Zhengzhou would leave my sister with such fond memories of me. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Li Xiangru's eyes. Could it be that she had recognized her all along? Li Xiangru's gaze grew increasingly scrutinizing as she continued. I heard that my sister not only adopted 7 orphans but also opened a pharmacy. I had no idea you were skilled in medicine. Li Yueshu feigned ignorance to Li Xiangru's examination, spinning a tale instead. Sister, having accompanied the esteemed to Zhengzhou for several years, you naturally would not know that apart from marrying, I had the fortune of meeting a kind-hearted old doctor who taught me these skills. Seeing her calm demeanor, Li Xiangru found it hard to believe she was lying. Meanwhile, Shen Wei regarded Li Yueshu with a thoughtful expression. What is the reason for her transformation? Why did Chaiyang and the others fail to uncover this? At that moment, a robust figure suddenly emerged from the carriage, exclaiming, Sister, I'm hungry. Everyone's attention was drawn to the voice, revealing a sturdy boy descending from the vehicle. The boy appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, dressed in a reasonably fine outfit, yet his hair was in disarray, resembling a dog's chew toy. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as though his hair had been maliciously hacked off. Despite several hair ties, it could not be tamed. The boy clung to Li Xiangru's leg, looking up with pitiful eyes. Hungry, Li Yueshu immediately thought of Wanyang's daughter, Hu Ling, but the child before her was evidently a boy. Could it be that Li Xiangru had taken in another child in Tongmu County? As she pondered this, she observed Li Xiangru gently patting the boy's head, saying, Li Hu, be good. Sister will take you to eat something delicious soon. Li Yueshu's pupils contracted in shock. Li Hu. Is that the legendary Li Hu? The one known for wielding iron axes that cleave through the world? Li Yueshu recalled that in the original story, Li Xiangru had adopted an orphan many years ago, naming him Li Hu after her own surname. Li Hu had suffered a head injury in his youth, and although his intellect remained at the level of a 2 to 3-year-old, he was a martial arts prodigy and became Li Xiangru's most formidable enforcer. Later, when Shen Jiu rose to become a ruthless general, he met his demise at the hands of Li Hu's iron axes. A sense of determination surged within Li Yueshu. No, she could not allow this child to stay by Li Xiangru's side. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Yet her expression remained one of curiosity as she asked, "When did our family gain a younger brother?" Li Xiangru replied with a warm smile, "I found Li Hu on the street. He looked so pitiful that I brought him home." Li Yueshu raised an eyebrow slightly. Truly, the original protagonist had a knack for picking up strays. First, it was a second prince, and now a god of death. She composed herself in feigned ignorance, asking, "Sister, weren't you visiting a noble in Zhongzhou? I worry that bringing this child with you may not be appropriate." Li Xiangru had not considered this issue. She merely acted out of compassion for the boy. In her past life, she had cared for the second prince's child, so it was natural for her to feel soft-hearted upon encountering a child. After all, he was just an innocent child. Having him around would not pose much of a problem. Just as she was about to voice this, Li Yueshu interjected, "If you find it difficult to arrange, why not entrust the child to me?" The moment those words left her lips, everyone froze. Li Yueshu appeared entirely at ease, stating, "This child has a strong physique and can surely accomplish the work of two. Sister should be aware of my apothecary. All the children I have taken in are working there, and I provide for their meals and lodging, thereby saving on wages." Upon hearing this, Shinamin and Lian exchanged a fleetingly odd glance. Though it was true, before returning home each day, Li Yueshu would give Shen Tan and the others a bit of pocket money, even including Shen Tingyi, with amounts comparable to the wages of most townsfolk. Her words seemed to be directed solely at this boy. Shenwei also looked on with curiosity, feeling that this woman's peculiarities were increasing by the day. Li Xiangru was momentarily taken aback by her statement, then furrowed her brows, saying, "He is still just a child. How can you scheme to have him work for you?" Li Yueshu found herself in agreement with this, as she indeed viewed Shen Tan and the others as children. Yet in this world, they had already reached the age where they could support themselves. Li Xiangru's words were rather intriguing. Facing her reproachful gaze, Li Yueshu shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "If sister is unwilling, so be it. There is no need to label me as harsh towards children. Lian, let us return home." She deliberately called out to Lian, and indeed, she noticed a slight change in Li Xiangru's expression. If she were truly intent on getting closer to Lian, she would undoubtedly seize every opportunity available, as expected. Just as the group prepared to depart in the ox cart, Li Xiangru could not help but call out, "Sister, wait a moment." Chapter 61. Exchange. Li Xiangru wore a gentle smile. "Sister, I was actually waiting for you at the academy gate today, hoping to discuss Lian and his mother with you." Sitting in the ox cart, Li Yueshu towered over her, glancing down with a somewhat condescending expression. "What do you wish to discuss?" Li Xiangru cast a glance at Lian in the cart and said, "Sister, out of goodwill, you have taken in Lian and his mother, and I presume you would not want to see his talents wasted?" Li Yueshu could not help but laugh. "I support his education. When have I ever wasted his talents?" Li Xiangru maintained her warm smile. "I know you have a kind heart, but Tongmu County is merely a small town. I wish to take Lian to Zhongzhou. For him, it would be the best choice in every regard." Li Yueshu chuckled. "Sister, do you truly believe that Lian possesses such talent and will surely achieve greatness in the future?" Li Xiangru remained composed. "I have inquired with the teacher. Given Lian's current knowledge, he surpasses many of his peers in Zhongzhou. I am confident he will surely accomplish much in the future." When she uttered that final sentence, she deliberately glanced at Lian, as if to convey her complete belief in him. For an ordinary scholar from a humble background, receiving such trust and praise was something that countless others could only dream of. Yet Lian felt increasingly wary, sensing that her demeanor conveyed ulterior motives. Li Yueshu recognized her intention to win over a future high-ranking official and unflinchingly exposed the truth. In the academy, Lian's talents rank only second. Min's abilities far exceed his. Why do I not see sister holding Min in such high regard? The mention of my Min caused Shinamin to momentarily freeze. It was a title he had not heard in 3 years, as even his mother often referred to him in such a manner. The others failed to notice his expression and turned their gazes to Li Xiangru. Seemingly eager to hear her response, Li Xiangru's expression stiffened, clearly caught off guard by the question. However, it was only for a moment before she regained her gentle smile. "When it comes to status, the Shun family's elder son should still address me as aunt. With my sister and brother-in-law present, I cannot possibly tear your family apart." Li Yueshu raised an eyebrow, a slight smirk playing on her lips. "Sister, you are someone who has seen the world in Zhongzhou. Since you hold Lian in such high esteem, I must nurture him well. Who knows, perhaps he will indeed rise to a lofty position in the future. And I shall be the one to enjoy the fruits of that labor." Li Xiangru's expression faltered, clearly taken aback by her unexpected line of thought. She hesitated. "I have faith in Lian's abilities. However, given the level of Tongmu County, I fear that no teacher here could compare to those in Zhongzhou, and Lian's talents may be squandered. Her words implied that if Lian did not accompany her to Zhongzhou, he would be deprived of a promising future. Li Yueshu burst into laughter. Sister, how amusing. I ask for a foolish child, and you refuse, yet now you wish for me to hand over a highly talented scholar. If he were to achieve greatness in the future, how would I not regret it? Her candid words nearly left Li Xiangru at a loss, as she had become accustomed to speaking indirectly during her previous life in the second prince's courtyard. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her displeasure and said, I have heard that you care for the 7 orphans you have taken in quite well, so I trust you will also look after Li Hu. Hearing this, Li Yueshu's heart stirred, but she refrained from responding. Indeed, Li Xiangru paused before continuing, if sister truly desires Li Hu, I am willing to relinquish him to you, but I genuinely do not wish to see Lian's talents go unnoticed. She fixed her gaze on Li Yueshu, as if to inquire if she understood her meaning. Li Yueshu understood all too well, but she feigned a frown, appearing conflicted. Sensing Li Xiangru's anxiousness, she slowly began to speak. I promised to help Lian's mother with her illness, and I took in Lian to better care for her. If sister wishes to take Lian to Zhongzhou, should we not consult Lian and his mother first? They are my guests, and I cannot make decisions on their behalf. Seeing her relent, Li Xiangru nodded repeatedly. Of course, how about I accompany you now to speak with Mo's mother? Li Yueshu hesitated, glancing at the bewildered Li Hu beside her. Li Xiangru instantly understood. After all, I am temporarily residing under another's roof. If I were to take Lian and his mother with me, I might not be able to care for Li Hu properly. So this matter may have to trouble you, sister. As she spoke, she gently nudged Li Hu towards Li Yueshu. Li Hu, not comprehending the situation, sensed that this action signified abandonment and immediately panicked. Sister, no, I want sister. Seeing his pitiful expression, Li Xiangru's heart softened. Subconsciously, she felt she should keep Li Hu with her. Thus, she looked up at Li Yueshu, just as she opened her mouth to speak. However, Li Yueshu interjected first. It seems this child is quite fond of you, sister, so I shall not force the issue. I can always find a strong child at the slave market later. With that, she raised her whip to strike the ox's rear. Wait, Li Xiangru instinctively called out, then squatted down to speak to Li Hu. Be good, from now on, you shall follow this sister. She will ensure you have delicious food and fun, and no one will bully you again. Li Hu grasped her words only partially, instinctively clinging to the one person who had shown him kindness aside from his mother. Li Xiangru felt somewhat helpless, but patiently reassured him, this sister has many little friends. They will all be your friends. Don't you want to play with your friends? At this, Li Hu's eyes brightened as he turned to look at the beautiful sister in the ox cart. Li Yueshu was quite cooperative as she took a piece of pastry from the paper package in Shan Tingwen's arms. Aren't you hungry? This is for you. Die in an instant. Li Hu forgot everything else and, without a second thought, rushed over to grab the pastry from her hand. Li Yueshu chuckled softly and gently patted his head. Li Hu made no resistance and even smiled foolishly at her. Witnessing this scene, Li Xiangru couldn't help but furrow her brows, feeling as if she had misplaced something of great importance. Before she could sort through her emotions, she saw Li Yueshu effortlessly lift the burly Li Hu onto the ox cart. Then turn to her and say, let's go. Li Xiangru came to her senses and hurried onto her own cart, following her back to the village. On the way home, Lian hesitated, glancing at Li Yueshu's back. Shan Tingwen, unable to contain himself, spoke up. Do you really think she intends to hand you over to Li Xiangru? Lian cast a glance at the unresponsive figure ahead, choosing not to reply. Yet his brows were clearly etched with concern. Observing this, Shan Imin also chimed in. She said she would ask your mother's opinion. Do you really believe your mother would go along with her? Lian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, the worry in his expression dissipating entirely. Shan Wei, having remained silent throughout, cast a sidelong glance at Li Yueshu's retreating figure, his eyes reflecting a hint of amusement. Upon returning home, Li Yueshu distributed snacks to the children as usual and pointed out Mu's room to Li Xiangru, then disregarded her further. The Shen Tanchi group was entirely oblivious to the events that had transpired. Although curious, they refrained from asking further, seeing that Li Yueshu appeared completely unconcerned. Only Lian occasionally directed his gaze toward the room where his mother was. Despite knowing that his mother would not agree, he couldn't suppress his worries. After some time, Li Xiangru finally emerged from the room with a sullen expression. At this sight, Lian instinctively let out a breath of relief, then returned his focus to his own affairs. Li Yueshu, however, took the initiative to approach her with a bright smile, asking, Sister, have you finished your chat? Would you like me to help pack some things for Lian? Li Xiangru's expression stiffened momentarily. Her smile strained as she replied, "Sister, you truly have a knack for being likable, making one reluctant to seize the opportunity to escape, willingly letting you heal them." Li Yueshu's smile remained warm, seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm in her words. "Perhaps it's because my medical skills are so exceptional that I earn such trust." Li Xiangru shot her a cold glare before turning on her heel and leaving. Li Yueshu stood at the door, beaming as she waved goodbye to the cart. "Sister, take care, and do come visit me again." Inside the cart, upon hearing this, Li Xiangru felt a tightness in her chest, an indescribable annoyance washing over her. She felt as if she had unwittingly suffered a significant loss. Upon reflection, she had lost a Li Hu, but the Mo Lien mother-son duo must have sensed her goodwill, which hardly constituted a loss. Watching the cart drive away, Li Yueshu glanced back at Li Hu, who was playing with the children and utterly unaware of the situation. Her smile satisfied. So far, she had managed to seize 2 opportunities from Li Xiangru, the original protagonist, without suffering any backlash. Could this mean that the power of the plot was not as formidable as anticipated? If that were indeed the case, it would be considerably easier for her to alter the destinies of the 4 children in the future. Noting the evident joy on her face, Shun Emin's eyes flickered with suspicion. Approaching Li Yueshu, he suddenly inquired, "Why did you seek to acquire this, Li Hu?" Li Yueshu turned to look at him and replied, "If I said I believe this child is destined for greatness, would you believe me?" Her gaze was unwavering, giving no indication of deceit, which left Shin Emin perplexed. How could she deduce that a child, whose intellect was not even on par with Yu, was bound for greatness? Mo Lien, standing between them, curiously asked, "Madam, what do you think Li Xiangru's intentions are in getting close to me?" Li Yueshu glanced at the disappearing cart, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Perhaps she believes you are destined for greatness and seeks to draw you in first." Mo Lien naturally did not believe this notion, for the future remained unpredictable. However, Shan Emin, observing Li Yueshu's seemingly all-knowing demeanor, felt a sudden intrigue. "Then is your assistance to a Lien for this same reason?" Li Yueshu shifted her gaze back to the 2, who were now staring at her with palpable curiosity. As if awaiting an answer, she smiled gently. "A Lien has saved you, so we naturally must repay the kindness. Moreover, I too believe a Lien is destined for greatness. Who knows, he might even become the prime minister of a nation in the future, which would be quite the advantage for me." Shin Emin and Mo Lien had not expected her to acknowledge this so readily, yet they dismissed her words without much thought. It was only years later, when Mo Lien truly became the youngest prime minister in the history of Nan Kingdom, that they recalled Li Yueshu's words from that day, filled with astonishment. At this moment, however, the 2 were unaware. Attributing her remarks to being swayed by Li Xiangru's words, Li Yueshu offered no explanation, reaching out to ruffle their hair. "Focus on your studies, and I shall prepare dinner for you." Mo Lien nodded with a warm smile. But Shan Emin stood frozen in place. This woman actually dared to touch his head? Did she not know that a man's head should not be touched? Shan Emin's expression darkened, and he remained sullen even during dinner. Li Yueshu, oblivious to the situation, inquired with Mo Lien, who naturally understood the reason behind his friend's sulking and discreetly explained it to Li Yueshu. Li Yueshu was taken aback, reflecting on how this child, who usually appeared gentle and accommodating, could be so petty. With this thought, Li Yueshu reached out to tussle his hair a couple more times. "Finish your meal quickly. Soon you will need to help give Li Hu a bath." As expected, Shan Emin's expression darkened further. Mo Lien, who had been sipping his soup, nearly burst into laughter upon witnessing this. Li Yueshu placed great emphasis on hygiene. Even in the countryside, as the weather grew colder, she insisted that the children bathe frequently. With many family members, although there was only one shower room, it was spacious enough to serve as a large bathhouse. After boiling water, Li Yueshu instructed the boys, including Shan Emin, to take Li Hu in for a wash first. While she prepared the water and listened to the girls recount what they had learned that day, Shan Emin hurriedly emerged from the bathing area with Li Hu in tow. Water dripped from his body, his clothes hastily thrown on, and his face flushed with embarrassment. Li Yueshu looked on in confusion. "What happened?" Shan Emin hesitated as he glanced at Li Hu beside him. Suddenly recalling something, he immediately released his grip. She is a girl." Li Yueshu was momentarily stunned, unable to process the revelation. She stared at the bewildered Li Hu, whose clothes were in disarray, and after a moment's pause, pulled her into a corner and unfastened her outer garment. "So, she truly is a girl." In that instant, a thought struck her. Could it be that Li Hu was actually Wayne Yang's daughter, Hu Ling? Yet she distinctly remembered that in the original story, the formidable Li Hu was undeniably male. As Li Yueshu pondered this puzzling scenario, She suddenly recalled a detail she had overlooked. She remembered the narrative concerning the valiant Li Hu and the powerful eunuch Shen Amin. In the original tale, Li Xiangru often neglected Li Hu to consolidate her power, leaving him vulnerable to bullying due to his perceived foolishness. It was during one such incident that Shen Amin, in a rare act of kindness, intervened. Having grown accustomed to the treachery of the court, he was taken aback by such innocence and kindness, leading him to take a special interest in Li Hu. However, upon discovering that Li Hu had killed his younger brother, their relationship soured, resulting in enmity that left many fans of the couple lamenting their fate. The original story had merely brushed over their interactions, and due to her rapid reading pace, Li Yueshu had nearly forgotten this detail. Observing the dazed Li Hu in her arms, Li Yueshu's gaze softened considerably. A childhood sweetheart development? Quite intriguing. Li Yueshu resolved to find a way to cure Li Hu's affliction. Despite her larger frame compared to other girls her age, it was unlikely she would grow to be so robust. It was likely due to the excessive consumption of various medications. With proper care, she could undoubtedly return to a normal stature. This child had delicate and charming features, and she would surely grow into a beautiful young lady. Chapter 63. Changing surnames. Li Yueshu personally prepared a variety of delicious dishes, packing them into a food box as she, along with Emolian and Li Hu, boarded the ox cart to as for Shenwei. He feigned illness to remain at home. Though Li Yueshu could not discern what ailment he suffered from, she did not suspect anything amiss and simply allowed him to rest at home, promising to check on him upon her return. The reason Shenwei stayed behind was that he had received news from Chai Yangxing. He seized an opportunity to slip away from home and made his way to a remote mountain. "Greetings, my lord." Chai Yangxing knelt respectfully in greeting. Shenwei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his upright demeanor starkly contrasting with the surrounding environment. "What is the situation in Zhongzhou? My lord, the news of your survival has spread. Those who previously sought to stir unrest within the military have quieted down. Yet they are secretly searching for your whereabouts, and some have begun to investigate in the direction of Tongmu County." Chai Yang relayed the details meticulously, leaving no aspect unaddressed. As for any news regarding Li Yueshu, there had been no response from Chiyun Tower. Upon hearing Li Yueshu's name, Shenwei's expression shifted slightly, instinctively recalling the scene he had glimpsed that day. For reasons unknown, he chose not to disclose this matter, opting to continue his investigation. "What about the items I requested?" In response, Chai Yangxing retrieved a small box from his pocket, opened it, and respectfully presented it to Shenwei. Inside the box lay a neatly folded flesh-colored object. Shenwei raised a hand to his neck, peeling off a human skin mask that had been affixed to his face. The human skin mask had been worn for quite some time, and if it were to be donned any longer, it would soon reveal its flaws. Beneath the mask lay a visage meticulously sculpted by the heavens, a face with cold, hard cheeks, a prominent nose, and elegantly drooping phoenix eyes, rendering him reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth, exuding an aura of untouchable nobility. In the next moment, a skeletal hand emerged from the box, retrieving another human skin mask and instantly transforming back into the unremarkable countenance of Shenwei. On the other side, Li Yueshu brought 3 children to the county jail's dungeon, first seeking an audience with Zhang Laosan. Upon noticing that she had brought 3 children with her today, Zhang Laosan raised an eyebrow, remarking, "I thought you would no longer come after obtaining what you desired." Despite his words, his body betrayed him as he promptly approached the table, appearing ready to feast at any moment. Li Yueshu replied directly, "I came to check on you, fearing you might have a sudden change of heart." Olian respectfully clasped his hands in greeting to Zhang Laosan, opening the food box to present the dishes inside. Zhang Laosan did not hesitate, picking up chopsticks to dig in. After a couple of bites, his eyes brightened. "Have you changed restaurants? The food today is quite delightful." Li Yueshu smiled. "I personally prepared it." Zhang Laosan, somewhat surprised, began to doubt what else this young lady could be capable of. He did not hold back his praise, declaring, "If your culinary skills were to open a restaurant, it would surely thrive." Flattered by the compliment, Li Yueshu felt elated, yet she was already overwhelmed with the apothecary and had no intention of opening a restaurant. After delivering the meal to Zhang Laosan, she led the 3 children to Wayne Yang's cell. Hearing the commotion, Wayne Yang, who had been resting, turned her head. Upon seeing the figures before her, her curiosity swiftly transformed into joy. Linger. Wayne Yang immediately spotted her daughter, Li Hu, for the first time dressed in such fine garments, looking immaculate and tidy, rendering her momentarily unrecognizable. "Mother!" Li Hu clearly recognized her mother and dashed from behind Li Yueshu, leaping into Wayne Yang's embrace. "Linger, it really is you, my dear daughter." "My Linger, Wei Nyang's eyes welled with tears. Her voice choked with emotion. Li Yueshu produced another food box, filled with a meal several times larger than Zhang Laosan's. This portion was meant for them to share with Wei Nyang. Once Wei Nyang regained her composure, she wiped her tears and looked towards Li Yueshu. Madam Shun. This is... She evidently did not grasp the current situation as she pulled her daughter closer. Li Yueshu smiled gently. I intend to personally raise your daughter and wish to inquire about your opinion. Wei Nyang was taken aback. Unable to comprehend her words, Li Yueshu stood and guided her to sit at the table, explaining, wasn't your daughter chosen by someone from Zhengzhou? However, I have taken her back and plan to raise her myself. I wonder if Wei Nyang would consent? The best way to keep the child close was to establish a legitimate reason. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Nyang nodded, naturally willing. Being taken in by Madame Shun was a blessing for Linger. Though she had only met Li Yueshu thrice, she trusted in her kindness more than entrusting Linger to a complete stranger. Thus, she refrained from questioning Li Yueshu's motivations. After all, there was little to gain for either mother or daughter. If Li Yueshu had sinister intentions for Linger, there was no need for her to make this trip today. Li Yueshu had prepared her words in advance, but she was caught off guard by Wei Nyang's swift agreement. However, it also spared her the trouble. She directly sat beside Wei Nyang, stating, actually, it is not about adoption. I plan to go to the county office this afternoon to register the child's household under your name. So she will bear your surname. Wei Ling, after all, she was the biological mother. Even if Li Yueshu intended to adopt her, it was unreasonable to have her name on the registration while her mother was still alive. Wei Nyang was momentarily stunned. She glanced at her daughter, who was clinging to her, and then nodded, her eyes glistening with tears. All right, I will follow Madame Shun's wishes. Li Yueshu smiled knowingly, waving her hand. Rest assured, Wei Nyang, I will treat Linger as my own daughter and ensure that no one will bully her in the future. The future goddess of slaughter would likely have no one daring to offend her. Wei Nyang nodded with a smile, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Li Yueshu patted her hand. This is a cause for celebration. Let us enjoy my culinary skills. Though they were in the dungeon, the four of them dined joyfully. After finishing their meal, Li Yueshu took Emoli into the market to purchase some items, allowing Wei Nyang and her daughter to spend more time together. When it was time to leave, with Li Hu, or rather Wei Ling, the parting left Wei Nyang with tear-streaked cheeks and a heavy heart. Observing this, Li Yueshu promised to bring Wei Ling to visit her every day henceforth. Wei Nyang's expression darkened. She was aware that her time was limited, and the prospect of daily visits seemed dubious. Though Wei Ling did not comprehend the situation fully and felt reluctant to leave her mother, she was ultimately coaxed away by Li Yueshu. During the break at home, Shen Amin and Emolian remained diligent, engrossed in their studies. Yet, Shen Amin, who was usually the most focused, found himself holding a book without turning a page for an extended period. His gaze frequently drifted to Wei Ling, who was smiling innocently not far away. For some unknown reason, the girl was particularly fond of clinging to Shen Amin. When Li Yueshu inquired, the little girl, with her unclear speech, replied, "Brother? Handsome." Li Yueshu raised an eyebrow, gently pinching her cheek. "You have a good eye, little one. But what about me? Am I handsome?" Wei Ling clapped her hands with delight. "Handsome, handsome," Li Yueshu playfully teased her, oblivious to the expression on Shen Amin's face nearby. Chapter 64. Betrothal. Due to her clinginess, Wei Ling followed Shen Amin closely throughout the day. Although he was somewhat helpless, he did not push her away. Surprisingly, after dinner, Shen Amin took the initiative to approach Li Yueshu. Noticing his conflicted demeanor, Li Yueshu set aside her work and gently inquired, "What is it, Amin? What do you wish to discuss with your mother?" Shen Amin bit his lip, ultimately steeling his resolve. "I would like to ask you to approach Linger's mother for a betrothal. I want to take responsibility for her." Li Yueshu was taken aback, nearly toppling from her seat. "You?" She momentarily found herself at a loss for words. "You are still just children, lacking understanding. What happened last night was merely an accident." While she appreciated the child's sense of responsibility, this was not the way to go about it. Shen Amin blushed yet remained steadfast in his conviction. "Father always taught me that a man must stand tall and bear his responsibilities, regardless of age. That I cannot act as if nothing occurred." Li Yueshu felt somewhat exasperated. "But you both have a long future ahead of you. What if you encounter someone you truly like later on? Having such a betrothal could complicate matters. Moreover, have you considered Linger's feelings in this? Although the two were indeed the official pair in the original story, they were still merely children, and the future remained uncertain." To her surprise, Shen Amin nodded, stating, "I have asked, and Linger agrees." Li Yueshu was momentarily speechless. "That child knows nothing. She just thinks you're handsome and wants to cling to you." This child, at such a young age, already knows how to employ her charms. Before she could formulate a response, Shin Amin interjected, perhaps we should add a clause to the marriage contract. If either party is unwilling in the future, the betrothal will be automatically annulled. This proposal sparked a glimmer of interest in Li Yueshu's eyes. Truly, this boy was destined for greatness, capable of wielding influence and power. Such a condition would not only hold him accountable for his actions but also prevent future entanglements. Seeing Shin Amin's determination, Li Yueshu could only reluctantly agree. This was the formidable power of narrative, a designated pair that could not simply be escaped. The following day, Li Yueshu took a leave of absence from the academy and, accompanied by Shin Amin and Wei Ling, went to town to procure various items before heading to the dungeon. This meeting not only celebrated the heartwarming reunion between Wanyang and Wei Ling but also showcased Shin Amin's gentlemanly demeanor. Although he was young, his conduct was impeccable, exuding the grace of a scion from a prominent family. Once the conversation reached a comfortable pause, Li Yueshu suggested that Shin Amin take Wei Ling outside while she broached the subject of the previous night's events with Wanyang. Lacking experience in such matters, she tentatively began. The boy you just met is my eldest son, Shin Amin. He is a kind-hearted child, excelling in all areas at the academy. Even the teachers commend him. And he is bound to become the youngest scholar in Tongmu County. Listening to her words, Wanyang, though puzzled, did not hesitate to offer her praise. Madam is indeed fortunate. Your son possesses both talent and character, and he is destined for great achievements. Li Yueshu smiled. So, Wanyang also thinks highly of my Amin? Wanyang nodded, her curiosity deepening. Observing this, Li Yueshu hesitated before continuing. What do you think about us arranging a betrothal between the two children? Upon hearing this, Wanyang appeared bewildered, her expression reflecting disbelief. Li Yueshu, having anticipated this reaction, clarified, to be honest, I initially thought Linger was a boy, which is why I had Amin take her for a bath. Noticing Wanyang's expression shift, she quickly added, historically, boys and girls do not share the same space after the age of 3. While they are still children, Amin is responsible and voluntarily offered to take responsibility, which is why I am proposing this betrothal. Due to her illness, Wanyang's complexion was often pale, but at that moment, whether from anger or another emotion, her cheeks flushed. Upon this, Li Yueshu contemplated for a moment before speaking again. I wish to draft a marriage contract for the two children, but with an additional clause stipulating that should either child develop affections for another as they grow, this union may be annulled at that time. I shall take Linger as my goddaughter, ensuring she has a splendid wedding. With no slighting whatsoever. Wanyang hesitated, her head bowed, her expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Li Yueshu had anticipated Wanyang's reaction and was not in haste for her to respond. She could take her time to consider the matter, as the decision lay solely with her. Whenever she felt ready to convey her thoughts, she could do so. Li Yueshu recognized that Wanyang held a profound love for her daughter. Given that the child was only 5 or 6 years old and was being betrothed to someone she had met only once, it was natural for her to be apprehensive. Understanding her sentiments, Li Yueshu did not press for an answer. Just as she was about to shift the conversation, Wanyang suddenly lifted her gaze, stating, I trust Madam Shun. I accept this marriage proposal. The response caught Li Yueshu off guard, as it was unexpected that she would acquiesce so readily. Observing the look of surprise on her face, Wanyang offered a gentle smile. Had Madam Shun not informed me, I would have been forever oblivious to the fact that my Linger is indeed a girl, and it was only after I met the eldest son that this matter was brought to light. This is a gesture of respect towards both me and Linger. Wanyang's eyes, filled with affection and guilt, rested on her daughter in her arms. It is my negligence that has caused Linger to suffer, resulting in her current state. Given Linger's condition, finding a suitable match in the future will be a formidable challenge, let alone for someone of Madame Shun's stature. Yet, as a mother, I secretly wish for her to have a better life. Thus, despite knowing this betrothal is an ambitious endeavor, I still wish to accept it with fortitude. Li Yueshu comprehended her intentions. It was precisely because she understood Wanyang's maternal feelings that she had proposed this matter so swiftly. Given Wanyang's health, she likely would not live to see her sentence fully served. The future of her daughter was undoubtedly her greatest concern. Wanyang looked at Li Yueshu, her eyes brimming with tears, saying, I implore Madam Shun, regardless of the outcome for the two children, my only wish is for Linger to live a life of peace and health. Li Yueshu met her gaze with unwavering determination. Nodding, I shall do all within my power to cure Linger's affliction, ensuring her a lifetime devoid of worry. Her words caused a tremor of hope to ripple through Wanyang's eyes. Is it truly possible to treat Linger's condition? After a moment's hesitation, Li Yueshu finally replied honestly, there is a method, though success is not guaranteed. However, Linger's condition has arisen from prolonged medication, and I am confident I can restore her health. She will undoubtedly grow into a beautiful young woman. Upon hearing this, Wayne Yang could not help but feel a surge of joy, albeit tinged with anxiety. Will this process entail any risks? Li Yueshu shook her head. It is a conservative treatment approach, posing little to no risk. The weight upon Wayne Yang's shoulders seemed to lift in an instant, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Thank you. Beyond those two words, she found herself at a loss for how to express her gratitude. In the following days, Li Yueshu took Linger to the dungeon daily to visit Wayne Yang, often mentioning Shen Amin, allowing Wayne Yang to become better acquainted with her future son-in-law. Shen Wei remained by their side, observing how she spoke of Shen Amin with such familiarity, feeling utterly astonished. For a fleeting moment, he even believed this woman might be the biological mother of Amin, given her intimate knowledge of his every action and habit. He was now certain that this was not the woman he had initially been betrothed to by the Shun family. Yet he sensed her deep affection for the children, leaving no reason to suspect she was sent by the people of Zhongzhou. Who then was she? Shen Wei pondered in confusion. Meanwhile, Li Xiangru, having exhausted every effort to win Mo Lian's favor, ultimately resolved to abandon her pursuit. Having accomplished her primary objective in Tongmu County, it was time for her to return to Zhongzhou to initiate her next steps. After an extended absence, given the second prince's flirtatious nature, it was likely that his novelty towards her had begun to wane. Until she secured a more advantageous ally, she could not afford to lose the second prince's favor and thus could not afford to linger any longer. Upon hearing of her departure, Li father and Li mother were filled with reluctance. Though they understood little, they recognized that Li Xiangru was a woman of strong will, and if she insisted on leaving, they would not hinder her. Li mother prepared a plethora of local delicacies, along with her homemade pickled vegetables, eager to send her off with what she deemed the best provisions. Li Xiangru, however, had little regard for these items, leaving them behind while also leaving some silver coins. Father, mother, do you remember what I instructed you previously? Seeing her dutifulness, Li father and Li mother could not help but tear up, nodding vigorously. We remember. We remember. Rest assured, no matter who inquires, you shall insist that you found me outside. Li Yueshu is our biological daughter. Li Xiangru nodded, but then couldn't help but admonish after I leave, ensure this matter becomes known throughout the village. It is best if everyone believes it. Li father replied resolutely, you need not worry. Your instructions have been etched into our dreams. We know what to do. Li mother wiped her tears and suddenly recalled. Oh, a few days ago, a woman from the Shin family came to see me, wanting me to educate Li Yueshu, claiming she had caused unrest in her new home and had incited her husband to sever ties with the Shin family. Li Xiangru frowned in displeasure. Did you agree? Li mother felt a pang of anxiety. No. I merely said that since you returned, our home has been busy, and I would attend to it later. Li Xiangru became slightly displeased. Mother, since my sister is now married, that is a matter for another household. Then, lowering her voice, she added, Mother, remember that my sister is your true daughter. If you assist outsiders against her, what will others think? As she spoke, she cast a pointed glance towards the door. Li mother instantly understood, nervously grasping Li Xiangru's hand. I was foolish before. You need not worry. I will not assist that woman from the Shen family. Li Xiangru reiterated her concerns a few more times before finally departing. Upon returning to the inn, Li Xiangru instructed her companions to pack her belongings, preparing to set off for Zhongzhou at dawn. Upon learning of her imminent departure, Shin Changkai was thrown into a panic. For the past few days, he had been devising ways to sneak out of the academy to find Li Xiangru, but each time he encountered a closed door. After investing so much effort, hearing that she was leaving so abruptly left him unwilling to concede. Thus, Shin Changkai decided to skip class and loiter outside the inn, and when he saw Li Xiangru emerge, he immediately blocked her path as she approached the carriage. The coachman, a guard assigned by the second prince, swiftly kicked him aside. Ouch, Miss Li, it's me, I'm Shan Changkai. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangru instantly recalled who he was, wrinkling her nose in distaste. During this time, Shin Changkai had clung to her like a persistent burr, making it impossible for her to shake him off. Just hearing his name was irksome. Just as she was about to turn and board the carriage, Shin Changkai called out, Wait, Miss Li, I have something important to discuss with you. Li Xiangru showed no signs of pausing, stepping into the carriage, and the coachman took his seat, preparing to leave. Seeing this, Shin Changkai, disregarding his pain, scrambled to grab hold of the carriage. I know you came here for Mo Lian. I have a way to ensure he goes to Zhongzhou with you. The coachman raised his whip, ready to strike. But suddenly, Li Xiangru's voice rang out from within the carriage. Wait! In the next moment, her slender, fair fingers lifted the curtain, gazing at the person beside the carriage. Her eyes brimmed with curiosity. Do you truly have a way? Shin Shenkai nodded vigorously, but then seemed to reconsider, shaking his head. Noting his inconsistency, Li Xiangru was about to question him when he said, Actually, it's not me. It's my father. He heard me mention that you wish to take Emolian to Zhengzhou, but were thwarted by Li Yueshu. He has a way to help you. I came today to invite you to my home. My father and grandmother have already prepared a feast to welcome you. Li Xiangru narrowed her eyes slightly, seemingly contemplating the veracity of his words. Shin Shenkai watched her with eager anticipation, though only he knew the tension gnawing at him. After what felt like an eternity, Li Xiangru finally spoke. I shall trust you this once. Lead the way. With that, she lowered the curtain and re-entered the carriage. All right. Shin Shenkai scrambled up, ready to lift the curtain, but was seized by the coachman. You stay right there. Though Shin Shenkai often acted boisterously, he was still a child under 10, and he dared not defy the towering coachman. Nevertheless, he took the opportunity to shoot a glare at him when the latter was distracted. Just wait. Once I become the master, I shall deal with this oblivious coachman. The carriage traveled swiftly, and before long, they spotted Shin Mother and Shun Wang waiting at the entrance of the Shun residence. In such a remote village, even ox carts were a rarity, so the arrival of such a finely crafted carriage captured everyone's attention. A few recognized it as the carriage that had recently visited the home of Shun Laosan, rumored to belong to Li Yueshu's sister. However, today, the carriage was headed straight for the Shun household. What could this mean? Curiosity piqued, the villagers gathered at the entrance of the Shun residence. Shun Wang immediately bowed and invited Li Xiangru inside, his demeanor dripping with flattery. Li Xiangru glanced at the onlookers, realizing it was indeed inappropriate to discuss their matters in such public view, and thus followed him into the courtyard. The table inside was set with several dishes, yet not a trace of meat could be found. Li Xiangru had been spoiled by her upbringing in her previous life, so naturally, she looked down upon such things. She bluntly asked Shin Wang, You mentioned there is a way for Emolian to accompany me to Zhengzhou. What is this method? Chapter 66. Just this one son. Shin Wang's eyes flickered momentarily. Miss Li, please don't be anxious. Let us have something to eat while we discuss this. As he spoke, he took the initiative to sit beside Li Xiangru, shifting his chair closer to her. Upon witnessing his actions, Li Xiangru furrowed her brow, her gaze a warning. I detest being deceived. Since you are aware that I hail from Zhengzhou, you should comprehend the consequences of incurring my wrath. Shun Wang instinctively shuddered, clearly taken aback by her words. Shin's mother, however, did not perceive Li Xiangru's intimidating presence directly. She felt a surge of anger seeing her son intimidated by a woman. We witnessed that venomous woman, Li Yueshu, disregard even your sister. It was out of indignation that I offered my assistance. How can you not appreciate it? Li Xiangru shot a cold glance at her, a look that inexplicably unsettled Shen's mother. Shun Wang, regaining his composure, quickly apologized. My mother has been bewildered by that Li Yueshu. Miss Li, please show mercy and do not hold it against her. As he spoke, he obsequiously poured a glass of wine for Li Xiangru. I raise a toast to Miss Li, as an apology on behalf of my mother. Li Xiangru had no desire to waste time drinking wine. Yet it was evident that this family aimed to gain some advantage from her. Considering the future of Emolian, she suppressed her irritation and lifted the wine cup before her. Outside, Shin Shenkai dismounted from the carriage and obstructed the driver at the door, appearing intent on confronting him. Why did you kick me just now? The driver, unwilling to waste time on such a fool, attempted to bypass him and enter, but Shin Shenkai would not grant him that opportunity. He seemed determined to demand an explanation from the driver, even threatening that if he did not apologize, he would have Li Xiangru dismiss him. The driver, who had followed the second prince since childhood, had never encountered such a simpleton. Were it not for the fact that this man was evidently of use to Li Xiangru, he would have dealt with him decisively long ago. Yes, he pondered whether to simply knock this nuisance unconscious. He suddenly heard a crash from within the house. Those trained in martial arts possess keener hearing than ordinary folk. Naturally, he discerned Li Xiangru's faint cry for help. He forcefully shoved Shin Shenkai aside and hurried into the house. Due to the arrival of a carriage in the village, nearly half the villagers flocked to the Shun residence to witness the commotion. However, Shun's mother closed the courtyard gate upon entering, leaving everyone unable to see anything, and they began to disperse. At that moment, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from within, and the crowd immediately gathered around. What happened? That scream sounded like the eldest son of the Shin family. Such a wretched cry. Could something dreadful have occurred? Should we not go inside to check? As the crowd deliberated anxiously, the tightly shut courtyard door suddenly swung open. The burly driver emerged, hastily carrying the unconscious Li Xiangru on his back. Li Xiangru appeared feverish, her cheeks flushed. Before the crowd could process the situation, the driver swiftly took her back to the carriage and departed in haste. The carriage sped away rapidly, the uneven road causing Li Xiangru to be tossed about within. This violent jostling jolted her consciousness back to some degree. She leaned against the carriage, struggling to lift the curtain. Return to the inn. The driver paused, frowning. But you? Return to the inn. Li Xiangru interrupted him firmly. This matter must not be known to others. Having lived 2 lives, she understood all too well the significance of a woman's reputation, especially since she was destined to marry into the royal family and ascend to a position of prominence. She could not allow her name to be tarnished. The driver felt disgruntled by her commanding tone, but said nothing further, quickly taking her back to the iron end. At her insistence, he had the innkeeper prepare a bucket of cold water. Thus, Li Xiangru, through sheer willpower, endured the effects of the medication. Unbeknownst to Li Yueshu, events at the Shun household had unfolded. Dr. Chan and Shantan had become increasingly adept at their work at the apothecary, allowing her to relax and even begin the inventory for the end of the month ahead of schedule. Just as she was halfway through her tasks, Dr. Chun rushed in, looking anxious. Yueshu? Your in-laws have arrived. Li Yueshu looked up in confusion, yet her hands continued to move. What business do the Shuns have here? Dr. Chen opened his mouth, his expression somewhat speechless. You should see for yourself. Intrigued, Li Yueshu tidied her documents and stepped outside in the hall. She found a crowd gathered, with Shan Wang lying on the ground, unconscious or worse, while Shin's mother and Shan Chungkai knelt beside him. Their faces pale and lacking composure, Li Yueshu was taken aback. Shouldn't Chungkai be at the academy right now? At that moment, she noticed that Shun Wang seemed to be breathing shallowly, his lower half soaked in blood. Turning to Dr. Chen, she questioned, What is going on? Dr. Chen appeared somewhat awkward, clearing his throat. Well, he has been severed. Although he was a doctor, discussing such matters publicly was inherently uncomfortable. Especially when addressing a woman. Li Yueshu, however, felt no discomfort. Instead, she was curious about the unfolding events. She rolled up her sleeves, squatted down, and reached for Shan Wang's clothing. Everyone was taken aback by her actions, clearly not expecting such boldness from a woman. Just as Li Yueshu lifted his shirt and was about to remove his trousers, a hand suddenly seized her wrist. Turning her head, she found Shinwei glaring at her. What are you doing? Examining the injury, Li Yueshu responded, puzzled by his demeanor. It appears he may bleed to death. That last remark seemed to provoke Shun's mother, who immediately looked up at Li Yueshu. Pleading, please, save my son. I beg you to save him. Tears streamed down Shin's mother's face. He is my only son. If he dies, how shall I live? I was wrong before. I was blinded by foolishness. I beg you, save him. I will do anything you ask. Your only son? Li Yueshu frowned, her gaze turning icy. What of Shinwei? At this, Shinwei was momentarily taken aback, feeling as if something had pricked his heart. Was she supporting him? The coldness in her voice doused Shin's mother's cries, leaving her visibly embarrassed. Having sent her 3rd son away to be raised by a wandering Taoist due to his misfortunes, she had long since accepted him as lost. In her moment of desperation, she had inadvertently revealed her true feelings. Li Yueshu recognized her thoughts, her expression frosty as she rose. Dr. Chen, assist him in staunching the bleeding. Remember to collect the medical fees. She emphasized the last sentence before turning away without hesitation. In truth, she had the capability to reattach the severed part for Shin Wang, but not only did she lack the desire to do so, she also did not want to dirty her hands after sparing this family's lives. That did not mean she could forgive their past misdeeds. She was no saint. Dr. Chen felt somewhat displeased. Had he known Shin's mother would utter such words, he would have refrained from calling Li Yueshu earlier. Chapter 67. The second daughter of the Shin family, Li Yueshu was indifferent to how the Shin family departed. Her curiosity lay in the events that had led to Shan Wang's grim fate. It seemed the heavens answered her curiosity, for that afternoon, Aunt Lu informed her of the happenings in the village. You mean, Li Xiang? My sister was carried out looking feverish, as if she were ill? Li Yueshu raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Aunt Lu, unaware of her implications, nodded. I saw it with my own eyes. She looked gravely ill. Li Yueshu pursed her lips. She had a hunch as to why Shen Wang had met his downfall. According to the original storyline, Li Xiangru was backed by the second prince and was naturally under protection. Shen Wang was indeed rather obstinate. Li Yueshu let out a derisive laugh, dismissing the matter as irrelevant to her. However, she did not anticipate that upon the return of Shen Amin and the others from their break, they would deliver significant news. Shen Shenkai had been expelled from the academy. Just the day before, Shen Shenkai had stolen a complete set of writing utensils from the academy, caught red-handed yet refusing to admit his guilt. In a fit of rage, the teacher expelled him. This incident inexplicably spread throughout the town, and early the next morning, officials from the county arrived, stating that Shen Shenkai's qualifications for the imperial examination were permanently revoked. Upon hearing this news, everyone was astounded. To have one's future ruined over petty theft was unprecedented in Channan country. Many quickly deduced that Shen Shenkai must have offended a powerful figure. When the news reached the village, Shen's mother felt as if the sky had fallen. Her daughter-in-law was dismissed, her son rendered useless, and her only hope, her grandson, had his future shattered. Her life was effectively over. Shen Wang felt as though a thunderbolt had struck him, draining the last vestige of color from his already pale face. Upon learning that he could no longer be a man, darkness enveloped his world. He never imagined that Li Xiangru could be so ruthless as to have him. His only remaining hope lay with his son. Once Chen Kai entered the court and went to Zhongzhou, he would ensure that woman paid dearly for her actions. But now, everything was lost. Shen Wang was engulfed in despair, utterly bewildered as to how his life had spiraled into such chaos. Just a short while ago, he had been the wealthiest man in the village. It was all Li Yueshu's fault. It was the doing of that venomous woman. Had it not been for her, their family would not have been robbed by beggars, and he would not have offended the cold-hearted Li Xiangru. They are biological sisters, and it is undoubtedly that Li Xiangru's ruthlessness towards herself stems from that venomous woman. Shen Wang's expression grew increasingly somber. His terrifying demeanor even caused Shenmu to tremble involuntarily. Mother, everything is the fault of that poisonous woman, Li Yueshu. I shall not let her escape unscathed. After enduring so much, Shenmu had developed an instinctive fear of Li Yueshu. What do we possess now to contend with her? Shen Wang fell silent, clearly aware that they had lost everything. However, moments later, a spark of realization lit up his eyes. Mother, it has been many years since our second sister returned home, hasn't it? Upon hearing this, Shenmu paused, belatedly recalling that she indeed had a second daughter. Furrowing her brow, she lamented, can we even find Zansai? Given that she is a slave bound by a contract? How can we know unless we try? Shen Wang's eyes gleamed with an unusual brightness. Years ago, when Li Yuanwei purchased our second sister, it was with the intention of taking her as a concubine. She must have made quite a name for herself by now. He struggled to lift himself, but the excruciating pain from his wound deterred any significant movement, fueling his resentment. Mother, perhaps our second sister has already borne a son for Li Yuanwei and is living in luxury at the Li residence. You must find a way to contact her. Even the county magistrate had to treat Li Yuanwei with deference. This is our only avenue now. Shenmu, who typically resorted to tantrums and chaos, found herself compelled to heed Shen Wang's insistence. As for Li Yueshu, she regarded the Shen family's affairs merely as gossip, dismissing it from her mind after hearing the details. When Shen Amin returned home once more, she directly took him and Wei Ling to see Wan Yang. Shen Wei followed closely behind, occasionally casting curious glances at Shen Amin. Upon reaching the dungeon, everything appeared unchanged, except that Wan Yang regarded Shen Amin with an added scrutiny. After a while of conversation, Wan Yang suddenly spoke, Madam Shen, there is something I wish to discuss with you privately. Li Yueshu nodded and turned to Shen Wei, instructing him, take the two children outside and wait for me. Make sure not to wander off, understand? She could clearly sense that Shen Wei's maturity had significantly progressed since their last encounter. Just days ago, he had held on to her when she was tending to Shen Wang's injuries. Recognizing the distinction between genders, under such circumstances, he should soon return to normalcy. Shen Wei obediently nodded and led the children outside. In truth, he had not intended to reveal his recovery so soon. But he could not help himself when he witnessed Li Yueshu attempting to remove a man's trousers. Fortunately, she merely asked a few questions without suspicion. Exiting the dungeon, Shen Wei and Shen Amin stood in a corner, isolated from others. Unable to contain himself any longer, Shen Wei spoke, Amin, I will teach you how a man ought to stand tall and proud. Is this what you intend to do? Shen Amin understood his meaning well and looked up at him. Should I act as if nothing has transpired? Shen Wei was momentarily at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he felt that arranging a betrothal for the children would bind their lives unnecessarily. Shen Amin, however, harbored different thoughts. He merely wished to be a responsible man, especially towards women. He could not let them down, nor emulate that fickle man. Suddenly struck by a thought, Shun Emin looked up at Xin Wei and remarked, "Father, you share a bed with her daily. Have you ever considered your responsibilities towards her?" Xin Wei instantly recognized whom he was referring to and shot him an incredulous glare. My distance from her is considerable. And there is also Ayu. Do not speak recklessly. Shun Emin, taken aback by the glare, seemed surprised that his father would exhibit such a reaction, akin to embarrassment. Xin Wei, oblivious to his son's expression, wore a serious countenance. "I cannot shake the feeling that she harbors many secrets. She is not like ordinary people." He recalled the strange scenes he had witnessed that night, and despite his extensive experience, he remained perplexed by their nature. Shun Emin was unaware of these matters but nodded in agreement, pondering that a normal person would not contemplate such unpleasant concepts as greed, anger, ignorance, hatred, love, and lust. He had heard from the third sister that many in the pharmacy disparaged these names, while only Shen Tan and others expressed gratitude towards Li Yueshu for her refuge without any dissent. Xin Wei interrupted, "If you have the courage, say that before her." Shun Emin fell silent immediately. In the dungeon, Li Yueshu poured a bowl of water and offered it to the person before her. Once Wei Ling departed, Wayne Yang's previously strong demeanor weakened, and she could not help but cough several times. Covering her mouth, after drinking, she gradually regained her composure. Looking at Li Yueshu, she spoke slowly, "I know my time is limited, and I have a favor to ask Madame Shun." Li Yueshu set the bowl down, inquiring, "What is it?" Wayne Yang inhaled deeply to alleviate the heaviness in her chest. "I own a tavern, located directly opposite Qingfeng Pavilion in the neighboring town. My husband has always desired that tavern, but I sensed something amiss and hid the property deed beneath a tree in the tavern's backyard." Wayne Yang sighed heavily, her frail body exuding a sense of helplessness. "That tavern was my entire fortune, pawned when I married him, and I supported him as we built it up together, bit by bit. At first, he felt guilty and placed the tavern in my name, and we enjoyed a long period of affection. However, as time passed, he grew increasingly impatient and began to disdain Linger, especially after I witnessed him. Though she had long accepted the reality, she found it difficult to speak of those matters openly. She would never forget the sight of her husband entwined with another woman, voicing her pent-up feelings. Wayne Yang felt the weight in her heart finally dissipate. Raising her gaze to Li Yueshu, she continued, "For years, our focus has been on Linger, neglecting the tavern's management, leading to poor business. This prompted him to consider selling it. But that was meant to be Linger's dowry." Wayne Yang looked pained. "Given Linger's condition, this is all I can do for her, so I hid the property deed in advance." Li Yueshu grasped her intent. "You wish for me to retrieve the deed and temporarily safeguard it for Linger?" Wayne Yang paused before shaking her head. "Though the tavern's business is lacking, its location is decent, and it could fetch a good price. I wish to transfer the tavern to you as a token of gratitude for your care of Linger." Although the betrothal had been arranged, she did not genuinely believe Linger would wed into the Shin family. This deed, rather than serving as a dowry, would be better offered as a gesture of thanks, ensuring that the Shin family might treat Linger with kindness in the future. Li Yueshu understood her implications. Though she was surprised that a woman as insightful and visionary as Wayne Yang had found herself in such a predicament, without probing further, she contemplated and nodded, "I will accept the tavern. I have been considering venturing into this line of business. If successful, I intend to provide Linger with a portion of the profits each year as her dowry. Regardless of Linger's eventual fate, this share of the profits will always belong to her." Wayne Yang gazed at her in astonishment, her eyes brimming with tears. Although their acquaintance had not been lengthy, she understood that since Madame Shun had made such a promise, she would undoubtedly fulfill it. Regardless of whether the tavern could be sustained, Madame Shin's goodwill was more than sufficient. "Thank you." Wayne Yang knew that no matter how many times she expressed her gratitude, it could not encapsulate her profound appreciation, yet she was at a loss for words beyond this. Upon exiting the dungeon, Li Yueshu contemplated when she might visit the neighboring town. The last time she had ventured there to rescue Shan Emin, she had passed by Qingfeng Pavilion, which should be easy to locate. In truth, before establishing Hengda Pharmacy, her initial desire had been to open a tavern. Her best friend from her previous life had a passion for culinary arts, and she had learned quite a bit, possessing several recipe books left behind by her friend. Those recipes could certainly make a splash in this world. However, after encountering Dr. Chun, she had opted for the pharmacy route and temporarily set aside her tavern aspirations. Hearing Wayne Yang's words today prompted her to reevaluate her plans. While Ah Wan was destined to become a renowned merchant, she could lay the groundwork for him, sparing him future troubles. Now that she could gradually relinquish her involvement with Hongda Pharmacy, it was the perfect opportunity to embark on this new venture. As Li Yueshu drove the ox cart, her thoughts remained on the tavern. Soon, the group returned home. Shunamin had initially intended to discuss the marriage contract with Li Yueshu, for although Wayne Yang had verbally agreed, the contract had yet to be formalized. However, upon returning home, Li Yueshu immediately retreated into her room. Shunamin, unable to call out to her in time, stood there, bewildered. Emolian approached, puzzled, and asked, "What's wrong? You appear to be preoccupied with some thoughts." Shunamin turned his head, a slight frown creasing his brow, uncertain if she had completed the marriage contract. Molian, his face a mask of astonishment, asked, "Have you truly made up your mind?" After having known each other for so long, he was aware of Shunamin's stubborn nature. However, marriage is not a trivial matter, and such a decision seemed rather hasty. Shunamin sensed his concern, yet remained resolute in his convictions, stating, "Linger is the most innocent girl I have ever encountered, and I wish to safeguard her purity in a world where many men are fickle and untrustworthy." He did not aspire to be one of them. He was determined to demonstrate to that man that it is not difficult for a man to be devoted to a single woman throughout his life. Emolian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had always recognized Amin's maturity beyond his years, yet he was still just a youth. What experiences had he endured to cultivate such an incongruous level of maturity? Li Yueshu preferred to act swiftly, and after spending a day formulating a general plan for the tavern, she intended to personally retrieve the property deed from the neighboring town the following day after dropping the children off at the academy. Upon arriving at the academy's entrance to drop off the children, she was about to depart when Shunamin finally spoke up. "Wait, I have something I wish to ask you." Li Yueshu regarded him with curiosity. Aside from their last encounter, Amin had never sought her out so directly. She followed Shunamin to a secluded spot, inquiring, "What is it?" After a moment's hesitation, Shunamin opted for directness. Have you written the marriage contract?" Li Yueshu was momentarily taken aback, then slapped her forehead in realization. "Look at me, I completely forgot in my haste." She quickly retrieved the marriage contract she had prepared earlier, saying, "Here, you take care of this. Linger's copy is with her mother. How you handle it from here is up to you." Shunamin glanced at the characters on the contract, nodding, "I understand." He then took the contract with solemnity and bowed respectfully to Li Yueshu. Expressing his gratitude, "Thank you." Li Yueshu observed his actions and could not help but lightly furrow her brow. "Amin, I am your mother. It is only right that I assist you with these matters. You may thank me, but there is no need for such formality." Shunamin comprehended her sentiment, his gaze flickering, yet he dared not meet her eyes. Li Yueshu naturally sensed his discomfort, sighed silently, but refrained from further comment. Instead, gently patting his shoulder, it was enough that the children no longer harbored resentment for the previous harm inflicted by their original mother. There was no need to compel them to acknowledge her as their mother. Chapter 69. To the tavern. All right, let's hurry inside. We mustn't be late. Li Yueshu adjusted Shunamin's attire and gently nudged him toward the academy's entrance. Shunamin bore a heavy heart, yet said nothing further. Hastily turning to enter the academy, Shan Tingwen, waiting nearby with Emolian, was seeing his elder brother in such a state for the first time and inquired curiously, "Brother, what's wrong?" Shunamin steadied his thoughts. Returning to his usual calm demeanor, "It's nothing. Let us go inside." Shan Tingwen was unconvinced, instinctively glancing back to see Li Yueshu waving at them with a bright smile. His suspicion that something was amiss between the two grew, and he felt a twinge of unease. Why did his brother share a secret with this woman? After delivering the children to the academy, Li Yueshu took Xinwei to the apothecary and informed Dr. Chun that she had matters to attend to. "Where is Yueshu headed?" Upon noticing her intention to leave alone, Xinwei immediately ran to her side, exclaiming, "I want to go with you." Li Yueshu smiled gently, ruffling his hair. "I must attend to an important matter, and it is quite a distance, so I cannot take you with me." Xinwei, accustomed to her affectionate gesture, pouted with a hint of grievance. "Be good." Li Yueshu coaxed softly, "The place I am going is far, and I will return late. Uncle Lu will come to pick you up in the afternoon. You can go back with Shantan and the others. You are an adult, while Shantan and the others are just children. I can only entrust the task of picking up you and ensuring their safety to you. I cannot rely on anyone else." Xinwei, though skeptical of her words, feigned delight. "Really? Yueshu only trusts me?" Without hesitation, Li Yueshu affirmed, "When have I ever lied to you?" Xinwei thought to himself, "Isn't this lying right now?" His face lit up with joy, his eyes sparkling. "Then Yueshu, please come back early. I will wait for you at home." Seeing him so obedient, Li Yueshu could not help but pinch his cheek before departing. Shun Wei's body stiffened slightly, but he did not shy away. Meanwhile, he suddenly gestured toward a direction. In the next moment, Xinghe stealthily followed Li Yueshu. Li Yueshu had visited the neighboring town before and was quite familiar with the area. Even though the streets bustled with activity during the day, Qingfeng Tavern was rather desolate. Due to the events of the previous occasion, Li Yueshu instinctively glanced at Qingfeng Tavern, then proceeded directly to the tavern diagonally opposite. Upon entering, she noticed only 2 or 3 patrons seated in the center. The vast establishment feeling empty, with just one waiter standing at the counter, Li Yueshu felt perplexed. The location was quite favorable, and the environment was reasonably tidy. How could business be so poor? As soon as the waiter spotted her, he eagerly approached. "What would you like to order, esteemed guest?" Li Yueshu chose a corner table and asked, "What are your signature dishes?" "Just one will suffice." The waiter scratched his nose, replying, "Esteemed guest, our tavern serves only home-style dishes. We do not have any signature items." Li Yueshu was taken aback. How could a tavern have no signature dishes? The waiter observed her. "Are you not from our town? Our tavern did have signature dishes in the past and enjoyed decent business. But after the head chef was poached, it has become what it is now." Upon hearing this, Li Yueshu recalled Madame Wei's words. If the head chef had left, why didn't the owner hire another? The waiter sighed at the mention. Although business was once good, the young lady needed medical attention, and the money spent yielded no returns. How could we withstand such setbacks? Recently, the owner's family encountered some issues and is planning to sell the tavern. Leaving no time to hire a new chef, Li Yueshu, understanding the situation, requested, "Then please have your kitchen prepare a specialty dish." The waiter nodded cheerfully. "All right, 1 order of stir-fried beef tripe for 88 won." Li Yueshu was taken aback. She had previously purchased food for Zhang Laosan from the tavern, so she was well aware of market prices. 88 won for a dish of stir-fried beef tripe was clearly extortionate. Feeling the gaze of such a beautiful guest upon him, the waiter awkwardly scratched his head. "This is the owner's decision. We require payment upfront before serving the food." The price was also set by the owner. In truth, he too felt the prices were somewhat outrageous and had advised the owner. But the owner insisted that since the tavern needed to sell something, and with only a novice chef left, any profit was better than none. Most customers left upon hearing the prices, and the waiter assumed this guest would do the same. However, Li Yueshu merely expressed surprise before promptly taking out the money. Her swift and decisive actions leaving the waiter astonished, he hesitated, seemingly wanting to advise her to reconsider. Li Yueshu perceived his unspoken concern and waved her hand. "It's fine. Please bring the food." She was curious to know the flavor of a dish priced at 88 won. Soon, the waiter returned with a plate of unremarkable, slightly burnt, stir-fried beef tripe. Merely by its appearance, her impression had significantly diminished. Upon tasting it, Li Yueshu was unsurprisingly disappointed. The flavor was not inedible, but the quality was wholly unworthy of being served in a tavern, especially at such a steep price. This clarified for her why the tavern struggled with business. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Li Yueshu continued to eat. Before long, the patrons at the earlier table departed, grumbling about being swindled. The waiter, accustomed to such complaints, swiftly cleared the table and retreated to the kitchen. Seizing the moment, Li Yueshu discreetly slipped into the backyard. Situated in a prime location within the town, the tavern was spacious. Boasting several private rooms in the back, Li Yueshu quickly located the tree mentioned by Madame Wei but refrained from digging. Instead, she surveyed her surroundings. The tavern's decor was evidently well thought out, with attention to detail that even suggested a touch of pretentious elegance. Li Yueshu recalled Madame Wei mentioning that she had personally participated in the design of this tavern. Could an ordinary woman truly accomplish such a feat? Doubts lingered in her mind. Having gathered a general understanding of the tavern's condition, she exited and, upon encountering the waiter, simply claimed she was searching for the restroom and had taken a wrong turn, thus departing the establishment. Although the tavern lacked patrons, digging during the day would undoubtedly attract attention. Li Yueshu planned to act after dark. However, before doing so, she needed to resolve the pesky follower who had trailed her. Li Yueshu grasped her whip, casting a discreet glance in a particular direction before nonchalantly retracting her gaze, as if she had seen nothing. Chapter 70. Digging for the property deed. After leaving the tavern, Li Yueshu appeared to be hurrying back with the ox cart. She traversed a narrow path, rugged and sparsely populated. Xinghe had been following her closely, unable to suppress his curiosity. Why had this woman gone to such lengths to visit an inconspicuous tavern? Just as he pondered this, Li Yueshu suddenly collapsed. The ox cart moved slowly, so she was not run over after falling. Without a driver, the cart continued for a while before coming to a halt. The surroundings fell silent, save for the sound of the wind, as Li Yueshu lay motionless on the ground, leaving her fate uncertain. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Xinghe hesitantly approached. He crouched down and gently patted Li Yueshu's shoulder, saying, "Madam, you..." In the next instant, the previously unconscious individual suddenly turned over and sprang up. Xinghe swiftly raised his hand to block the incoming attack, the tremendous force propelling him backward. Being a capable assistant to Shen Wei, Xinghe was naturally not lacking in strength. However, after a moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure. Yet, Li Yueshu was not slow. Almost as soon as he reacted, she closed in on him, lacking any internal energy and martial prowess. Her close combat skills were honed through practical training with her friends. Despite Xinghe's rapid reflexes, he found himself constrained by her unexpected and bizarre techniques. A dagger pressed against his throat, Li Yueshu coldly regarded the man before her. And after confirming she had never seen him before, she furrowed her brows and demanded, "Why are you following me?" Xinghe was taken aback, clearly unprepared for her remarkable skills. Suppressing his emotions, he awkwardly chuckled. It's a misunderstanding that I happened to pass by and saw you fainting here, so I kindly came to check on you. I wasn't following you." Li Yueshu was not convinced by his words. Not long after leaving the apothecary, she had sensed a tail following her. However, she had not detected any malicious intent, and thus chose not to confront it. After exiting the tavern, she noticed the same individual still trailing her, prompting her to devise a means to draw him out. She pressed the dagger forward. "Do you wish for me to inquire in another manner?" A sudden surge of warmth coursed through her neck, and it was clear to Xinghe what she meant by an alternative approach. Feeling the chilling aura emanating from her, he was taken aback. Then, he unexpectedly glanced behind Li Yueshu, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. Li Yueshu's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively turned her head. Simultaneously, Xinghe seized the opportunity, striking her wrist, causing her to nearly drop the dagger. Noticing she still clutched the weapon, he was momentarily surprised but did not linger, swiftly employing his lightness skill to escape. Watching his retreating figure, Li Yueshu shook her wrist and squinted. Was this person merely trying to ascertain her intentions? But who would do such a thing? While pondering this, she resumed her journey back to town with the ox cart. This time, she opted not to return to the tavern but planned to wander about until nightfall to retrieve the property deed. As dusk approached, she lingered outside the tavern, intending to enter once the waiter closed up. However, not far off, two figures across the street were curiously observing her. "I feel more certain the longer I look. She is indeed that woman. Are you sure you aren't mistaken? After all this time, can you still recognize her? This woman almost got me expelled from Qingfeng Pavilion. How could I forget? Then keep an eye on her. I'll go fetch someone." Though Li Yueshu's attention remained on the tavern, she sensed someone was watching her. She quickly pinpointed the source of the gaze, a man she did not recognize but found somewhat familiar. After pondering for a moment, she suddenly recalled who he might be based on his attire. Last time, to save Shinemine, she had bound a male courtesan from Qingfeng Pavilion. Could this be the same person? Just as she hesitated over whether to approach him and express her apologies, she noticed 4 or 5 similarly dressed courtesans approaching from a distance. Li Yueshu. It was evident they had come seeking vengeance. The group immediately surrounded her, their expressions fierce. "You barged into our Qingfeng Pavilion and injured our people?" Li Yueshu surveyed the crowd, hesitant. This matter could indeed be clarified, but disclosing it in public would reveal that Imine had been to Qingfeng Pavilion. As she planned to conduct business at the tavern in the future, she could not allow anyone to discover that. With a resigned sigh, she said, "Very well, how do you wish to resolve this?" Upon hearing this, the courtesans mistook her words for provocation, their anger flaring. "You really are asking for it. We'll teach you a proper lesson today." With that, they rolled up their sleeves and advanced towards her. Li Yueshu glanced toward the tavern, where the waiter was just closing the door, feeling somewhat exasperated. Had he been a minute or two earlier, she would have already slipped inside to attend to her business. Not wanting to waste time, especially as night was falling and a group of children awaited her return, she resolved to act swiftly. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of loud crashes, the previously imposing courtesans were instantly reduced to moaning figures sprawled on the ground in various positions. Everyone was astonished, clearly not expecting this seemingly delicate woman to possess such prowess. Li Yueshu paid no heed to them and turned to leave. Once in a secluded spot, she quickened her pace and vaulted into the tavern. She had prepared a shovel in advance and began digging beneath a tree. Due to the tension while hiding, Wayne Yang had not buried it too deeply, allowing her to quickly unearth it. Confirming that the box contained the tavern's property deed, she immediately tossed it into her space and scaled the wall to exit. Arriving at the place where the ox cart was parked, she spotted several individuals stationed there from a distance. As she drew closer, she recognized them as the very courtesans she had just subdued. Leading them was a woman clad in red, graceful in form and strikingly beautiful. Hong Dai gazed at the figure emerging from the shadows with surprise. "Itsu?" Li Yueshu raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the beauty before her, utterly devoid of any recollection of her. "Do you know me?" Hong Dai swayed forward a couple of steps, her demeanor alluring. "Madam, I happened to be in the adjacent room when you were educating your daughter at the bookstore." Li Yueshu paused, recalling a distant memory. Yet, she had no idea that anyone else had been present in the bookstore, thus had never laid eyes on the woman before her. She glanced at the surrounding courtesans and inquired, "Are you here on behalf of Qingfeng Pavilion to settle some scores with me?" Chapter 71. Rescuing Wanyang. Hong Dai assessed the beaten courtesans behind her, raising an eyebrow. "You barged into Qingfeng Pavilion and injured my people. What do you think I should do?" Her tone was soft. Yet her presence was commanding. Li Yueshu examined the group, feeling somewhat helpless. "This is all a misunderstanding. My son was kidnapped and taken to Qingfeng Pavilion. I was merely desperate to save him, which led me to adopt such measures." Though her explanation carried an air of apology, Li Yueshu's demeanor remained formidable. Hong Dai scrutinized Li Yueshu closely, a glint of appreciation crossing her eyes. "What is your name?" "Li Yueshu." Hong Dai raised her eyebrows in surprise. "You are the owner of Hongda Apothecary?" Li Yueshu nodded, somewhat taken aback that she would be recognized. "I have long heard of the young and beautiful owner of Hongda Apothecary in the neighboring town. Renowned for her exceptional medical skills, I never expected to encounter you today." Hong Dai smiled, though her expression turned icy. "However, you and your companions invaded Qingfeng Pavilion, injured my people, and damaged my establishment. Shouldn't we settle this matter?" At her words, Li Yueshu was momentarily stunned. "Was there some misunderstanding?" Hong Dai chuckled softly. "Not long after you left Qingfeng Pavilion, two mysterious men barged in, explicitly seeking a scholar named Shen Amin. They injured my people and wreaked havoc in my establishment. Shouldn't I hold you accountable for this?" Li Yueshu had not anticipated such a development. At that time, her sole focus was on rescuing someone, completely unaware of any aftermath. But aside from her, who would be so eager to find Shen Amin? If someone was intent on rescuing him, why had the original Shen Amin not been saved, leading to his eventual darkening? Li Yueshu felt there was something she had overlooked, but now was not the time to ponder such matters. Meeting Hong Dai's gaze with unwavering composure, she declared, "This matter truly has nothing to do with me. If I were colluding with those two, there would be no need for such roundabout methods to secretly abduct someone for questioning." Hong Dai considered this, yet the two men who had stormed into Qingfeng Pavilion were too enigmatic. The only lead she had was this woman before her. Noticing a flicker of hesitation in Li Yueshu's eyes, she spoke up. "To be frank, the tavern across from Qingfeng Pavilion will soon be under my name. If the owner is willing, I would like to explore a mutually beneficial opportunity." Seeing Li Yueshu maintain her calm and composed demeanor throughout the conversation piqued Hong Dai's interest further. Do tell Li Yueshu had only just conceived this idea and had no detailed plan in mind. Glancing at the sky, she said, "Clearly, this is not the right time for such discussions. I have a group of children at home waiting for me. Perhaps we could arrange a time for me to visit Qingfeng Pavilion?" After a pause, she added, "Hongda Apothecary is not far from Qingfeng Pavilion. If you fear I might flee, you may come to find me at any time." Hong Dai regarded her thoughtfully, seemingly weighing the credibility of her words. After a long silence, she suddenly smiled softly. "My name is Hong Dai. I shall await your visit to Qingfeng Pavilion." With that, she stepped aside. Allowing the ox cart behind her to pass, Li Yueshu was taken aback by how readily she had relented, now regarding this self-proclaimed Hong Dai with newfound respect. Though their exchange had been brief, she sensed that this woman was far from an ordinary brothel owner in a small town. Her demeanor and perceptiveness hinted at a concealed identity of significance. Nodding in acknowledgement to Hong Dai, Li Yueshu then urged her ox cart onward, making her way homeward. The turtle elder behind her wore an expression of disbelief. "Master of the establishment, do you truly believe her words? What if she is deceiving us? We shall never locate her." Hong Dai tossed her hair with a flourish, her movements as captivating as ever. "When has this master ever misjudged?" The turtle elder hesitated. "Did you not often claim that your sole flaw lies in your poor eyesight?" Hong Dai shot him an irritated glance, and the turtle elder immediately understood his blunder. Retreating into a self-protective posture, Li Yueshu hurried back, her pace brisk, but ultimately, she was reliant on the ox cart. A rather antiquated mode of transport, and by the time she arrived home, it was well past midnight. From a distance, she noticed the lights illuminating her home, clearly indicating that someone awaited her return. After securing the ox cart, she smiled gently as she pushed the door open. Creak. In an instant, all eyes turned toward her. Li Yueshu was taken aback, clearly not expecting everyone to be present, even her ailing mother-in-law. Imo was there with the others. Upon seeing her, the worry and anxiety etched on their faces transformed into joy. Madam, you have finally returned. Are you well? Why have you come back so late? Did something happen? Ashu, are you injured? Is there anywhere you feel unwell? Faced with the barrage of questions from everyone, Li Yueshu was momentarily at a loss. She had distinctly mentioned that she would return only after nightfall and urged them not to wait. Yet they remained concerned. A warm feeling enveloped her heart. She offered a gentle smile to the crowd and reassured them, I was delayed attending to some matters. I am perfectly fine and I apologize for causing you all worry. The group scrutinized her carefully, and once they confirmed she was indeed unharmed, their anxious hearts finally eased. Shinwei had been discreetly observing Li Yueshu's every move. The dim light made it difficult to discern his expression. Prior to her arrival, he had already received word from Xinghe. He had previously verified that Li Yueshu possessed no internal strength, merely some agility. Yet, how had she managed to discover Xinghe's whereabouts without any internal power? Li Yueshu acquired the deed to the tavern, but did not rush to expel the people inside. She enlisted the help of the county magistrate to ensure all formalities were in order. And with some silver, sought out the woman who had robbed Wayne Yang's husband. The primary reason for Wayne Yang's imprisonment was her injury to this woman. If she was willing to forego her grievances, Wayne Yang would not have to remain incarcerated. Through the magistrate, she had learned that the woman was primarily interested in the tavern owned by Wayne Yang. Now that the tavern was in her possession, a little extra monetary incentive would surely persuade the woman to relent. Indeed, after a brief moment of hesitation, the woman agreed outright. By the time the man realized what had transpired, the woman had already taken the money and fled. And Wayne Yang was released from the dungeon. The man was utterly oblivious to the events, still trying to piece together the situation, when the tavern suddenly changed hands. Naturally, the man was unwilling to let this go and stormed to the tavern in a fit of rage. Just as Li Yueshu arrived with Wayne Yang to take a look at the current state of the tavern, she planned to completely renovate it, and Wayne Yang, harboring lingering sentiments, wished to see it one last time. Wei Lieni, you venomous woman, are you trying to drive me to my demise? A man suddenly appeared, frenziedly lunging toward Wayne Yang. Chapter 72. Pig's blood. The woman with whom he had been entangled had fled, and with the tavern taken from him, the man, having lost everything, had completely lost his sanity. Wielding a kitchen knife, he charged at Wayne Yang with a menacing glare. The abrupt turn of events caught everyone off guard, and instinctively, they all recoiled. Shunwei glanced at Li Yueshu, who stood beside Wayne Yang, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward, delivering a swift kick that sent the man sprawling. Simultaneously, the two constables nearby rushed to restrain him. Just as Li Yueshu was preparing to produce a package of pig's blood from her sleeve, Shinwei collected himself and turned to her with an expression that seemed to seek approval, only to meet her resigned gaze. Shinwei? Had he erred in some way? Li Yueshu, exasperated, tossed the package of pig's blood back into her sleeve. She had anticipated that the man would not relent easily and had kept a close watch. So his appearance here was entirely within her expectations. The two constables had been specifically requested from the magistrate, serving as witnesses and providing the justification to apprehend the man on the spot. Regrettably, her plans had been thrown into disarray. Wei Lieni, you vile woman. After all these years of marriage, how could you betray me and give the tavern to an outsider? You wretched creature, the man raged. Spewing a torrent of vile invectives, Li Yueshu's gaze turned inscrutable, and before anyone could react, she strode forward decisively. Smack! A resounding slap silenced the man. Leaving the onlookers in stunned silence, Li Yueshu looked down at him from her elevated stance. Asserting that the tavern was a product of Wayne Yang's sacrifice of her entire fortune, recorded under her name, thus rendering it her private possession. It was her prerogative to bestow it upon whomever she chose. How dare you, a shameless creature, engage in an affair, imprison your lawful wife, and abandon your helpless young daughter? Even a beast would not commit such atrocities. What audacity do you possess to rebuke Wayne Yang? Her words struck a nerve, causing the man's face to fluctuate in color, a veritable palette of emotions. This is a matter between my wife and me. It has nothing to do with you. Now that the tavern belongs to me, it is entirely my concern, Li Yueshu retorted coldly, producing the deed and the official document signed by the magistrate. If you possess any ability, then seize these documents from me. Rather than cowering here like a dog, providing a spectacle for all. Shenwei watched in astonishment as Li Yueshu's back receded. Why did it seem as though she was deliberately provoking the man? Sure enough, upon hearing her words, the last vestiges of his sanity evaporated. "It is your fault, you meddlesome woman. You shall perish," the man screamed, thrashing wildly as the two constables struggled to restrain him. But at that moment, they felt a sharp jolt to their wrists, instinctively loosening their grip. Unfettered, the man seized the kitchen knife from the ground and lunged at Li Yueshu. The events unfolded with alarming speed, leaving no time for anyone to react. And with Li Yueshu standing so close, she could not evade in time. Li Yueshu cried out, retreating hastily, only to inadvertently step on her skirt and fall to the ground. Thud. In the next instant, bright red blood streamed from Li Yueshu, a shocking and terrifying sight. The man intended to deliver a fatal blow, but the constables, now alert, quickly restrained him once again. "A shoe." Shenwei's voice trembled with an unrecognized fear. Rushing forward in a panic, he instinctively sought to inspect Li Yueshu's wound, but she grasped his wrist firmly. Shenwei was taken aback, his gaze locking onto her as she subtly winked at him. Realization dawned upon him, and he understood. Wanyang, too, was startled by the scene before her. With a pale complexion, she rushed over. "Madam, are you all right? Quickly, summon the doctor." Seeing her in such a flustered state, Li Yueshu sighed internally. Wishing she had conferred with her beforehand. "I am fine," she replied weakly. "I am a doctor myself. Do not worry." Seeing her bloodied appearance, Wanyang could not quell her concern. "Oh, not fear. I will fetch a doctor immediately." Li Yueshu quickly grasped her hand. "Help me into the tavern. I can handle this myself." Though Wanyang was apprehensive, she eventually acquiesced to Li Yueshu's insistence. Cautiously, she assisted Li Yueshu to her feet, planning to accompany Shenwei into the establishment. The man, pinned to the ground, finally seemed to regain his senses, his face draining of color. "No, I did not do it on purpose. Wei Liani, my wife, save me. It was not my fault. She provoked me with her words." Wanyang turned to him with cold disdain. "The greatest regret of my life was defying my father and marrying you, a beast." With that, she refused to spare another glance at the repugnant man. Addressing the two constables, "I ask you, good sirs, to take this beast to the county office. Once we have tended to the injured, we shall accuse him of intentional harm." Li Yueshu leaned weakly against Shenwei, casting a surprised glance at Wanyang. At that moment, she seemed to possess a strength that rivaled any common person. The two constables, already burdened with guilt over their earlier mistake that led to Shun's injury, had no choice but to comply with Wanyang's instructions. Once assured, Wanyang turned to lead Li Yueshu into the tavern. As they entered, free from the prying eyes of outsiders, Li Yueshu withdrew from Shenwei's embrace. "Do not worry, Wanyang. I am truly fine." As she spoke, she brushed off her clothing. "See, I have not a single wound. My garment remains intact." Wanyang appeared bewildered. "How is this possible?" "It is pig's blood," Li Yueshu explained. "Now everyone believes he has harmed me. His imprisonment is assured." Upon hearing this, Wanyang grasped the situation and felt tears welling in her eyes. "Madam!" She opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words to express her feelings. Li Yueshu gently patted her hand. "I lack experience in managing the tavern. I will need your support, so please do not find me a burden." Wanyang, unsure of what to say, nodded earnestly as a show of commitment. Li Yueshu smiled and turned to Shenwei. "You were truly clever just now. You grasped my intention immediately." Shenwei's heart skipped a beat, and his face broke into a triumphant smile. Eager for her praise, Li Yueshu affectionately ruffled his hair, offering a simple compliment before shifting her gaze away. Everyone witnessed the man's heinous act, and given the county magistrate's long-standing regard for Li Yueshu, it was only natural that he would not let him off easily. Previously, Wanyang held the deed to a tavern. Thus, although the man had imprisoned her, he had not severed their ties. Now that he had entered the dungeon, the magistrate took charge and facilitated the couple's divorce. The moment she received the divorce papers, tears streamed down Wanyang's face, disregarding her dignity as she wept and laughed at the county office's entrance. Perhaps it was the culmination of all events that caused the pent-up tension within her to suddenly dissipate. Leading her to fall ill, her greatest concern had always been her daughter. Now that Wei Ling had found a good home, the obsession she had clung to slipped away, leaving her as lifeless as a wilting flower. In that state, she was even worse off than when Li Yueshu first encountered him. Her time was now limited to less than a month. Chapter 73. Lucian Tavern. Li Yueshu was no deity. No matter how skilled her medical expertise, she could not save Wayne Yang in her current condition. It seemed that Wayne Yang had also come to terms with this, spending each day by her daughter's side without pressing for too much. The tavern had begun its renovations, and Li Yueshu frequented it nearly every day, hardly visiting Hongda Pharmacy. Upon learning of her plans to open a tavern, Shan Tingwen was so delighted that he nearly jumped for joy. Whenever he had a day off, he would eagerly accompany Li Yueshu to the tavern. Aware that he had come after completing his studies, Li Yueshu said little, even taking the initiative to consult Shan Tingwen on minor matters. As he surveyed the still chaotic tavern, Shan Tingwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Have you decided on a name for the tavern?" Li Yueshu rested her hand on his shoulder and replied, "I've thought it through. It shall be called Lucian Tavern. What do you think?" Shan Tingwen had grown accustomed to her occasional displays of affection and savored the name, Lucian Tavern. "That's quite a splendid name." Li Yueshu gently tousled his hair, saying, "Focus on your studies at the academy, acquire more knowledge, so that I can confidently entrust the tavern to you in the future." Hearing this, Shan Tingwen was eager to prove himself, wishing he could grow up in the blink of an eye. Besides overseeing the tavern's reconstruction, Li Yueshu also devoted considerable thought to planning its future direction. Previously, when she had acquired the deed, she encountered Hong Dai, the owner of Qingfeng Pavilion, who expressed a desire to collaborate with her. Recently, she had been fleshing out that idea. Now that she had some free time, it was indeed the right moment to visit Qingfeng Pavilion and discuss the matter, while also verifying whether this Hong Dai was indeed the person she had in mind. Upon revealing her identity, Li Yueshu was promptly ushered to Hong Dai's presence. The graceful beauty, adorned in a flowing red silk gown, exuded an irresistible allure. Even as a woman herself, Li Yueshu found her heartstrings tugged by her charm. Hong Dai gracefully lifted her gaze, saying, "I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Fearing that Madame Shan had forgotten her appointment, Li Yueshu maintained a calm demeanor, responding, when discussing business with Miss Hong Dai, "One must come prepared." Her words momentarily caught Hong Dai off guard, but soon she covered her mouth and laughed. "Miss, it has been many years since anyone referred to me in such a manner." Li Yueshu raised an eyebrow, unfazed, stating, "Today, I come as a partner. Addressing you as Miss is appropriate." With keen interest, Hong Dai regarded her, waving her red handkerchief nonchalantly. What sort of collaboration did Madame Shan have in mind? Li Yueshu produced a prepared booklet, stating, "Tongmu County is vast, yet there are numerous taverns in every town. Since I've decided to embark on this venture, I intend to make it truly unique. I plan to introduce a new dish each month. With only 40 portions available, half for Qingfeng Pavilion and half for the tavern. They say rarity enhances value. With sufficient allure and deliciousness, the tavern will undoubtedly stand out in no time." Li Yueshu provided only a general outline. With the detailed proposal meticulously laid out in the booklet, she handed to Hong Dai. The contents were concise yet clearly organized, and Hong Dai quickly finished reviewing it. "Lucian cuisine? The name is indeed quite appealing." She smiled, but remarked, however, "Opening a tavern cannot rely solely on gimmicks. As time progresses, true strength becomes paramount." Li Yueshu had anticipated this, opening a box on the table to reveal several small dishes. "These are a few dishes I have prepared. Miss Hong Dai may sample them." Hong Dai had already caught a whiff of their enticing aroma and rose from her seat. She accepted the chopsticks offered by Li Yueshu and tasted each dish. Though it was a simple act, it was imbued with an undeniable charm when performed by her. After sampling the dishes, she delicately wiped her mouth with her handkerchief, her gaze toward Li Yueshu filled with surprise. "I did not expect Madame Shan to possess not only exceptional medical skills, but also such culinary talent. With such culinary prowess, establishing a foothold in Tongmu County should indeed be effortless." Li Yueshu's lips curled into a smile. "What I seek is not merely to establish a presence in Tongmu County." She locked eyes with Hong Dai, unabashed in revealing her ambition. "What I desire is for the nobility across the realm to be willing to spend lavishly on my Lucian cuisine." Hong Dai's heart fluttered, an eerie sensation coursing through her. The confidence in her words seemed destined to manifest. Hong Dai composed herself, aware that Madame Shan was a woman of resolve, yet those with power and influence had tasted countless delicacies. While Madame Shan's culinary skills were indeed remarkable, there were others in the world of equal talent. "What if my Lucian cuisine is something the world has never seen before?" Li Yueshu replied confidently. "The higher one's status, the more they yearn for rare treasures to validate their identity. Why, Lucian cuisine perfectly caters to that psychology." Hong Dai observed her in silence for a long moment before finally smiling softly. With such ambition, Madame Shun, it is certain that Lucien Tavern will become the preeminent tavern in the realm. In response to her praise, Li Yueshu narrowed her eyes slightly. With Mingyue Tower's assistance, the speed at which we become the foremost tavern should be greatly accelerated. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and Hong Dai's expression turned cold. Li Yueshu remained composed, her suspicions about Mingyue Tower confirmed. Mingyue Tower, the foremost brothel in the realm, had locations scattered throughout the land. It was rumored that the women of Mingyue Tower were not only skilled in song and dance, but also possessed beauty and talent rivaling that of noble daughters. The women willingly sold their talents and bodies. Yet none dared to act against them. Many were aware that Mingyue Tower was not just a place of pleasure, but also an intelligence organization within the martial world. However, with Qiyun Tower, the #1 intelligence organization, overshadowing it, few paid attention to this aspect of Mingyue Tower. Li Yueshu knew of Hong Dai because the original story contained traces of Mingyue Tower. During the late Yuanshi period, Mingyue Tower had directly eclipsed Qiyun Tower, becoming the top intelligence organization in the realm. Hong Dai was a hidden card of Li Xiangru. The specific details had faded from Li Yueshu's memory. She only recalled that after Li Xiangru became the daughter of the northern town general, she unintentionally saved the injured Hong Dai, thus gaining a key informant to collect intelligence for her. With the protagonist's halo, Li Xiangru helped Hong Dai expand Mingyue Tower, while Hong Dai secured her position as the crown princess, even assisting the nation of Chunnan in gathering intelligence on several enemy states after she ascended to motherhood. When she first heard Hong Dai's name, Li Yueshu had momentarily forgotten and only realized on her way back. Observing Hong Dai's composed demeanor, she did not deny the connection but instead inquired, "How did Madame Shun come to know of my association with Mingyue Tower?" Facing her question, Li Yueshu remained unperturbed. "Just as Miss Hong Dai had someone investigate me upon learning my identity, I too have employed my means to research my future partner." With that, she produced another booklet from her sleeve and handed it over. Chapter 74. Wayne Yang's passing. Though Mingyue Tower held some renown in the martial world, it remained in a developmental phase. Li Yueshu smiled gently. Historically, taverns and brothels are the swiftest conduits for information. Should we collaborate, the intelligence network we develop will undoubtedly yield exponential results. Hong Dai did not respond immediately. She recognized the validity of Li Yueshu's words, yet such an arrangement would effectively cede half of Mingyue Tower's management to her, and they had only met twice. Li Yueshu understood her reservations and took them into account, stating, "As I am not well versed in matters of intelligence, if Lucien Tavern is to engage in these activities, I shall entrust them entirely to Miss Hong Dai's discretion. I will solely oversee the kitchen and the tavern's operations." Hong Dai was taken aback, completely unprepared for Li Yueshu's level of trust. "Madame Shin, do you truly have such faith in me?" Li Yueshu's lips curved into a smile. "Since this is a collaboration, trust is foundational. Moreover, all I seek is profit. Even if I create space for Mingyue Tower to place personnel, the tavern's operational income will still be mine, as long as neither party acts maliciously. Their relationship would be one of mutual benefit." Although she had not interacted extensively with Hong Dai, Li Yueshu knew from her recollections of the original story that she was an intelligent and trustworthy individual. Such an opportunity for mutual gain would not be squandered unless there existed irreconcilable enmity between them. Indeed, after a moment of silence, Hong Dai beamed. "I eagerly anticipate our future collaboration, Madame Shun." Upon hearing this, Li Yueshu understood that they had reached an agreement. The two continued to discuss various details, and only after did Li Yueshu take her leave. In the loft, Hong Dai watched as she entered the tavern diagonally across. Her gaze filled with scrutiny. At that moment, a subordinate knocked and entered, reporting, "My lady, Mingyue Tower has sent word. We have not uncovered any further information on this Li Yueshu." While Hong Dai was somewhat surprised by this, she also deemed it predictable. Leaning comfortably against the window, she replied, "Let the investigation proceed at a leisurely pace. Once we become partners, there will be ample opportunity to learn more." Her subordinate hesitated, casting a cautious glance at her as he spoke. Qiyun Tower is also looking into her." "What?" Hong Dai sprang to her feet, completely abandoning her previous sense of ease and relaxation. Her subordinates, aware of their master's grudge against the Qiyun Tower, hastily remarked, "Someone has paid a hefty sum for the Qiyun Tower to investigate this Madame Shun, but to this day, they have uncovered no results." Hong Dai narrowed her eyes, a hint of determination gracing her alluring visage. "Have everyone at Mingyue Tower investigate. We must certainly act before the Qiyun Tower." Her subordinates, having anticipated her response, showed no surprise and promptly took their leave. Once the collaboration with Hong Dai was finalized, Li Yueshu devoted herself wholeheartedly to the tavern. However, with Wayne Yang's health deteriorating and Imo Mu's condition also declining, she found herself spending more time at home to care for the two. Despite Li Yueshu's relentless efforts to save them, even bringing Wayne Yang into her space each night for treatment, she ultimately passed away one serene afternoon, her eyes closing forever. Only Wei Ling was by her side at that moment, and it was Imo Mu who first detected that she had drawn her last breath. No one expected Wayne Yang to depart so suddenly, yet everyone was aware of her condition. Li Yueshu took it upon herself to arrange Wayne Yang's funeral, and with her lack of knowledge in such matters, she sought assistance from the elderly Lu couple. Wayne Yang's only relative was Wei Ling, so to make the event more lively, Li Yueshu invited the villagers. Naturally, they were eager to partake in the free food and drink. However, in hushed tones, many whispered that Li Yueshu was a fool, and he made sense that she adopted 7 orphans to aid her apothecary. But her decision to take in Imo Lian and her son, providing them with medical care and educational support, seemed foolish enough. Now, she had taken in another simpleton to arrange a funeral for someone else's mother. It was hard to tell whether to commend her kindness or to mock her for being naive and wealthy. Li Yueshu was aware of the gossip surrounding her, but chose to disregard it. Confident that one day, they would understand the wisdom of her actions. Shen Wang and Shen Mu also attended, yet they were far from their former arrogance, keeping their heads down in a corner. Occasionally, their eyes would dart towards Li Yueshu, filled with resentment. They had already found news of their second sister Shan Kin and received her message that she would return soon, by that time. Even with the county magistrate's backing, Li Yueshu would certainly not fare well. Sensing their gaze, Li Yueshu chose to ignore them. It was Wayne Yang's funeral, and she did not wish to stir up further trouble. With the help of the elderly Lu and the village head, Wayne Yang was laid to rest, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Coincidentally, as it was the academy's break, when Lu went to fetch Shan Yimin and the other children, they arrived just in time to bid Wayne Yang farewell at her grave. The children took turns lighting incense before departing, while Li Yueshu chose to remain with Wei Ling since Wayne Yang's passing. The child had silently stayed by her side, speaking only when prompted. Wei Ling, now mentally fragile, seemed unaware of the significance of the funeral. Feeling the weight of Li Yueshu's gaze, Wei Ling looked up. Her innocent eyes clouded with confusion. Aunt Shu, did my mother die? Li Yueshu's heart jolted, instinctively turning to meet Wei Ling's gaze, which seemed to understand something while remaining oblivious to the entirety of the situation. Struggling to find the right words, she finally murmured, "Why do you ask, Linger?" Wei Ling turned to the gravestone before her. Mother said if she ever fell asleep and never opened her eyes again, being buried in the earth meant she had died, and she could never see Linger again. Li Yueshu felt a pang in her heart, compelled to grasp the child's hand. She had not anticipated that Wayne Yang would share such thoughts with her daughter. Yet, reflecting on it, she believed she understood Wayne Yang's intentions. Once she was gone, Wei Ling would become an outsider in this home. The last thing this mother could do was spare her child from further troubles. With a silent sigh, Li Yueshu gently patted Wei Ling's head. She was unsure how Wayne Yang had conveyed the news of her death to Wei Ling, or how she had helped her accept the reality of never seeing her mother again. But one thing was clear. Wayne Yang had truly loved her daughter deeply. Linger must grow up well. Only then can your mother leave in peace. Wei Ling, seemingly understanding, nodded earnestly. Linger will definitely grow up well. Mother said that I still have Aunt Shu, and Yimin brother, and Tingwen brother, and Tingyi sister. She counted on her fingers, including even the elderly Lu couple. Not far away, Shen Yimin, who should have left long ago, had returned, quietly listening to their conversation. His expression was complex as he observed Wei Ling, who seemed both unaware and yet somehow insightful. Chapter 75. Execution with Wayne Yang's departure. The atmosphere at home turned somber. Even the usually lively Shanji Yu had become subdued. Li Yueshu, unlike her previous self, did not prepare elaborate meals during her breaks, but merely made some simple home-cooked dishes. This melancholic mood persisted for several days until everyone gradually returned to their usual selves, shifting their focus to another matter. The imminent execution date of Zhang Laois and Li Yueshu planned to perform surgery on the day of the execution and made comprehensive preparations in advance. Although the operation would take place in her space, recovery would still need to occur outside. She enlisted the help of Shen Tanqi and others to thoroughly disinfect and sterilize Imo Mu's room. Striving to meet modern standards as closely as possible, upon learning of the impending surgery, Imo Lian and her sons took time off from the academy to return. Having spent so long together, they had come to regard Imo Lian and her son as family, and such a significant matter warranted their presence. Li Yueshu untied the ropes of the ox cart, glanced back at the throng of people, And instructed, I will go to the county office to oversee things. After the execution, I will retrieve the lungs. Remember, do not enter Moi's room. Olian nodded resolutely, but then anxiously asked, Madam, should I accompany you? Li Yueshu shook her head. I can manage alone. It will be faster that way. Seeing this, Emolian did not insist further. With swift movements, Li Yueshu climbed onto the ox cart and, just before departing, turned to glance at Xinwei. He wore a smile, his gaze towards her as dependable as ever. Without uttering a word, she drove the cart away, a flicker of doubt stirring within her. Upon arriving at the county office, Dr. Qin and the magistrate were already waiting. Yueshu, Zhang Lao San has been taken to the execution ground. The time for the execution is nearly upon us. Dr. Qin hurriedly approached her. I thought you had missed the time and was just about to send someone to find you. Li Yueshu handed the rope she held to a nearby constable and replied, I checked on Moi's condition before leaving, which delayed me. The magistrate stepped forward. Can the surgery still proceed? Li Yueshu nodded. Let us head to the execution ground first. The three made their way to the site, where a considerable crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle. Zhang Lao San knelt on the platform, his expression calm, as though he were not about to face death. Upon seeing Li Yueshu, he even managed a composed smile, and Li Yueshu returned the gesture, a heaviness settling in her heart. The principle of an eye for an eye is as old as time. And given that Zhang Lao San had initially acted with intent to kill, his fate seemed just. Yet, having interacted with him for so long, Li Yueshu recognized he was not inherently a bad person, merely a victim of love's treachery. When the time comes, execute. With the command issued, Zhang Lao San was pressed onto the execution board, serenely closing his eyes. With a swift motion, the executioner delivered the fatal blow. And the grisly sight of a severed head rolled away, causing the onlookers to instinctively shut their eyes in fear. By the time they opened them again, a figure had rushed forward, extracting several silver needles to pierce the decapitated corpse. Then, Li Yueshu instructed a nearby constable to assist in removing the body. Just as she was about to follow suit, a thought struck her, and she turned back to retrieve Zhang Lao San's head. The crowd was taken aback by the scene, shocked by the audacity of this woman and perplexed by her actions. The magistrate quickly stepped in to calm the crowd, deliberately omitting any mention of the lung transplant operation. Such knowledge, before success was assured, would not bode well for Madame Shun. Unaware of the magistrate's concerns, Li Yueshu proceeded to the prearranged room and immediately began her dissection. Dr. Qin observed closely. Having volunteered for this role, he watched as Li Yueshu unveiled a peculiar set of surgical tools, carefully opening Zhang Lao San's chest cavity and extracting his lungs. Despite years of practice, this bloody scene was unlike anything he had encountered, nearly causing him to retch. Though he managed to suppress the urge, his face turned pale. Li Yueshu worked swiftly, placing the lungs into a prepared basket, cleverly concealing them within a spatial container. After cleansing her hands of blood, she meticulously sewed up Zhang Lao San's chest and head. Once finished, she bowed deeply to his body, acknowledging that his choice warranted this respect. Only then did Li Yueshu turn to Dr. Qin, presenting him with a self-prepared invigorating pill. Are you all right? After swallowing the pill, Dr. Qin was able to quell the nausea rising in his throat. No problem, he took a couple of deep breaths. Next, we shall transfer the lungs to Mu, correct? Li Yueshu nodded and, leading him from the room, found the magistrate waiting at the door. She clasped her hands in front of him. Requesting, magistrate, please ensure that Zhang Lao San's remains are guarded. Once the operation is complete, I will return to handle his affairs. The magistrate readily agreed, though a hint of hesitation crossed his features. Madam Shan, may I accompany you to observe the surgical process? Li Yueshu found herself in a bit of a predicament. My lord, I beseech your understanding. The conditions for the surgery are exceedingly stringent. Aside from myself, no one is permitted to enter the room, not even Dr. Qin. Otherwise, the patient risks infection, and while a failed surgery is unfortunate, a serious complication could result in the patient's demise. The county magistrate had not anticipated the gravity of the situation, yet he promptly inquired, may I wait for news outside? If the surgery were to succeed, it would indeed be a matter of great significance, one that could reverberate throughout the world. He found it hard to remain patient at the county office. This time, Li Yueshu acquiesced. Although she was uncertain why, she could perceive that the magistrate was genuinely concerned about the surgery, and his concern bore no malice. Upon seeing this, the magistrate's face broke into a joyful smile. Madam Shun, please take my carriage. We shall travel swiftly. The carriage moved with remarkable speed, further expedited by the magistrate's persistent urging of the driver, thus significantly reducing their return time. as Li Yueshu alighted from the carriage. Emolian rushed over in a state of anxiety. "Madam." Observing his tense demeanor, Li Yueshu smiled and gently ruffled his hair, as if imparting an invisible strength that assuaged his agitation. "Do not worry. Leave the rest to me." Miraculously, Emolian's heart calmed considerably, though he still harbored concern, yet it was evidently much less than before. Li Yueshu approached the door with her basket on her back, only to turn and find a dozen individuals trailing behind her, all seemingly intent on following her inside, including Shen Tanqi, who looked on eagerly. Feeling somewhat helpless, Li Yueshu directed her gaze towards the Lu couple. "Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, could you please entertain the county magistrate and Dr. Chen for me? The surgery will take some time, and there is no need for everyone to linger at the door." Despite her request, it was clear that her words did not resonate with them. With no further comment, Li Yueshu turned and entered the room. She locked the door behind her, set down her basket, administered anesthesia to Mo's mother, and then directly transported her into the spatial realm. Meanwhile, outside, Shun Wei's expression shifted as he gazed at the tightly shut door, his eyes reflecting a depth of inscrutability. Chapter 76. The surgery's success. Everyone was anxiously awaiting news. With Shun Wei standing at the door, his gaze fixed intently on the closed entrance, Li Yueshu was never one to shy away from treating the sick. She often invited Shen Tingyi to observe and learn alongside her. However, this time, she had chosen to exclude everyone. Even locking the door tightly to it was as if she were concealing something. A situation reminiscent of the nights before Wayne Yang's passing, when Li Yueshu would sneak in to check on her, always locking the door behind her, with silence prevailing within. Shen Wei had once attempted to glean information from Wayne Yang, but she had remained unaware of anything. The memory of the peculiar scene he had witnessed that night resurfaced in his mind, fueling his growing uncertainty. Observing his taut expression, the others assumed he was merely worried and did not dwell on it. Time passed, and finally, the door creaked open. The moment the sound reached the group, they instinctively surged forward. Li Yueshu emerged, looking fatigued and somewhat pale. Shen Wei stole a glance inside, but the door closed too swiftly for him to discern anything. "Madam Shun, how did the surgery go?" The first to inquire was, surprisingly, the county magistrate. Li Yueshu offered a faint smile. "The surgery was successful." Her words. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd, faces blossoming with joy, astonishment, and gratitude. An array of emotions painted across their features. The success truly was remarkable. The magistrate appeared utterly incredulous, exclaiming, "Such miraculous medical skill is a blessing for Tongmu County and our Qiannan nation." Shen Wei observed the magistrate, whose hat had become askew in his excitement, and found himself taken aback by the deep concern this seemingly humble county magistrate held for the welfare of his people. Dr. Chen, equally exhilarated, had regained the color in his cheeks that had faded from their bumpy journey. "Yueshu, may we enter to have a look?" The crowd gazed at Li Yueshu with curiosity, particularly Emolian, whose anxiety had caused him to unknowingly grasp his palm until it bled. Once the initial excitement had calmed, Li Yueshu shook her head. "Though it is my first time mentioning rejection, the lungs are not my own, and the patient may experience an adverse reaction post-surgery. It is imperative to observe closely." While the concept of rejection was novel to the group, they understood the essence of her words. Thus, they refrained from further inquiries, though the magistrate and Dr. Chen made it a point to remind Li Yueshu to keep them informed of any developments after their departure. Upon returning home, the magistrate, too agitated to even remove his official robes, rushed to find his wife. "It was a success. My dear, truly a success." The magistrate was considerably calmer than before, yet still brimming with excitement. Understanding that he had come directly from the execution grounds to meet Madame Shan and Dr. Chen, the county magistrate's wife grasped the implication of his words. "Is it true?" she gasped, astonished that such miraculous medical skills truly existed in the world. The magistrate, thrilled, grasped her hand tightly. "My dear, the tasks I assigned you can now be undertaken. Hongda Pharmacy shall surely shine on the grand stage." Suddenly, he recalled something and added, "Let us keep the details of the lung transplant under wraps for now. Madame Shen mentioned there could be some adverse reaction post-surgery. Until we ascertain the outcome, we must tread carefully with our words." Despite his caution, the magistrate understood that even if the endeavor ultimately failed, Li Yueshu's name would undoubtedly echo throughout the land. After all, to forego the surgery guaranteed death, while pursuing it offered a glimmer of hope. Once Li Yueshu secured the door to her room, she re-entered her spatial realm. Meanwhile, Shen Wei, who had been observantly waiting at the entrance, sensed the occupants had vanished once more, deepening his intrigue. That night, Li Yueshu chose to remain in her spatial realm. Her laboratory, a costly investment by the organization, boasted the finest equipment in the world, rendering her fully capable of conducting the surgery alone. Mo's mother's condition was better than she had anticipated, and the following morning, Li Yueshu released her from the confines of the spatial realm. Though Mo's mother remained unconscious, no one dared to disturb her, save for Lian, who vigilantly stayed by her side. Just before noon, she finally regained consciousness. Although her complexion appeared pale, Li Yueshu's examination revealed that all her vital signs were stable. There's nothing serious. All that is required now is ample rest and timely medication. Upon hearing this, Lian, who had been harboring a heavy heart, finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. He wiped away his tears and turned to kneel before Li Yueshu. Instinctively, she sought to prevent him. But upon meeting his gaze, she halted her motion. If she did not allow him to express his gratitude, his feelings towards her would remain rooted in appreciation rather than familial affection. With reddened eyes, Lian solemnly bowed to Li Yueshu, uttering "Thank you, madam." The weight of those 3 words was profound, though they fell short of conveying the depth of his emotions. Only then did Li Yueshu assist him to his feet. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then focus on your studies, excel in your examinations, and become my support in the future. Lian nodded earnestly, remaining silent. Though he had made promises before, he understood that actions spoke louder than words. With Mo's mother's surgery completed, Li Yueshu felt a weight lift from her shoulders. 2 days later, she took Lian to the county office to handle the affairs pertaining to Zhang Laosan. Zhang Laosan had no family, so his arrangements were naturally simple. In accordance with his last wishes, Lian did not place him beside his wife. Dressed in mourning attire, Lian, as his descendant, paid his respects. Li Yueshu refrained from interfering, merely providing support from the side. Mo's mother's condition continued to stabilize. Although she was still recuperating, her complexion had improved significantly. Li Yueshu exchanged the ox cart for a horse-drawn carriage, making daily trips to the neighboring town. Everything seemed to return to tranquility until one day, the village head unexpectedly came knocking. "From the Zhang family, I've heard you performed a lung transplant for Lian's mother. Is that true?" Although puzzled by how he had learned of this, Li Yueshu did not conceal the truth and nodded. Upon seeing this, the village head's eyes lit up. "Is your medical skill truly so remarkable?" Li Yueshu sensed that he had something to discuss. "Is there a matter you wish to address?" The village head appeared conflicted, hesitating before finally speaking. "My wife has been unwell. We've consulted many doctors to no avail. Her condition resembles that of Mo's mother and I." Upon hearing this, Li Yueshu instantly grasped his intention. Without having seen the patient, she could not easily draw conclusions, so she decided to accompany the village head to his home. The village head's wife lay bedridden, her condition indeed appearing concerning. However, after examination, Li Yueshu discovered that her ailment stemmed merely from overexertion in her youth. Unlike the severe illness afflicting Mo's mother, Li Yueshu wrote a prescription. And though the village head was immensely grateful and wished to pay her a consultation fee, she declined. "There is still a matter I need your assistance with." Chapter 77. Are you unwilling? Village head, I wish to discuss something with you. Li Yueshu returned the silver, stating, Hongda Pharmacy's medicine is of high quality and should not be limited to this one town or merely to Tongmu County. Upon hearing this, the village head immediately deduced her meaning. You intend to open another pharmacy elsewhere? Seeing her nod, the village head was taken aback. Aren't you busy with the tavern project? The entire village was aware of Wayne Yang's situation and knew she had been preoccupied with the tavern in the neighboring town. Li Yueshu clarified, the pharmacy branch is merely an idea. The preparatory work will require at least half a year's time, so it will not impede the tavern's progress. Upon hearing this, the village head couldn't help but frown. As a woman, Hongda Pharmacy is sufficient to support a family. You need not burden yourself further. Li Yueshu offered a faint smile. She needed to be thoroughly prepared to confront the chosen ones of this world. However, such thoughts were not meant for others' ears. With a gentle smile, she said, I wish to provide my children with a better education, thus I must make some preparations in advance. After all, it is a matter concerning someone else's household. And Li Zhang did not wish to say too much. What assistance do you require from me? Returning to the main topic, Li Yueshu did not engage in unnecessary banter. Currently, the medicines at the pharmacy are being processed by individuals arranged by Dr. Chen. While I oversee the formulas and dosages, if we are to expand our operations, we will undoubtedly lack sufficient manpower. Our village is not short of people, and the area is ample. I wish to leverage this advantage. She contemplated acquiring medicinal materials herself and transporting them to the village, where the villagers would handle the processing, while she and Shen Tanqi would manage the formulas and dosages. However, before embarking on this endeavor, She must educate the villagers on how to process the medicinal materials and teach Shen Tanchi the intricacies of the formulas. In fact, when she initially established the Hongda pharmacy, she had already envisioned expanding it, taking Shen Tanchi under her wing. Not only to assist in the pharmacy, but also to cultivate trusted confidence. After all, if she aspired to see Hongda pharmacy flourish across the land, it would be impractical for her to oversee each establishment personally. Li Yueshu articulated her thoughts. Once everyone registers with me, they will be able to receive medicinal materials free of charge. I will repurchase the processed materials at a price of 10 won per pound, rewarding those who contribute more. Naturally, for those willing to participate, we will draft an agreement in advance. Should anyone attempt to embezzle the materials or substitute inferior goods, I shall possess the authority to report them to the county office. Upon hearing her words, Li Zhang felt a surge of excitement, though he still lacked a concrete understanding of the time required to process a pound of medicinal materials. That depends on individual capabilities. Li Yueshu replied with a smile. Based on my sister Ai's speed, she could process approximately 3 to 4 pounds in 1 hour. This. Li Zhang's eyes brightened instantly. If that is the case, wouldn't it be more advantageous than working in the town? Without further hesitation, he declared, rest assured, I will inquire in the village shortly. Li Yueshu was not concerned about potential rejections. After all, this opportunity was undoubtedly beneficial for the villagers. Even if some were skeptical of her intentions or reluctant to invest time in learning initially, she could always seek others. It merely required a bit more time and effort, which would not significantly impact her. Upon returning from Li Zhang's home, the children were diligently studying. Shentan, Shenqi, please come here for a moment. Li Yueshu called the two into the room. As the eldest among the 7 children, Shentan exhibited a calm demeanor, while Shenqi, being younger and possessing a meticulous mind, easily connected with others due to her cheerful disposition. Li Yueshu intended to impart to them all the formulas for the medicines that could be produced outside of her space. She envisioned that once a branch was established, the two could take the lead, thereby fostering their managerial skills, which would later enable her to teach Shenchun and the others once they had gained experience. After articulating her plans, both Shentan and Shenqi stared wide-eyed, momentarily at a loss for words. Since coming to this household, they had experienced a life they had once scarcely dared to dream of. Even having the opportunity to study alongside the young master and miss. Even if they could not pursue official titles, this was a stroke of fortune that could be accumulated over several lifetimes. They were already profoundly grateful for this, yet now the madam spoke of entrusting them with managerial responsibilities. It is essential to understand that individuals like them, as slaves, possessed no lives of their own. They were mere possessions of the master's household, subject to being sold at will. Those who could assume managerial roles were typically servants whose families had served the masters for generations, earning their trust to be bestowed with such honor. Seeing the stunned expressions on their faces, Li Yueshu felt a twinge of confusion. What is the matter? Are you unwilling? No, we are willing. Shenqi was the first to respond, hurriedly shaking her head, her eyes glistening. Even the typically composed Shentan seemed somewhat excited, expressing, thank you, madam, for your trust. We shall not disappoint your expectations. Li Yueshu, a modern individual, was unaware of the distinctions between slaves and household servants, and thus did not fully grasp the reasons behind their excitement. Observing their genuine willingness, she refrained from probing further, merely reiterating, you must think carefully. Agreeing to undertake this task will require you to exert energy and effort several times over compared to others. In addition to learning those formulaic operations, you must not neglect your prior knowledge of pharmacology and daily study tasks. Li Yueshu's expression turned serious, clearly hoping they would reflect before responding to her proposition. Perhaps for Shentan and the others, the knowledge contained in books may not be directly applicable, yet it would lay the foundation for their lives. Upon hearing her words, Shentan and Shenqi exhibited no hesitation. Madam, rest assured, we have made our decision. With this affirmation, Li Yueshu ceased to elaborate further. She understood the challenges ahead for them, yet she showed no signs of leniency during their training. The 2 children were diligent, learning earnestly without ever complaining. Aunt Lu, unaware of Li Yueshu's dealings with the 2 children, did not inquire further but occasionally prepared extra food for them. Li Yueshu did not object, sometimes requesting Aunt Lu to prepare a portion for herself as well. Naturally, Aunt Lu complied, serving her a separate dish. By the way, I heard from the villagers that the second Miss Shun has returned. Aunt Lu mentioned casually. Li Yueshu was momentarily taken aback, as she had no memory of this individual. She knew that Shin Mu had given birth to 2 sons and 1 daughter, but the second Miss Shin, Shin Kan, had already married off before Li Yueshu's arrival, and they had never met. Aunt Lu was aware of her circumstances and continued, The second Miss Shun was diligent and clever from a young age. Everyone in the village adored her. However, a few years ago, she went to the town and, for some unknown reason, became acquainted with Mr. Li, who passed through here and insisted on becoming his concubine. Ever since, she has not been in contact with the Shin family, reportedly due to her disdain for their decline. Feeling it brought her shame at this point, Aunt Lu lowered her voice. I heard from the villagers that the Shin family recently made efforts to contact Shun Can. They likely have ulterior motives regarding you. Li Yueshu had grown accustomed to the Shin family as self-destructive behavior, yet it still irked her. Little did she expect that, just as Aunt Lu finished speaking about Shun Can, the latter would pay her a visit the very next day. Chapter 78. Help me redeem myself. Old man Lu, as usual, took Shan Tan and the others to the pharmacy, while Li Yueshu prepared to head to the tavern. However, just as she settled into the carriage, a woman clad in a satin gown approached, accompanied by a maid. Her sumptuous attire seemed out of place against the muddy, dilapidated road. In the village, the only person who could dress in such a manner appeared to be Shan Can, who had returned home a few days prior. In the original story, Shan Can was merely a name, not even a proper character, which rendered Li Yueshu entirely unfamiliar with her. Yet, it was evident that she had been summoned by the Shun family to confront Li Yueshu, suggesting she was not a benign character. Adhering to the principle of to meet force with force, Li Yueshu remained seated in the carriage, unmoving. As Shun Can approached, she wore a bright smile. Are you my third brother's wife? She scrutinized Li Yueshu with curiosity, devoid of any animosity in her gaze. Li Yueshu raised an eyebrow and patiently replied, that would be me. Hearing this, Shun Can smiled and introduced herself. I am Shin Wei's second sister. Shun Can. It is a pleasure to meet you. This is a token of my affection for our first meeting. I hope you do not find it displeasing. With that, she produced an exquisite silver hairpin from her sleeve and extended it towards Li Yueshu. The design appeared superior to those found in the local jewelry shops. Li Yueshu was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected reaction. Wasn't she sent by the Shin family to confront her? Why was she presenting a gift upon their first encounter? Li Yueshu remained still, her mind alert with caution. Noticing her hesitation, Shun Can deliberated for a moment before removing the hairpin from her own hair. This agate was a birthday gift from Li last year. I hope my sister-in-law will find it to her liking. Gazing into her earnest eyes, though Li Yueshu felt puzzled, she accepted the silver hairpin with gratitude. Thank you, second sister. There's something else you wish to discuss? Seeing her forthrightness, Shun Can's expression faltered slightly. This was her one opportunity, a chance she could not afford to squander. Gritting her teeth, she glanced at her maid behind her. Please step aside. I wish to speak with my sister-in-law privately. The maid furrowed her brow, appearing somewhat reluctant. Yet after a moment's hesitation, she chose to withdraw. Li Yueshu silently observed the unfolding scene. Filled with curiosity, was this truly a maid? Once the maid had distanced herself, Shun Can took a few steps closer to Li Yueshu. Sister-in-law, I have a favor to ask of you. Confronted with her cautious gaze, Li Yueshu felt a sense of disbelief. Why did it seem as though the narrative was veering off in a direction entirely different from her expectations? Shin Can's demeanor was laced with supplication. I am aware that you are preparing to open a tavern and will undoubtedly require assistance. I can be of help. I have learned to read over the years, and I am diligent in my work. I am willing to learn whatever task you require. Could you help me redeem myself? The last two words struck Li Yueshu like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily speechless. Redeem myself? Only those bound by a contract of servitude would utter such a term. Shun Can, being a daughter married off by the Shin family, was a legitimate woman, even if she served as a concubine. She was far removed from the notion of redemption. Understanding her confusion, Shun Can lowered her gaze slightly. Years ago, Mr. Li took a liking to me and claimed to have come to propose, but in truth, he sought to purchase me, and my mother sold me for 5 taels of silver, and Li never formally took me as a concubine. Tears streamed down Shin Can's face as she recounted. He brought me back and grew tired of me after a month. Left without support and lacking funds, I nearly perished several times in the Li household. After a lengthy pause, she gradually regained her composure. Sister-in-law, I know you possess wealth. The people of the Li household stated that if I can produce 30 taels, they will return my contract of servitude. Could you assist me in redeeming myself? Li Yueshu vaguely grasped the preceding events and the ensuing consequences. Her perception of Shun Mu's shameless greed profoundly altered. However, she did not respond with misplaced kindness. As far as I know, when Shun Wei was discarded to the wandering Taoist, you were merely an innocent infant, utterly oblivious to the world. By the time Shin Wei returned 3 years prior, you had already entered into matrimony, rendering your relationship more estranged than that of mere strangers, and our connection was even less significant. Moreover, you should be well aware of the worth of 30 taels. What gives you the audacity to believe I would assist you? While she might possess moments of compassion, she is certainly not a self-righteous benefactor. Furthermore, today marks her first encounter with Shun Kan. The veracity of her words remains to be verified. Shun Kan's complexion turned pale as she declared, I am willing to give you my contract of servitude. I have learned to read during my years in the Li household, and I work diligently. I am certain I can be of assistance to you. Upon receiving news from the Shin family, she recognized this as her opportunity to escape from the Li residence. Thus she entrusted all her saved private funds to the steward, beseeching him for a chance to return. After her return and learning of the Shin family's plight, she indeed felt despair, yet upon hearing of Li Yueshu's circumstances, a glimmer of hope emerged. The reason she had refrained from visiting home for several days was due to her inquiries about Li Yueshu. She understood that although she had adopted 7 orphans in search of labor, she had afforded them the opportunity to learn to read and write, and even extended her hand to assist the unrelated Mo Lian and Wayne Yang. She must be a kind-hearted individual. Thus, even if this hope seemed faint, she was determined to pursue it. However, she evidently misjudged Li Yueshu. In response to her pleas, Li Yueshu remained utterly unmoved. 30 taels should suffice to procure several industrious slaves. Observing the color drain from her face, Li Yueshu maintained a demeanor of indifference. If I were the benevolent person you imagine, would the Shun family be in its current state? Shun Kan had witnessed the condition of the Shun family firsthand. Despite residing in a charming blue-tiled house, they could scarcely afford a simple meal. Li Yueshu dismissed her further, tugging the reins and departing with the carriage. If Shun Kan's claims were true, she would surely not relinquish her pursuit easily. Shun Kan stood rooted to the spot, her face devoid of color. How could this be? She felt as though her soul had been lost, unaware of how she returned to the Shun household. Upon her return, Shen Mu did not immediately appear by her side to offer her warmth as usual, and Shan Wang seemed to have vanished. Only Shun Chengkai remained, squatting in the corner chopping firewood. Since his expulsion from the academy and the ensuing uproar, he appeared to have matured significantly. Though he no longer engaged in conversation with his family as frequently and was not as obedient to Shen Mu as before, he certainly worked with greater diligence. It could be said that he now bore the brunt of household chores. Shun Kan approached. Chengkai, where are your grandmother and father? Shin Chengkai lifted his head to wipe the sweat from his brow and replied, They left early with some items. I have no idea where they went. This. Shun Kan furrowed her brow, an ominous premonition surging within her. She hurried into her room and, as she suspected, discovered that her belongings had been tampered with. She unwrapped her bundle, but could not locate the small cloth pouch she used to store her jewelry. That was all she had left. Without a moment to spare, Shun Kan dashed towards the town. Just as she was nearing the town, she encountered Shen Mu and Shun Wang, both grinning and carrying various parcels. Chapter 79. Shun Wei's birthday. Seeing their expressions, Shun Kan felt as if something had come crashing down. She rushed forward, seizing Shen Mu. Where are the jewels from my bundle? Return them to me. Shen Mu and Shun Wang, upon seeing her, were indeed flustered, yet her accusation ignited their anger. Shun Wang shoved her aside. What are you doing? I am your elder brother, and she is your mother. Are you accusing us of stealing your belongings? Shun Kan fell to the ground, her gaze filled with fury as she retorted. Then where did the items in your hands come from? Before I returned, neither of you could muster a single coin. You would starve for days just foraging for wild vegetables. Where did you acquire the money to buy these things? Shun Wang's expression faltered, unable to meet her eyes in shame. Yet he stubbornly insisted, We merely live frugally. Besides, you married Li Yuanwei and enjoy a life of luxury. Can't you spare a little for us? Shin Mu chimed in. Indeed, Canner, your mother is only looking out for your best interests. Since you married, you have neglected your family. Do you know what the villagers say about you? Now that they saw me purchasing such fine items. If I tell them you bought them for me, everyone will know you are a dutiful child. Listening to their shameless words, Shun Kan felt as though all her strength had been drained. It was over. She had nothing left. All the endurance and savings she had amassed over the years had vanished in an instant. The maid, who had been following her, understood the situation and could not restrain her frown. She was sent by the steward to accompany this woman, and was aware of the steward's demand for 30 taels for her release. In truth, Li Yuanwei had little regard for this woman, and 30 taels were hardly necessary. Her willingness to accompany them to this desolate place was merely to keep an eye on her for the steward, hoping to reap some benefits in the process. But now, It seemed this trip was in vain. Shinkan slumped to the ground, seemingly devoid of hope. At that moment, she suddenly thought of Li Yueshu. No, she still had a chance. If only Li Yueshu would be willing to assist her, she could escape the confines of the Li residence. Shinkan seemed to grasp onto her last lifeline, hope rekindling in her eyes. If she returned now, her fate would simply be death. In that case, she would gamble one last time for herself. Thus, from that day forth, two shadows trailed behind Li Yueshu. Shinkan diligently followed her, while the maid, concerned that she might flee, kept a watchful eye on her. Shinkan paid no heed to the maid's scrutiny, focusing solely on Li Yueshu, always ready to lend a helping hand the moment she discerned what was needed. Her movements were indeed deft. At times, she could manage even the minutiae with such neatness that Li Yueshu found herself at a loss for reasons to dismiss her. After several attempts to persuade Shinkan to abandon her desire for assistance in redeeming her freedom, the maid ultimately ceased her efforts. She treated Shinkan's help as a free labor force, from which she profited. Li Yueshu remained indifferent, yet the maid could no longer tolerate the situation. Having already resolved to return to the Li residence after realizing her journey had been fruitless, she found Shinkan unwilling to leave. Naturally, the maid could not return alone, and seeing that she could not convince Shinkan, she secretly sent a message back to the Li household. One day, while Shinkan was busily helping at the tavern, the maid suddenly pulled her aside. People from the Li household have arrived. They are currently waiting for you at the Shan residence. Shinkan's expression shifted. How could the Li household's people come here? I am not an important figure. Why would they send someone all the way here? The maid scoffed coldly. The Li family is a prominent clan. If you were to escape, how would that reflect on us? Moreover, you were released by the steward. If you were to run away, the steward would bear the responsibility. Realizing the implications, Shinkan understood that those sent by the Li household had likely been summoned by the steward. She was no fool. It was evident that this maid had leaked information, for otherwise, the Li household would not have arrived so swiftly. Shinkan had no time to speak further with Li Yueshu and hurriedly followed the maid away. Though puzzled, Li Yueshu did not inquire further. She had no intention of becoming deeply entangled with Shinkan, and now that Shinkan was willing to leave voluntarily, it saved her considerable trouble. After wrapping up her affairs at the tavern, Li Yueshu decided to return home early. Today was Shinwei's birthday. She had prepared the ingredients the night before, intending to bake him a birthday cake. Ever since she began frequenting the tavern, Shinwei had mostly remained at home, neglecting his studies at the pharmacy, which led to several tantrums. Li Yueshu had gained experience in raising children and quickly soothed him. Ensuring this birthday would not be overlooked, she planned to buy him a gift on her way home, creating an element of surprise. Li Yueshu had long contemplated what to present him, thus she went directly to a jade shop. Given that it was merely a small town, despite her meticulous selection and reserving 2 months in advance, she could only procure a rather mediocre hairpin. This hairpin was designed by Li Yueshu herself. Although the jade was of average quality, the craftsmanship was commendable. After settling the remaining payment, Li Yueshu purchased a few trinkets before heading home. Passing by the house of old Lu, she invited the couple to dinner that evening, stating she wished to celebrate Shanwei's birthday. Naturally, they did not decline, and Aunt Lu decided to cook a specialty dish herself. Upon returning home, only Mu and Wei Ling were present. As Shantan and the others had yet to return from the pharmacy, Li Yueshu took out the hairpin in advance and placed it beside Shinwei's pillow, preparing to surprise him. However, after searching everywhere, she could not find Shinwei. She had no choice but to seek Mu, who was equally puzzled. Shinwei was restless and often roamed about, leaving Mu frequently unaware of his whereabouts. I know where Uncle Shan went, Wei Ling exclaimed, raising her small hand excitedly. Upon seeing Li Yueshu looking at her, she quickly pointed towards the back mountain. Uncle Shin often goes there. I wanted to accompany him several times, but Uncle Shin never agreed. The last part of her statement held a hint of grievance. Li Yueshu was taken aback. Does Linger know what Uncle Shin does at the back mountain? Wei Ling shook her head. Uncle Shin didn't say. Li Yueshu furrowed her brow, instructing Wei Ling to stay at home, while she set off to search for Shinwei at the back mountain. Meanwhile, Shinwei was engaged in a conversation regarding Zhongzhou with Chaiyang and Xinghe. Ever since the news of his survival had surfaced, the people from Zhongzhou had outwardly adopted a demeanor of compliance, yet their covert activities had intensified. Chaiyang expressed his concerns, stating, Master, you must return soon. Many have traced the origins to Tongmu County, and it is likely that the identities of the young masters cannot be concealed any longer. Shinwei was well aware of the current predicament. Yet he did not mention the need to return. I still have matters to attend to here. Let the situation in Zhongzhou continue to be contained. Upon hearing this, Chaiyang and Xinghe exchanged glances. both perceiving a shared understanding in each other's eyes. Chapter 80. I will personally end her life. With a hesitant tone, Chaiyang ventured, Master, how do you intend to deal with Li Yueshu? Xin Wei's expression darkened. Her true identity remains uncertain. We shall ascertain her origins before making any decisions. Xing He interjected with a hint of confusion, Master, although we have yet to uncover her background. I have engaged with her before. She possesses no internal energy, yet she was able to unexpectedly subdue me, which is not something an ordinary person could achieve. By that measure, she cannot possibly be the Li Yueshu we are familiar with. Xin Wei remained silent, his impassive countenance betraying no emotion. A sudden silence enveloped the atmosphere. Even Xing He, usually oblivious, sensed an underlying tension. After a prolonged pause, Chaiyang mustered the courage to break the stillness. Master, if she is indeed affiliated with those from Zhongzhou, your presence here could pose a danger. Xun Wei lowered his gaze, his dark eyes unfathomable. He pressed his lips together, his fingers instinctively curling slightly. For the 4 children still required her identity as a guise. If it becomes clear that she is indeed orchestrated by those individuals, I will personally ensure her demise. The weight of his final words resonated heavily, as if he sought to convince himself of their truth. Chaiyang and Xing He felt the menace in his tone and exchanged glances, refraining from further comment. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed. Xin Wei? Chaiyang and Xing He's hearts raced, and they quickly concealed themselves in the shadows. Xin Wei ruffled his clothes and hair to appear somewhat disheveled. He then proceeded in the direction of the voice. On the other side, Li Yueshu had searched in vain for Xin Wei and was compelled to venture deeper. The back mountain was expansive, and the further she went, the more perilous it became, causing her heart to swell with worry. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound. Instantly on high alert, she treaded softly towards the source of the noise. As she turned a corner, she spotted Xin Wei, clutching a branch. Looking quite filthy as their eyes met, Xin Wei's face lit up, waving the branch enthusiastically. Ah shoo! Li Yueshu rushed over, inspecting him from head to toe and only relaxing once she confirmed he was unharmed. Observing her actions, a fleeting emotion crossed Xin Wei's eyes, yet when Li Yueshu looked up, his charming eyes returned to their usual foolishness and innocence. Completely oblivious, she shot him an annoyed glare. Didn't I warn you that the back mountain is dangerous? Why did you come alone? Xin Wei pouted, feigning grievance. Ah Shu wasn't home, so I had no choice but to entertain myself. Sensing his tone of dependence, Li Yueshu paused, instinctively scanning the surroundings. The back mountain was littered with rocks and thickets, and even you found it too filthy to play. What could he possibly be doing here? As she searched, her gaze landed on a dark mass not far off, dried feces of an unknown animal. Li Yueshu was taken aback. So, Xin Wei had disregarded her warnings and ventured to the back mountain just to play with this. Had his condition not improved, or had it worsened? Noticing her expression, Xin Wei followed her line of sight and struggled to maintain his facade. He had merely picked up a branch when Li Yueshu approached, completely unaware of it. Seeing her look of sympathy, he nearly blurted out an explanation. Fortunately, Li Yueshu did not detect his faltering demeanor and seized the branch from his hands, discarding it. You cannot play with such things anymore, she admonished sternly, akin to a teacher reprimanding you. This is filthy, just like the mess you makes. You must never touch it. At this point, she suddenly halted, her instinct to grab him retracting. Xin Wei, sensing her disdain, remained silent. Li Yueshu examined his hands. A sudden realization struck her. Human children have an innate habit of putting anything they grasp into their mouths. She looked up in horror at Xin Wei. You didn't eat this? Did you? Xin Wei couldn't help but twitch, yet faced with her penetrating gaze, he maintained his foolish expression, resulting in a rather peculiar demeanor. His voice trembled. I did not. Li Yueshu noticed something amiss in his expression, her skepticism evident as she urged him to open his mouth for inspection. Xin Wei had never felt so exasperated, yet he complied to prove his innocence. Once she confirmed he had not committed any outrageous acts, she finally exhaled in relief. However, on their way home, she was reluctant to hold Xin Wei's hand as she usually did. As they departed, hidden in the shadows, Xing He could no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha! To witness the master in such a state is worth dying for." Chaiyang stifled his laughter but refrained from vocalizing it. Hearing Xing He's comment, he turned his head. The master possesses profound internal energy. He likely heard every word you just uttered. Xing He froze in place. Meanwhile, Li Yueshu, who had already walked a distance, suddenly turned back, puzzled. What was that sound? A glimmer of depth flashed in Shun Wei's eyes. And then with a feigned air of grievance, he tugged at Li Yueshu's garment. Ah Shu. I'm hungry. Li Yueshu retrieved her garment, urging, let us hurry home. I'll prepare something delicious for you. Shin Wei glanced at her as she patted her clothing. The two soon arrived home. But upon opening the door, they were met with a throng of people filling the courtyard. Shun Tan and the others had already been brought back by old Lu from the apothecary. Alongside Shin Kan, her maid, and several menacing strangers, Li Yueshu frowned, her demeanor growing cold. Sister-in-law, save me. The first to spot Li Yueshu was Shan Kan, who, seeing her as a savior, rushed forward, pleading, please help me. I truly have no way out. Help me redeem myself, and I will repay you tenfold. Shun Kan halted half a meter away from Li Yueshu, hesitant to approach further. After spending time together, she understood that Li Yueshu despised uninvited physical contact. She also recognized that her brazen act of bringing strangers to Li Yueshu's home would surely provoke her wrath, yet she felt utterly desperate. Li Yueshu was indeed furious. Through their interactions, she had assumed Shun Kan was a person of discernment, yet now she had brought unknown individuals to her home without considering the presence of her many children. Before Li Yueshu could voice her frustration, the unfamiliar men encroached upon her. You are the owner of Hongda Apothecary? The leading man scrutinized Li Yueshu as if she were mere merchandise. Shun Wei's expression turned icy, ready to step forward. But someone moved even faster. Shun Tan and the others rushed over, instinctively shielding Li Yueshu, with Shun Qi wielding a hoe that matched her height. Witnessing this, Li Yueshu's initial anger was swiftly replaced by warmth. She glared coldly at Shin Kan. While I am still calm, take them away. Shin Kan's heart raced, instinctively wanting to flee. However, the men seemed oblivious to the imminent danger, laughing, oh, this little madam has quite the temper. I wonder if she is as fierce in bed. One of the accomplices chimed in. I heard her man is a fool. He probably doesn't even know how to take off his clothes. Ha ha ha, no worries, I can help. If the little madam has never experienced a man, why not let me assist? The lewd remarks from the men made even old Lu, a grown man, blush. Shut your mouths. Shunkin could no longer restrain herself. Her face flushed with a mix of anger and shame. You, trembling, she pointed at the men, unable to articulate her outrage. Li Yueshu's icy gaze bore into them, a hint of murderous intent glimmering in her eyes. I gave you an opportunity. You chose to seek your own demise. She stepped forward, her presence exuding an aura of a vengeful deity, instilling fear in the hearts of those before her, before they could fully comprehend the situation. Li Yueshu launched herself at the men with the swiftness of a released arrow. Madam! The crowd panicked, rushing to assist, but in the blink of an eye, Li Yueshu's fists collided with the first man who had spoken. Her movements fluid and elusive, leaving the men unable to even graze her clothing. Bang bang! The sound of flesh meeting flesh resonated, causing an ache in the hearts of onlookers. Within moments, the previously boastful men lay sprawled on the ground. Wailing in distress, the maid turned pale, retreating in fear, yet still attempting to assert herself. Do you know who we are? Offending the Li family. You will not escape unscathed. Li Yueshu merely raised an eyebrow. Her mere gaze enough to send the maid tumbling to the ground in fright. With a mocking smile, Li Yueshu regarded her as though she were a mere insect. Leave. As the last words fell, the man on the ground scrambled away in a flurry, completely disregarding the stunned Shun Kan still frozen in place. The first to react was Mother Mo, who hurriedly rushed to Li Yueshu's side. Madam, are you all right? Li Yueshu shook her head, and upon seeing the worried expressions on everyone's faces, she smiled gently. I am fine, it's getting late. I shall go prepare dinner. Throughout the entire exchange, her gaze never lingered on Shan Kan. It was evident that Shan Kan had crossed a line. Retreating into a corner to diminish his presence, Li Yueshu proceeded directly to the kitchen. With many mouths to feed and the cold weather, not to mention the special occasion, she decided to prepare a hot pot. The ingredients had all been prepared in advance, requiring only simple handling by Aunt Lu and Mother Mo. Meanwhile, Li Yueshu began to make a cake. The cream and bread had been prepared in advance, ready for use. Having accompanied her best friend in making cakes a few times, she was familiar with all the steps, yet her practical experience was limited. Mastering only the simple yet visually appealing combination of fruits and chocolate. When the sizable birthday cake, measuring over a foot in diameter, was brought out, everyone was left in astonishment. While Li Yueshu had made smaller pastries for the children before, she had never crafted a cake of such grand proportions. Tio enhanced the festive atmosphere. She also produced several candles and birthday hats. Shun Jiyu was the first to rush over, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the cake on the table. Mother, is this a snack for Ayu? Li Yueshu affectionately ruffled his hair. Today is your father's birthday. This is a cake made for him. After he makes his wish, we shall share it with everyone. As she spoke, she placed a birthday hat on Shinwei's head. Shinwei looked utterly bewildered. This was not an act. He genuinely had no idea that today was, to be precise, that it was Shinwei's birthday. When he assumed Shinwei's identity, he had conducted some investigation and discovered that the original had never celebrated his birthday. Noticing his expression, Li Yueshu suddenly thought of something, her heart stirring. Shinwei had been abandoned by the Shin family at birth due to his unfavorable birth chart. So for him, birthdays were far from joyous occasions. Even in his foolishness, the knot he had carried in his heart since childhood had not dissipated. Li Yueshu felt a pang of sympathy, soothing him as she would with Ayu. She gently caressed his head. The significance of a birthday is to express gratitude to the heavens for bringing us into this world, to celebrate another year of growing up safely. Those who truly love you will rejoice on this day, and you should also be happy. Her every word seemed to resonate within Shinwei, as if something had suddenly exploded in his heart. The echo of a line from many years ago rang in his ears. From now on, every year on your birthday, the Emperor Brother will prepare gifts for Ayuan. The Emperor Brother had indeed fulfilled that promise, with the gifts becoming increasingly precious. Yet, Mother, Ayu also wants such a large cake for his birthday. Shun Jiyu interjected eagerly, gesturing with his hands. Seeing the glimmer in the fourth brother's eyes, Li Yueshu affectionately ruffled his hair again. All right, Mother will make one for you next time. Suddenly recalling something, she turned her gaze towards Shin Imin and the others. Smiling gently, for each of your birthdays, Mother will also make you cakes. Shin Amin's eyes flickered slightly, but he did not respond. He typically hosted grand celebrations for his birthdays and should have been indifferent to such matters. However, gazing at the unfamiliar yet splendid birthday cake before him and witnessing the joy on his fourth brother's face, he found himself feeling a flicker of anticipation. Li Yueshu remained oblivious to his subtle thoughts and glanced at Shen Tan and Shun Shun, who were seated at the edge. Although they said nothing, their envious glances betrayed their feelings. Her heart stirred, and she suddenly spoke. Shen Tan, Shin Shun, do you remember your birthdays? Upon hearing her words, the dazed Shin Imin snapped back to reality. Every time he heard those names, he felt a pang of discomfort. How had Shen Tan and the others come to accept their fates? The suddenly called out Shen Tan and the others were momentarily taken aback. Failing to grasp her meaning at first, it was Shen Shun who reacted first, hastily saying, "We were born as slaves. We do not know our birthdays, and even our names change with each new master." The others remained silent, their expressions noticeably dim. One wished to be born a slave. Before encountering the madam, they had lived a hand-to-mouth existence, and even after becoming servants, they were treated merely as possessions. When survival itself was a struggle, who would care about birthdays? Sensing the low atmosphere surrounding the children, Li Yueshu felt a twinge of helplessness. The world was structured such that individuals were born into varying levels of status. And while she could not alter the fate of all, she could change the destinies of these few children before her. From now on, your birthdays will be celebrated on the first day you came to this home. Every year on the 19th of August. Chapter 82. I want to sleep too. The simple declaration struck Shan Tan and the others like a heavy blow, causing them all to redden at the eyes. They had never envisioned that they could not only live a stable life with adequate food and shelter, but also possess their own birthdays, let alone that the madam, as their mistress, would remember the day they arrived at this home. In that moment, their resolve to pledge loyalty to Li Yueshu grew even stronger. Li Yueshu turned and smiled gently, and for a Lin and Ling air. I will also make you cakes for your birthdays. This was the first time in the months they had spent together that someone was celebrating a birthday, and everyone was filled with joy. Even old Lu inadvertently drank too much that night. Li Yueshu assisted the children with their evening routines while Shun Wei returned to his room early as he dried his damp hair. There was no trace of the foolishness he had displayed earlier. At that moment, he suddenly noticed something beside his usual pillow. Approaching, he discovered it was a jade hairpin, its design strikingly familiar. With his excellent memory, he briefly pondered before recalling that Li Yueshu had shown him a matching design some time ago. Asking if he liked it. So, she had personally designed it and prepared it long in advance. Shin Wei's gaze flickered. He had received countless birthday gifts, each more extravagant than this hairpin, yet upon seeing this gift, he inexplicably felt as though something within him had been filled. When Li Yueshu entered, she happened to catch him lost in thought, staring at the hairpin. She smiled gently, leading Shun Jiyu into the room. This is your birthday gift from me. Do you like it? Shenwei paused momentarily. With his profound internal strength, he had not sensed anyone entering. Yet, it was only a fleeting moment before he reverted to his innocent demeanor. Is this from Yueshu? Li Yueshu nodded with a smile. Do you like it? For the first time, Shenwei allowed his face to express joy, seeing the happiness her handmade gift brought him. Li Yueshu could not help but laugh. In that moment, she felt a yearning that this life could continue in such a manner. The next morning, Li Yueshu helped Shenwei don the hairpin. Its simple yet elegant design, though made of ordinary materials, imparted a gentlemanly quality to Shenwei when he wore it in silence. While Mother Imo prepared breakfast, Li Yueshu took fodder to feed the horses. Just as she reached the stable, she spotted a figure huddled by the cartwheel. After a while, she recognized it as Shun Kan, who should have left yesterday. Startled, she approached and called out to awaken her. Shun Kan groggily opened her eyes and, upon recognizing the person before her, immediately became alert. Sister-in-law, you're up? Are you going to the tavern? I will accompany you. She scrambled to her feet, disregarding her disheveled appearance, and carefully regarded Li Yueshu. Li Yueshu frowned slightly. Did you sleep here last night? Shun Kan nodded nervously. You saved me, so I will be your servant from now on. Wherever you go, I will follow. She understood that her actions in bringing the people from the Li family had angered Li Yueshu, but knowing that her mother would not allow her to enter after offending the Li family, she had nowhere else to go. Clever as Li Yueshu was, she quickly deduced the situation from Shun Kan's awkward expression. However, she was not one to be swept away by sympathy. She glanced at the shabby bundle in Shun Kan's hand before coolly averting her gaze. The reason I dealt with those people yesterday was due to their foul mouths, not to save you. She paused before adding, if it weren't for you, those people would not have found their way to my home. Shun Kan stiffened. She had spent the entire night worrying that Li Yueshu would blame her for this. Taking a deep breath, she said, I know it was my fault, but I truly had no choice. I risked everything to seize this opportunity. Li Yueshu tossed aside the fodder, her expression cold. Did you consider that when you brought those people to my home, they could harm me or the children? Shun Kan fell silent. She had indeed wagered the safety of Li Yueshu and the children on her gamble. Yet, she truly had no other options. Lowering her head, she muttered, I'm sorry. Li Yueshu did not respond and turned to leave. However, she did not expect that after finishing her meal and preparing to drive the carriage to the new tavern, she would find Shun Kan still standing there. Shun Jiyu suddenly hugged Li Yueshu tightly, fear evident in his eyes as he looked at Shun Kan. Mother, she's back. Clearly, the incident from yesterday had frightened the little one. Shun Kan had prepared her apology speech, but upon hearing Shun Jiyu's words, she found herself at a loss for words. Li Yueshu bent down to lift the little one. Don't be afraid. Mother will carry you onto the carriage. Amin, Awan. Hold your father's reins. When she had purchased the carriage, she had arranged it so that the four little ones could sit inside while she and Shenwei sat outside, with just enough space. Throughout the exchange, Li Yueshu did not acknowledge Shun Kan go. With a crack of the whip, the carriage gradually departed. Seeing this, Shun Kan gritted her teeth and followed suit. Li Yueshu was acutely aware of the tailing presence behind her. Yet she chose to ignore it, continuing to wield her whip. The journey to the neighboring town took nearly 2 hours, even with the carriage, and Shun Kan was determinedly keeping pace with her on foot. By the time they arrived at the inn, Shun Kan's legs were trembling, and she unceremoniously collapsed at the entrance. Li Yueshu cast a glance at her, but quickly averted her gaze. Shun Kan? Noticing the brief connection, paused in her leg massage. She was not oblivious. Throughout their trek, she had distinctly sensed that Li Yueshu had deliberately slowed the pace of the carriage. While her words were harsh and unfeeling, her actions revealed a tendency toward compassion. This realization rekindled a flicker of hope within Shun Kan. After a brief respite to regain her strength, she resolutely entered the inn. Chapter 83. A shoe is beautiful. Shun Kan exhibited remarkable perceptiveness in the inn, ensuring she did not impede anyone's work while being the first to lend a hand whenever assistance was needed. Li Yueshu, being astute, was fully aware of her intentions. However, Shun Kan had become a veritable hot potato. She had driven the people of the Li family away the previous day, yet they would not let the matter rest. She had no grounds to shoulder this trouble. Li Yueshu clearly articulated her stance to Shun Kan, indicating her unwillingness to assist. Shun Kan felt a pang of disappointment, replying, I understand, but I still want to give it a tea or wipe as long as I have breath in me. It is better than doing nothing. Moreover, this is the only way I can make amends for bringing people to your home yesterday. Li Yueshu regarded her thoughtfully, a fleeting emotion glimmering in her eyes. Frankly, Shinkan's disposition bore some resemblance to her own, stubborn and unwilling to easily accept fate. She refrained from further comment, seemingly conceding to Shinkan's presence. That evening, she even visited the stable and found Shinkan leaning against a wheel, intending to sleep as she had the night before. Though Tongmu County could not be deemed an extreme cold zone, winter nights were certainly frigid. After a moment of hesitation, she feigned rummaging through the carriage to retrieve something, secretly leaving behind a blanket. Upon emerging, Li Yueshu glanced at Shinkan, who stood cautiously to the side, and unexpectedly pulled out a few coins from her pocket. You can sleep in the carriage tonight and keep an eye on it. This is your payment for the night. She placed the coins on the carriage edge and turned to leave. Tio Sum, this gesture might seem humiliating, yet Shinkan comprehended that it was a veiled form of assistance. For ordinary individuals, the Li family could extinguish a mere ant with greater ease than they could harm them, and as a member of the Shin family, Li Yueshu had no obligation to help her. Shinkan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She carefully accepted the coins and, upon climbing into the carriage, was greeted by the sight of a pristine blanket. A wave of warmth surged within her heart. Deepening her appreciation and regard for Li Yueshu in the following days, Shinkan silently trailed behind the carriage whenever Li Yueshu ventured out. Although Li Yueshu outwardly maintained her distance, the pace of the carriage noticeably slowed. Shin Wei observed this shift, his gaze toward Li Yueshu filled with complexity. Was she truly so soft-hearted towards everyone? Sensing his scrutiny, Li Yueshu turned, perplexed. What are you looking at? Shin Wei beamed innocently. A shoe is beautiful. His enchanting eyes narrowed slightly, reminiscent of twinkling stars. In that moment, Li Yueshu felt her heart flutter inexplicably. Instinctively, she averted her gaze, attributing it to natural modesty. This was not mere self-praise. Despite the original owner's flaws, her visage was undeniably striking. From her experience, such a face could undoubtedly bewitch kingdoms. A flicker of amusement passed through Shin Wei's eyes, though Li Yueshu remained oblivious. During the subsequent period, she immersed herself in the affairs of the new and while meticulously overseeing the education of Shen Tan and Shen Qi. Both children were naturally intelligent and diligent, thus learning swiftly. Furthermore, she discovered that Shinkan possessed a remarkable talent for accounting. Having shadowed Li Yueshu, Shinkan was well acquainted with the various expenses involved in the inn's renovation. At these moments, she consistently assisted Li Yueshu in calculating the accounts, even managing to trim down various expenditures. Faced with Li Yueshu's astonished gaze, Shinkan sheepishly scratched her head. In the past, whenever my mother sent me to purchase items, the money was never sufficient, so I developed this habit. Li Yueshu raised an eyebrow, an idea beginning to form in her mind. She handed over the ledger. I've been rather busy lately. Would you like to try managing the renovation expenses for the inn? Shinkan stared at the ledger in disbelief, doubting her own hearing. When she remained silent for a while, Li Yueshu added, if you are unwilling, then forget it. With that, she feigned an intention to reclaim the ledger. I am willing. Shinkan hastily snatched the ledger. She understood that as long as she proved her worth, she would have the opportunity to remain. Li Yueshu noted her excitement and did not elaborate further. In truth, she had not firmly decided to keep Shinkan. She merely needed assistance now that the inn was operational, and Shinkan was a viable option. If she indeed performed well, even if complications arose, Li Yueshu could consider retaining her. The news of Shinkan assisting Li Yueshu soon spread throughout the village, especially since numerous witnesses had seen the commotion at Li Yueshu's home. Upon learning that the savior they sought had become Li Yueshu's subordinate, Shun Wang and her son were incensed, lashing out with a torrent of insults. Shin Chenkai set down the firewood he had just chopped, wiped the sweat from his brow, and coldly regarded the frenzied pair. When they finally calmed down, he spoke slowly. Father, mother, rather than hurling insults here, wouldn't it be wiser to contemplate how we will live once Aunt's money runs out? Shall we simply wait to starve? It is often said that it is easy to slip from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to return from extravagance to frugality. The two had sold Shinkan's jewelry, yet within days had squandered the majority of it, likely left with no more than a few coins now. Shin Chengcai's words twisted the already grim expressions of the duo further. Shin Mother's anger boiled over as she slapped her thigh, exclaiming, "No way! We cannot let that venomous woman, Li Yueshu, benefit from this." Shinkan was now serving Li Yueshu, while this mother had received not a single coin, clearly intending to humiliate her. Shen Wang could not swallow this indignity and suddenly interjected, "Mother, remember when the village chief summoned everyone for a meeting? Wasn't there talk of that venomous woman, Li Yueshu, opening a new pharmacy and seeking help from the villagers to produce medicine?" Shen Mother nodded in confusion. "Yes, that was mentioned. Why do you ask?" Shen Wang's gaze darkened, his ambiguous demeanor rendering him quite intimidating. Shen Chengkai furrowed his brow. What are you plotting? Li Yueshu is not easily dealt with. If you wish to court disaster, do not involve me, you insolent boy. How dare you speak to your father and grandmother like that? Shen Wang shot him a fierce glance before dragging Shen Mother off to plot, observing their obstinate demeanor. An unusual glimmer flickered in Shan Chengcai's eyes. He refrained from further comment and continued with his work. Foolish. If Li Yueshu were so easily handled, then the likes of Li Xiangru would not have met defeat at her hands. To confront Li Yueshu, they could not rely solely on the Shen family's strength. During this time, Li Yueshu frequented the New Inn, and Hong Dai sought her out daily. Their conversations rarely touched upon significant matters. Instead, they indulged in tea, observing the workers as they renovated, and engaging in light banter. Initially, Li Yueshu was uncertain of Hong Dai's intentions, but after a few exchanges, she discerned that Hong Dai seemed particularly interested in her affairs. Li Yueshu recounted the original owner's story in its entirety, as these events were verifiable regardless of investigation. Hong Dai, not lacking in intelligence, naturally sensed that Li Yueshu was aware of her motives. Nevertheless, this did not deter her relentless inquiries. In Chapter 84, the county officials have come to arrest you. Faced with Hong Dai's persistent questioning, Li Yueshu deflected, stating, with the new year approaching in a little over a month, my family is large and I need to prepare the New Year's goods in advance. This would be her first new year in this world. With no organizational constraints, some funds at her disposal, a burgeoning career, and the children largely accepting her, this year warranted a proper celebration. Just as Hong Dai was about to respond, an urgent knock interrupted. The two women turned to see Sean Can rushing in. Breathless. Sister-in-law, two officials from the county are outside. They said they are here to arrest you. Li Yueshu and Hong Dai exchanged bewildered glances. Nearly everyone in Tongmu County was aware of the county magistrate's esteem for Li Yueshu. How could he dispatch officials to apprehend her without warning? Hong Dai remained upstairs while Li Yueshu descended. Due to her frequent visits to the county office, she was familiar with most of the officials. And when they saw her, they politely clasped their hands in greeting. It has been a while, brothers. Why not come in for some tea? We can catch up. Li Yueshu invited them inside. The officials quickly waved their hands. No need, Madam Shen. Actually, we are here on official business. Their expressions grew awkward, as if unsure how to proceed. After a lengthy pause, one of them finally spoke. Madam Shen, someone has reported to the county that you have forcibly taken their property and assaulted them. The county magistrate has instructed us to bring you along. Li Yueshu was momentarily taken aback, but instantly deduced the situation. It is the people from the Li family who are pressing charges against me, isn't it? The officials nodded, their expressions still hesitant. Not just the Li family. Accompanying them are also officials from the governor's office. Upon hearing these words, Li Yueshu instantly comprehended the predicament faced by the two officials. Given her acquaintance with the county magistrate, it was evident he would assist her without necessitating her presence. However, the prefect, being the magistrate's superior, naturally could not overtly show favoritism. Reflecting on this, Li Yueshu spared the two constables further discomfort. Exchanged a few words with Shan Can, gathered some items, and followed them. Hong Dai, standing by the window, witnessed this scene and hurried back to Qingfeng Pavilion, sending someone to investigate the situation. The two constables, there to apprehend her, had deliberately arranged a carriage for Li Yueshu, reportedly at the magistrate's behest. As the carriage traversed the road, Li Yueshu lifted the curtain and smiled at the two constables. Gentlemen, you've arrived so early. I presume you haven't had breakfast yet? Here are some snacks for my youngest son. Would you care for a bite to stave off hunger? Seeing her so leisurely, seemingly untroubled by her own predicament, the two constables were momentarily at a loss for words. Previously, when Li Yueshu visited the dungeon to see Zhang Laosan, she would occasionally bring them treats, and they had grown quite familiar with her. Thus feeling at ease in her presence, it was only then that Li Yueshu inquired, may I ask, how does the matter concerning the Li family involve the prefect? The two constables, having nothing to conceal, explained candidly. Before their arrival, the magistrate had specifically instructed them to clarify the situation to Li Yueshu to alleviate her worries. It turned out that Li Yuanwei and the local prefect were cousins, and their families frequently interacted. The reason Li Yuanwei could act with such impunity in the locality was largely due to the support of the prefect. Early this morning, individuals from the Li family had presented a decree bearing the prefect's seal, demanding the magistrate apprehend Li Yueshu. However, upon learning of Imomu's successful lung transplant, the magistrate had cherished Li Yueshu and thus refused to comply. Yet he could not defy his superior's orders and had no choice but to send someone to arrest her. After recounting the entire sequence of events, the constables, concerned that their words might frighten Li Yueshu, quickly reassured her, saying, "There is no need for you to worry excessively, Madam Shun. The magistrate has already dispatched swift riders to Chengzhou to inform Elder Su. As long as we can buy some time, Elder Su will undoubtedly assist you." Li Yueshu had not anticipated the magistrate's swift response and silently noted this kindness. She curiously asked, "What is the status of Elder Su?" She had long suspected Elder Su was a person of significance, but had been unaware of his exact standing. It now appeared he was of considerably higher rank than the prefect. However, the two constables were ignorant of this, as they were merely following the magistrate's orders and had not been privy to further details. Thus, Li Yueshu refrained from pressing further. She chatted amiably with the two constables as they proceeded to the county office, their demeanor resembling that of guests rather than a captured criminal. Before long, the carriage halted at the county office entrance, yet Li Yueshu did not disembark, instead being taken directly to the dungeon. "Madam Shun, the magistrate is currently entertaining guests from the Li family. Please bear with us for a while. The magistrate has instructed that unless they request to see you, you should remain out of sight. He will find a way to delay matters." Li Yueshu inclined her head slightly to the two men, expressing her gratitude to the magistrate. Although Li Yueshu was brought in as a prisoner, her cell had been tidied remarkably well. This was not merely due to her previous visit to Zhang Laosan, but was also a directive from the magistrate. The lung transplant had caused the magistrate to regard her with great importance, and he was determined to assist her even in the face of the prefect. Li Yueshu remained entirely unperturbed, finding a clean spot to sit and retrieving some rice porridge she had prepared earlier. "When soldiers come, I shall block them. When water comes, I shall cover it." Rather than fret in vain, it was better to conserve her strength for whatever might come next. Embracing this mindset, Li Yueshu found her time in the dungeon quite comfortable. In contrast, Shunkin appeared particularly flustered. She had always known the Li family wielded considerable influence, but had not realized their connection to the prefect. "This will not do. I must quickly relay this news back. Even if my third brother is dim-witted, we must find a way." Shunkin was not skilled in handling a carriage, so she sprinted back on foot. Fortunately, she had been active recently and had traversed this route several times with Li Yueshu's carriage, returning to the village in just half an hour. However, upon reaching the village entrance, she encountered her mother, Shun Mu, who was on her way to the town to purchase rice. The moment Shun Mu saw her, her instinct was to evade, yet upon noticing her daughter's anxious demeanor, she felt compelled to approach. "Kanzai, what has transpired?" Gasping for breath, Shunkin's hair clung to her face with sweat, rendering her appearance rather disheveled. "Mother, quickly, hurry and summon the village head. My sister-in-law, she has been taken by the county officials. Please call for the village head. I must return and inform the others." Shinkin scarcely had time to contemplate further. Hastily departing for home after issuing her instructions, Shun Mu stood rooted in place, utterly disinclined to seek out the village head. She reflected on Shunkin's earlier statement, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Li Yueshu, that vile woman, has been apprehended by the county officials? Such splendid news. I must hasten to inform my eldest son. Chapter 85. The possibility of an escape. Shinkin rushed home, panting heavily as she relayed the news to everyone. Did the county officials do anything to Yueshu? Shenwei was the first to react, instinctively asking. His face was taut, a glint of murderous intent lurking in his eyes. Despite his unremarkable features, his presence inexplicably startled Shunkin. Yet before she could ponder further, Shun Tingyi suddenly queried, "How did the Li family become connected to the prefect?" Shinkin shook her head, breathless. "I do not know. But from what those two constables implied, it seems the magistrate may not be able to assist us." Upon hearing this, a wave of despair washed over everyone. Ultimately, it was Imo Mu who broke the silence, stating, "Third Miss, please go to the academy and inform the eldest son of this situation. Lu Degu should go to the apothecary to seek help from Dr. Chun. Aunt Lu and I will visit the county office to see Madame Shun and ascertain her plans." This decision garnered unanimous agreement. Mo Mu, who had persevered through harsh conditions to send Mo Lien to the academy, clearly possessed foresight and wisdom. Suppressing the murderous intent in his eyes, Shenwei spoke up just as everyone prepared to depart. "I shall not go. Yueshu instructed me to remain at home and not wander about. I must heed Yueshu's words. Ever since the last incident when he was suspected of playing in the back mountains, Li Yueshu had frequently admonished him against straying. Everyone was aware of this matter, and given the current circumstances, it was indeed impractical to bring the mentally challenged Shenwei along, leaving him and Wei Ling behind. Once everyone had set off, Wei discreetly pressured Wei Ling's acupoint and stealthily made his way to the back mountains. Meanwhile, Hong Dai, as the head of Mingyue Tower, quickly unraveled the situation. The prefect? She furrowed her brow. Is he so idle as to meddle in such trivial matters? It seems this prefect has too much time on his hands, casting a casual glance at those behind her. She instructed, deliver some provisions to that prefect. If he is so unoccupied, I wouldn't mind giving him something to occupy his time. Imomu and the others hurried along, anxious for Li Yueshu. She lay awake on the straw mat, unable to sleep. Her concern was not for herself but rather for the safety of her family, composed of the elderly, the weak, and women. The only adult male. Wei was mentally challenged. Just then, a constable approached and knocked on the prison door. Madam Shun, your family has come to see you. Li Yueshu rose and, to her astonishment, saw Imomu, Aunt Lu, and Shun Kan. What brings you here? She inquired, taken aback. Madam, are you all right? Imomu scrutinized Li Yueshu anxiously, relieved to find her standing unharmed. Aunt Lu's brow furrowed. Yueshu, we heard from the constables that the magistrate is already devising a plan. Is there anything we can do to assist? Li Yueshu shook her head. There is no need for any action. Continue as you usually do. I happen to have a patient who is the prefect's superior, and the magistrate has already sent word. The Li family would not dare to harm me. The three women exchanged incredulous glances. They had never heard Li Yueshu mention her acquaintance with someone of such stature who could influence the prefect. Yet witnessing her calm demeanor, they too felt reassured. Li Yueshu comforted them. Consider this as though nothing has transpired. Shinkan, go to Qingfeng Pavilion and lay low for a few days. If you hear any news of me being in trouble, distance yourselves from me. The magistrate will ensure your safety. What do you mean by that? Aunt Lu shot her a furious glare. Do you think of us in such a manner? Li Yueshu found herself both amused and exasperated. That is not my intention. I merely worry that if the message does not reach in time, the Li family may take action. Given that Chongzhou was over 1,000 kilometers from Tongmu County, even with swift horses, the journey would take over 10 days. Even if Elder Su were to intervene due to the debt of gratitude for saving his life, he would still be too late. She regarded the three women seriously. At that point, I may have to escape first and then reappear once the message has been conveyed. The mere mention of escape widened the eyes of Imomu and the others, who instinctively glanced at the nearby jailer. The jailer, taken aback by Li Yueshu's audacious words, nearly choked on his own saliva. Ahem. You carry on. I will step outside and keep watch with that. He hurried out, fearing he might overhear something utterly outrageous. Even in his capacity as a dungeon guard, he had never encountered anyone so audacious as to utter the words escape. This Madame Shun was certainly not an ordinary person. Following this exchange, the previously tense atmosphere in the dungeon lightened considerably. Li Yueshu reiterated a few more household matters, particularly concerning Ayu, the child who simply could not sleep at night without being held. Meanwhile, the governor leisurely strolled in the courtyard with his newly acquired concubine, savoring the pleasures of life. At that moment, an arrow whizzed past his face, striking the ground behind him. There's an assassin. Quick, someone, an assassin. With a sharp scream from the concubine, the governor instinctively pushed her aside as a shield, shouting while retreating behind a rockery. Hearing the commotion, the guards rushed in, weapons in hand, warily scanning the surroundings. However, after waiting for quite some time, there was no further sound. Were it not for the arrow embedded in the ground, one might have thought the governor was merely hallucinating. One of the boulder guards stepped forward to retrieve the arrow. Discovering a note tied to it, he took it down and presented it to the governor. The governor's expression darkened, and he appeared quite disheveled. Yet, when he read the contents, his countenance grew even graver. Wasn't the steward from the Li residence seeking a stamped order from me just days ago to apprehend a runaway servant in Tongmu County? Indeed, that was the case. The guard respectfully replied. I heard that the servant's sister-in-law is a fierce woman who has severely injured all those previously sent, which is why it has come to your attention, my lord. The governor emerged from behind the rockery, his face a mask of displeasure. How could a mere village woman be linked to an organization like Mingyue? The guard was perplexed, evidently not grasping his meaning. With evident impatience, the governor offered no explanation and commanded, tell the people from the Li residence to return. Do not cause me any trouble. After years in office, he knew full well that his hands were not clean. If Mingyue were to expose these matters, his political career would come to an abrupt end. He was not foolish enough to risk everything for an inconsequential servant. Although the guard was baffled by this sudden order, he dared not inquire further and hurried to relay the message. That night, although the dungeon had been tidied, it could not compare to the comfort of home. Were it not for the fear of being seen, Li Yueshu would have directly entered her space. Throughout that night, she hardly slept. The following morning, as she was having breakfast, a jailer burst in, announcing that her husband had come to see her. Li Yueshu was taken aback. Had she not expressly stated that he should refrain from visiting her during this time? Sensing her confusion, the jailer sighed, explaining that he had come alone, and that the guard at the gate had seen him standing outside since dawn. Chapter 86. Night visit to the dungeon. A tremor coursed through Li Yueshu's heart, causing her hand to tremble involuntarily as she held her bowl. The visitation hours at the county office did not commence until the SI hour. He had walked here alone from the village, waiting outside before dawn. At a loss for words, she felt as though something had struck her heart. Setting down her bowl, she stood up and requested the jailer to run an errand, asking him to take her husband to the Hongda medicine house. As she spoke, she feigned pulling a few coins from her sleeve, but in reality retrieved them from her space, casually requesting the jailer to convey a message. If he continued to disobey and wander off alone, she would no longer pay him any heed. The jailer, aware of her husband's affliction, often felt pity for the capable lady. It was just a simple errand. He thought to himself that since Lady Shun had previously brought treats for the guards, he would gladly handle this small matter without accepting the coins. He promptly departed to deliver the message. Shenwei stood at the entrance of the dungeon. Having come out before dawn, he was enveloped in a thick mist, and the cold air made his complexion appear somewhat pale. He had not accompanied her yesterday to search for Cha Yang Xinghe, and when he inquired with Imo Mu and Lu Anti, they merely stated that she was well. However, he knew Li Yueshu had a penchant for cleanliness, and even the best-kept dungeon would always have an unpleasant odor. He intended to see her for himself, but upon arriving, he found that Li Yueshu was nowhere to be seen. Shenwei was not a fool. He understood her intent. Until matters were resolved, she did not wish to involve them. A warm surge of emotion welled up within him. He cast a deep glance at the dark dungeon door before following the jailer to the Hongda medicine house. That day passed without incident. As night fell, Li Yueshu faced the wall, eyes closed. Appearing to be asleep at the dungeon's entrance, a ghostly figure stealthily slipped in unnoticed by the patrolling or guarding jailers, who failed to catch even a glimpse of him. Shenwei, clad in dark attire, blended almost seamlessly with the shadows. He had initially planned to search one cell at a time, but unexpectedly, in the first cell he approached, he spotted Li Yueshu's silhouette. Ilmu had mentioned that the inmates treated Li Yueshu well, ensuring she did not suffer, and now it seemed that was indeed the case. In that moment, the anxiety that had weighed on Shenwei's heart finally eased. He was unaware that upon seeing Li Yueshu safe and sound, a flicker of relief and joy surged within him. Just as Shenwei let out a breath of relief, the previously slumbering Li Yueshu suddenly opened her eyes, sitting bolt upright on the straw mat. She turned her head, her gaze unerringly fixed on Shenwei's direction. In the darkness, Shenwei's breath caught, and he immediately stifled all his presence. The only sounds in the dark were the muffled whimpers from the cells and the scurrying of mice. Time passed, and at last, Li Yueshu withdrew her gaze, slightly furrowing her brow. Could it have been her imagination? She waited a moment longer, confirming that there truly was no further sound before lying back down. Shenwei felt a sense of relief wash over him. He regarded her silhouette thoughtfully before slipping away like a specter. Since Li Yueshu had been confined to the dungeon, the county magistrate had employed all his cunning to delay matters. If only he could wait for the reply from Zhongzhou, Lady Shun would be safe. Initially, the people from the Li residence had not perceived the delay, but as time dragged on, they began to suspect that the magistrate was intentionally stalling. Believing he sought to defy the governor's orders, smack! The leading man struck the cup of wine the magistrate had offered. Magistrate, are you protecting a mere village woman because you have received benefits from her? The magistrate's expression soured. He realized that he could no longer afford to prolong the situation. Wiping the wine from his hands, he calmly addressed the men from the Li residence. My assistance to that woman is for your benefit as well. Do you even know who she is? Tossing the handkerchief aside, he continued. You only know she is the owner of Hongda Medicine House, but you are unaware that with her extraordinary medical skills, she saved the life of the current Grand Tutor, Su Xing. At this revelation, the faces of the Li residence's men turned pale. Noticing their apprehension, the magistrate felt a slight easing of tension. Before leaving, Old Su had specifically warned him not to disclose his visit to Tongmu County to anyone, even if someone from the Crown Prince's side inquired. However, he found himself in a position where he could no longer remain silent. Nonsense. Just as the magistrate relaxed, the governor's envoy retorted angrily, "It is common knowledge that Grand Tutor Su returned to his hometown to recuperate some time ago, and his hometown is in a completely different direction from Tongmu County. How could he possibly end up here and coincidentally become acquainted with someone from the Li residence? You must have received benefits from that woman and are deliberately deceiving us." Hearing this, the men from the Li residence quickly grasped the underlying implications. "Indeed, you are well aware that we cannot seek verification from Grand Tutor Su on this matter. If that woman truly is the Grand Tutor's savior, we would be offending him, and if not, we would be disturbing him. Both scenarios are grave offenses. Who would have thought that a mere county magistrate could possess such cunning?" The magistrate was taken aback, utterly unprepared for their extravagant imagination. The governor's men sneered, not allowing him the opportunity to explain. "Stop your prattle. We possess an order stamped with the governor's seal. Hurry and take us to see that woman." "You?" The magistrate, flustered and perhaps angered, felt his cheeks flush. Lady Shun's exceptional medical skills and benevolent heart were a blessing to all under heaven and must not fall into the hands of these people. In that instant, he resolved to risk his own political future, his gaze growing resolute. Just then, a servant rushed in, exclaiming, "My lord, a pressing document from the governor has arrived, meant for the Li residence." Upon hearing this, both the magistrate and the men from the Li residence were taken aback. Why would the governor send urgent documents to them? The leading man curiously took the document and opened it. After reading its contents, his expression shifted, revealing discomfort. The magistrate noticed his change in demeanor, a flicker of hope igniting within him. He cautiously approached the man, peering at the letter's contents, and a spark of joy flickered in his eyes. The governor indeed possessed great wisdom. The magistrate exclaimed with delight, "This must be a misunderstanding. Lady Shun has not even left Tongmu County. How could she possibly offend a powerful family like the Li residence?" Though uncertain of the events that had transpired, the letter indeed urged these men to return promptly and put an end to the matter. This was indeed good news. However, the leading man was not satisfied. "A misunderstanding? Are you implying that the injuries on my men were self-inflicted?" The magistrate's expression stiffened, a gnawing sense of dread creeping over him. As expected, the man coldly declared, "That woman injured my men, and it cannot be overlooked." Without waiting for the magistrate's response, he turned and led his men toward the dungeon. Chapter 87. Recognized. Meanwhile, the governor had just awoken from his slumber. Although he had received word from Minjiula and had sent someone to summon the Li residence's individuals back, he had not let the matter rest. Just as he was about to indulge in some intimacy with his concubine, a servant hurriedly knocked at the door, exclaiming, "My lord, urgent news from Zhengzhou. It is a letter from Grand Tutor Su." "Why would Grand Tutor Su send a letter to me?" The governor sprang from his bed, instructing the servant to bring in the letter. As he hesitantly opened the letter and discerned its contents, his countenance abruptly changed. He seized the person beside him, demanding, "Who exactly did those from the Li residence seek in Tongmu County?" The servant, utterly bewildered, replied truthfully, "It is a simple village woman." "A village woman? That is none other than the miraculous healer who saved Su Taifu's life. If she is merely a village woman, then what does that make you?" In a fit of rage, the magistrate kicked aside the person before him and barked, "What are you still doing here? Hurry to Tongmu County and bring back those fools from the Li residence." Having dealt with the Li family for over a decade, he was well aware of their true nature. Although the letter he dispatched yesterday could save that woman's life, he knew the Li family would not comply obediently. His original intention was to teach her a lesson, as he was a court official and felt a sense of indignation being threatened by the underworld organization. Mingyue Tower. However, upon learning that the woman was Su Taifu's savior, he would not dare act recklessly, even if granted 10 lifetimes. The servant, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly rose to convey the message. "Wait!" The magistrate trembled as he hastily donned his clothing. "I shall go personally. Prepare the horse at once. I will apprehend her myself." The county magistrate, realizing he could not restrain these individuals, quickly dispatched someone to inform Hengda Pharmacy. Thus, when he arrived at the dungeon alongside those from the Li residence, he encountered the people from Hengda Pharmacy, including Xinwei and 4 children. Ever since learning of Li Yueshu's predicament, Xinamin and the others had taken leave from the academy, accompanying Xinwei and Mo Mu to the pharmacy daily in hopes of receiving news about Li Yueshu. The county magistrate was taken aback by their considerable presence. Suddenly realizing the burden Shen Mu was shouldering as a single woman raising such a large family in that moment, his resolve to protect Li Yueshu solidified. Amidst the commotion outside, The jailer promptly informed Li Yueshu of the situation. Upon hearing that Xinwei and the Li family had encountered one another, Li Yueshu's heart raced. "Jailer, might I trouble you to unlock the door and allow me to see?" The jailer hesitated. Even if they did not regard Li Yueshu as a criminal, it was undeniable that she was indeed imprisoned. Moreover, she had previously mentioned an escape when conversing with her family. Sensing his dilemma, Li Yueshu reassured him, "I do not intend to escape. The county magistrate is likely outside. Those from the Li residence are indeed coming for me. If I go out, we can address the matter head-on." The jailer, already inclined to favor her, hesitated briefly before deciding to unlock the cell. As Li Yueshu emerged from the dungeon, she found Mo Mu and the children glaring fiercely at the individuals from the Li residence, as if ready to pounce at the slightest provocation. The Li family members, displaying an air of arrogance, were clearly perturbed by the hostility directed at them. Upon seeing Li Yueshu step out, all eyes turned towards her. The expressions of the Li family members darkened instantly, glaring at the county magistrate. "You cannot claim you have not benefited from this woman." She brazenly walks out of the dungeon in broad daylight. "Do you intend to let her go in secret?" The county magistrate's face grew grim. Even as a mere magistrate, he was a court official, and these unaccomplished individuals dared to act so haughtily before him. Assuming he would remain passive, just as he was about to lose his temper, Li Yueshu suddenly let out a cold laugh in the midst of the silence. Her laughter rang out sharply, capturing everyone's attention. Li Yueshu raised her gaze, her eyes chillingly dismissive as she regarded the Li family members as if they were nothing more than insects. "You think Zhao County Magistrate's authority intimidates me? Should I wish to leave, none could impede me." In just a few words, she exuded an air of defiance. Xinwei observed this confidently arrogant woman, feeling a subtle tug at his heartstrings, though he did not realize that a faint smile had crept onto his lips. No one noticed Xinwei's subtle shift. The Li family members were taken aback by her audacity. Their anger, already exacerbated by the magistrate's favoritism, flared even higher. "You court death." One man raised his hand, eyes fierce as he lunged toward Li Yueshu. Li Yueshu's gaze turned icy, instinctively stepping back and readying herself for confrontation. Xinwei's expression hardened as he signaled stealthily. In the next moment, a figure swiftly blocked Li Yueshu's path. With a resounding crash, the man was sent flying as if severed from his strings. Everyone gasped in shock, staring at the unexpected arrival. As Li Yueshu sidestepped, she recognized the man's face, the very one who had stalked her previously but had been captured. Had he been following her all along? Li Yueshu furrowed her brow, eyeing him with a mixture of vigilance and suspicion. Xinghe sensed the gaze upon him but dared not turn around, standing stiffly in place. "This is it. He has been recognized. If only he had let Chaiyang take over." Xinghe regretted his haste, and the remaining members of the Li family, seeing one of their own harmed, charged recklessly. Li Yueshu, however, did not intervene, stepping aside instead. She had crossed blades with this man and understood his capabilities. Had it not been for her element of surprise and his underestimation, she would not have apprehended him so easily. Indeed, within moments, all the Li family members lay defeated, having not even managed to grasp the hem of Xinghe's garment. Li Yueshu contemplated the scene with curiosity, her mind brimming with questions, yet it was evident that there was no time to address them now. She kicked the man sprawled on the ground, her expression defiant. "Return and inform your master Li Yuanwei to wash his neck clean and await my visit. I shall personally settle the score." Her demeanor was undeniably audacious, leaving the county magistrate momentarily stunned, seriously doubting whether this was the same gentle and dignified Shun Mu he recognized. Yet he was not a fool. He understood that Li Yueshu's words were intended to redirect the Li family's ire towards herself, sparing him from entanglement. For a moment, he felt at a loss for how to express his feelings. The expressions of the Li family members were beyond mere displeasure, but they clearly feared Xinghe standing nearby, forcing them to swallow their anger as they retreated in disarray. Before their departure, the leading man, unwilling to concede, turned back to shout, "You wait. This matter shall not end here." Upon hearing this, the county magistrate's previously settled heart sank once more. He looked at Li Yueshu helplessly. "Madam Shun, in truth, the magistrate has already sent word for the Li family to return. It was their own volition to come to the dungeon. Your actions were indeed a bit impulsive." Chapter 88. Do not abandon us. Mother Li Yueshu was momentarily taken aback. The magistrate had summoned the Li family to trouble her, only to later send them away. Was this not contradictory? She furrowed her brow in confusion. "Asking, my lord, do you know why the magistrate suddenly wrote to call back the Li family?" The county magistrate pondered for a moment before responding. It should be that I received a reply to the letter I sent to Su Lao. Given the swiftness of official horsemen, the correspondence should have reached the magistrate's office in a timely manner. Upon hearing this, Shunwei raised an eyebrow slightly. Su Taifu would never hasten to deliver a letter for rescue. Previously, he had helped her erase traces in Tongmu County to conceal his identity. If he were to travel hastily along the official road, those in Zhengzhou would surely investigate and uncover his involvement. Thus, the true reason lay in his instructions to Cha Yang. However, Li Yueshu was unaware of these intricacies. She graciously bowed to the county magistrate, expressing her gratitude for his chivalrous assistance. However, even if the magistrate does not intervene, the Li family will undoubtedly not let this matter rest. With a faint smile, she added, if they come again, I would trouble you to protect my family, placing all the blame on me, saying that I harmed the constables and fled. To untie the knot, one must tie it. Tio resolved this matter definitively. She needed to take Shan Can to the Li residence. Yet, during this period, the Li family would surely act against her family, and she must ensure their safety first. Others, unaware of her intentions, assumed she was resigned to her fate. This cannot do. The county magistrate immediately protested. If that is the case, you will never shed the label of a fugitive. Li Yueshu was taken aback, recalling the county magistrate's earlier readiness to take risks, and her heart stirred. She understood that the magistrate valued her medical skills, yet she did not expect him to choose to assist her under such circumstances. My lord, do not worry. I am well aware of my path. The county magistrate grew anxious. Madam Shun, I know you are a woman of conviction, but this matter is of utmost seriousness. He could not bear the thought of Li Yueshu living her life branded as a fugitive. Her remarkable medical skills wasted. Once you become a wanted criminal by the court, not only in the kingdom of Changnan, but you will find no refuge throughout the realm. With heartfelt urgency, he implored her, will you truly abandon these children? The final words ignited something within. Yueshu, where are you going, madam? We shall follow you. Ashu. Li Yueshu was taken aback, not anticipating such a strong reaction from everyone. Her eyes slightly misty. Shun Jiyu seemed to grasp the situation, rushing over to hug her leg. Mother, do not go. You promised you would not leave Ayu behind. Looking at the little one clinging to her leg, Li Yueshu's heart softened immensely. She had merely intended to leave for a brief period, but witnessing their expressions stirred a pang of reluctance within her. Ayu, be good. Mother is only leaving temporarily. Once this matter is settled, I will return to find you. She crouched down. Stay close to your brother and sister at home. All right. No. Shenjiyu shook his head repeatedly, his voice tinged with a sob. Mother promised she wouldn't leave you, that she wouldn't turn into the way she used to be. Mother is lying. She is a deceiver. As he gazed at his tear-streaked face, Li Yueshu felt a pang of sympathy and quickly embraced him, whispering, "You, darling, don't see its mother's fault. Please stop crying." Shenwei watched this scene with a heavy heart, his hands unconsciously clenching at his sides. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated stepping forward to assure Li Yueshu that he could protect them, even if the magistrate and the Li family came knocking. Yet, reason restrained his actions. The county magistrate sensed the sorrowful atmosphere and suddenly felt a twinge of regret. He had merely intended to use the child to sway Li Yueshu's decision to leave. But he hadn't anticipated such a strong reaction from everyone, leaving him momentarily flustered. When Li Yueshu lifted her head, she caught sight of the magistrate's helpless expression, which was rather exasperating. Just as she was about to explain, Shun Tingyi, who had been standing silently at the back, could no longer contain herself and suddenly spoke. Are you really going to leave? Her hands were tightly clasped together, her anxious gaze fixed on Li Yueshu. As a magistrate, can you please not go? It was evident that she had more to say, but Li Yueshu had never seen her in such a state and was momentarily taken aback. Failing to notice, however, the expression of her dazedness appeared to Shun Tingyi as a refusal, in a flurry of panic. Shun Tingyi rushed forward to grasp her sleeve, her voice tinged with desperation. Please don't leave us. All right. We will be obedient. Don't abandon us, mother. The final word emerged with a hint of trepidation, striking Li Yueshu's heart like a hammer. What did you just call me? Shun Tingyi's ears turned slightly red, her hands trembling, yet she held onto Li Yueshu's sleeve tightly, calling her mother in that instant. Li Yueshu felt as though something had gripped her heart, and her eyes became moist. She had always believed that, compared to the cunning little fox An, this bold and fierce girl Ai would be more challenging to win over. Yet, she never expected that Ai would be the first to change her address. A wave of tenderness washed over Li Yueshu as she gently stroked Shun Tingyi's head, her demeanor softening. "Mother will never abandon you. You are my treasures. Wherever you are, Mother will be." It was unclear when it had happened, but she had already come to regard the 4 children as her own. The Lu couple, Emolian and her son, Shun Tanqi, along with Xin Wei and Wei Ling, had long been considered family. In this unfamiliar world, she had unwittingly developed a sense of belonging. Having lived 2 lives, she had only ever felt such a connection with her dear friend Ai. In that moment, Li Yueshu felt a profound yearning for her cherished confidant. It was uncertain whether her words had touched Xin Tingyi or if her heart had finally found solace, but tears began to flow uncontrollably from Shan Tingyi's eyes. She threw herself into Li Yueshu's arms, seemingly seeking strength from her. If only their mother had been as resolute in keeping her and her brother, perhaps they wouldn't have had to live in hiding. Perhaps due to the innate bond shared by twins? Shen Tingwen instantly grasped what his sister was feeling. His eyes reddened slightly, and he instinctively turned his head away. Shen Amin noticed his reaction and gently patted his shoulder in silent comfort. The county magistrate vaguely sensed something unusual about this family, but seeing that Li Yueshu was finally willing to stay, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, recalling the words of the Li family as they departed, he couldn't help but feel troubled. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed in the air. Everyone turned to see several men riding swiftly towards them, each carrying a bound individual on their horse. The captured individuals were none other than those from the Li family who had left not long ago. Upon recognizing the man at the forefront, the county magistrate was taken aback and hurriedly approached. "Magistrate, what brings you here?" Chapter 89. The virtuous official. The magistrate dismounted without acknowledging the approaching county magistrate, his gaze landing directly on Li Yueshu. "You must be Madame Shan, correct? My sincerest apologies." The magistrate's face was a mask of obsequiousness. "I have been deceived and have wronged you. I hope you can forgive me." His demeanor left everyone momentarily stunned, and the county magistrate stood there bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Li Yueshu furrowed her brow, remaining silent as she too wished to discern the magistrate's true intentions. Despite her cold demeanor, the magistrate did not take offense. After all, she was the savior of the esteemed Su Taifu, making his arrogance somewhat justifiable. He raised his hand, and the guards behind him threw the bound men to the ground. With a sycophantic smile plastered on his face, the magistrate addressed her, "Madame Shun, I have just learned that these ungrateful rascals have disturbed you. Please instruct me on how you wish to deal with them, and I shall ensure justice is served." Though the specifics were unclear, the magistrate's attitude clearly indicated that he was wary of her. Li Yueshu raised an eyebrow, casting her gaze downward at the men who were bound and squirming on the ground, attempting to make themselves as inconspicuous as possible. A faint smile crept onto her lips. These men had arrived with an official edict bearing the magistrate's seal. How does one deal with collusion between officials and merchants in the laws of Chunnan? The magistrate's expression subtly shifted. Yet he was indeed as Li Yueshu suspected. He dared not retaliate. Suppressing his rising anger, he feigned sorrow. "Madame Shun, you have misunderstood. There are individuals within the government who have conspired with outsiders to steal my official seal, and I was completely unaware. These men nearly caused me a grave mistake. They deserve to be punished." His words were laden with sincerity, yet he swiftly absolved himself of any responsibility, merely suggesting a punishment of being beaten and imprisoned for a time. If an ordinary person were to hear this, they might have been misled. However, Li Yueshu had no intention of pursuing the matter further. It was a well-known adage that the common folk should not clash with officials, and Tongmu County fell under the magistrate's jurisdiction. While she personally had no qualms, she had to consider Xinwei and the children. It was unnecessary to strain their relations excessively if they wished to live here. Li Yueshu maintained a calm demeanor, refraining from indicating whether she believed his words. "Since the magistrate has spoken, let it be as you say. I trust that you will handle this matter fairly." Of course, the magistrate nodded repeatedly, clearly pleased with the understanding displayed by the young woman. He delegated the task to the county magistrate. 30? No, 50 lashes for each, not a single one less. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable. The county magistrate, initially believing the magistrate had come to reprimand Madame Shun, was taken aback by the sudden reversal, responding in a daze to the order. The magistrate then turned his attention back to Li Yueshu. "Madam, are you satisfied with my judgment?" Li Yueshu's smile remained unchanged throughout, as if she were merely an onlooker. "You are indeed a wise and virtuous official." Her tone was calm, making it impossible to discern any sincerity behind her words. Not at all. The magistrate dismissed her words, seemingly unfazed. "Madame Shun, at such a young age, with such remarkable medical skills, You have also saved Su Taifu's life. Your future is boundless. I shall need to rely on you to speak well of me." Li Yueshu's gaze flickered. Su Taifu? Could it be the elderly Su? She had not anticipated that the old man she had casually saved was such a prominent figure, a potential imperial teacher, in the original narrative. The male lead, the crown prince, held this Taifu in higher regard than his own father. As she pondered this, another question arose in her mind. If the magistrate had come personally due to Su Lao, then why had he previously sent someone to notify the Li family? Li Yueshu's mind was rife with questions, yet her expression remained inscrutable, and one noticed that Shenwei, overhearing the mention of Su Taifu, briefly flashed an unusual expression in his eyes. The message from Su would not have reached Tongmu County so swiftly. Seeing Li Yueshu maintain her composure throughout, the magistrate increasingly felt that she was no ordinary mountain village woman. Contemplating this, he boldly invited her to witness the punishment, administering lashes to the Li family members before her without an ounce of mercy. After the punishment was carried out, he beamed with satisfaction, personally escorting Li Yueshu and her companions to the carriage. As for Xinghe, he had seemingly disappeared without a trace, as though he had never been there at all. Li Yueshu grew ever more curious about his true identity. But no matter how she pondered, she could not glean a single clue. She could only temporarily set aside her thoughts and reflect on the contradictory actions of the magistrate that day. According to him, he had come to the county office because he had received a message from Su Lao. Then why had he previously instructed the Li family members to return? Moreover, even if she had saved Su Lao's life, as a distinguished Taifu, he had no reason to hastily travel the official road to rescue a mere mountain village woman. Li Yueshu furrowed her brow in contemplation, and the others assumed she was in a foul mood. Hesitant to disturb her, Shun Jiyu nestled in Li Yueshu's embrace, clutching her clothing tightly. Though she had assured him she would not abandon him, the little one was clearly terrified, unwilling to let go of Li Yueshu. Children are inherently sensitive. He seemed to sense something and suddenly raised his hand. Li Yueshu was lost in thought when she felt a gentle touch between her brows. She turned to see Shun Jiyu, with his small hands gently smoothing her furrowed brow. "Mother, don't frown, you will protect you." His soft, earnest voice paired with his serious little face melted Li Yueshu's heart, washing away all her worries. Unable to resist, she leaned down and kissed his forehead. "Then you must grow up quickly. Mother will rely on you in the future." Shun Jiyu paused for a moment, then raised his hand to feel his forehead where she had kissed him. His small face blooming into a radiant smile. "You will definitely grow up quickly." In the carriage, Shenwei, Shun Emin, and the dragon and phoenix twins observed the interaction between the two individuals, their eyes flickering with a hint of peculiarity. At that moment, an identical thought echoed in the minds of the four. Today, Shun Jiyu seemed rather out of place. The carriage soon arrived in the village. Hearing the commotion, the elderly Lu couple hurried outside, just in time to witness Li Yueshu cradling Shen Jiyu as he alighted. The couple rushed over, exclaiming, "Yueshu, are you all right? Have you been hurt? Did you suffer in the dungeon?" Feeling the warmth of their concerned gazes, Li Yueshu's heart softened. She gently shook her head, assuring them, "I'm fine. The situation has been resolved. It was all a misunderstanding." Regrettably, she had not retrieved Shinkan's contract of servitude, which posed a hidden risk that required further contemplation. Naturally, she refrained from vocalizing this thought, as it would only incite worry among them. "It's cold outside. Let us discuss this inside," Imomu interjected, interrupting the Lu couple's inquiries. Yes, let us go inside and talk." Lu Auntie finally registered, pulling the others into the house. Li Yueshu chuckled softly, stepping in after them. At that moment, she noticed several villagers observing from a distance. Upon meeting her gaze, they immediately averted their eyes, appearing flustered and anxious, as if they were afraid of something. Chapter 90. Worthiness. These villagers were familiar faces. Despite her confusion, Li Yueshu chose not to dwell on it. She entered her home, whereupon her family surrounded her, showering her with concern and inquiries about her well-being in the dungeon. Tio provided her with a proper feast. Imomu and Lu Auntie prepared a lavish meal, featuring an entire chicken soup. Li Yueshu felt a blend of amusement and warmth in her heart. After living 2 lifetimes, she seemed to finally grasp the essence of family. Meanwhile, as everyone busied themselves, Shenwei stealthily approached a secluded corner of the backyard. A ghostly figure suddenly emerged, reporting, "Master, your subordinate has forged the message from Su Taifu as per your instructions, but we could not intercept the letter sent to Zhengzhou by the county magistrate. If Su Taifu's reply arrives, it may lead to exposure." "That will not happen," Shenwei replied with unwavering certainty. his unremarkable visage exuding an unsettling aura. Since he has helped erase my traces, he will not allow anyone from Zhongzhou to discover my whereabouts. There is no need for further concern. Upon finishing, he abruptly recalled something, his gaze turning icy. The kingdom of Qiannan does not wish for a governor who colludes with merchants. Investigate this matter. Understood. Cha Yang accepted the order and swiftly departed as if he had never been there. Lu Auntie and Imomu collaborated seamlessly, preparing the meal in no time. Just as everyone was about to sit down, a frantic knocking echoed from the front door. Imomu, puzzled, rose to open it, revealing Shen Can, breathless and drenched in sweat. Brother, sister-in-law, are you all right? She exclaimed anxiously, scanning for Li Yueshu's presence. Upon spotting Li Yueshu sitting there, unharmed and without a single injury, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. After learning from the owner of Qingfeng Pavilion that Li Yueshu had returned home, Shen Can hurried back without pause. Only when her anxious heart was finally at ease did her legs buckle, causing her to collapse onto the ground. At this moment, Shen Can became aware of her trembling, numb legs. Li Yueshu sat there, holding her chopsticks, momentarily stunned. On her way back, she had felt as if she had forgotten something, only now recalling that she had left Shen Can at Qingfeng Pavilion. Li Yueshu remained silent, and the others, sensing the tension, did not speak, but their gazes towards Shen Can were far from friendly. After all, everything Li Yueshu had endured in recent days was due to Shen Can's actions. Perhaps the hostility in their eyes was too apparent. As Shen Can finally raised her gaze, she met the disapproving stares directed at her. Her heart skipped a beat, and she steadied her trembling legs to stand awkwardly in place. After a long silence, Li Yueshu broke the tension. Lu Auntie, please add another set of chopsticks. Shen Can instinctively looked up, cautiously meeting Li Yueshu's eyes. The latter regarded her calmly, urging, don't just stand there. Come and eat. It seemed she bore no grudge against Shen Can. In truth, in many ways, Shen Can resembled her. Both would go to great lengths to ensure their survival. Shen Can's original intention was to seek help in redeeming herself, yet inadvertently, she had offended the Li family. During Li Yueshu's confinement in the dungeon, Shen Can had countless opportunities to escape and free herself from the Li family, yet she did not take them, returning as soon as she learned of Li Yueshu's return. For this reason alone, Li Yueshu decided to forgive her past transgressions. She had never been one to shy away from complications. She merely assessed whether a matter was worth her while. Shen Can was not only capable of assisting her in managing the tavern, but her character also passed scrutiny, making her worthy of retention. Shen Can, unaware of Li Yueshu's intentions to train her in tavern management, felt tears welling up upon sensing Li Yueshu's lack of reproach. Sister-in-law, thank you. At a loss for words, she could only muster those three. Li Yueshu nodded, refraining from elaboration. Although the others felt discontent, they ultimately remained silent, their gazes towards Shen Can still tinged with disdain. Shen Can recognized their animosity. She complied with decorum, seated herself in a corner, and even volunteered to wash the dishes after the meal. Lu Auntie and Imomu, known for their kindness, said nothing as Shen Can took the initiative to clean up, merely placing the dishes on the table without offering assistance. Shen Can accepted this with no complaints, her movements swift as she wiped the table 3 times. Li Yueshu observed all of this, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She understood that Lu Auntie and Imomu were venting their frustrations on Shen Can, and although she held no resentment towards Shen Can, to facilitate her acceptance among the group, it was essential for her to quell the collective anger harbored against Shen Can after the meal. As if sensing that their mother would indeed remain, Shen Jiu finally relinquished his hold on Li Yueshu and took Wei Ling to play. Shen Wei finally seized the opportunity to approach, adjusting his expression to engage in conversation, when Lu Auntie unexpectedly interjected, Yueshu, the village head has arrived. He wishes to speak with you regarding that matter we discussed previously. Li Yueshu paused in surprise, recalling her earlier conversation with the village head. Distracted by the interference from the Li family, she had nearly forgotten about it. I shall attend to it at once. With that, she rose and left, completely unaware of Shen Wei's expression. Shen Wei. Li Yueshu invited the village head into the house and poured him a cup of tea. The village head expressed his gratitude profusely. As he surveyed the elegantly simple decor of the room, he could not help but exclaim, your family used to be the poorest and most dilapidated in the village. How is it that in such a short time, you have achieved a level of prosperity unmatched in the surrounding villages? Li Yueshu smiled faintly, pouring herself a cup as well. Every family has its own happiness. I have so many children to support, so I must strive harder. The village head regarded her with admiration, devoid of the previous frustration he had felt. You are a good child. I presume you have been preoccupied with the tavern matters lately? And preparing for the new apothecary, yet Shun Lao San cannot assist you, which is why you have been staying at the tavern until now. Li Yueshu paused with her teacup, meeting the village head's probing gaze. Clever as she was, she quickly grasped the underlying implications. Gently placing the cup down, she said, "Village head, feel free to speak your mind." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, the village head rubbed his nose, carefully choosing his words. "Regarding that matter you mentioned earlier, I've inquired in the village, and it may not be feasible." Li Yueshu's expression remained unchanged. It due to my situation with the county office?" He nodded with a sigh, his eyes reflecting sympathy. Given the precedent set by the elderly Lu couple, many in our village would be willing to give it a try. However, once word spread about your being taken to the county office. Noticing Li Yueshu's expression darkening, the village head hastily added, "Our common folk inherently fear the authorities. They are merely uncertain, afraid of attracting trouble. It is not personal. Please do not take it to heart." Li Yueshu understood this rationale and empathized with their sentiments. Her change in demeanor stemmed from a different concern. But how did the village learn of my being taken by the county office? Certainly, Imo Mu and the others would not spread such news, and it was implausible for information from the neighboring town to circulate so swiftly. Chapter 91. A child's first solo adventure. The village head had not anticipated Li Yueshu's quick wit, which only heightened his regard for her intellect. Yet, recalling her family's tumultuous circumstances, he felt a pang of pity. It is your mother-in-law. I am unsure how she learned about your arrest, but she has been spreading tales around the village, claiming that you must have offended a noble to be taken. Even if you have been released, the noble will not let you off easily." Li Yueshu's expression turned frosty. She understood the villagers' concerns, but their avoidance of her based on mere gossip left her feeling unsettled. Perhaps it was the lingering reputation from the original owner's misdeeds, yet she could not suppress her irritation. The village head, taken aback by her sudden intensity, struggled to respond for a while. His heart skipped a beat as he spoke in a hushed tone. "Well, it's not that everyone is unwilling to come." Only then did Li Yueshu realize that the village head was acting strangely, and she quickly suppressed her emotions. "Is there anyone else who wishes to participate?" The village head cleared his throat a couple of times, trying to calm the unease within him. Yes, it's son Mingda and his wife." Upon mentioning these two, the village head expressed a hint of regret. The Sun family had once lived comfortably, but alas, as if lost in thought. He paused momentarily and instinctively cast a glance at Li Yueshu. Noticing the peculiar look in his eyes, Li Yueshu was about to inquire further when he suddenly added, "Although Sun Mingda's wife, Zhou, has no formal medical training, she has been gathering and decocting herbs for years since Sun Mingda broke his leg a few years back, so she has some foundational knowledge. Zhou is the most diligent worker in our village. As long as she is paid on time, she can handle any task. This job can be done from home, making it particularly suitable for her." The village head seemed quite eager for her to consider Zhou. Sensing his unusual demeanor, Li Yueshu asked curiously, "Now that everyone in the village is avoiding me like the plague, aren't the sons afraid to join the training?" At this, the village head sighed regretfully. "Sun Mingda broke his leg a few years ago and is unable to work, while old man Sun has been bedridden for years, leaving Zhou to support the family alone. She has stated that if they can't make a living, no one will care about these trivial matters." Li Yueshu felt a sense of surprise and curiosity towards Zhou. After pondering, she decided to pay a visit to the Sun family. While the entire village shunned her due to the Shun family's interference, the Suns were willing to accept her work. For this reason alone, she deemed it essential to value the Sun family. However, once the matter with the Suns was resolved, she would make sure to settle accounts with Shun Mu. They would not be able to isolate her in the village so easily. The village head, unaware of her thoughts, felt a bit awkward. "It's hard for you to support a family alone. I had hoped to assist you. But it seems," he sighed again, "rest assured, they fear drawing trouble upon themselves. I am not afraid. If they do not participate in your work, I shall." He was of an age where he could discern character. The third son of the Shen family was no ordinary rural woman. Otherwise, she would not have offended someone of importance and returned safely in a cart sent by the county magistrate. Li Yueshu smiled gently and raised her cup of tea in gratitude. "Thank you for your trust, village head. I will visit the Sun family and then set a training schedule." The village head was taken aback. "You plan to go to the Sun family?" Li Yueshu sensed his hesitance, but nodded nonetheless. The village head hesitated, seemingly unsure of how to proceed. Li Yueshu felt puzzled. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stated, "Let me be frank with you. Sun Mingda broke his leg while searching for Shenwei that year." Li Yueshu was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting this revelation. Continuing, the village head divulged, when Xinwei went missing in the back mountains, I organized a group to search for him, and it was during that time that Sun Mingda suffered his injury. Later, when the Sun family could not afford treatment, I took the initiative to approach your mother-in-law. But she would rather crash into a pillar than spend a penny, even considering a separation. To be honest, the reason you were bought back was largely due to this. Li Yueshu hadn't anticipated such matters. Yet she bore no resentment towards the village head. Even without the Sun family, given the Xin family's nature, they would have eventually cast the 4 little ones out, merely a question of time. She smiled faintly. Thank you for sharing all this, village head. Once I handle the situation, I will arrange for the training, and I will have I inform you. Seeing her determination to visit the Sun family, the village head felt it futile to dissuade her further but cautioned. Zhou is quite strong-willed. Sun Mingda's predicament is tied to Xinwei, so please avoid any quarrels. He was aware that Li Yueshu had a stubborn streak and feared a confrontation between the two. Li Yueshu chuckled. Rest assured, I won't. The village head remained skeptical, and despite her repeated reassurances, he asked one last time as he departed, Shall I accompany you to the Sun family? Li Yueshu replied, upon learning of her intention to visit the Sun family. Aunt Lu quickly pulled her aside. You cannot go. You do not know the enmity between the Sun and Shun families. I understand. The village head has already informed me, Li Yueshu replied, feeling somewhat helpless. At that moment, Xinwei, who was playing with Shun Jiu and Wei Ling, turned his head curiously upon hearing the commotion. Li Yueshu, not noticing him, explained, Sun Mingda's injury was caused by Xinwei, but despite our family's newfound prosperity, they have yet to approach us. I believe they are reasonable people. Furthermore, as a doctor, it was only fitting for her to check on the Sun family. Though she had never met Zhou, she gathered from the village head's words that Zhou was not the type to act recklessly. Aunt Lu remained unconvinced. If you must go, I shall accompany you. Li Yueshu felt helpless yet warmed by her concern. Just as she was about to respond, Xinwei unexpectedly chimed in, I want to go too. Unbeknownst to him, someone in the village had suffered a leg injury because of him, so he felt compelled to check in. Li Yueshu was startled, looking at him with a mix of exasperation and amusement. She poked his forehead gently. I am going to repay a favor, not for leisure. Stay home obediently. The warm and soft sensation between her brows surprised Xinwei, as if it had pierced directly into his heart, causing it to race involuntarily. Li Yueshu, oblivious to his reaction, heard Aunt Lu clap her hands decisively. It is fitting for Xinwei to accompany you. The enmity between the two families primarily involves him, so he ought to go. With no choice, Li Yueshu had to take Xinwei along, and Aunt Lu insisted on giving her a basket of eggs and pork. As she reached the door, Aunt Lu still looked worried and advised, if Zhou gets angry, just bear with it a bit, but don't let yourself be taken advantage of. If anything happens, hurry back. Li Yueshu felt a strange sense of deja vu, as if she were a child embarking on her first solo adventure. Chapter 92. Visiting the Sun family. The basket of eggs and pork was quite heavy, and Li Yueshu handed it over to Xinwei. Although he wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, he was still strong and often helped carry things. Neither of them noticed how naturally they moved together. The Sun family resided at the farthest edge of the village. According to Aunt Lu, Zhou had purchased their house to gather funds, renting a straw shed on the slope from the village head, squeezing together with her family of 3. The straw shed was somewhat dilapidated, resembling a garment patched and mended over the years, yet it was still better than the old house where Li Yueshu had lived upon her arrival. The previous owner had never regarded it as a home, occupying the best room while neglecting the others. In contrast, despite the Sun family's humble abode, not a single weed was seen in the cracks of the tiled entrance, indicating it had been meticulously cleaned. Only Zhou could manage such diligence. Even before meeting her, Li Yueshu had formed a general impression of Zhou in her mind. She took the basket from Xinwei's hands and was about to knock when the worn door suddenly swung open, revealing a young woman carrying a basin of water. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, with 2 small dimples gracing her cheeks. She seemed to have encountered something joyous, her face lit up with a charming smile. However, upon seeing Li Yueshu and Xinwei, the warmth in her expression vanished in an instant. Without hesitation, she splashed the basin of water outward. Li Yueshu stood still as the steaming water splashed past her. Yet the mud mixed with it still dampened her skirt. Xinwei instinctively frowned, but seeing the calm demeanor of Li Yueshu beside him, he refrained from reacting. Li Yueshu appeared to ignore the incident entirely, her smile unwavering. According to the village head, the only person willing to participate in the herbal medicine collaboration is your sister-in-law, so we came to pay a visit. As she spoke, she extended the basket in a manner akin to a casual family visit. Zhou didn't even glance at the basket, Blocking the entrance, she made it clear she wouldn't let them in. If you have any requests, just say it, and I will handle it. Frankly, Zhou's appearance was charming. And even though her eyes bore the weight of untimely hardship, she still exuded an aura that made her seem less fierce. Li Yueshu maintained a gentle smile. Sister-in-law, may I come in to see brother's son? Zhou's brow instantly furrowed, her face alight with anger. What, do you need to see him to provide medicine? Do not worry, he broke his leg, not his hand. Even if there are tasks he cannot do, I can manage. Misunderstanding Li Yueshu's intentions, Zhou's hostility intensified. However, Li Yueshu was not offended by her words. I am a doctor, and today I have come to discuss the herbal medicine, but I also wish to check on brother son's leg. After all, he was injured because of Shun Wei, and it was only right for them to take responsibility. Her gaze was sincere, and her earnestness caused Zhou to momentarily pause. Yet, recalling something, she snorted coldly. We don't need your feigned compassion. Even if my husband's leg cannot be healed, I can still support him. Feeling the growing animosity from Zhou, Li Yueshu sighed. Brother son's leg is broken. Although it has been over a year, we do not require your pity, Zhou interrupted vehemently. Zhou Shi abruptly interrupted her, saying, if you are overflowing with sympathy, then go back and shower that bunch of children at home with it. After uttering these words, she did not wait for Li Yueshu to respond and slammed the door shut. With a resounding bang, the once dilapidated door trembled as if it might collapse at any moment. Staring at the firmly closed door before her, Li Yueshu was momentarily stunned. She truly had not anticipated that the seemingly adorable and amiable Zhou Shi would possess such a fiery temper, capable of igniting like a firecracker at the slightest provocation. Meanwhile, Shun Wei, who had been merely a silent observer, remained quiet, curiously watching the person beside him, seemingly eager to discern her reaction. However, Li Yueshu simply sighed and turned away, stating, let us go. Shun Wei was taken aback. The Li Yueshu he knew was not one to concede so easily. Shu, is this how you repay a favor? Li Yueshu glanced at the basket in her hands and shook her head. We simply have not found the right approach. I will find someone to craft something when we return, and we shall come again next time. She appeared utterly undeterred, showing no signs of being disheartened. Shun Wei felt a surge of curiosity, but before he could formulate his question, Li Yueshu had already taken her leave. She did not leave the items in the basket behind. Given Zhou Shi's temperament, she would only misconstrue it as pity, assuming that Li Yueshu would not want them in their neglected state. The thatched hut where the Sun family resided was situated on a slope. As Li Yueshu accompanied Shun Wei down, they fortuitously encountered Aunt Zhao, who was stepping out to hang laundry. Having suffered a loss at Li Yueshu's hands, Aunt Zhao recognized her silhouette immediately and, glancing at the path the two had taken, felt a pang of surprise. Only the Sun family lived on this slope. What business did the couple from the third household have there? Suddenly struck by a thought, Aunt Zhao abandoned her laundry and joyfully rushed out. After driving Li Yueshu away, Zhou Shi angrily set the basin down on the floor, her rage evident to the point that her dimples seemed to vanish. The room appeared quite spacious, with a curtain dividing the space, while the sparse furniture was all in a state of disrepair. Sitting on a bed against the wall was a man in his 30s. Though robust in appearance, his spirit seemed utterly diminished. His eyes reflected a profound hopelessness, as if life had stripped him of all vitality. This man was Sun Mingda. The small room allowed him to overhear the commotion at the door. Shaner, do you think what you said earlier was appropriate? Zhou Shi seated herself beside the bed. I was being polite by not splashing water on her. If she truly had any sincerity, why did it take her over a year to visit? The Shin family has no redeeming qualities. Sun Mingda, somewhat helpless, regarded Zhou Shi with a hint of amusement in his eyes. You are all bark and no bite. When the Yang family from the Shun household asked you to seek financial assistance from the third household, you pitted those children being ground down by Li Shi, yet you never mentioned it. Now that they are flourishing and Li Shi is kinder to the children, why are you still so fierce? Zhou Shi's face flushed with indignation. How do we know if she has truly changed? Look at how the Shin family is faring now. A significant part of their success is thanks to that Li Yueshu. Who knows if her kindness to the children is genuine? Zhou Shi's frustration was palpable, for her own husband had been affected by Shun Wei's influence. Had it not been for her compassion for Shun Amin's children, she would have stormed over to demand money from Li Yueshu long ago. Sun Mingda, though merely an illiterate villager, found some logic in Zhou Shi's words. He regretted that he could do nothing to assist Shaner. A truly wonderful woman. At that moment, the curtain hanging in the room was suddenly drawn aside, revealing a frail old man with graying hair. Shaner, who just visited. The elderly man, in poor health and often lost in slumber, had not heard the earlier commotion. In 01, Yueshu quickly rose to approach him. Father, would you like some water? Chapter 93. Unintended provocation at the Shun household. Shin Shankai had recently taken to leaving early for the town to transcribe books for money, only returning home just before dark. Thus, when Aunt Zhao arrived at the Shen residence, she encountered only Shin's mother and Shun Wang. Sister Shin, are you still idling at home? I just saw that couple from your third household heading to the Sun family. Shun's mother, preoccupied with the lack of rice at home, instinctively replied with impatience, Don't mention those two to me. What Sun? Suddenly, she halted, turning in surprise. What did you say? They went to the Sun family, to Sun Mingda's house. Is there another Sun family? Aunt Zhao exclaimed, slapping her thigh. That I saw with my own eyes that the third household brought a large basket filled with things, including meat. But the Sun family refused it and kicked them out. With Yueshu even cursing at Li Yueshu, her expression suggested that she had witnessed the scene firsthand. Shun's mother had no reason to doubt her, recalling how Yueshu had once sought money from her. And had it not been for the eldest daughter-in-law's suggestion to feign a suicide attempt, Yueshu might have truly stripped her of her skin. Good riddance. That heartless vixen finally got what was coming to her. Shun's mother declared, her face alight with vindication. Hearing the conversation, Shun Wang hurried over. Mother, is that venomous woman Li Yueshu going to the Sun family because of Sun Mingda's leg injury? What else could it be? Shun's mother shot him a glare. She spoke with certainty, but Aunt Zhao interjected, not necessarily. Previously, the village head mentioned that only the Sun family had agreed to that matter. How could Yueshu agree? Shun's mother gasped. Aunt Zhao, the village's gossip monger and widely regarded as the most well-informed, was not to be doubted. The village head said so, but judging by today's events, it seems doubtful, regardless of whether she agrees or not. Mother, we cannot forget about this crucial matter. Shun Wang's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his smooth chin stretching into a grin that appeared somewhat unsettling. Aunt Zhao shivered and instinctively took a couple of steps back. Unaware of her reaction, Shun Wang sneered. Sun Mingda's leg was broken because of the third brother. Now that the third household has split off and Li Yueshu has made a fortune, she ought to compensate the Sun family. Though Shen's mother concurred with this reasoning, she was aware that Li Yueshu would undoubtedly refuse. Furrowing her brow, she remarked, Yueshu is obstinate. She hasn't approached Li Yueshu in over half a year. Why would she be willing now? Shen Wang fell silent. Being from the same village, he clearly understood Yueshu's temperament. Yet, reflecting on all he had endured, which ultimately stemmed from that venomous woman Li Yueshu, he could not swallow his resentment. If Yueshu is unwilling, what about that old man from the Sun family? Shen Wang chuckled darkly. That old man has long believed he is a burden to his son and daughter-in-law. He even said that if Yueshu were to remarry, he would gladly send her off as a father. Now that there was an opportunity to assist Yueshu, he could hardly refuse. Seemingly convinced that this plan was entirely feasible, Shun Wang's eyes gleamed. Mother, I recall that when father was still alive, he had a good relationship with that old man from the Sun family. This matter requires your involvement. Aunt Zhao, overhearing the mother and son plotting, felt a chill run down her spine. You two must not be foolish, that Li Yueshu is not someone to be trifled with. She had come to the Shun household not to incite discord among them, but to express her surprise at Li Yueshu's recent activities. If Li Yueshu were truly so easily dealt with, she would not have struggled to gather a few coins, only to eventually open a pharmacy and a tavern. However, the mother and son were not about to abandon their newly conceived plan against Li Yueshu. Sister, if you have nothing pressing, you should head back. The new year is approaching, and everyone is quite busy. Shun's mother issued an unmistakable dismissal. Under normal circumstances, Aunt Zhao would have lingered longer, but at that moment, she did not hesitate to turn and leave without even bidding farewell. The mother and son paid her no mind, continuing their discussion of strategies. Aunt Zhao hurried home, feeling as though the Shun family had lost their minds. No matter how much a family might quarrel, none could match the fierce animosity displayed by Shen Wang and his mother, who seemed bent on destroying one another. This family was bound to stir up a great deal of trouble. With that thought, Aunt Zhao's initial shock gradually transformed into excitement. This is sure to be a grand spectacle. I must share this with everyone. With this in mind, she barely settled onto her stool before rushing back out. Unaware of the events transpiring, Li Yueshu hurried back home and immediately locked herself in her room. Observing the untouched basket she had returned with, Aunt Lu guessed that the outcome of the visit to the Sun family had not been favorable. Concerned that Li Yueshu might have been wronged, she dared not inquire directly and could only glean information from Shenwei. Although Shenwei could not articulate the events in a coherent manner, his familiarity with her allowed Aunt Lu to grasp the gist. However, After hearing Shenwei's account, Li Yueshu did not display anger at Zhou Shi's hostile demeanor, yet her immediate retreat into her room suggested otherwise. Aunt Lu sighed, glancing helplessly at Shenwei. Had I known, I would have accompanied her. At least I could have discerned what truly transpired. Noticing her lack of trust, Shenwei remarked, "It is quite a feat to convolute a matter while still making it comprehensible." Li Yueshu remained locked away, devoid of any noise, as she had entered her own space. It was not until evening, when Mo's mother knocked on the door to call her for dinner, that she finally opened the door. Thanks to Aunt Lu's forewarning, Mo's mother had mentally prepared herself for the sight of Li Yueshu's dejected expression. Yet, when the door swung open, she was taken aback to find Li Yueshu beaming. Her face lit with excitement. Li Yueshu, oblivious to her expression, cheerfully went off to have a meal at the dining table. Aunt Lu hesitated on how to broach the subject, when suddenly Li Yueshu spoke up. "Aunt Lu? Mo, let us purchase a few items each day over the next few days, so we can prepare everything needed for the new year in advance. Uncle Lu, why don't you and Aunt Lu celebrate the new year with us this year?" She recalled Aunt Lu mentioning that the couple had only one daughter who had married far away, and due to her business commitments, she rarely returned home, often sending back only a bit of money. The new year was a time for family reunions, and it would be too desolate for just the two of them to remain at home. Lu Laohan and his wife were taken aback by her sudden proposal. Their noses tinged with emotion. They understood that Yueshu genuinely regarded them as family. The couple had spent over 20 days a month dining here, so naturally, they did not decline. Aunt Lu even patted her chest, assuring, "Leave the New Year's Eve dinner to me. I will ensure everyone enjoys a splendid feast." Chapter 94. A gentle pat on the head. Li Yueshu had no experience with the new year and was utterly at a loss about managing a household during this festive time. She could only continuously seek advice from Aunt Mo and Aunt Lu, diligently noting down the necessary preparations. In her memories, she had never celebrated the new year with her family. Everyone in the organization was merely a tool for profit. And holidays felt no different from ordinary days. However, if her close friend had no tasks, she would come to the laboratory to share a New Year's Eve dinner. She wondered how Xiaoyu was managing now that she was gone. According to the organization's practices, they would certainly not search the ruins for her body, nor would they handle her affairs. The entire laboratory had been obliterated. Xiaoyu would likely have nowhere to pay her respects in the future. Perhaps her longing was too intense, for at that very moment, in another realm, a woman clad in tight leather, with a fiery figure yet a soft appearance, suddenly turned around. She gazed toward the direction where her dear friend's laboratory had exploded. In just a few brief months, a new laboratory had sprung up there, looking identical to the previous one, as if the explosion had never occurred. Such was the nature of the organization. Even the most significant individuals, once rendered worthless, would leave no trace behind. That moment, a figure cautiously approached. "Sister Xiaoyu, I have made progress on the matter you asked me to investigate." The list compiled by Aunt Mo and Aunt Lu was somewhat lengthy, but fortunately, there was still a month until the new year, so Li Yueshu planned to purchase the items gradually in several trips. As was her habit, she first visited the new restaurant in the neighboring town. Since the last incident, Shunkin had been even more invested in the restaurant than Li Yueshu. Even residing there directly, it was likely due to this that the renovation progress of the restaurant was much quicker than she had anticipated. After taking a brief look around, she intended to leave. Shenwei immediately followed her. "Are you heading back so soon, Ashu? You usually stay until the evening hours." "I'm not heading home. I need to buy some things and also check in with the carpenter." As she untied the horse, she added, "I'll be back shortly to pick you up, so stay put and don't wander off." Upon hearing that she was going out alone, Shenwei immediately pouted. "I want to go with Ashu." Ever since he regained his memories, if he wasn't with her, he would have Xinghe secretly keep watch over her. He couldn't uncover this woman's identity, so he had to rely on the smallest details of her life. Li Yueshu was initially reluctant to leave him there, as she didn't know many people in the neighboring town. If Shenwei truly ran off, she might not be able to find him. Seeing that he was eager to accompany her, she decided to take him along, and no one knew that, at this very moment, a figure was stealthily approaching from the state of Zhong, carefully concealing their tracks, hastening toward the governor's residence while clutching a handwritten letter. With the new year still a while away, the items Li Yueshu needed to purchase were mostly non-perishable: lanterns, firecrackers, window decorations, couplets. These joyous items adorn the entire street in vibrant red. "We need to buy 2 sets of these items, one for our home and another for Aunt Lu's family," Li Yueshu remarked while unloading the goods, addressing Shenwei. "Although Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu will celebrate the new year with us, we are still 2 families and must make it lively." Shenwei gazed at the vibrant array in the cart, momentarily lost in thought. In the past, servants would handle all the preparations for the new year, and he had never realized how many trivial items were involved. Noticing that Li Yueshu was still searching for more items, he couldn't help but ask, "Is Ashu still looking to buy something?" Without turning around, Li Yueshu replied, "With the new year approaching, we must buy new clothes for the family. Counting Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, and Shan Kan, we have a total of 19 people, and each person needs at least one new outfit." As she spoke, she sighed. Most of the family's silver has been invested in the restaurant, and currently, we can only afford one set of new clothes, she added. "Oh, I also need to buy some red paper. On the morning of the new year, I must prepare red envelopes for the children at home. Besides our new year supplies, we also need to prepare gifts for visiting neighbors. We don't have much interaction with the villagers, but we should visit the Li and Sun families, as well as Dr. Chen's family. Oh, and we must prepare a special gift for Amin, as his birthday falls on New Year's Eve. We can't be careless and lump it together with the New Year festivities." As she walked, Li Yueshu meticulously recounted all the details. Xinwei remained silent throughout, merely following her quietly. Every new year in his household was a grand affair, with all matters meticulously arranged by dedicated individuals. He personally did not enjoy such boisterous occasions, where everyone exchanged insincere greetings, each word laced with hidden daggers, feigned flattery. Yet at this moment, he found himself somewhat looking forward to the new year. Though his finances were limited, since it was their first new year together, Li Yueshu sought the finest tailor, commissioning new garments for everyone. 19 sets of clothing constituted a substantial order in the town, and after much haggling and allowing a month for preparation, she finally paid the deposit. Exiting the tailor's shop, Li Yueshu couldn't help but pull Xinwei aside, instructing him, "Once we return, you mustn't mention anything about us buying clothes to anyone." Xinwei looked perplexed. "Why not? Can't Aunt Imo and Aunt Lu know?" "No." Li Yueshu pondered her wording before explaining, "It's a surprise. If they know in advance, it won't be as joyous." Xinwei understood her intention, but feigned innocence. "If I already know, wouldn't it spoil the surprise?" Li Yueshu couldn't help but feel exasperated. "Are you truly this naive or just pretending?" Xinwei's heart skipped a beat. He maintained an innocent facade. Amin said I'm smarter than him. "I'm not foolish," Li Yueshu chuckled, unable to resist ruffling his hair. Poor Amin, at such a young age, having to utter such insincere words. Meanwhile, in the academy, Shan Imin suddenly sneezed. Hearing the sound, the teacher promptly inquired with concern, "Imin, have you caught a chill? It's been cold lately. Remember to dress warmly when going out." He was the most gifted child among all his students, and with the upcoming child scholar examination after the new year, nothing must go awry. Shan Imin stood up respectfully, bowing to the teacher. "Thank you for your concern. Teacher, I am well, and my parents at home will ensure I am in the best condition for the examination." The narrative diverges here. Li Yueshu gently patted Xinwei's head, quickly retracting her hand. Her body was merely 15 or 16 years old, and due to past malnutrition, her growth had been stunted, making her 2 heads shorter than Xinwei. Even a simple action like patting his head required her to slightly rise on her toes. A US little head feels much nicer to pat. Xinwei remained unaware of her disdain for his head, remaining stunned for quite some time, unable to collect his thoughts in his memory. The last time someone had patted his head was during his childhood in the cold palace, when his elder brother had done so to comfort him. He could not recall when it was that, even standing before him, few dared to look him in the eye, let alone perform such a bold action. Yet just now, he found himself utterly unperturbed by her gesture. Chapter 95. Seeking the carpenter. After purchasing most of the items on her list, Li Yueshu led Xinwei to a carpenter's workshop. She had inquired beforehand, and this was reputed to be the finest carpenter in town, capable of crafting precisely what she desired. As they dismounted the cart, an attendant greeted them with a beaming smile. "What can I assist you with today, esteemed guests? We have desks, wardrobes, beds, everything you might need. Allow me to introduce our offerings." With the new year approaching, many sought to acquire new furniture, and the attendant presumed they were among them. Li Yueshu surveyed the items displayed in the shop, noting the craftsmanship appeared commendable. She smiled at the attendant. "I would like to create a specific item. I wonder if your master can take on the task?" "Absolutely, absolutely." The attendant nodded eagerly. "Our master is the best craftsman in town. Many seek him out for custom work." Seeing this, Li Yueshu wasted no time and produced the prepared blueprints. "I would like to ask your master to take a look. Can this be made?" The attendant confidently accepted the blueprints, but upon examining the content, his expression shifted to one of confusion. "What is this?" He unfolded the plans to reveal a complex chair, yet this chair had no legs. instead resting on two wheels. Even Xinwei, who prided himself on his vast knowledge, had never encountered such a thing. This is called a wheelchair, Li Yueshu explained. I have a friend who has injured her leg and can only remain in bed. I wish to create a wheelchair so she can go out for a stroll. The attendant's eyes lit up. Did you design this yourself, madam? Li Yueshu pressed her lips together, refraining from responding. Was the master in the shop capable of crafting it? The origin of the wheelchair was rather intricate, and she found it difficult to articulate. The attendant assumed it was her design and promptly said, I shall inquire with the master right away. With that, he hurried into the back room. Xinwei, deep in thought, glanced at the person beside him and suddenly asked, Shu can do anything. I wish to be as formidable as her. Li Yueshu, oblivious to the hidden meaning in his words, laughed and replied, If you wish to learn, I will teach you when you have the time. Xinwei nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. However, when Li Yueshu averted her gaze, his expression turned contemplative. The secrets surrounding her seemed to multiply. Soon, the attendant emerged from the back, accompanied by a master covered in wood shavings. Before Li Yueshu could speak, the master rushed over, his excitement palpable. Are you the lady who invented the wheelchair? Li Yueshu felt a twinge of helplessness, unsure if the master could indeed create such a thing. Absolutely, the master affirmed confidently. Within 10 days, I shall have it ready for you. But, he hesitated, seemingly unsure of how to proceed. Li Yueshu smiled gently, encouraging him to speak candidly. The master rubbed his nose, a bit embarrassed, and asked, Might we be able to purchase the blueprint from you? Li Yueshu paused for a moment, then smiled faintly. If you can complete the wheelchair I requested promptly, consider the blueprint a gift. The principles behind the wheelchair were not overly complex. Anyone knowledgeable could grasp it with little effort. It was designed to assist those with mobility challenges, and she saw no reason to withhold it. The master's eyes lit up, an exuberant smile spreading across his face. Rest assured, madam, I will craft a wheelchair that will surely satisfy you. After discussing some details with the master, Li Yueshu departed with Xinwei. Throughout, Xinwei remained silent, yet his curiosity about her grew ever deeper. Over the next few days, aside from her visits to the tavern, Li Yueshu busied herself with preparations for the upcoming new year. Xinwei accompanied her each time, helping to carry items and eagerly suggesting purchases whenever he spotted something he liked. Unbeknownst to him, he began to anticipate the day of celebration. Each time Li Yueshu visited the tavern, Hong Dai would lean against the window on the second floor of Qingfeng Pavilion, silently observing her. Li Yueshu sensed that Hong Dai had something to convey but did not probe since the latter had not brought it up. On this particular day, Hong Dai seemed unable to contain herself any longer. As Li Yueshu prepared to leave, she dashed downstairs to stop her. Madam Shun, where do you intend to go? Li Yueshu maintained her composure, offering a calm smile. The tavern will close tomorrow, and I plan to purchase some items to celebrate with the workers. Hong Dai raised an eyebrow, teasing, Madam Shun, you are indeed generous, managing every detail so thoroughly. Yet you seem to have forgotten about me. As she spoke, she waved her handkerchief dramatically, feigning tears. Li Yueshu was momentarily taken aback. During the tavern's renovations, she had indeed relied on Hong Dai to assist with the preparations in Qingfeng Pavilion. But what did this look of betrayal signify? Noticing Li Yueshu's confusion, Hong Dai felt frustrated. Since you've come out of the county office, have you not considered rewarding those who have helped you? At her words, Li Yueshu suddenly recalled something and inquired, What have you done? Previously, she had been puzzled as to why the governor personally visited Tongmu County due to Su Lao's letter, and now she wondered why he had sent a letter to the Li family. It seemed highly likely that it was Hong Dai's doing. Seeing that Li Yueshu genuinely knew nothing, Hong Dai felt exasperated. She glanced around at the people nearby and pulled Li Yueshu into a corner. Getting straight to the point, the prices at Mingyue Tower for business are not cheap. I helped you investigate the governor's secrets and even sent someone to threaten him. Surely you can show some appreciation? Li Yueshu thought, as expected, but maintained a neutral expression. How would you like me to show my appreciation? Hong Dai's eyes brightened. Mingyue Tower deals in intelligence. Since I saved you using the governor's secrets, why not exchange your secrets in return? Li Yueshu. Previously, she had been discreet in her inquiries, but now Hong Dai seemed intent on laying everything bare. Mingyue Tower was an intelligence organization, and Hong Dai was attempting to pry information from her. Likely because someone was seeking to investigate her. Yet, Li Yueshu could not fathom who would hire such a group. Could it be related to the man who had previously followed her and intervened with the Li family? She forced a smile, glancing at Hong Dai. How about you tell me who seeks my information, and then I shall consider whether to divulge my secret to you. Hong Dai was momentarily speechless. She would have liked to agree, but she only knew that Chiyun Tower was conducting the investigation with no knowledge of the employer's identity. Seeing this, Li Yueshu assumed Hongdai was unwilling to share and did not press further. After all, a Jianghu organization needed to maintain its credibility to ensure long-term business, and confidentiality was entirely reasonable. She shrugged. Why safe return from the county office was not solely due to your assistance. Hongdai was taken aback, clearly unaware of this. Who else helped you? Li Yueshu smirked slightly. Mingyue Tower is an intelligence organization. They should be able to uncover the information quite easily. Hongdai raised an eyebrow. Somewhat speechless at her statement, yet recognizing it as something Li Yueshu would say, Li Yueshu chose not to pursue the topic further and instead asked, What are your plans for the new year? Chapter 96, Will I Ride a Horse? The sudden shift in topic left Hongdai momentarily stunned, prompting her to tease. What, do you intend to invite me to your home for the new year? Li Yueshu raised an eyebrow. My household has 19 people this year. With you, it would make a perfect round number. Her nonchalant attitude caught Hongdai off guard. She had merely made a passing comment. Never expecting Li Yueshu to genuinely entertain the idea in that moment, an indescribable emotion surged within her. Hongdai smiled gently. I have tasted the dishes you prepared at Qingfeng Pavilion. I have long been eager to savor your culinary skills. Alas, I cannot attend the festivities this year. Her tone shifted, a flicker of something mysterious passing through her eyes. Naturally, I must be with my family during the new year. I may not even be in Tongmu County for the next month or two. Having evaded her for so long, she wondered if her New Year's gift would allow her to see him again. Li Yueshu did not notice the change in her expression but was instead surprised by her words. She recalled that the original text mentioned Hongdai was an orphan with only one sworn enemy, having no family. How could this be? Li Yueshu instinctively furrowed her brow. The benefactor of Emolien had transformed into herself. Li Hu had become Wei Ling, and Hongdai had evolved into her partner in crime. She had repeatedly usurped opportunities from Li Xiangru, and whether in terms of plot or fate, something would undoubtedly transpire to assist her destined child. Was the change in Hongdai's background a warning? It was no wonder Li Yueshu found herself overthinking. This world revolved around Li Xiangru. If she wished to protect the 4 children, she would inevitably oppose it. As a character of considerable significance in the original narrative, Hongdai's transformation must not be overlooked. Li Yueshu wished to delve deeper into Hongdai's background, but given her profession and intelligence, it would not be easy to extract information. With a playful smile, Hongdai gazed at Li Yueshu, her eyes sparkling. Perhaps we could exchange your secrets. I am willing to divulge anything you wish to know. Li Yueshu simply rolled her eyes, saying nothing, and turned to leave. With the tavern's renovations nearing completion, she planned to clear up after dismissing the workers and prepare for the opening. Besides needing to buy groceries, she also had to find someone to select an auspicious date, leaving her no time for idle chatter with Hongdai. Upon learning that Li Yueshu planned to treat the workers to a meal, they were all astonished. Among the many tasks they had undertaken, Li Yueshu had never been the most extravagant, yet she treated them well, often offering them free hot tea. Thus, whether in their work or materials, everyone strived to excel. They had completed countless tasks, but they had never encountered a proprietor who treated them to a meal upon completion. The workers genuinely admired this young lady, showering her with compliments during the meal as if they were free-flowing. After the meal, Li Yueshu intended to tidy up the tavern. The workers, who initially planned to leave, all stayed behind to assist. Unable to refuse their help, she agreed but ensured to give each of them a small red envelope filled with a few coins. The workers hastily declined, but Li Yueshu insisted, this is a New Year's gift for everyone, not much, just a token for good fortune. Seeing this, they ceased their refusals, but their well wishes for the new year were abundant. They even secretly resolved to promote the tavern once it opened. Throughout this, Shunwei observed quietly from the side, occasionally glancing at Li Yueshu with a smile that he himself was unaware of. This version of Li Yueshu seemed to radiate a unique charm. After attending to matters at the tavern, Li Yueshu noted that there was still time and decided to head to Hongda Pharmacy, as today was the day she would pick up the children from the academy. With the new year approaching, the academy would close today and resume after the holiday. Just as Li Yueshu settled into the carriage, a panicked voice called out, Yueshu, something has happened at your home. Turning around, she saw Lu Laohan rushing toward her with his ox cart. Upon reaching her, he exclaimed, Yueshu, you must hurry back. The Sun family, your mother-in-law and the old man from the Sun family have barged into your home, and Aunt Lu and Aunt Emo are struggling to hold them back. Li Yueshu was taken aback, her expression instantly growing serious. As she loosened the reins on the horse, she said, Uncle Lu, please keep an eye on Shinwei. I need to return home immediately as the conversation unfolded. The ropes securing the horse were swiftly untied, and the unsupported carriage thudded heavily against the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yueshu deftly mounted the horse. The distance from the tavern to her home was considerable, and Uncle Lu's delay in notifying them with the ox cart had already consumed precious time. Dragging the cart would only reduce their speed by half. However, Li Yueshu's riding skills were merely amateurish. She had once learned alongside her best friend in a previous life, but her proficiency was still lacking. As soon as she settled onto the horse's back, it reared its head in fright, letting out a startled neigh. Instinctively, Li Yueshu tightened her legs, further agitating the steed. Sensing the horse's impending panic, Shunwei swiftly grasped Li Yueshu's hand and vaulted onto the horse behind her. With a low yet commanding exhale, the once agitated horse suddenly calmed. Li Yueshu, taken aback, turned to Shunwei and asked, "Can you ride?" Shunwei's heart skipped a beat as he tightened his grip on the reins, his expression betraying confusion as he pondered, "Can I ride?" Though Li Yueshu harbored doubts, there was no time for contemplation. "Hold steady," she instructed, and as her words fell, she pressed her legs against the horse's belly, urging it forward. With a resounding neigh, the horse took off, galloping into motion. Li Yueshu struggled to maintain control, the horse veering off course several times. Shunwei, exasperated, held her hand firmly and commanded, "Go," with the force of his legs striking the horse's flank. The reins fell under his command. The pounding hooves kicked up a cloud of dust, momentarily disorienting Li Yueshu. The biting wind whipped against her face, bringing a sting, yet the broad, warm embrace at her back provided an inexplicable sense of security. In that fleeting moment, a flicker of reliance ignited within her. Regardless of whether in the modern world or this one, she had always borne the weight of burdens alone. Yet, she found herself gazing at this man, whose intellect resembled that of a child, standing resolutely before her in times of peril, attentively accompanying her by her side, and silently supporting her from behind. Gradually, Li Yueshu relaxed, relinquishing control of the horse entirely to Shunwei. She recalled Aunt Lu mentioning that Shunwei had served as a bodyguard for a prominent family before his return. It was only natural for him to possess riding skills, although he now seemed daft. His muscle memory should remain intact. Li Yueshu did not doubt him, unaware that behind her, the man who once appeared naive held a glimmer of sharpness in his eyes, as Shunwei felt the softness in his arms. He was struck by the realization of her petite stature. Despite being just a girl of 15 or 16, she bore the immense responsibility of a household, caring for over a dozen children. At that moment, something profound coursed through Shunwei's heart, mingling with the fragrance unique to women, rippling through his soul. Soon, they returned, and before Li Yueshu could dismount, she witnessed Shenmu extend her hand, forcefully pushing Shen Tingyi to the ground. The weather had grown increasingly cold, and Shen Tingyi had caught a chill, opting to remain at home today instead of attending the apothecary. Little did she know that on this particular day, Shenmu would arrive with the Sun family to confront them. In that instant, a wave of fury surged within Li Yueshu. The sound of galloping hooves drew the attention of all present, and as they turned, they saw Li Yueshu dismounting with a cold expression etched upon her face. Upon her arrival, Aunt Lu and Mother Imo instinctively exhaled in relief, as if suddenly finding their anchor. As Li Yueshu approached, radiating an intimidating aura, Shunmu instinctively took several steps back, her face pale with fear. However, Li Yueshu paid her no heed, rushing towards the fallen Shen Tingyi, scooping the child into her arms. Did you hurt yourself? Are you in pain?" Although Shen Tingyi appeared to have fallen hard, she was not truly injured. Yet, feeling her mother's concern, the little girl's sense of grievance welled up, her eyes brimming with tears. "Mother," the tremulous tone shattered Li Yueshu's heart, prompting her to gently pat the child's back. Do not fear. Do not fear. Mother is here. I'm so sorry. It is my fault for not protecting you." Hearing her mother's tender words, Shen Tingyi's tears flowed even more freely. She could not comprehend why she was crying. She simply felt deeply wronged. She was a child cherished by her mother, deserving of love and protection, and in this moment, she sought refuge in her mother's embrace. Li Yueshu, oblivious to her daughter's inner thoughts, assumed she was genuinely hurt and regretted not having returned sooner. Shunwei, however, sensed the underlying emotions and sighed silently. When he took On and Ai away, they were merely 2 years old and possessed no memory of their past. Yet their lineage destined them for a life more complicated than ordinary. Thus, he had chosen to reveal nothing to them, hoping they would decide for themselves whether to let go or shoulder their burdens. Witnessing this scene, Chai Yangxing, who had been lurking nearby, immediately withdrew. Li Yueshu, having somewhat calmed Shen Tingyi, entrusted her to Aunt Lu and turned her gaze toward Shun Mu, her eyes glinting with a hint of menace. Which hand pushed Ai? Shun Mu felt a chill creep up her spine. Instinctively recoiling. What do you intend to do? I am your mother-in-law. Li Yueshu ignored her, continuing, I believe I saw you use your right hand. Shen Mu instinctively retracted her right hand behind her. No, wait. Li Yueshu's lips curled into a smirked it, seems it was your left hand. Shen Mu hastily tucked her left hand behind her back as well. Li Yueshu wore a smile, yet her eyes were frigid. To Shen Mu, she appeared as a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell. Li Yueshu's voice was chilling, as though ice was forming in the air, yet her tone remained as casual as if discussing the weather. Since you do not recall which hand pushed her, then let us render them all useless. Each word was delivered with icy precision, sending shivers down the spine of even Chai Yangxing, who observed from the shadows. Such a terrifying aura had only been witnessed in the presence of their master. Li Yueshu's words echoed. Shun Mu, without a moment's thought, turned to flee. However, Li Yueshu seized her by the hair. Yanking her back. In the next instant, she grasped both of Shun Mu's arms and forcefully twisted them outward. With a piercing scream, Shun Mu's arms bent at unnatural angles, dislocating in the process. The village head, rushing over upon hearing the commotion, happened to witness this shocking display, leaving all present aghast. The ruthlessness and decisiveness of her actions startled even the hidden Yangxing, who involuntarily shuddered. Yet, a sense of satisfaction welled up within him. Shun Wang, who had intended to intervene, was now terrified and retreated, spotting the village head as though he had found salvation. Village head, help me report this to the authorities. That wicked woman Li Yueshu is about to kill. His shrill voice jolted everyone back to reality. Shun Wang, pale-faced and trembling, clutched the village head's sleeve. Li Yueshu has gone mad. That wicked woman is trying to kill my mother. You must intervene on my behalf. Following the village head were several others who had come to witness the commotion, having heard that the Sun family was confronting Li Yueshu. However, none anticipated such a brutal scene upon their arrival, and fear began to creep into their gazes toward Li Yueshu remained unfazed, and upon hearing Xian Wang's outcry, merely chuckled coldly. If I wished to kill, could your mother still lie there wailing? The crowd instinctively glanced at Shen Mu, pale and drenched in sweat, then at her grotesquely bent arms, feeling a shared discomfort in their own limbs. Ouch! The severity of Li Yueshu's actions astonished them. After all, Shun Mu was her mother-in-law. Aunt Zhao in the crowd clicked her tongue in disapproval. Yet, the moment Li Yueshu's sharp gaze fell upon her, Aunt Zhao instinctively recalled the sight of Shun Mu's dislocated arms and paled instantly. Li Yueshu's expression was icy as she declared, she sought trouble while I was away, even laying hands on my daughter. Regardless of whether she is my mother-in-law or not, I would strike even my own mother for such transgressions. Her resolute voice struck like a hammer upon Shan Tingyi's heart, causing the little girl, who had managed to cease her tears, to once again redden her eyes. If the heavens had permitted her to endure such trials in the past, it was surely to lead her to such a wonderful mother. She would willingly endure her past once more. While Shen Tingyi felt touched, the others regarded Li Yueshu with disbelief, considering her madness. Traditionally, filial piety was paramount. Even the most grievous errors of elders should not invite reprimand, let alone violence. This Li Yueshu not only struck but also uttered such blasphemous words. She must either be a fool or deranged. The village head frowned in disapproval. He had always regarded the third Shin family's child as intelligent and sensible, destined for greatness, yet never imagined she would commit such folly. Just as he was about to speak, a figure darted forward. Village head, you must help me report this to the authorities. Capture this villain. Shun Wei clung to the village head's other sleeve, furiously pointing at the wailing Shun Mu on the ground. She is the villain. She claims to be my mother, yet she provides no food or clothing for me and my children, forcing us to live in a dilapidated house. Yueshu is the one caring for us. Yet she berates and beats Yueshu, even attempting to usurp our home. She struck Ai, calling my child a bastard. She is the villain. Quickly report her to the authorities before she brings us ruin. Though Shun Wei's words lacked coherence, they clearly articulated Shin Mu's previous misdeeds. Suddenly, the crowd realized that Li Yueshu's actions were not born of malice. In fact, if they were burdened with such a relative, they too would be driven to violence. Shun Wang, astonished by Shin Wei's articulate defense, cried out, "This is a miscarriage of justice. We are here to escort old man's son," but unexpectedly, that foul-mouthed girl, Shen Tingyi, showed utter disrespect towards her elders, and resorted to insults. My mother merely nudged her. Yet she maliciously accused my mother, conspiring with Li Yueshu to harm both of us.